18 years after the ailing Princess Kanghe re-emerged before the public eye, modern emergency physician Shen Yan found herself inexplicably transported to a parallel universe set in the ancient Zhou dynasty, having taken the place of the long-deceased princess. Thus commenced her extraordinary journey as an unwitting pawn in a grander scheme. The world reveres Princess Kanghe as a paragon of wisdom and grace, a rare gem among women. Yet only Xu Jin perceives the truth. Beneath her gentle facade lies a cunning wolf, adept at concealing her fangs, with a heart that harbors a ruthless spirit. Observing her cold efficiency, Xu Jin instinctively touched his neck, resolving to comply and diligently process the paperwork. In the bustling edifice of a city's people's hospital, Shen Yan clasped her hands in prayer, beseeching the deity of night shifts for a tranquil evening. After years of service in the emergency department, the shadows beneath her eyes had almost become semi-permanent. The weight of night shifts in the emergency room was daunting. Her fears were not rooted in the specter of accidents, but rather in the helplessness that loomed over her when life could not be saved despite her best efforts. Shen Yan had witnessed the stark realities of life and death too many times. Her colleague, Xiao Lin, feigned terror while tapping on the medical records folder. "Are you familiar with Murphy's Law? The very thing you dread is most likely to occur," she remarked, her words seemingly prophetic. A call came through from the emergency services, a catastrophic multi-vehicle accident on Taiyang Road, involving an elderly patient with severe cranial injuries, en route to the hospital. "Ensure the airway is open and establish an intravenous line. Contact the neurosurgery team for a consultation," Shen Yan commanded. The emergency nurses swiftly wheeled the patient into the crimson resuscitation room. Upon taking charge, Shen Yan conducted a preliminary neurological assessment, which yielded concerning results. Just as the head nurse established the intravenous access, the patient convulsed violently, her face turning a shade of purple. "Administer 10 milligrams of diazepam and prepare for intubation," Shen Yan decisively instructed. After successfully intubating and suctioning the patient, the neurosurgeon arrived in the resuscitation room. Following a consultation, they urgently transported the patient to the CT room and contacted the operating theater for preparation. The emergency physicians were but the first line of defense. Each day, the baton of life was passed anew. Shen Yan hoped fervently that her efforts would not be in vain tonight and that the patient would survive. Having meticulously sanitized her hands, Shen Yan prepared to document the emergency case, only to realize that the patient's information had yet to be entered into the system. She rose to the nurse's station, where officers were still present. She had no identification, only this pocket watch, the head nurse informed Shen Yan, handing her a plastic bag containing the blood-stained item. "Observe its vintage design," the nurse explained, noting Shen Yan's curiosity. Though reluctant to touch something soiled with blood after her recent hand-washing, Shen Yan was captivated by the watch's intricate engravings. As she took the bag, she turned the watch over, revealing a character inscribed on its back. "Yan." The watch's clasp had loosened from the jostling, and, as she fiddled with it, it sprang open. "This." Shen Yan's pupils dilated as she fixated on the photograph, nestled within the pocket watch. In the black and white image, a girl with a charming smile and fashionable curls bore an uncanny resemblance to her own features. The head nurse rarely witnessed such a look of astonishment on Shen Yan's face. She had just examined the pocket watch, finding it rather unremarkable, save for the engraved words on its back. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in for a closer look and gasped, "My goodness, Xiao Shen, is that not you?" The police officer, who was nearby gathering basic information, approached upon hearing the nurse's exclamation. He took the pocket watch from Shen Yan's hand and scrutinized her and the photograph within it for quite some time. "Doctor, might this elderly lady be a relative of yours?" Shen Yan snapped back to reality, shaking her head in response. "I'm not from city. I merely work here. I have no idea why she possesses a photograph that bears such a striking resemblance to me." The idea of a long-lost relative was indeed fantastical. Given that Shen Yan was not a local, the likelihood of having an elderly relative in the area was exceedingly slim. The officer shared this sentiment and, after completing the information gathering, departed. Shen Yan soon learned that the incident involved a drunk driver, which constituted a criminal act. Fortune smiled upon Shen Yan in the early hours of her night shift, allowing her to sleep soundly until 6 o'clock. "What is the condition of that elderly lady from last night?" Shen Yan emerged from the duty room, having completed her morning routine, and opened her computer to review the medical records. Xiao Lin, ruffling his disheveled hair, replied, "She has been stabilized and is currently in the neurosurgery department." I heard this surgery went quite smoothly. The family of the driver who caused the accident has even hired a caregiver, showing some semblance of conscience. Well, if they have a conscience, why were they driving under the influence? Shen Yan replied, both in agreement and with a hint of sarcasm. One should not drink and drive, since the enforcement of strict penalties for DUI, the number of patients admitted for drunk driving incidents has plummeted. Yet, there are always those audacious souls who dare to flirt with incarceration. Her gaze skimmed over the medical record, skull fractures, subdural hematomas, and various other complications. Recalling the emergency response from the previous night and the mysterious pocket watch, Shen Yan rubbed her temples. After completing her night shift, Shen Yan prepared to head home. The head nurse called her over, handing her a small package. Upon opening it, she found the pocket watch. The patient has awakened and requested the watch. I thought it fitting for you to visit, considering the girl in the photograph bears such a resemblance to you. Who knows, perhaps there's a connection. Shen Yan, through the plastic bag, traced the intricate patterns and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I wish to see her. With this, my reason for visiting is much more compelling. Deciding against changing her attire, Shen Yan donned her white coat and headed directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she found the elevator empty, with no other passengers remaining. After waiting for a moment without anyone else entering, she pressed the close door button. However, the elevator did not respond instead. It emitted a strange noise before plummeting downward with a jolt. Shen Yan quickly pressed several floor buttons, crouching against the cold wall, her mind a blank slate. What kind of conclusion was this unexpected turn of events? The abyss of darkness yawned wide, swallowing her whole. By heavens! An unrelenting ache surged through every part of her body. Shen Yan gritted her teeth against the pain, propping herself up as she gradually processed her surroundings. Uttering 2 words in disbelief, she lay beside a gentle stream, gazing at the verdant mountains that stretched into the distance. The water flowed softly, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The lush greenery and the coolness of the stream caressed her exposed skin, creeping up to her forehead and awakening her senses instantaneously. This was not City A, a metropolis defined by its rigid discipline and cold regulations, characterized by towering skyscrapers and incessant traffic, but rather a tranquil paradise before her eyes. Even if such a place existed in City A, it would surely be a product of real estate development, merely exploiting the unsuspecting. As she glanced down, she noticed she was still clad in the white coat of City as hospital, her name tag firmly attached. Her phone displayed a full battery, yet there was no signal. When she reached into her pocket, she discovered her pocket watch was missing. Just moments ago, she had been in an elevator, encountering a malfunction. Given the weightlessness and force she experienced, she found it hard to believe her head could withstand such trauma. The stream flowed crystal clear, revealing small fish darting downstream, splashing playfully. The sound of the splash jolted Shen Yan from her thoughts. Since I am here, I must make the best of it. Even without Bear Grylls' wilderness survival skills, as a proficient emergency surgeon, her mental fortitude in crisis situations was commendable. Shen Yan conducted a thorough examination of herself, confirming there were no injuries and her head remained intact from the elevator incident. With determination, she forced herself to stand. Where on earth was she? She raised her hand to check her watch. Barely 10 o'clock. With a mouth beneath my nose, I must first seek out others and inquire. The pebbles scattered along the stream's edge were uneven, and Shen Yan gritted her teeth, moving slowly despite the discomfort. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed something dark floating on the water surface. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a person. Realizing he was motionless, she feared he had drowned. Driven by the instinct of a physician, Shen Yan clenched her jaw, removed her white coat, and tossed it aside before plunging into the water to reach him. The stream's currents were strong, and the man's considerable weight made her task challenging. Fortunately, her years of experience in the emergency room had endowed her with a robust physique, allowing her to eventually drag him ashore. "Hey, sir," she called, scarcely pausing to catch her breath. She patted his face, grasped his jaw, opened his airway, cleared any obstructions, and swiftly made a preliminary assessment. He had no breath, but a faint heartbeat remained. In the seconds following drowning, the human body instinctively holds its breath, triggering the diving reflex, which includes apnea, bradycardia, and acute peripheral vasoconstriction to ensure blood supply to the heart and brain. Having made her assessment, Shen Yan leaned down to provide rescue breaths. A bittersweet thought crossed her mind. The medical students often joke that their first kiss was given to a CPR dummy, a sentiment that resonated painfully in her heart. After several breaths, the man slowly opened his eyes. Having administered breaths repeatedly, Shen Yan felt a twinge of oxygen deprivation herself. However, upon seeing him regain consciousness and breathe, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to lean back and inhale deeply. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze upon her, sharp as a knife. She looked up to meet his eyes, in the midst of a frantic rescue. She had little time to ponder. The man before her was clad in a long robe, his hair cascading like seaweed, remarkably longer than her own. His chiseled face was still adorned with droplets of water, and as he opened his eyes, the chilling gaze he bore felt akin to an icy blade pressed against her skin, eliciting a sense of trepidation within her. "Did you save me?" he inquired, his eyes fixed on Shen Yan, his tone laced with mockery and a hint of challenge. Moments before plunging into the water, Shen Yan had discarded her white coat on the shore to safeguard her belongings. Now, clad in a casual short t-shirt and jeans, her damp, tousled hair clung to her shoulders, and the fabric clung to her form, rendering her both disheveled and alluring. Shen Yan sensed the palpable tension, instinctively reaching for her coat and donning it, her eyes betraying a mixture of disdain and a flicker of fear. What eccentric rogue had she rescued? Yet, given their physical disparity, she refrained from making any rash movements. "I am an emergency physician at a city people's hospital. It was I who saved you. Swimming outdoors in summer can easily lead to drowning. Do exercise caution in the future," she declared, positioning herself several paces away, her demeanor guarded. She regarded him merely as an actor. The man, still on the ground, let out a derisive chuckle, then pushed himself up with a hand and stood tall. "Emergency department? A city? Even now, should someone wish to kill me, they can't conjure a credible reason," he remarked coldly, his scrutinizing gaze piercing through her, leaving a stinging sensation on her skin. This was a modern rendition of the fable of the farmer and the snake. "Observe, I am a doctor, not a murderer. However, in a society governed by law, I advise you to quell your intentions, otherwise I shall be compelled to alert the authorities," Shen Yan asserted, removing her name badge and brandishing her phone toward him. The badge could validate her identity, yet the phone merely served as a feeble deterrent, as it bore no signal. "Are you out of your mind?" The man sneered, swiftly advancing towards her and gripping her throat with a strong hand. He intended to kill her. Shen Yan felt the murderous intent emanating from him. His eyes were chillingly devoid of warmth, the grip around her neck tightening, stealing away her last breath. The sensation of suffocation bore down on her mind, and her once struggling hands gradually fell limp. Perhaps this was merely a dreamscape following a fatal accident in an elevator, where dying again would signify a complete release. If so, she would finally be liberated, wouldn't she? To her astonishment, even in death, she found herself rescuing a drowning man, albeit a venomous serpent. Such high professional integrity, if only the hospital director were aware, she would surely be awarded for her valor. The gourd baby, 7 flowers on 1 vine, la la la. The ringtone of the phone she had dropped echoed through the air, causing the man to loosen his grip momentarily, allowing Shen Yan to crash onto the ground. As fresh air rushed into her constricted windpipe, she erupted into a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, are you out of your mind?" she managed to utter, retrieving her phone and silencing the incessant ringing. Today marked her 20th birthday. She had intended to pick up a cake after finishing her night shift. To prevent forgetting the time, she had set the ringtone before going to bed last night, never anticipating it would save her life. The man now crouched before her, adopting a gentler demeanor, smiled and remarked, "You possess not a shred of inner strength, yet your presence is shrouded in mystery. Someone like you could hardly belong to him." As he spoke, he delicately pinched her fallen name badge between his fingers and turned it over. "What is your name? Are you from the West?" In his recollection, Westerners possessed a peculiar contraption that could instantaneously capture a person's likeness with uncanny precision. They referred to it as a photograph. Displayed on this sign was a picture of Shen Yan, her curly hair tied in a ponytail, her youthful face both delicate and charming. Shen Yan, having saved a life yet narrowly escaped death herself, Shen Yan's spirits were at an all-time low. She snatched the badge from the man's grasp and spoke coldly. "A fine name," the man replied nonchalantly, shaking droplets of water from his long hair. "If you wish to survive, aligning yourself with me would be prudent. For a Westerner, venturing to his domain offers no advantages. I am Xu Jin, the Lord of Jiangsheng. You should be aware of that." Xu Jin, perceiving no threat from Shen Yan, reclined languidly on a sun-warmed pebble. The temperature by the stream was cooler than elsewhere, yet the stones, basked in sunlight, provided a delightful warmth, making it quite comfortable to lie back and enjoy the breeze. I know nothing of Xu Jin, nor do I recognize Jiangcheng, Shen Yan replied, regaining her composure and showing no intent to flee. Even if gifted with 6 legs, she could not outpace Xu Jin. In a swift motion, Xu Jin had seized her by the throat before she even comprehended his movements. Confronted with such a figure, one could only proceed with caution. Fortunately, he had no immediate intention of taking her life. Xu Jin turned his head to gaze at her, inquiring, "Did you come to Guizhou alone? There's a photographed short hair, curly blonde. Aside from your face, you do indeed resemble a Westerner." He scrutinized Shen Yan's features with curiosity. The Westerners he had encountered possessed more pronounced facial structures. Shen Yan's face was small and exquisite, yet lacked any profundity. "I am a citizen of the Celestial Empire, not a Westerner. Where's this place?" Shen Yan had not intended to reveal her ignorance in truth. She was oblivious to her surroundings. Yet, under Xu Jin's absolute dominance, escape was futile. It was wiser to be candid, ascertain her location, and devise a strategy. "This is Mount Fengling, the foremost of the 6 renowned mountains of Guizhou." As an avid mountaineer, Shen Yan was certain that no such mountain existed in the Celestial Empire. Since awakening from the elevator accident, everything had felt surreal. Both the picturesque landscape before her and the long-haired, robed Xu Jin were exceedingly strange. Who holds the greatest power here now? Suddenly struck by a thought of something fantastical, Shen Yan suppressed her fear and feigned calmness as she inquired. Chapter 3. Lord Xu Jin, you are indeed an intriguing individual. The one wielding the greatest power is undoubtedly our sovereign, Shen Yan. When Xu Jin uttered the term sovereign, a playful demeanor graced her features, as if she regarded him with utter disdain. Shen Yan closed her eyes, choosing silence. She had surmised correctly. This unfamiliar and peculiar realm was far from her original world. It had been said that time is irreversible, yet space is both folded and parallel. In the moment of the elevator's calamity, she had traversed into a parallel dimension. This serves as the most plausible explanation. "I saved you. Since you are the lord of this city, I believe it is not excessive to seek some form of recompense." Shen Yan traced her fingers over the insignia, feigning forgetfulness about the earlier incident. "Were it not for your status as a foreign physician, I would have long since disposed of you. You still desire compensation? One must bow their head beneath the eaves." Shen Yan embraced her arms tightly, lapsing into silence. It seems that wherever there are doctors, disturbances inevitably follow. Even in a parallel world, this remains true. As the sun gradually ascended to its zenith, the silence between the two was finally shattered. "My lord," a woman clad in red, having spotted them, rushed over and knelt beside the prostrate Xu Jin, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. As Shen Yan lifted her head from her arms, she noticed 4 additional figures, 3 men and 1 woman, all adorned as if they were wandering heroes. Swords sheathed at their waists, their gazes toward her as indifferent as that of a corpse. The brutality of a bygone era loomed heavily, and Shen Yan regretted not having acquired some combat skills. Upon seeing his guard arrive, Xu Jin leisurely rose to his feet and gestured towards Shen Yan, commanding, "Take her away." "Yes," the two replied, clasping their fists in respect. Before Shen Yan could utter a word, she felt a sudden pain at the back of her head and succumbed to unconsciousness, her last vision being Xu Jin's enigmatic smile. Awakening to the soft fragrance of the gauzy curtains, Shen Yan gradually opened her eyes to find a young girl dozing at the foot of her bed, drool nearly pooling beneath her chin. Attempting to rise, she inadvertently tugged at the blankets, causing the girl to spring up, exclaiming, "Miss, forgive me. It was not my intention to be lazy." This girl appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, her hair styled in a bun, adorned with silk flowers that bobbed adorably as she fervently apologized. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle, hastily reassuring her, "I'm not angry. You need not be so anxious. The Lord has instructed that once you awaken, you must meet him." The girl visibly relaxed, recalling Xu Jin's command, her demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. It appeared that Xu Jin governed his subordinates with great efficacy. The previously innocent girl now spoke of him with utmost reverence. Shen Yan nodded, only to realize that her casual attire of a t-shirt and jeans had been replaced with a flowing white garment, the sleeves extending to her fingertips. "Dear girl, could you assist me in donning this attire?" Shen Yan requested, eyeing a pile of garments nearby with a hint of apprehension. She had never worn such clothing before, and feared a blunder would lead to embarrassment. The girl promptly helped her into the outfit, her hands deftly tying the sash into a beautiful bow with remarkable skill. As it is summer, the 3 layers of clothing worn outside are remarkably light and delicate, embellished with floral and botanical embroidery along the hem and wide sleeves. A string of pearls cinches the waist, with 2 small jade gourds dangling below, producing a series of crisp sounds upon collision. Shen Yan finds herself marveling at the etiquette and wisdom of ancient times, as well as the advancements of the present era. Were she to wear such attire in an emergency room, she feared she might trip over the hem before even reaching the resuscitation room. "Miss, you are truly beautiful, but why choose to become a nun?" During their conversation, Shen Yan learned that the young girl was named Xiao Qiu, a maid who had grown up in the city lord's residence. At that moment, Xiao Qiu gazed at Shen Yan's long hair with a look of deep concern. Shen Yan's hair cascaded down to her waist in soft curls, the yellow dye from 2 years prior having faded to the tips. With such sparse and short hair, she could easily be mistaken for a nun in the ancient Zhou period. "I was born this way. I did not choose to become a nun," Shen Yan replied awkwardly. She had curled her hair to make it appear more voluminous. Isn't every medical student rather bald? Despite her words, Xiao Qiu pondered for long while before finding a golden hairband to help gather Shen Yan's hair into a bun at the back of her head. By the time Shen Yan entered the front hall to meet Xu Jin, she had steeled herself psychologically. The worst that could happen was death. How strikingly similar, Xu Jin remarked as he compared the badge photo with Shen Yan. Although he had been gazing for quite a while, he was still astonished. How could there be such a likeness? The paint is just right. The badge photo bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yan, and being an official identification photo, she had no means to retouch it. Standing in the hall, Shen Yan accepted his scrutinizing gaze with calm composure. "My belongings," she stated coldly, extending her hand. Her white coat contained several items that could not fall into the hands of this venomous snake. Before Xu Jin could respond, Shen Yan's demeanor incited Red Sleeve's ire. She struck Shen Yan's knee sharply with a sword, compelling her to kneel on the ground. Red Sleeve was one of the 4 who had come seeking Xu Jin that day, and having concealed herself in the shadows. Her sudden assault caught Shen Yan entirely off guard. Shen Yan felt a sharp pain in her knee and collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping in shock. "Red Sleeve, cease. Return her belongings," Xu Jin commanded, noticing Shen Yan's eyes tightly shut in pain. Red Sleeve hesitated, letting out a cold snort before tossing a bundle at Shen Yan's feet. Shen Yan endured the agony as she opened the package to find her clothing, phone, watch, and white coat. However, the badge remained in Xu Jin's possession. "Such disgrace to propriety. Are all Westerners like you?" Red Sleeve scoffed, her eyes narrowing at the sight of a t-shirt inside, mocking her. It was truly a sin to allow the city lord to associate with a woman of such character. Shen Yan chose not to respond. Gathering her belongings before addressing Xu Jin, "My badge." She pointed to the plastic badge in his hand. "Why is your photo in color when all the ones I've seen before are in black and white?" Xu Jin inquired as he handed it to her. Upon seeing her own likeness in the badge photo, memories of her recent tribulations flooded her mind, and she felt a pang in her heart as she replied, "I have already told you, I am not a Westerner." "Very well, then let us discuss something else." Xu Jin possesses a clear distinction between friend and foe, exhibiting a consistently amiable demeanor towards those he perceives as non-threatening. Shen Yan has long been acquainted with the swift transformation of his countenance and awaits his ensuing remarks. "What is it that you truly seek on Fengling Mountain? If your intention is to uncover illicit wealth, perhaps we might consider a collaboration." His gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent fixated on its prey, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Shen Yan instinctively sensed that should she decline, the repercussions would likely be far graver than mere physical subjugation. Although she was unaware of the true nature of illicit wealth, she nevertheless acquiesced to his proposition. Xu Jin remained oblivious to her hidden depths, which constituted her sole advantage. "Very well." His anticipated response elicited a satisfied smile from Xu Jin, who declared, "Henceforth, Xiao Qiu shall attend to you. To the outside world, you shall be regarded as my newly wed concubine." Shen Yan couldn't help but twitch her lips, suppressing an urge to utter a curse. Chapter 4. A feast without delight. Xu Jin did not confine her freedom, yet he ordered her hair to be cut short. The glaring yellow curls were too conspicuous, but fortunately, there was not much of it. Recalling Xu Jin's malicious glee as he issued the command, Shen Yan felt an overwhelming desire to grind her teeth in fury. Sitting before the bronze mirror, she tenderly tugged at her hair, which had been reduced from its previous waist length to a mere shoulder length. Xiao Qiu took great care of Shen Yan's hair to expedite its growth. She diligently combed it with herbal infusion daily and even added extra eggs to her shampoo. After some time, the hair had not grown significantly, yet its quality had improved remarkably, glistening under the sunlight with a radiant sheen. Xu Jin's role as the lord of the city was indeed arduous. Having resided in his mansion for a month, the instances in which she had seen him could be counted on one hand. Daily, a stream of official documents flowed into his study, leaving him too preoccupied to impose any restrictions on Shen Yan. The words exchanged on that day seemed as if they had never been spoken. Bored, Shen Yan requested Xiao Qiu to procure some medical texts, retreating into her room to immerse herself in study. Here, with abundant food and clothing, she enjoyed an almost languid existence, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. To escape this sensation, she resolved to embark upon the pursuit of knowledge. Traditional Chinese medicine was profound. Since she was here, she would fully embrace the experience of learning. As she delved into her studies, the voice of Xiao Qiu resounded, prompting Shen Yan to pause her reading and call out to the two individuals outside, instructing them to enter. Xu Jin was accompanied by 4 guards: Hong Xiu, Feng Mian, Qing Cheng, and Yan Ku. Hong Xiu was a fiery-tempered young woman who constantly found fault with Shen Yan, seizing any opportunity to mock her. To prevent Shen Yan from suffering any bodily harm, Xu Jin would send Feng Mian in his stead when he needed to consult her. Feng Mian, true to his name, was rather dull and unremarkable. "This is for you from the Lord," he said, placing a box on the table at the entrance before bowing and departing. Shen Yan had long grown accustomed to Feng Mian's indifference. Opening the box, she discovered an anonymous medical book. It seemed Xu Jin had learned of her recent inquiries into medical texts through Xiao Qiu. As she flipped through the pages, a smile crept upon her lips, and she glanced out at the azure sky. During her university years, she had taken a course in ancient medical literature and thus found no difficulty in reading these texts. However, the Chinese characters and English inscribed on her nameplate were still a mystery to Xu Jin. Apart from her name, he knew nothing of her, leading to an ambiguous attitude towards her. Whether to win her over or to eliminate her remained unclear. This book contained urgent remedies, detailing first aid methods for common accidents. The medical advancements of the ancient Zhou dynasty had progressed rapidly, nearly on par with the Ming and Qing periods of her own world, during which the various theories of traditional Chinese medicine had begun to mature. Just as she was engrossed in her reading, Feng Mian returned. "There is a banquet tonight. The Lord requests your presence. Mississippi me? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Shen Yan closed the book, frowning as she inquired. Xu Jin had retained her for some clandestine collaboration, not with the intention of sharing a life with her. Moreover, banquets had historically served as another battlefield. Her understanding of the outside world still lingered within the confines of ancient Zhou's historical texts, leaving her somewhat resistant to engaging with too many unfamiliar faces. Strangeness implies an unknown peril. The city lord instructed you to conceal your curls and attend the banquet. Feng Mian struggled for half a day to articulate the latter part of the sentence. Shen Yan responded with a soft acknowledgement and summoned Xiao Qiu to assist her with her appearance. Though she yearned to do it herself, the intricacies of the attire were daunting, and her hair proved equally challenging. After Feng Mian departed, a maid entered her chamber, bearing flowing garments and adornments. "This is what they mean by clothes make the person." Shen Yan sighed in genuine admiration at her reflection in the bronze mirror. The attire for today's banquet was undoubtedly significant. Xu Jin had sent a remarkably elaborate gown, adorned with intricate patterns and resplendent embroidery, shimmering under the sunlight like fragmented jewels. Once she was fully adorned, Xiao Qiu fashioned an elaborate wig for her, securing it with multiple hairpins. The weight on her head made Shen Yan feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. With a wry smile, she straightened her posture, endeavoring to appear more at ease. The banquet was set in the rear garden of the city lord's estate. The summer pond bloomed with lotus flowers, and the air was perfumed with their subtle fragrance as it drifted through the winding corridors. At the garden's corner stood several stout locust trees, their shade enveloping a small expanse of land. Sitting on a stone bench beneath the trees, one could glimpse the distant bronze bells of the heavy bell tower. The rear garden was adorned with picturesque scenery, including a pavilion perfect for stargazing on warm summer nights. Since that day, Shen Yan had not encountered Xu Jin again, and their communication had relied entirely on Feng Mian. Now, upon unexpectedly seeing him in the pavilion, she perceived that this once venomous serpent had taken on an appealing guise. Clad in a pale purple embroidered robe, with a jade crown securing his hair, he possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his eyes were filled with a myriad of alluring expressions. He had always been handsome, though his gaze was often cold and distant. Upon noticing Shen Yan's approach, Xu Jin tucked away a folded document, appraising her with a hint of astonishment, remarking, "You do seem to possess the air of a noble woman from Chang'an." Shen Yan adjusted her wig and replied, "This demeanor feels rather burdensome." At her words, Xu Jin paused, amusement flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "With hair as ethereal as clouds, why would one disdain a wig? If your own hair were abundant, would you still seek this?" The issue of her hair was a persistent source of distress for Shen Yan, and Xu Jin had tread upon that sore spot numerous times. For the sake of her well-being, she bore it in silence. As the two made their entrance at the banquet, Shen Yan felt the weight of several inquisitive gazes upon her. With Xu Jin's hand clasping hers, her heart settled considerably. In this moment, Xu Jin was the host, and she was safe. Their first cooperative endeavor at the banquet began with Xu Jin drawing Shen Yan slightly closer, whispering in her ear that such intimate postures would be quite conspicuous to those with discerning eyes. The people within Xu Jin's household were constants, and thus, upon bringing her back, he had merely informed outsiders that Shen Yan was his newly acquired concubine. This strategic move proved advantageous. Having navigated workplace dynamics in the modern world, Shen Yan considered his words with care, responding with a gentle smile. "After this matter is accomplished, do procure for me some ancient medical texts that have been lost to time." The medical books placed in the box were Xu Jin's overture of goodwill. Xu Jin feigned a deep affection as he placed his hand at her waist, continuing to whisper in her ear, cautioning her not to be overly ambitious, while his gaze swept over the guests like a predator surveying its prey. Dishes flowed onto the banquet table like a stream, featuring an assortment of 4 meats, 4 fresh delicacies for candied treats, 4 cold platters, 3 sweet bowls, and 4 pastries. Shen Yan's chopsticks never faltered, maintaining an elegant yet swift pace of consumption. The guests engaged in jovial conversation, yet their gazes remained fixed on the 2 individuals seated at the main table. Xu Jin rarely brought female companions to such gatherings, rendering her intentions enigmatic. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have invited you to my residence not only for the enjoyment of wine and moonlight, but also to present you with a rare treasure," Xu Jin proclaimed, delicately toying with a glass vessel in her hand. Her cool voice resonated throughout the gathering, prompting all to pause their drinking and dining. For the treasure she spoke of was surely extraordinary. "Red Xiao, please distribute the items," she instructed. Shen Yan, too, felt a spark of curiosity regarding the treasure Xu Jin had alluded to. She craned her neck for a better view, only to be taken aback. How could be this? Chapter 5, the so-called treasure. The maidservants entered in a procession, each bearing a platter, and to Shen Yan's astonishment, the platters were filled with gleaming golden corn. Xu Jin recognized the surprise etched on Shen Yan's face, realizing that his gamble had paid off. Last month, several pirate ships had been captured by our forces, and this bounty was among the seized provisions. Xu Jin picked up an ear of corn, descending from a main seat to speak with eloquence. There was no rice aboard the ship. The only contents of the chest were this and some jerky. His implication was clear to all. This was the pirate's sustenance. But what of it? The ancient Zhou dynasty was not devoid of food, constrained by his own reticence. He thought it best to let Yin Yang articulate the matter. Xu Jin smiled faintly, turning to meet Shen Yan's steady gaze, a silent current flowing between them. The onlookers mused. No wonder Xu Jin had brought women with him. He had been waiting for this moment. This corn, golden as grain, was known as USHM. Shen Yan cleared her throat, delving into her reservoir of knowledge, and began to speak slowly. It boasted an exceptionally high yield, was easy to cultivate, and served as a staple in a distant land across the ocean. It could be steamed or boiled, yielding a soft and delectable texture. Though her studies did not pertain to agriculture, she recalled that corn had sustained Latin America, thriving effortlessly, producing abundantly, and offering excellent nutrition, though she could not specify the precise yield per acre. Historical texts indicated that grain yields had once been dismally low, leading to starvation during years of famine. The introduction of corn and sweet potatoes to the Celestial Empire had salvaged many lives. Had Xu Jin inadvertently seized corn from across the ocean? Following Yin Yang's suggestion, he instructed to take several ears of corn to the kitchen. He handed the corn to Hong Xiu, commanding her to proceed. Shen Yan felt a chill at her neck, as Hong Xiu's gaze was far from amiable. To avoid any unforeseen consequences, she added, "Just wash it clean and boil it directly. Adding a couple of pieces of sugarcane would be delightful." Hong Xiu may have wished to boil her instead, but for the sake of her master, she dutifully carried the treasure to the kitchen. The guests, having already indulged in several rounds of wine, momentarily set aside the matter of corn, engrossed in exchanging flirtatious banter. Suddenly, music erupted, the qin and xiao harmonizing, while a dancer performed beneath the trees. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her, as she danced with a grace that was enchanting. In the fleeting light and shadow, her profile revealed a beauty that captivated Shen Yan. Preoccupied with thoughts of the corn in the kitchen, she nudged Xu Jin, whispering, "Is she one of your arrangements?" Yet, Xu Jin appeared intoxicated, murmuring incoherently as he drew Shen Yan into his embrace. His hands, broad and powerful, rendered her unable to escape, whether he grasped her neck or encircled her waist. "Oh, the Moon Palace fairy," he mused. The man seated to her left gazed longingly at the dancer, his eyes filled with desire. The guests, all of some influence, nodded in agreement, for beauty was an endless pursuit. There was no ultimate beauty, only more exquisite forms. As the dance concluded, the dancer approached the table with light steps, bowing gracefully to Xu Jin. "I have met the city lord." At that moment, Xu Jin seemed sober, applauding and declaring, "A dance that captivates the city. What reward do you desire? Speak freely." Enyang, adrift and homeless, was fortunate to be taken in by the benevolent city lord. How could she dare to be greedy? Only after Enyang entered could Shen Yan observe her closely. Her brows and eyes were like exquisite paintings, her small lips adorned with a delicate charm. With an indifferent gaze, she donned a moon-white dance gown, cascading dozens of satin ribbons at her sides. Her demeanor was both serene and unassuming, truly embodying the essence of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Such beauty stirred the hearts of all present. The man who had been ardently gazing at Enyang rose to bow to Xu Jin and the others, grinning foolishly at Enyang as he spoke. "I am but a merchant, lacking in the eloquence of poetic verses to delight a lady. Having reached the age of maturity without seeking a bride, today I find myself captivated by your dance." His eyes were filled with desire and greed. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Enyang, whose countenance revealed no excess emotion nor uttered a word. "Enyang is not a servant in my household. If Brother Zhang wishes to marry her, there is no need to consult me," Xu Jin remarked with a smile as he pulled Shen Yan closer, declaring, "What joy it is to have beauty in my embrace." Enyang merely bowed her head in acknowledgement before retreating. Zhang Qi attempted to follow, but at that moment, Hong Xiu returned, causing him to halt abruptly. As the familiar scent of corn wafted through the air, Shen Yan nearly shed tears of joy. Hong Xiu opened the food box, and the enticing aroma spread, causing the eyes of everyone present to brighten. "Lord of the city, is this truly edible?" Hong Xiu inquired softly, her gaze like a blade directed at Shen Yan, nestled in Xu Jin's arms. Xu Jin released his hold around Shen Yan's waist, urging her to rise with a nod and a smile. Shen Yan understood that he intended for her to be the first to taste the corn. "I shall not be courteous then. Shen Yan smirked, extracting a jade chopstick and piercing it into the tender corn, lifting it to her lips. It lacked the sweetness of modern varieties, yet it was delightful in its own right. The familiar softness was a rarity. A layer of honey would have made it even more exquisite. Distribute it. By the time Shen Yan had consumed half of the corn, Xu Jin finally instructed the others. After sampling, everyone praised, "Indeed, it is quite good. The name Jade Corn is also splendid. Lord of the city possesses a discerning eye for treasures." Following in Yang's words, "The yield of this crop is exceedingly high, and I intend to trial its cultivation in the fields. If the results are favorable, all of you may partake in it." Xu Jin's words were delivered with finesse, asserting that he would bear the risks while the benefits would be shared. Such noble intentions from the lord of the city. Someone bowed in admiration. Shen Yan tilted her head to observe him. In the moonlight, Xu Jin's stern face appeared softened, the slight intoxication alleviating some of the chill that surrounded him. For daring to be the first to cultivate corn, she felt a measure of respect for him. The ancients harbored considerable aversion to foreign products, for while beneficial in the long run, the initial pioneers would undoubtedly face scrutiny and criticism. After several rounds of toasts, Xu Jin's complexion flushed slightly. With the guests thoroughly entertained, the banquet eventually concluded. Xu Jin, in a display of thoughtfulness, dispatched guards to escort the guests back to their residences. "Enough, you may leave." Xu Jin pulled Shen Yan into a side room, closing the door behind them, addressing the outside coolly. Hongxiu and Feng Mian exchanged glances, standing guard not far from the door. Shen Yan had consumed a modest amount of wine, yet her mind remained clear. She decisively shrugged off Xu Jin's arm resting on her shoulder and dashed toward the door. Before she could reach it, Xu Jin swiftly pulled her back with a firm grasp. The man before her had indulged in many rounds of wine. Alcohol is a treacherous thing, easily leading to misfortune. A person under the influence of alcohol resembles a volatile explosive without a safety cap. It has been a delightful collaboration. I shall take my leave now. My dear, you seem rather apprehensive of me. Xu Jin released his grip and suddenly smiled, affirming his statement. Shen Yan swallowed hard. This individual, when inebriated, exhibited a disarmingly charming demeanor. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze sparkled with a glimmer of spring. She perceived this venomous serpent as having attained sentience. "I, being utterly powerless, naturally harbor fear of you. You, possessing power and influence, are undoubtedly untroubled by me." Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Xu Jin fell silent, reclining on the couch, tilting his head to observe her, and remarked, "As long as our collaboration remains pleasant, I shall not cause you harm. Then I must express my gratitude." Shen Yan ground her molars, realizing she should never have rescued this cold-blooded serpent. The side room contained only a bed and a small table, and as the night air turned chilly, Xu Jin continued to lounge on the couch, leisurely swinging his legs. If only he were to clasp a blade of grass between his lips, he would epitomize the quintessential rogue. Shen Yan mused, finding her thoughts considerably more at ease. Chapter 6. The Dancer and Part 1. Xu Jin had fallen asleep. Noticing his breathing had become soft and elongated, Shen Yan let out a sigh of relief, turned, and exited the room, calling to Feng Mian. However, Feng Mian did not even spare her a glance. It was Hongxiu who approached, brandishing her sword. He was asleep, and the air here was chilly. He would surely catch a cold. Shen Yan chuckled and pushed the sword, which was 2 fingers' breadth from her neck, outward, gesturing towards a slightly ajar door behind her. Hongxiu let out a cold huff, deliberately shook her sword, and then turned to enter the room. At that moment, Feng Mian approached, passing by Shen Yan without uttering a word, merely offering a formal bow. Within the Lord's mansion, the most headstrong and willful was Hongxiu, while Feng Mian adhered to etiquette and propriety. Although she was merely Xu Jin's nominal concubine, she had never faltered in her manners. After patting her slightly flushed face, Shen Yan stretched lazily, pondering how wonderful it would be to have a hangover remedy, and made her way towards her courtyard. A night devoid of dreams. Xu Jin sat upon a mat, his long fingers absently twirling a ceramic cup, lost in thought. Among the 4 guards, Qing Cheng excelled in gathering intelligence and primarily oversaw the dark web under Jiang Cheng's jurisdiction, keeping a pulse on worldly affairs. At this moment, he bowed his head to report. The group of Westerners in the city possesses all the necessary documents. It can be confirmed that Yin Yang is not associated with them. As for the detained pirates, they have confessed everything they ought to, and they originally intended to merely pass through Jiangcheng. Their true destination was Suzhou. Qing Cheng referred to the pirate ship that had been discovered with corn. Xu Jin's trail regarding Shen Yan had suddenly severed. Keep a close watch on the individuals in Suzhou. Should their ambitions grow too vast, they will become intolerable. He loosened his grip, and the ceramic cup spun a few circles on the table, his gaze filled with disdain. The governor of Suzhou had clandestinely engaged with pirates over the years, amassing wealth beyond measure. If he had ceased his dealings in time, it would have sufficed, but this man, insatiable, had grown increasingly entangled with the pirates. Lord, do you truly believe Yin Yang's words, intending to cultivate that corn? Qing Cheng recalled the events from the banquet the previous night and inquired. He himself had led the troops to confiscate it and saw no merit in such a crop. Shen Yan's origins were shrouded in mystery, and he harbored skepticism toward her words. The venerable Yin Lao had documented this item in his writings. If you cannot trust her, you should place your faith in Yin Lao. Since you were aware of the corn from the outset, why did you not? Xu Jin leaned back against the soft cushion, her expression inscrutable. I merely wish to ascertain whether she is indeed another Yin Lao. 20 years prior, Yin Lao had arrived in Guizhou by boat. For centuries, Guizhou had maintained trade with distant maritime vassal states, exchanging silk and porcelain across the seas for fragrant gold and jewelry. It was, in essence, the maritime Silk Road. Despite the common folk's fear of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Yin Lao, there was no malice toward him. He remained in Jiangcheng until his death, leaving behind a compendium of maritime nations, chronicling his youthful encounters with an unfamiliar coastal realm. Xu Jin had once regarded this book as an odd curiosity until Qing Cheng seized the corn. Indeed, apart from the distant maritime vassal states, there existed unknown lands, and Shen Yan was aware of them. However, Xu Jin pondered that last night he had deliberately feigned drunkenness to test Shen Yan, yet this woman remained composed, revealing not a hint of her true self. At that moment, Shen Yan, praised by Xu Jin, was soundly asleep. Her tolerance for alcohol was remarkable, allowing her to easily succumb to slumber. Mixed with soda, she could consume an entire gene of liquor only to sleep through the day. As noon approached, Xiao Qiu lifted the curtain and noticed Shen Yan still peacefully dreaming. Hesitating for a moment, she called out loudly, Yin Yang, it's noon. If you don't wake up now, there will be no yogurt left for you. The prospect of yogurt. Xiao Qiu's eyes widened in amazement at how Yin Yang could sleep for 7 or 8 hours straight. It was indeed a feat to rouse her from such deep slumber. Shen Yan, drowsily opening her eyes, squinted and smiled. I want chilled yogurt. Understood, Xiao Qiu replied, pleased to see her stirring, and hurried out to prepare the yogurt. Having spent over a month in Guizhou, Shen Yan had become adept at dressing herself and styling her hair. With no pressing matters today, she casually donned a light yellow round-collar dress and sat before the mirror to comb her hair. In the reflection, her features appeared more refined than usual. The pure air and ample rest had smoothed her skin, though her hair still lacked length, necessitating a simple tie at the back of her head. After enjoying the yogurt, Shen Yan felt invigorated. At that moment, there was a visitor at the door. Lady Yan has come to see you. The beauty of Lady Yan, under the sunlight, was captivating in an entirely different manner. Clad in simple garments rather than dance attire, she was still enchanting, moving gracefully with a light step and gestures that were perfectly measured. Shen Yan held a deep admiration for beauty, and naturally, she was fond of such a captivating woman. No need for excessive formality. Come sit. Shen Yan assisted her into a seat, and after Xiao Qiu served tea and pastries, she discreetly withdrew. As they conversed more deeply, Shen Yan discovered that Lady Yan was not only a graceful dancer, but also possessed remarkable literary talent, effortlessly reciting poetry and classic literature. Had it not been for her tragic background, Lady Yan would not have had to rely on dance for her livelihood. Who among the masses could truly remain indifferent to the world's allure? Lady Yan smiled at Shen Yan, seemingly with a hint of implication. The Lord of Jiangsheng wielded considerable power. Thus, in Lady Yan's eyes, Shen Yan, being associated with him, could not be deemed a virtuous individual. It is impossible, she mused. As long as one exists in this world, there will always be attachments. With attachments to people and matters, one's actions will inevitably be influenced. The state of being utterly unfeeling with a lofty ideal, far beyond the grasp of an ordinary person like her. In response to Shen Yan's musings, Lady encountered. If one were to commit acts against their moral compass for the sake of those they are attached to, would that be right or wrong? Human emotions are inherently biased. There are no absolute rights or wrongs, no clear demarcation of black and white, only different perspectives. Shen Yan had always viewed matters dialectically. Having witnessed countless life and death situations in her years, she understood that the world was not merely a dichotomy of black and white. Lady nodded in agreement, rising to bow to her. Your words hold truth. In 5 days, the Summer Flower Festival will commence in Jiangsheng, and it is a time of great revelry. Should you have the time, do seek me out so we may enjoy it together. Agreed, Shen Yan replied, somewhat wistful as she bid Lady Yan farewell. Listening to Lady Yan's words, she fears that she may be coerced in a marriage by Zhang Qi. The thought of Zhang Qi's avaricious gaze from yesterday sends a shiver down Shen Yan's spine. Although Lady Yan is free, women bound by feudal conventions often find themselves unable to dictate their own fates. Even Shen Yan herself, at this moment, is severely constrained by Xu Jin, struggling to maintain her own safety. Upon inquiring with Xiao Qiu, Shen Yan learned that the Summer Flower Festival in Jiangsheng is a celebration held annually before the Qixi Festival, regarded as an auspicious occasion. On this day, the townsfolk don vibrant garments and venture into the countryside to admire the blossoms, indulge in flower cakes, and release lotus lanterns on the river, creating a lively atmosphere. To partake in the joy of the people, the city extends the curfew by an hour on this day. Since her arrival in Jiangsheng, Shen Yan has remained confined within the estate, but now, with Lady Yan inviting her to venture out, her thoughts have already drifted towards the Summer Flower Festival. Chapter 7. The Dancer Anyang, Part 2. After some contemplation, she resolved to seek out Xu Jin to inform him, thereby preempting any potential future grievances. However, she was still unable to locate him. At times, Shen Yan truly questioned whether Xu Jin resided here at all. Aside from the banquet the previous day, she had never encountered him within the estate. After Feng Mian relayed Shen Yan's message, she received a response and found Shen Yan in the back garden, tending to the fish. The city lord says, if you wish to indulge in leisure, do so, but remember to return to the estate. Rest assured, I am a person of integrity and will not depart without notice. It was likely that Xu Jin was preoccupied with matters concerning corn, and Shen Yan was quite pleased to avoid his company. Beginning to plan how to fully immerse herself in the customs and culture of Jiangsheng during the upcoming Summer Flower Festival. 5 days later, on the day of the Summer Flower Festival, the sky was clear and bright. Shen Yan, on this rare occasion, donned a delicate red dress. Her hair styled in an elegant updo, with 2 strands of red pearl hairpins cascading gracefully beside her ears, making her appear vibrant and full of life. Her features were exquisite yet not ostentatious. Even in red, her presence was not overwhelming. Xiao Qiu, her devoted maid, naturally accompanied her. With a charmingly innocent face adorned with rouge, she looked quite enchanting when she smiled. Shen Yan scrutinized Xiao Qiu closely, retrieved several flower hairpins from her cosmetic case, and after a moment's thought, adorned her with a butterfly hairpin that trembled gently, as if a real butterfly had alighted upon her hair. When Shen Yan and Xiao Qiu stepped outside, Anyang was already waiting for her. You truly are a captivating beauty. The brilliance of your dress pales in comparison to your radiance, Shen Yan sincerely complimented, as Anyang's striking features shone through despite her opulent attire, which did not overshadow her allure. Her willow-like brows were gentle, and a slight droop at the corners of her eyes exuded a captivating charm that left one entranced. Receiving such praise, Anyang smiled and modestly replied, "You jest." Today marked Shen Yan's first venture outside the estate, and she was filled with a sense of wonder at the world beyond. The houses lining the streets and the bustling vendors peddling their wares all carried an air of authenticity. Immersed in this vibrant atmosphere, she could truly appreciate the reality of it all. Over there, several women were walking hand in hand, laughing together, while street performers showcased their skills, and hawkers carried their burdens, selling their goods. Along the roadside were various trinkets, some of which she could not name, yet they appeared delightful. The long-forgotten sounds of commotion filled her ears, and a smile instinctively graced her lips. "Have you prepared the 100-flower cake today?" Upon noticing the smile at Shen Yan's lips, Anyang's expression darkened, and she inquired. Xiao Qiu, who had been listening from behind, chimed in, "Miss Yan is not skilled in the kitchen. I have prepared it. There are those with purple herbs, meat dumplings, and even peach blossom jam." While speaking, she proudly waved the bamboo basket in her hand. Shen Yan nodded, casting a look of appreciation her way. "Xiao Qiu's culinary skills are superb. Today we are in for a treat. I have yet to taste the 100-flower cake." "Is it Miss Yan from Jiangchen?" Anyang asked with a smile, causing Shen Yan's heart to leap, nearly betraying her secret. However, she maintained her composure and replied, "Those are merely sorrowful memories. My family was not well off in the past, and I never had the opportunity to indulge." Her expression of melancholy rendered Anyang momentarily speechless, leaving her hesitant to probe further. As the three ventured beyond the city to the outskirts, they found a gathering of young men and women by the riverside, clustered in small groups, laughing together. The sunlight danced upon the stream, resembling shards of silver scattered across the ground. The sun radiates warmth, and with a deep breath infused with the fragrance of fresh grass, one's spirits are thoroughly rejuvenated. While it is said to be a time for flower appreciation, it feels more akin to a leisurely stroll for the soul. At this moment, few blossoms are in bloom. What are they up to? Shen Yan observed two ladies in the distance, busily engaged by the stream, and her curiosity prompted her to inquire. Xiao Qiu glanced up and explained, "They are praying for peace and harmony. Summer flowers are vibrant and resplendent, and the ladies aspire to live as splendidly as these summer blooms." As she spoke, she rummaged through her bamboo basket, searching for something. Suddenly, she exclaimed in dismay, "I forgot." "Forgot what?" Shen Yan asked, puzzled. An elder woman named and offered clarification. Xiao Qiu had forgotten to bring the lotus lantern. It is said that by using the lantern as a medium to express one's wishes, they are bound to come true. As in spoke, she handed her own lantern from her basket to Xiao Qiu, reassuring her, "Look, you have one now." "Thank you, sister." And Xiao Qiu beamed as she accepted it, her earlier gloom dissipating. "Go ahead and release the lanterns into the river. I have no wishes to make," Shen Yan said, smiling as Xiao Qiu presented the lantern to her. Xiao Qiu gazed enviously at the women praying, for despite being a maid, she was still a child at heart. Such delightful things were what she longed for. Since Shen Yan had spoken thus, and chimed in, "I have no wishes either. You should release the lanterns. Remember to articulate your wishes clearly so that the heavens can fulfill them." "Yes." Encouraged by their words, Xiao Qiu skipped merrily to the riverbank. Observing her retreating figure, Shen Yan chuckled softly, likening her to an innocent little rabbit, but then mused, "Does that make me the wolf in grandmother-esque clothing?" Noticing Shen Yan's alternating expressions of laughter and frown, and remarked, "Why don't you make a wish? If the city lord marries a domineering wife, your life will become quite unpleasant. Then why don't you make a wish as well?" Lord Zhang made his intentions clear that night. "Do you truly wish to marry him?" Shen Yan retorted. Anne's gaze turned distant as she watched Xiao Qiu crouching by the river to release her lantern, and she lazily replied, "There is nothing wrong with it, really. Lord Zhang is unmarried. Even if I were to be a concubine, no one would mind. Though we have known each other for a short time, I am well aware of your talents and vision. I do not believe your words, let alone your own." Shen Yan turned to face her exquisite visage and said, If you cannot secure your own future, how can you dare to comment on mine?" "How do you know I cannot secure my own future?" And gazed at her quietly, then suddenly smiled with a sense of release, replying, "You must not know what kind of person our city lord is. He is the legitimate son of the Su family from Huizhou, who has sailed smoothly through life. Unfortunately, born in chaotic times, he might become a tyrant. In this era, he is merely a mantis, futilely obstructing the wheels of fate." Why wouldn't share such insights with her? Are you not afraid I will tell Xu Jin? I am, after all, his person. Shen Yan maintained a calm facade, yet instinctively took a step back. Something unusual must be afoot, and seemed to have caught wind of some amusing tale and chuckled. Naturally, I have considered that, but sadly, you will not get to see Xu Jin. I once inquired of you whether it is right or wrong to act against one as principle for the sake of the beloved. You replied that there exists no absolute right or wrong. I have absorbed your words. Her smile, both chilling and resplendent, left Shen Yan momentarily speechless. Why is it that I am perpetually drawn to venomous serpents? She bore no grudge against Yang. How could this be? If blame must be assigned, let fall upon this visage of mine, so akin to hers. And Yang approached her step by step, her cool palm caressing Shen Yan's face, her gaze affectionate, her gentle tone sending shivers down Shen Yan's spine. It was the first time Shen Yan had been so close to her, so near that she could detect the faint fragrance of gardenia and wood. A familiar numbness crept through her neck, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 8. Who is the Imperial Princess? In her previous obsession with the famed Detective Conan, Shen Yan had once jested with her colleagues about Kagoro Mori's neck. Laden with an abundance of tranquilizer needles, was he not unwell? At this moment, she had come to understand that he was undoubtedly afflicted. The lingering shadow of having been knocked unconscious by Hong Xiu had yet to dissipate, only to be compounded by the recent encounter with Yang. As she traversed this unfamiliar realm, her sole impression was of an abundance of venomous serpents, suppressing the dull ache in her neck. Shen Yan took a breath and propped herself up. The tumultuous motion of the carriage, accompanied by the rapid clatter of hooves, indicated that she was ensconced within a swiftly galloping carriage. The interior, stark and devoid of superfluous adornments, contained only her solitary form. As she grasped the wooden window, yearning to draw back the curtain and glimpse the world outside, a sudden sharp turn of the carriage thwarted her attempt. Cursing silently, Shen Yan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a surge of nausea. The driver, hearing her retching, reined in the horses and lifted the curtain for a fleeting moment, tossing a water skin into the carriage before promptly lowering it again. With a crack of the whip, he urged the horses onward once more. Clutching the water skin, Shen Yan gradually steadied herself, her mind racing to piece together the threads of her predicament. Yang had abducted her, but had refrained from causing her harm. Reflecting on her words, could it be that she aimed to use Shen Yan as leverage against Xu Jin? At present, it seemed she might serve as a pawn for both parties. The water, however, was something she dared not consume. Discarding the water skin, Shen Yan curled into the corner, her mind racing to devise an escape plan, yet inexplicably, her head grew heavier. This was disastrous. As she slipped back into unconsciousness, a sense of dread enveloped her. In this alien world, she felt utterly defenseless against the whims of fate, small and feeble as an ant. She bears a striking resemblance. Indeed, yet the imperial princess possesses a fairer complexion, and her fingers are notably smoother. Observe, her fingertips are calloused. She must have endured hardship, but why is her hair curly? When is the prince due to arrive? Have you prepared the tea? Ling Quan mentioned he would arrive shortly. The tea is the pre-rain long jing that the prince favors. The buzzing chatter reverberated in her mind, intensifying her dizziness and nausea, and the noise exacerbated her headache. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, fixing an intense gaze upon the individuals before her. The man in the azure robe, startled by her awakening and fierce glare, hastily retreated with the young maid, as though fearing she might devour him whole. The jolting journey had left Shen Yan's hair disheveled. Her hairpin had vanished, leaving her in a half-seated position. Her shoulder-length hair cascading haphazardly behind her, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. With her hair in disarray, a pallor to her complexion, and a glint of ferocity in her eyes. Should a mirror have been present, Shen Yan would likely have been startled by her own reflection. You had best comply, or I shall slay you. The maid, wielding her authority like a specter, brandished her fist, only to cower behind the azure-robed man as Shen Yan shot her a fierce glare. Suppressing the wave of nausea caused by the carriage's jostling, Shen Yan replied coolly, "Then go ahead and kill me. I believe your master would not easily forgive you." Her current safety indicated that she still held some value to the unseen forces behind her abduction. After going through such trouble to capture her, how could they afford to eliminate her now? It would be a case of losing far more than they gained. The man in the blue robe clasped his hands in salute and said, "Do not let the weariness of the young lady cloud your judgment." He then inquired, "Where is your master?" No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing another figure. "Your Highness." The man in blue and the maid turned to bow in unison. As Shen Yan raised her gaze, she was struck by the gentle aura that enveloped the newcomer. His features, relaxed and graceful, seemed to embody the essence of a tranquil spring day. His lips curved slightly, and with his hair elegantly tied back by a jade crown, he presented himself as a paragon of virtue. The man who had abducted her, a paragon indeed. The man accepted Shen Yan's scrutiny with calm composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You may leave us," he instructed, "and ensure that no one is to approach the premises." As the door closed, only the two remained within the room. "What is it that you desire?" Shen Yan feigned composure as she asked. Historically, thieves have sought wealth and beauty, yet this man's demeanor was far from that of an ordinary brigand. She pondered the worth that had led to her abduction. The man shook his head in disappointment, his long fingers lifting her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "She would not act so recklessly or foolishly," he murmured softly. Enraged, Shen Yan struck his hand away. Rising proved difficult as dizziness and nausea washed over her, forcing her to grasp the nearby wooden table for support. She had been drugged during her transport, and her limbs felt weak and unsteady. Standing was a challenge. Over a month ago, you suddenly wed Xu Jin, taking on the name Shen Yan. In Jiangcheng, you're utterly alone, with no family to speak of. A person like you, even if perished, would go unnoticed. Not even by Xu Jin. Shen Yan remained silent, fully aware of her passive predicament. "You must be curious about how Yang will explain your abduction. However, Xu Jin will remain oblivious to your plight. The injured Yang will inform him that you, dissatisfied with your situation, fled during the Summer Flower Festival, injuring her in the process. Despicable. The collaboration between her and Xu Jin had offered her a flicker of hope that he would rescue her. Now, she realized that path had been irrevocably closed. In time, I will teach you poetry, literature, and etiquette. I hope you will not disappoint me. I am Wang Huanji, do not forget." Wang Huanji extinguished her last glimmer of hope with a faint smile. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" The name Wang Huanji had echoed in Shen Yan's ears countless times over the past month. The Prince of Qin, Wang Huanji, wielded command over 400,000 Qin soldiers. A general of unparalleled repute, a veritable regent. The current emperor was but a puppet. Realizing that the man who had kidnapped her was none other than the illustrious Prince of Qin, Shen Yan found the situation absurd. At that moment, she felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage, subject to the whims of another. It was both laughable and tragic. "I require you to become the Princess Kanghe." Wang Huanji's expression hardened, his voice resonating with authority. These 9 words from this moment forth would serve as a shackle, binding their fates irrevocably together. No matter the struggle or bloodshed, escape would remain elusive. Shen Yan stared at him in shock, as if beholding a madman. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure and retorted softly, "You are truly insane. I am Shen Yan, not the Princess Kanghe, but you bear an identical visage to her." At that moment, Wang Huanji's gaze settled upon her, imbued with pure tenderness. Yet, Shen Yan was acutely aware that this gaze did not belong to her, but rather to the imperial princess of Kanghe. Such tenderness only left her feeling a profound chill. Historical records indicate that 17 years prior, the imperial princess had fallen gravely ill, prompting His Majesty to scour the realm for remedies to no avail. To suggest replacing the imperial princess? Such audacity is truly reckless. Has the current prince of Qin grown indifferent to the opinions of the royal family? Shen Yan regarded him with a smile laced with sarcasm. In response to her blatant derision, Wang Huanji merely smiled and stated, "She has passed away. This matter is known only to myself and the wet nurse by the imperial princess's side. Now, you are the third to know. You must either become the imperial princess or fade into oblivion, forever guarding this secret." Wang Huanji spoke these threatening words with an air of nonchalance, as if casually discussing the weather of the day. Chapter 9. The Long and Courtyard. I am Shen Yan. Shen Yan's legs buckled beneath her, and she suddenly sank to her knees, repeating this phrase with a dazed expression. Indeed, she was Shen Yan from the emergency department of City A, the passionate Dr. Shen Yan, the one who yearned to celebrate her 28th birthday, not some absurd figure like Yin Yang, nor was she the esteemed Princess Kanghe. Memories surged forth. She had once been an ordinary girl, filled with dreams and aspirations, experiencing both joy and sorrow, and living an unremarkable life. She had once been a warrior, but why was she now reduced to being at the mercy of others? As tears streamed down her cheeks, the pent-up emotions of over a month finally found release. Wang Huanji knelt beside her, lovingly embracing her and gently patting her back to offer comfort, his soothing words whispering in her ear like an incantation. Kanghe, you are Kanghe, the Kanghe of my elder brother. As the autumn breeze began to stir, Shen Yan sat on the swing in the lawn and courtyard, lost in thought as it swayed gently. Princess, this is the book selected for you by His Highness. Ling Quan, accompanied by a multitude of maidservants, half knelt in greeting to Shen Yan. The slight bow revealed a delicate neck, perfectly embodying propriety. Once the steward of the Qin royal palace, she was now confined to serve this false princess, and Shen Yan felt a pang of sympathy for her. Please, go ahead. Coming back to her senses, she waved her hand, and after the maidservants presented the scrolls, she retreated into her chambers. From that day forth, she became the Kanghe princess. Wang Huanji had brought her from Jiangsheng to Chang'an, changing carriages 6 times along the way, yet they arrived in the outskirts of Chang'an within just 7 days. Although it was a villa, it was exquisitely decorated. Accompanying Wang Huanji, she entered through the main gate, traversing several moon gates entwined with vines, a wind chime corridor, and a bamboo forest, until they reached the Changlu courtyard where she now resided. The name Changlu was personally inscribed by Wang Yiji. The 3 characters, elegantly written, bore a hint of martial spirit, contrasting with his gentle and refined demeanor. In the courtyard stood an enormous glutinous rice flower tree. Its blossoms, when in full bloom, resembled wisps of smoke. As the flowers fell, it was as if clouds were descending. Such beauty was breathtaking. Wang Huanji had arranged for a swing beneath the tree for her amusement. The 2-story pavilion, with one side facing the glutinous rice tree for flower viewing and another side overlooking the bamboo forest for moon gazing, was a splendid design. What are you pondering? Wang Huanji entered the room and noticed Shen Yan, lost in thought, gazing out at the swing. Nothing much. I merely find my situation rather peculiar. I am, in fact, just a puppet you have captured, yet they must bow and scrape before me. The Kanghe princess is the only princess of the late emperor and the sole sister of His Majesty. Her status is exalted. How would they dare to disrespect you? Wang Huanji gathered his sleeves, pouring her a cup of tea, the fragrant steam rising with a hint of bitterness. She suddenly recalled the young girl from Jiangsheng who had prepared delicious and refreshing yogurt for her. What shall we learn today? The sun's rays slanted gently, and Wang Huanji's gaze was tender and calm, urging her to settle her mind. Let's begin with the art of tea. In the tranquil room, with sunlight filtering through, a gentle breeze, and the tea bubbling, Wang Huanji's warm words enveloped them. In the art of tea, one must select the leaves, choose the water, brew the tea, and select elegant utensils, all while appreciating the surrounding scenery. To truly savor tea, one must first make discerning choices, valuing the rustic elegance of the teapot and cup, or perhaps their luxurious grandeur. Furthermore, the appreciation of tea is contingent upon the character of the individual and the harmony of the environment. Scholars and poets cherish tranquility and subtlety, while nobles and dignitaries seek opulence and grandeur. Ideal scenery often includes gentle breezes, bright moons, the whispers of pines, the resonance of bamboo, the blooming of plums, and the clarity after snow. Zen tea embodies a singular essence. As Wang Huanji spoke, Shen Yan's thoughts unexpectedly conjured these words, which she uttered in a moment of clarity. Wang Huanji paused, amused by her reaction, and remarked, in Zen tea, there lies a Zen principle. Each step in the tea-making process is rooted in Buddhist scriptures, illuminating the Buddha nature and expounding Buddhist teachings. He then lowered his voice, adding, "Yet, the princess does not believe in Buddhism. Indeed, this tea is quite delightful." Shen Yan, feeling somewhat awkward, deftly shifted the topic, savoring the tea in her cup. "Today, I had Ling Quan send you some books. Have you had a chance to peruse them?" However, Wang Huanji did not follow her lead, but instead chose another subject. Shen Yan considered herself a diligent learner, yet in comparison to Wang Huanji, she felt like a mere amateur. The books were a hodgepodge of history. The 4 books and 5 classics: military strategy, women's roles, agricultural ingenuity, the classic of tea, the Tao Te Ching, and even medical texts. After a cursory glance at the book covers, Shen Yan replied. Her assertive demeanor left Wang Huanji both amused and exasperated. These were texts the princess could read with comprehension at the age of 16, and she had substantial insights. Shen Yan thought to herself that she was no less capable. After all, the clinical study of that Blue Love and Death course was undoubtedly far more substantial than these texts. Nevertheless, she maintained a cheerful expression. "I will read through them." Wang Huanji, dazzled by her smile, stifled a laugh and said, "It would be best if the princess refrained from showing her teeth when smiling. Your emotions, if exposed, could be used against you." Shen Yan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, widened her eyes and covered her face, turning away in embarrassment, inadvertently missing the rare, pure smile on Wang Huanji's face. Turning the page on past matters, Wang Huanji gathered his thoughts, rifling through several stacks of books before selecting 2 to place on the table. He tapped his fingers on the surface to draw Shen Yan's attention. "These 2 are the latest government reports. You may peruse them." The reports served as a means for the court to convey information to the public, akin to a newspaper, albeit on a smaller scale. Shen Yan felt a twinge of curiosity. How could Wang Huanji, who wielded power, allow her to read such documents? Moreover, how trustworthy were the contents of these reports? Some matters should remain concealed. The glossed-over facade of a peaceful era, once unveiled, reveals its stark ugliness. "Did you orchestrate these events?" Shen Yan inquired as she opened the report, scanning it briefly to find updates on recent governmental changes. "Indeed, those who are disobedient have been reassigned. These officials, all internal to Chang'an, faced exile for their insubordination. Is this a lesson for me?" Shen Yan closed the report with a slight smile, asking, "Prince Qin, your methods are quite formidable. It is no wonder that even a mere woman like myself can attain such a position." Her words were laced with sharpness. Wang Huanji, however, took it in stride, rising to bow to her. "I must return to handle state affairs today. I shall visit again another day. If there is nothing pressing, the princess might consider reading more." As Wang Huanji reached the threshold of the door, he turned back to leave a remark, leaving Shen Yan alone at the study desk, lost in thought. The scholar's pride surged unexpectedly. She could not believe that she would be unable to finish these books. "Once I discover a way to return to the modern era, I shall no longer need to feign politeness with you." Sitting alone at the desk, after her initial fervor, Shen Yan was enveloped by a profound sense of disappointment. She had been taken by Nyang, yet the belongings she had brought from the modern world still remained in the Lord's mansion. Xu Jin must now be regretting not having dealt with her more decisively. After all, she was now a concubine unwilling to remain in the Lord's mansion, having harmed Nyang and seizing the opportunity to escape. Chapter 10. Aftermath. In Jiangsheng. Shen Yan was mistaken. Xu Jin did not regret having refrained from stopping her, but rather lamented allowing her to leave. On the day of the Summer Flower Festival, both the city and its surroundings were resplendent with celebration, adorned with lanterns and decorations. As the city lord, Xu Jin was expected to partake in the merriment alongside the citizens. Once he had attended to his duties, he instructed his aides to bring forth the meticulously prepared floral cakes and small pouches, and he ventured out of the city. The tranquil waters and serene atmosphere reflected a prosperous and harmonious era. As a ruler, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Xu Jin possessed an exquisite appearance and was a compassionate leader. Thus, upon his arrival by the stream in the outskirts, he was quickly noticed, prompting cheerful calls from the crowd. "The city lord has come to enjoy the flowers." Indeed, It was a splendid day in Jiangcheng, and how could he possibly miss it? With sleeves gathered, Xu Jin responded warmly to the citizens' greetings. Beside him, Feng Mian had already taken several bamboo baskets and approached the gathering. Young children had been eyeing these baskets since early morning. Before their outing, the adults had informed them that the city lord distributed floral cakes annually, claiming that consuming these treats would bring good fortune, ensuring success in examinations and smooth marriages. Although the children did not fully comprehend the meaning, the hopeful expressions on the adults' faces solidified in their hearts the belief that the city lord's floral cakes were indeed delightful treasures. The city lord comes every year to enjoy the flowers with us, bringing these floral cakes. Truly the finest adult in the world. A little girl, quick-witted, seized a piece of floral cake from the basket, eliciting laughter from those around her. Xu Jin, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, smiled and replied, "It is my honor to receive such praise from a young lady." The soft breeze lifted his light-colored robe, and the sweet aroma of the floral cakes wafted through the air, melting away the coldness in his gaze, leaving only beauty in its wake. The gentle wind caressed the scene, while the little girl, clutching her floral cake, shyly dashed away. Feng Mian distributed the floral cakes among the nearby citizens, receiving numerous expressions of gratitude and congratulations, which brought a smile to his face as well. Xu Jin's eyes scanned the bustling crowd, pondering whether Shen Yan, experiencing her first summer flower festival, would release lanterns to make wishes. What kind of wish would someone as cunning as she make? As he indulged in such thoughts, Feng Mian approached him. Possessing a calm demeanor, Feng Mian's face bore no excess expression, yet his pace was noticeably quicker than usual, indicating urgency. "Yin Yang has escaped?" Xu Jin could hardly fathom the words that sprang forth from his lips. "What the others?" "Yin Yang was injured. I have sent someone to escort her back to the city." During the incident, Xiao Qiu was playing by the stream. Feng Mian reported in a hushed tone, offering no further explanation. Xiao Qiu had forsaken her duties to play, a grievous transgression. Xu Jin cast a deep gaze into the distance. Lost in thought, return to the city and send the finest doctor to Anyang. As for Xiao Qiu, she shall be detained. Who is guarding the city today? Before him lay a scene of beauty and prosperity, yet his mind was consumed with the singular desire to capture Shen Yan. Had it not been agreed that she would not depart without notice? Today it was Guishoujuan who stood watch over the city. The Summer Flower Festival would, by tradition, delay the curfew. Feng Mian understood Xu Jin's intent. Close the city gates. We shall catch her in a snare. Yet, Shen Yan escaped into the countryside, traversing the mountain paths, thus avoiding the city. This strategy evidently bore its flaws. Return to the estate and identify all those acquainted with Shen Yan, stationing them at every city gate. The estate is to be under strict surveillance, particularly her courtyard. He gambled, wagering that she would return to retrieve her belongings. This time, however, he lost. As night fell, Xu Jin stood on the city tower, gazing into the distance where the vibrant lights of the city seemed to reach for the heavens, the resounding sounds of revelry appearing to drown out all else. Such a lively spectacle had originally been intended for Shen Yan's enjoyment. Although there was no sign of the dancer, her possessions remained untouched, and the wealth was still abundant. The voice of Feng Mian sounded somewhat frail amidst this exuberance. Carry her portrait and venture to the nearby checkpoints. She lacks martial prowess, being utterly defenseless, and cannot persist along the mountain paths. The common folk below donned colorful garments, their laughter ringing cheerfully while fireworks blossomed in the distance, illuminating the night for a fleeting moment before fading, inciting a chorus of cheers. The clamor held no relevance for him. Upon returning to the estate, the physician had already attended to Anyang's injuries. Xu Jin contemplated inquiring further and stepped outside the room where Anyang resided. The physician emerged, hastily carrying his medicine box, and respectfully reported to Xu Jin that the young lady's wound was near her heart. Had it been any more off-center, it would have posed a grave danger. For now, her life was safeguarded, yet she must be nurtured with great care, avoiding any stress or strenuous activity. Shen Yan had resorted to such lethal force? Xu Jin's gaze darkened, and he waved his hand, dismissing the physician. Hong Xiu, responsible for the estate's affairs, erupted with fury upon hearing of Shen Yan's attempted assassination of Yang, exclaiming with vitriol, "What a loathsome and filthy wretch! She is utterly ungrateful. How dare she commit murder? She ought to be captured and have her legs and arms broken." "Enough!" Xu Jin, pained by her incessant outburst, reprimanded her sharply. Feng Mian, quick-witted, pulled Hong Xiu close, casting a menacing glance her way, prompting Hong Xiu to sulkily fall silent, though her eyes still burned with indignation. And Yang resided in a modest wing of the estate, merely a dancer. Her quarters were simple, devoid of unnecessary adornments. Xu Jin entered without taking a seat, standing with his hands clasped behind him outside the inner room, and, peering through the hanging drapes, coldly commanded, "Relate the events of today in detail. Should you lie, you are well aware of the consequences." And Yang scoffed softly, beginning her tale. She and the lady had quickly formed a bond, and knowing the lady seldom ventured out, she had invited her to admire the summer blossoms together. She expressed her own fondness for summer flowers, describing them as splendid, unlike herself, who was confined and stripped of freedom. As she continued, fear crept into her voice as she recounted. "The lady pleaded with me during the day, begging me to let her go. But how could I dare? In the scuffle, she even drew a dagger and aimed it at me." The suppressed tremor of her voice resonated mortally in Xu Jin's ears. A woman's tears are the most potent of weapons. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, "What did she say?" And Yang replied gently, "The lady confessed that she has a beloved in her heart, and marrying you as a concubine is not her desire. Remaining by your side does not bring her happiness. She wishes the city lord would cherish the person before him and relinquish his obsession with her." And Yang's tender words fell upon Xu Jin like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fury. Xu Jin inexplicably elicited a faint smile, offering solace. "During this time, you should rest well. Lord Zhang will return to Qingzhou tonight, so you need not worry about these matters for the moment. I hope there will not be a second Yin Yang." Having spoken, she turned and departed, leaving An Yang alone, her expression inscrutable. The candlelight flickered weakly, failing to illuminate the depths of her profound gaze. The autumn wind began to rise, and the world was enveloped in a chilling desolation. Merely half a month had passed since Xu Jin's concubine Yin Yang had drowned, yet he had already taken a new concubine, named An Yang. It is worth noting that Xu Jin, the lord of Jiangsheng who governs the 3 surrounding provinces, was nearing 30 yet had not taken a wife. Before Yin Yang, his inner quarters had been little more than a facade. Whispers abounded, with some questioning whether this powerful lord harbored some hidden affliction. Now, however, the rumors seemed to dispel on their own. Chapter 11. Tenderness in Chang'an. The autumn air is crisp and the skies are high, causing flowers and leaves to fall like scattered jewels upon the ground. The maple trees, their leaves tinged with the frost of autumn, lay in layers, a clear indication that the season has arrived. Shen Yan finds herself confined by Wang Huanji in a secluded residence in Chang'an, her days spent in quietude. Immersed in books or practicing the courtly etiquette, her heart growing increasingly tranquil. Seated by the window, she rests her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazes at the swing outside, where glutinous rice flowers have settled on the wooden planks. The small kitchen has prepared lily porridge. Will the princess partake? Lin Quan, a martial artist, remains coolly attired despite the autumn chill, unlike Shen Yan, who has already exchanged her summer gauze for warmer garments. Yesterday's lily porridge has resurfaced today. Is there an abundance of lilies in Lansao this year? Shen Yan takes the porcelain bowl from Ling Chuan's hands and casually inquires. It is the prince who sent them in abundance. The princess ought not to squander his highness's thoughtful gestures, Ling Quan replies with an air of indifference, her allegiance unmistakably leaning towards Wang Huanji. How many lilies did he send? Shen Yan asks, stirring the porridge with a spoon. Approximately 3 large jars, Ling Quan responds. As Shen Yan stirs the bowl, her gaze shifts, a thought sparking a smile. I just read about medicinal porridge in a book yesterday. It sounded delightful. Please arrange it in the small kitchen. I shall prepare it myself. You wish to cook personally, Your Highness? Ling Quan's typically stoic demeanor betrays a hint of astonishment. Yes, please wait for me, Shen Yan declares, determination evident in her voice. Without hesitation, She sets the porcelain bowl aside and strides to the writing desk, unfurling a sheet of paper and beginning to write. Once completed, she blows gently on the ink before handing it to Linquan. Lily, raw earth, goji berries, jujube seeds, glutinous rice. Linquan reads softly, accepting the paper without further comment, bowing respectfully before exiting. In this expansive residence, only Shen Yan and her attending maids and matrons reside. And as the autumn air grows colder, she feels an overwhelming solitude, as if she is the only soul in the vastness, an eerie chill enveloping her. She yearns to escape. Seated in the serene stillness, Shen Yan feels stifled. The kitchen staff, dismissed by her command, pace anxiously outside, their worry palpable. Yet the door remains firmly shut, for the princess has decreed that none may enter. No one dares to defy her will. Why is the smoke from the fire so dense? Shen Yan crouches to blow at the hearth, the thick smoke billowing forth and causing her to cough. The matrons outside, hearing her cough, stomp their feet in distress. The firewood is damp from last night. Your Highness, allow this old servant to assist. No need, I can manage myself. Shen Yan insists, persevering until she finally stirs the flames to life, ladles water into the pot, and adds the lilies, raw earth, goji berries, and jujube seeds to simmer. The bubbling concoction releases a faint medicinal aroma. Do not enter. I shall prepare the porridge myself, she calls out, wiping her hands with a handkerchief before moving to the cupboard to search for something. The kitchen requires a fire starter. Surely there must be flint, an essential tool for survival in the wild. To avoid alarming those outside, Shen Yan endeavors to keep her movements quiet, yet as she rummages through various places, she finds no flint. Could it be that the flint has been concealed? As she pondered this, the old maid outside anxiously called out, Does the princess require assistance? No need. I am quite capable of cooking some congee, she replied, bending down to search the lowest compartment. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open with force, flooding the dim space with light and startling Shen Yan. I told you, I can manage on my own. Do not come in, Shen Yan exclaimed, rising to turn and look, only to be taken aback and abruptly silenced. The visitor was none other than Wang Huanji. Clad in a dark purple court robe and adorned with a jade crown, he stood in the doorway, backlit and gazing down at her with a perplexed expression. It was rare for Wang Huanji to wear court attire here, indicating he must have pressing matters to attend to today. Haha, do you not have any edicts to review today? What brings you to my humble abode? Shen Yan said, feeling a bit guilty as she hastily brushed off the dust from her clothes. Wang Huanji did not expect her first response to be a question aimed at him, and with a look of mild exasperation, he produced a handkerchief from his sleeve, stepping forward to offer it to her. Thank you, she thought, realizing her face was likely smeared with dust. Embarrassment aside, it would be disastrous if he discovered she was searching for a flint. She hastily wiped her face, steeling herself, and returned the handkerchief to Wang Huanji. You, he stammered, a mix of amusement and incredulity crossing his features. With a gentle smile, he accepted the cloth, drawing her closer and examining her face, using the handkerchief to wipe away something on her skin. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Shen Yan instinctively held her breath. His hand was broad and warm, the pads of his fingers brushing against her face with a tender delicacy, his gaze focused and gentle. Beneath his fingertips, it felt as if he were cherishing something precious and delicate. The air was thick with his scent, causing Shen Yan's heart to race, and she blinked rapidly, slightly averting her eyes from his. Observant as he was, Wang Huanji noticed her retreat and chuckled softly, releasing her and saying, All cleaned up. You had some dust on your face, and such a sight would undermine your dignity. The earlier intimacy was swiftly brushed away. I merely intended to prepare some congee. I do not know how I got dust on my face, Shen Yan replied in a low voice, attempting to defend herself. At this moment, Wang Huanji began to survey the kitchen. Fruits and vegetables, along with various meats, were in abundance. Numerous empty plates were scattered about the countertop, and a large pot was simmering, releasing a hint of medicinal aroma. What is this? He inquired, lifting the lid and turning to her. What could possibly exist in this world that Wang Huanji is unaware of? Shen Yan snorted softly before explaining. This is lily, The very one you sent me. This is fresh Rehmannia. The red ones are goji berries, and those are jujube seeds. I see. But why are you making this? Wang Huanji patiently awaited her response. Shen Yan could not confess that she was merely trying to use the opportunity to search for a flint and escape, so she toyed with her fingers and smiled. In the book you sent me recently, there is a comprehensive guide to medicinal kanji. This particular recipe looks quite appealing. Besides, since you sent so many lilies, it would be a shame not to use them. Lily and Rehmannia kanji. Do you know what it treats? Wang Huanji turned his face away, suppressing a smile as he asked, "What does it treat?" The lily and Rehmannia porridge nourishes the liver and kidneys and calms the heart and spirit. It is primarily used to treat the ailments arising from the deficiency of liver and kidney in women, such as restlessness, dizziness, tinnitus, irritability, palpitations, and in severe cases, confusion of consciousness. Symptoms may also include heat in the palms and soles and soreness in the lower back and knees. As Shen Yan's face grew increasingly flushed, Wang Huanji barely managed to finish speaking. "Your Highness, but is the menstruation coming to an end?" The mention of Kuei refers to menstruation, implying that he was mocking her for consuming the medicinal porridge recklessly, suggesting she might be approaching menopause. Grateful for Prince Qin's timely reminder, she resolved to be more cautious in the future. Feeling overwhelmed by the presence of Wang Huanji in the small kitchen, Shen Yan decided to step outside. Wang Huanji shook his head and followed her out. Chapter 12. Resignation. As they stepped outside, Shen Yan was taken aback by the sight of numerous figures kneeling on the ground. Ling Quan, noticing their presence, offered a respectful bow and said, "It is my failure to manage the imperial princess, allowing her into the kitchen. I apologize for troubling His Highness. I shall accept my punishment." Wang Huanji, leaving a single remark, reached out to take Shen Yan away. "It was my own insistence to enter. She bears no responsibility. If punishment is to be meted out, let be on me." Shen Yan forcefully shrugged off Wang Huanji's hand, asserting her stance. Ling Quan, upon hearing this, buried her head deeper, afraid to speak further. In the tense silence, everyone felt as if they were walking on needles, suppressing their breaths and hoping the conflict between their masters would not engulf them. Wang Huanji, with sleeves drawn, regarded her with a derisive look in his phoenix-like eyes, coldly stating, "Then today, I shall impart another lesson to the imperial princess. Princess Kanghe, you were born with a nobility that surpasses others. No matter what wrongs you commit, others will bear the burden for you. Today, your disregard for your status as an imperial princess in entering the kitchen is a mistake, and the servant's inability to dissuade you is also a fault that warrants punishment. Should you ever commit a grave error, you shall not suffer any consequences for these servants." He gestured towards the kneeling maids and matrons. "They will perish for you." His words struck her heart like a heavy axe, leaving Shen Yan stunned, staring at him in disbelief. "It is you who have bound me with an identity, constraining me. Now you wish to hold my heart hostage with lives?" Shen Yan seemed unable to fathom it, retreating repeatedly. "You're truly a devil." With this last remark, she fled in panic, feeling suffocated by every person and every breath of air in that place. Remaining behind, Wang Huanji watched her retreating figure and let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Your Highness, it is my fault," Ling Quan murmured, bowing her head. Wang Huanji shook his head, regarding her prostrated form from above with a cold voice. "Ling Quan, you are overly presumptuous. Should this occur again, you need not remain in Chang'an." Shen Yan ran frantically, the sound of wind chimes ringing in her ears. The gentle breeze led her to a corridor adorned with wind chimes in the other garden. The silk banners on either side of the winding corridor were interspersed with chimes. As the wind stirred, each chime echoed throughout the length of the corridor. Standing there, the distant, clear chime resonated like a Zen melody, soothing her troubled heart. She wiped her tears fiercely, struggling to comprehend Wang Huanji's reasoning. Why must he place the lives of others in her hands? This was blatant moral coercion. A person should be born free, with the autonomy to determine their own fate. How could she escape this predicament? Once she fled, she would be alone, unburdened by ties, yet the servants in this garden would likely be effortlessly erased by Wang Huanji, leaving no trace behind. The weight of life She understood from the moment she declared her intention to become a physician. Are you angry? Wang Huanji asked softly from behind her. What reason do I have to be angry? Those people are your subordinates, your tools for monitoring me. If I were to act recklessly, would you then remove your own claws? I would welcome that. Shen Yan retorted, unwilling to turn back to face him. Indeed, she ought not to bear such psychological burdens. Wang Huanji, noticing the tremor of sorrow in Shen Yan's voice, gently turned her to face him. He observed the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, her delicate lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze glistening with unshed tears. This expression of grievance was reminiscent of the genuine Princess Kanghe he had once encountered, a time when she was a powerless young princess, deliberately drawing near to him in a bid for favor. I simply wish for you to depart. You see, you are no longer an ordinary person. The past must be completely erased, and your previous thoughts must be transformed. You wield immense power. If you err, will there not be others to bear the consequences for you? Shen Yan's smile was both sarcastic and radiant, strikingly akin to the young princess in his memories. Wang Huanji averted his gaze, his hands that had rested upon her shoulders gradually descending. A breeze swept through the corridor, accompanied by the chime of wind bells, shattering the brief tranquility between the two. Wang Huanji turned to stand at the corridor's edge, extending his slender fingers to lightly touch the wind chimes, causing them to sway and produce a melodious sound. If I were to commit a grave mistake, I must bear the repercussions alone. Shen Yan wished to continue speaking, yet his indifferent gaze stifled her words. I apologize. I merely do not wish to be constrained. I desire to breathe freely and traverse my own path. The Princess Kanghe must have been an extraordinary figure, yet having grown up in a carefree manner to this age, the prospect of entirely transforming into another person seems insurmountable. Observing his despondent stance at the corridor's edge, Shen Yan felt a pang of compassion and inquired, Do you love Xu Jin? Wang Huanji's straightforward question momentarily stunned Shen Yan. Given her former status as Xu Jin's concubine, his inquiry bore a certain logic. Not all. Whether you believe it or not, our relationship is entangled with mutual interests, devoid of any emotional ties. Your threats concerning him are ultimately futile, she replied candidly. Wang Huanji turned back, gazing at her with deep affection as he spoke slowly. But I love Kanghe. His eyes, however, seemed to gaze through her, lost in thoughts of another. Shen Yan turned her head away, unwilling to engage or meet his gaze. I wish to preserve all that Kanghe left behind. When she fell ill, she implored me to safeguard the Shun family's legacy. Yet, the emperor's health wanes. The royal family diminishes, and even Kanghe has departed. Wang Huanji recounted the reasons that had compelled her to this place. To conceal the news of Kanghe's passing, I sought individuals across the realm who bore resemblance to her until I encountered you. You are remarkable, with a lineage sufficiently untainted, sparing me the need for further bloodshed. The emperor's condition is critical. He may not survive until next spring. Should the news of Kanghe's demise be uncovered, those with ulterior motives will surely seize the opportunity. Even though I command substantial military power, without the surname Shun, I would be left vulnerable and nameless. Since you do not harbor feelings for Xu Jin, why not embrace your role as the Princess Kanghe? From that elevated position, you shall have anything you desire, far superior to remaining in the inner quarters as an ordinary woman. Once our objectives are realized and the court stabilizes, should you still yearn for a life of freedom, I can facilitate your departure from the palace. If you wish to remain in Chang'an, I shall also devise plans for you. He speaks with a captivating charm that instills a sense of tranquility, effortlessly disarming those around him and inviting them to draw closer. Shen Yan begins to comprehend this, letting out a long sigh as she turns her head to him and inquires, Aren't you weary? All this plotting, all for a promise. Everything is worthwhile. Wang Huanji replies with a gentle smile. The sound of wind chimes dances through the air as the breeze lifts the fabric of his ceremonial robes, his gaze becoming increasingly luminous. As Shen Yan looks up at him, she feels as though he is within reach, yet simultaneously so distant. Despite being at the center of power, he appears like an otherworldly being, untouched by the mundane. Engaging him in conversation, the heaviness in her heart dissipates. replaced by a playful spirit as she laughs and says, "So, you just mentioned that if I were a princess, I could have whatever I desire. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Wang Huanji affirms with a calm nod, noticing that Shen Yan is now crossing her arms and appraising him with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Then what if I were to demand your life?" Chapter 13, The Length of Time, Part 1. "If you are earnest, then so am I." Wang Huanji replied with a faint smile. Shen Yan felt as though her punch had landed upon a mound of cotton. She huffed a couple of times and turned her gaze towards the scenery beyond the corridor. Maple leaves, frosted crimson, far more captivating than Wang Huanji. "The decision to bind you was a grave miscalculation. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive." Shen Yan recalled the swift strike from Ant into the back of her head. To claim she bore no resentment would be a lie, for her guilt gnawed at her, causing pain throughout her being. "You have articulated numerous enticing advantages to persuade me to stay. Thus, an apology seems only fitting. If you genuinely wish to express your contrition, why not take me out for a stroll? The timing is not yet ripe. We must wait a little longer." Wang Huanji dismissed her without a moment's hesitation. Shen Yan had believed that by clearing the air, they might usher in a spring of understanding. Yet she had forgotten that it was autumn. Her hopes were indeed misplaced. Her disappointment did not escape Wang Yiji's notice. He paused and remarked, "Once you master the art of disguise, I shall take you out for an excursion." "Really?" Wang Yiji's gaze sharpened, perceiving her hidden intentions, and he addressed them directly. "You must not seek assistance from Ling Quan. You must learn on your own." The two had resolved their prior misunderstandings, and their relationship had softened considerably. Shen Yan no longer felt the urgency to flee, recognizing that Wang Yiji's words held truth. Her role as a princess was indeed far superior to that of a common woman confined within the inner chambers. At the very least, those who could influence the fate of the Kanghe princess were few and far between. In this unfamiliar realm, perhaps standing in a position of power was a means of self-preservation. Deep down, she harbored an unacknowledged desire to understand what sort of woman the Kanghe princess, so revered in Wang Yiji's eyes, truly was. This was a subtle jealousy shared among girls. The art of disguise resembled a sophisticated form of modern makeup, utilizing tools for enhancement. Under Shen Yan's watchful gaze, Ling Quan applied a greasy substance along her nose and cheekbones, skillfully shaping it before dusting her face with powder, applying rouge, and deftly sketching her brows with black powder. After this meticulous transformation, she bore an entirely different visage. Originally rather ordinary, she now possessed a strikingly beautiful face. "Marvelous!" Shen Yan exclaimed, applauding. Disguise involves altering the orientation of one's features with tools, followed by the application of cosmetics to adjust colors. One must also change their posture, gait, and voice. In essence, it is an act of becoming another person. Ling Quan bowed her head respectfully, her voice now soft and melodic, unlike her previous demeanor. In Shen Yan's astonished gaze, Ling Quan placed a piece of gauze over her face, and after a brief moment, removed it to reveal her original appearance. "I have finally witnessed the legendary art of disguise. It is truly remarkable. It is as though you have transformed into an entirely different person. The princess is wise. Let us commence your lessons with the fundamentals of altering one's bone structure," Ling Quan suggested calmly. Since that day, Ling Quan had grown increasingly respectful towards her. Although previously loyal to Wang Huanji, she had harbored some unspoken sentiments towards Shen Yan. However, with time, those sentiments had vanished entirely. Where shall this be placed? Shen Yan did not seek any particular kindness from Ling Quan. Pointing to the block of grease on the table, she inquired about the art of reshaping features, which involved applying to the forehead, brow bones, cheekbones, or the sides of the jaw. "The princess may wish to give it a try," Ling Quan suggested as she turned the box filled with tools towards Shen Yan. As this was her first experience with such transformative makeup, Shen Yan felt uncertain. She seated herself before a bronze mirror and began to experiment. Pinching and adjusting, she elevated her cheekbones and forehead considerably. Once the makeup was complete, she appeared as a common street woman. "How truly unattractive," Shen Yan lamented. In the mirror, her high cheekbones and an excess of rouge on her cheeks rendered her expression somewhat foolish. The elevated bone structure made her eyes appear smaller, transforming her once expressive apricot-shaped eyes into something rather bland. To top it off, she had carelessly dotted her face with eyebrow pencil, giving her visage an exceedingly peculiar appearance. Observing her own aesthetic choices, Shen Yan felt a pang of guilt. She was relieved she had not pursued a career in plastic surgery, for with such a taste, who would ever seek her expertise? Ling Quan, watching the transformation through the mirror, could not help but chuckle and remarked, "Your makeup, princess, is quite as striking as your original face. What you truly need is an unremarkable countenance." As she spoke, she handed a piece of silk to Shen Yan. Upon removing the makeup, Shen Yan felt her skin breathe anew, and upon glimpsing her reflection, she found it far more pleasing. Leave these techniques to the princess. With practice, one can surely master them. Yet, Shen Yan was eager to venture out, having promised Wang Huangji that if she succeeded in her disguise, she would take her along. "Come on, Ling Quan, let's try again. You do it for me, and I'll learn from you," she coaxed, taking Ling Quan's hand. However, Ling Quan recoiled, kneeling on the ground, and solemnly declared, "Ling Quan dares not overstep." Shen Yan gazed deeply at Ling Quan and said, "You may leave for now." Although she had merely grasped Ling Quan's hand briefly, she noticed a thick callus forming at the base of her thumb. It was akin to the calluses a student develops from gripping a pencil too long. The traces of time, though minor, were undeniably real. In her leisure hours, apart from hiking with friends, Shen Yan often visited the archery range. When practicing archery, she typically wore protective gear on her thumb to prevent injury while drawing the bow. It was evident that Ling Quan was a frequent archer. Could it be that the steward of the Qin Wang Fu was also an archer? Shen Yan pushed aside her thoughts and resumed her practice of makeup, feeling a wave of nostalgia for the foundation and primer she used in the past, which were far superior to this powder. As she gazed into the mirror, her reflection drifted further from her initial vision, prompting her to slam her brush onto the vanity in frustration and shout, "Ling Quan." Since the arrival of this princess at the Chang'an Bun, it was as if life had been breathed into stagnant waters. Even standing in the wind-chime corridor, she no longer felt lonely. Having barely grasped the art of disguise, Shen Yan awaited their outing, only to find Wang Huangji hindered by court affairs. In response, Shen Yan felt a wave of frustration, which was only alleviated when Wang Huangji sent her 2 adorable squirrels as a token of apology. The diminutive creatures, with their cheeks puffing out as they nibbled, were utterly delightful. "Why don't we construct a few cages for them?" The maid Xiaoxing was playfully attempting to entice the 2 squirrels wandering leisurely in the courtyard with a long stalk of wheat, while inquiring of Shen Yan, who stood nearby. Observing the scene, Xiaoxing had only recently been assigned to Shen Yan's side. According to Wang Huangji, her background was impeccable and well known. "I am a creature of the cage. They need not become mere rodents within it." However, as the chill of the day deepens, these little darlings are likely preparing for hibernation. Instead, let's create a cozy little abode to place upon the branches. Shen Yan pointed towards the grand glutinous rice flower tree in the courtyard, its intricate branches becoming apparent as the flowers and leaves fell away, providing an ideal setting for the squirrel's dwelling. Xiaoxing replied with a cheerful smile, "I shall heed the princess's words." Chapter 14. The Long Years, Part 2. Though the young lady, Xiaoxing, appeared delicate and innocent, she was remarkably decisive in her actions. The following day, she sought out a carpenter. However, when it came to the squirrel house that Shen Yan had described, the carpenter was at a loss, unsure of its design, which left Xiaoxing utterly bewildered. After failing to answer several of his questions, she promptly abandoned the carpenter and hurried back to Chang'e Garden. Upon hearing her queries, Shen Yan retreated into her chamber. "Observe," she began, "this is the house, with a circular opening in the center for their entry and exit. The wooden roof arches upwards to divert rainwater." Shen Yan swiftly sketched a simple illustration, ensuring it was easily comprehensible. Yes, I shall present this to the carpenter at once. The princess has drawn it so clearly. He should be able to construct it," Xiaoxing said, carefully tucking the drawing into her sleeve before bowing slightly and taking her leave. As Ling Quan entered from outside, She spotted a beaming Xiao Xing rushing out, while Shen Yan stood before her writing desk, a gentle smile adorning her face. "Princess, what brings you here?" Ling Quan inquired. Shen Yan always felt a twinge of reluctance in Ling Quan's presence. She preferred the carefree company of Xiao Xing, which offered her a sense of liberation. Upon seeing Ling Quan enter, she masked her smile. "Your hair has grown quite long, but those curls need to be trimmed." The esteemed Princess Kanghe, he possessed lustrous, straight black hair, while Shen Yan's waist-length hair bore half of its curls. Having promised Wang Huan to remain as Princess Kanghe, Shen Yan resolutely stood by her commitment. Yet those curls were the last remnants of her modern identity. Noticing the reluctance in Shen Yan's eyes, Ling Quan reassured her, "There is no need for concern, Your Highness. For every inch your hair grows, we shall trim an inch of the curls, ensuring they are not removed all at once." Reassured by the gradual approach to parting with her curls, Shen Yan pointed out the window towards the trees. "You arrived just in time. The King of Qin sent 2 squirrels a few days ago, and with winter approaching, I wish to provide them with a home in the trees." "A home?" Ling Quan asked softly, her gaze momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling past memories. "Indeed, since they belong to me now, I must not neglect these charming creatures. Please fetch some pine cones for me. This garden is vast, and I fear I may lose my way." Outside the garden's entrance, the carpenter glanced at Shen Yan's drawing and remarked in astonishment, "Though this illustration is quite vivid, it does not resemble a meticulous painting, nor does it belong to any particular style. Your drawing technique is indeed unique." To outsiders, this garden appeared to be the residence of a reclusive hermit, and the carpenter assumed the artwork was Xiao Xing's. Xiao Xing huffed in pride, pleased by the carpenter's compliments. "Naturally, the drawing is exquisite. Do you have the skill to bring it to life? How large shall this house be?" "An intricate toy always requires a defined size," the carpenter inquired thoughtfully, scrutinizing the drawing with earnest intent. His focused gaze seemed genuine, unlike the flattery of others. Xiao Xing teased, "This is neither an intricate toy nor a dwelling for humans. It is meant for the squirrels." "Squirrels?" The carpenter's face betrayed disbelief, as he struggled to accept that someone would invest in building a house for squirrels. "My beloved companion possesses a kind heart. This abode is prepared for the little squirrels to weather the winter," as Xiao Xing explained. Upon hearing this, the carpenter chuckled and offered an apology, saying, "I was indeed ignorant. This gentleman is a refined and benevolent soul. I shall deliver it to you once it is completed tomorrow." True to his word, the carpenter arrived the following day with the charming little house. How exquisitely crafted it was! When Shen Yan observed Xiao Xing carrying the small dwelling into the courtyard, her eyes sparkled with delight. The house, constructed entirely of solid wood, featured 8 long poles extending from the base for support in the trees. There was a circular opening, just large enough for a squirrel to enter, and the roof gently arched, adorned with a graceful wind chime. This little house was a masterpiece of ingenuity, surpassing even her own artistic renderings. Peering through the circular hole, she noticed it was lined with fine grass, a testament to the carpenter's meticulous nature. Seeing Shen Yan thoroughly pleased, Xiao Xing remarked, "I specifically sought out the finest carpenter in the vicinity. He appeared somewhat daft, yet his craftsmanship is exceptional. What do you find the audacity to speak ill of him behind his back?" Shen Yan feigned anger, casting a playful glare her way. "The payment for this carpenter has been settled, and due to his skill, I even added an extra couple of taels." Xiao Xing playfully stuck out her tongue, charming Shen Yan into a smile, and the two exchanged amused glances. Ling Quan had prepared pine cones early in the morning, and, knowing that Xiao Xing had brought the little house to Chonglu Garden, she arrived as well. Upon entering, she witnessed the 2 friends sharing a joyful moment. "Ah, you're here. The little darlings are eagerly awaiting your pine cones," Shen Yan called out, her gaze falling upon the basket Ling Quan carried, brimming with the treats. Nature is imbued with spirit. Shen Yan had not confined the squirrels, often providing them with food. Now, as she chirped towards the tree, 2 squirrels descended in tandem. Approaching her, they raised their front paws, their round eyes gazing innocently at Shen Yan, while their fluffy tails stood erect, utterly melting her heart. "Place the pine cones inside and see if they venture into their new home," Shen Yan teased the squirrels, addressing Ling Quan. A faint blush crossed Ling Quan's otherwise impassive face as she crouched down to place the pine cones inside the little house. Look at your new home. I wonder if you like the pine cones inside, Shen Yan said, standing behind her once she finished. She coaxed the two squirrels towards the house, whispering softly, as if they could understand her words. One of the little squirrels cautiously nuzzled Shen Yan's finger resting beside the circular opening, stirring a long-dormant tenderness within her. In that moment, she yearned to scoop up the adorable creatures and cuddle them. Ling Quan, would you like to come over and pet them? They're quite gentle, Shen Yan suggested casually. Turning her head, she noticed Ling Quan glancing at the two squirrels, a hint of a smile breaking through her usual stoicism. Ling Quan, taken aback by Shen Yan's invitation, hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need for that. Yet her gaze lingered on the two squirrels, revealing her hidden desire to engage. Xiaoxing observed keenly from the side, her eyes twinkling as she tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve with a playful demeanor, saying, "Imperial Princess, I too wish to touch them, may I?" "Of course," Shen Yan replied. With those words, Xiaoxing crouched down, locking eyes with the two squirrels. The squirrels, clutching their pine cones, twitched their whiskers, completely unfazed by the presence of such a colossal creature as Xiaoxing. Gathering her courage at last, she reached out to stroke them. "Wow, they're so adorable, so fluffy," she exclaimed. "Ling Jie, come and feel them too," Xiaoxing said, her face alight with excitement as she jumped up to encourage Ling Quan. Under the encouraging gazes of Shen Yan and Xiaoxing, Ling Quan pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, a faint smile finally gracing her lips as she said, "All right." Radiant as the stars, their laughter echoed, marking the beginning of their first autumn together. Chapter 15. The Long Passage of Time, Part 3. Wang Huanji never anticipated that he would witness such a scene in the secluded garden. It was already late autumn, with fallen petals scattered across the ground. Shen Yan, Ling Quan, and Xiaoxing stood beneath the grand glutinous rice flower tree, gazing up with fervent expressions, their hands animatedly gesturing, emitting high-pitched chirps. It was exceedingly strange, had it not been for Ling Quan, who had been by his side for nearly 20 years. With her familiar demeanor and appearance, he might have doubted the authenticity of the individuals before him. "Your Highness, the Princess, it is your Highness who has arrived." Ling Quan, skilled in martial arts and possessing keen hearing, turned her head towards the sound of footsteps at the garden entrance, only to find Wang Huanji, whose face was etched with curiosity. She hurriedly bowed, discreetly tugging at Shen Yan's sleeve to signal her. "Your Highness." Xiaoxing also obediently bowed, lowering her head in an attempt to evade Wang Huanji's scrutinizing gaze. Upon hearing Ling Chuan's words, Shen Yan felt a prickling discomfort, forcing a hearty laugh to alleviate the awkward atmosphere in the garden. However, when she turned around, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "What are you doing?" Wang Huanji inquired nonchalantly. The three exchanged several glances, yet none dared to speak. Ling Quan, Wang Huanji, clearly perceiving the silent exchange among them, directly called out Ling Chuan's name, compelling her to respond. Ling Quan bowed her head respectfully and replied, "The princess is diligently caring for the two squirrels that your highness sent. Since it is merely that, why were you three exhibiting such peculiar behavior?" Wang Huanji questioned, half convinced, contemplating whether to turn and summon a few Taoists to exorcise any potential spirits. Ling Quan and Xiaoxing exchanged a glance, opting for silence. Noticing the smile at the corners of Wang Huanji's lips growing colder, Shen Yan cleared her throat and explained, "Actually, it is because I have not named them. A few days ago, I prepared a little house for them, but I haven't seen them for several days. Today, I wanted to coax them down, but without names to call them, I could only chirp." As she spoke, she felt quite embarrassed and averted her gaze from his incredulous expression. Although Shen Yan was thick-skinned and possessed of strong mental fortitude, her physical demeanor betrayed her, with a blush gracing her cheeks akin to the autumnal maple leaves. A moment of silence ensued. Xiaoxing, perceptive as ever, suggested, "Ling's sister and I will prepare some refreshments for your highness." Once she pulled Ling Quan out of the Chonglu garden, Wang Huanji leisurely approached the tree, observing the peculiar position where the three had stood, only to discover a small house hidden in the branches. You truly care for them. After all, they're spiritual beings. If I treat them well, they will willingly accompany me. Standing beside Wang Huanji, Shen Yan tilted her head and caught a glimpse of his gentle profile illuminated by the backlight, his brows and eyes exuding warmth. A smile lingering at the corners of his lips, his dark hair elegantly bound. Sensing Shen Yan's gaze upon him, Wang Huanji lowered his head, suddenly locking eyes with her. In that moment of shared breath, her eyes sparkled with purity, as if in that expanse he were the sole being that existed. You are quite perceptive, Wang Huanji remarked softly, his hand concealed beneath his wide sleeves, tightening imperceptibly as he turned his head away from her penetrating gaze. He often finds himself lost in thought when gazing at that visage, for he harbors the memory of that little imperial princess within his heart. Ah! Shen Yan clutched her head, her eyes flaring with indignation as she looked up. A squirrel, seemingly innocent, peeked out, its front paws clasped together. The pine cone it held had rolled from her head to the ground. With one hand still on her head and the other pointing at the squirrel in the tree, she struggled to catch her breath, her chest heaving, as if she might faint from frustration. Wang Huanji couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. He reached for her, examining the minor injury on her head, and reassured her, "It's nothing serious, just a bit red. In a moment, let Ling Quan fetch some ice to soothe it. There's no need for such dramatics." Feeling the warmth emanating from her forehead, Shen Yan felt a bit embarrassed. The injury was minor, easily alleviated with a little rubbing. Her startled exclamation had been more a response to fright than pain. Why not give them names? Wang Huanji pondered aloud. Shen Yan, however, bent down to pick up the pine cone that had struck her, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she replied, "I am a captive in a cage, and they are mere mice within it. I ought to thank them for their company. They are transient, and names are unnecessary. They do not even know what I'm called." Tilting her head, she noticed the foolishness reflected in Wang Huanji's eyes and sighed. "You probably cannot comprehend, can you? I, too, find it peculiar. Yet, this peculiarity reminds me of my origins." Shen Yan clutched the pine cone tightly, her gaze resolute. "How is your mastery of disguise coming along?" Wang Huanji had come to fulfill a promise made previously. If Shen Yan could master the art of disguise, he would take her out for an outing. With a sudden brightness, she smiled, saying, "Of course, I have mastered it well." In a flurry, she dashed back into the house to retrieve her toolbox. After a flurry of adjustments in front of the mirror, her small, delicate face transformed into something utterly ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. She turned to Wang Huanji, who was seated before a tea tray, and smiled, asking, "What do you think?" After a sip of tea, he chuckled and rubbed his forehead. "You do possess a certain talent. In this guise, you will surely attract no matchmaker's attention." His laughter was restrained, a gentle consideration for Shen Yan's fragile self-esteem. Deeply affected, Shen Yan leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection for a while before mumbling, "Is it truly that ugly? Perhaps this is indeed the right approach." Wang Huanji replied, thoughtfully, "Ling Quan's disguises are crafted for the execution of missions." Observing the unfamiliar face of Shen Yan making familiar expressions stirred a sense of oddity within him. He paused before continuing, "But you're different. Should you don a disguise? It would be for the sake of survival, and thus the more unremarkable, the better." "Ah, so it is for survival," Shen Yan mused, realizing that her current, flat-faced appearance would render her inconspicuous in a crowd, indeed suitable for fleeing. "Since I have learned it, you may take me out now." Shen Yan, fearing he might change his mind, fixed her almond-shaped eyes on him until Wang Huanji nodded in agreement. Without delay, she hurried back inside to change her attire. Tying her long hair with a plain headband, she donned a narrow-sleeved long shirt, her waist adorned with no superfluous embellishments, presenting herself as an ordinary youth from a common family. Wang Huanji surveyed her surroundings and remarked with satisfaction, "You resemble a youth graced by the gentle breeze and bright moon." Clearing her throat, she inquired, "So, where shall we venture?" She had long yearned to explore the vast world beyond the confines of her limited existence. The desire and excitement in Shen Yan's eyes were palpable. Yet Wang Huanji wore a hint of a mysterious smile as she gathered her flowing sleeves and proclaimed, "We shall go hunting." Hunting? Naturally, during the autumn hunting season, one would seek game in the mountains and fields. This would also serve as a preliminary introduction to the royal autumn hunt. In that moment, Shen Yan perceived Wang Huanji as a deep pit. Every action seemed laden with intent, and he had cleverly set the trap while coaxing her into it as well. The royal autumn hunt. She could not escape her identity as a princess, even in leisure. Narrowing her eyes and biting her cheek, she retorted fiercely, "You are indeed clever." "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness." Chapter 16. An unexpected encounter. According to the ancient text area, hunting practices are categorized by season. Spring for gathering, summer for nurturing, autumn for capturing game, and winter for hunting. As autumn graces the land, it is the time for the harvest of domestic fowl and the pursuit of formidable wild beasts. Historically, the imperial autumn hunt has been a grand affair, a display of martial prowess and national strength. However, the current sovereign, frail in health, is unable to preside over this year's autumnal hunt, delegating the ceremonial duties to Wang Huan, the king of Qin. With the imperial decree issued, the officials began to calculate their strategies, pondering how best to align themselves. A tempest swirled beneath the surface, the world became a chessboard, and the populace mere pawns. At this moment, Wang Huan, the subject of many sidelong glances, was not attending to court affairs, but had secretly retreated to a secluded garden, silently shaking his head at Shen Yan. "I cannot ride," she stated candidly. Equestrianism, in modern times, is a pursuit reserved for the privileged. She merely relished mountain climbing and archery, finding herself utterly incapable of mastering such an elite skill. Wang Huan glanced at the clouds drifting above, suppressing his emotions, and replied evenly, "Did Xu Jin not teach you? Why would he teach me that?" Shen Yan responded, her expression one of bewilderment. To her, Xu Jin was a figure of duality, seamlessly alternating between a cold demeanor and a gentle facade, someone to be approached with caution. Their collaboration stemmed from a singular photograph. If anything, she believed Xu Jin would be more inclined to guard against her than to instruct her in horsemanship. Wang Huan, equally perplexed, sought to enlighten her, stating, "Xu Jin, the lord of Jiangsheng, governs a city and 3 prefectures, a formidable person indeed. He is unorthodox in his methods. Years ago, the Jishuj in Jiangsheng gathered talents from across the realm, including an exceptionally skilled Westerner. His cadre of capable individuals, regardless of gender, were all given due recognition." After a brief pause, he continued, "His actions are never confined by rules and regulations. Why then does he restrain you from learning to ride? The horse market in Jiangsheng is bustling. It is said that everyone, save for the very young, can ride." "I see," Shen Yan mused, recalling how Xu Jin had previously suggested the cultivation of maize, acknowledging him as a true pioneer unbound by convention. "There are matters between us that are not easy to discuss, but I truly cannot ride." She hesitated as the horse before her suddenly stomped its hooves, exuding an intimidating vigor. She swallowed, contemplating the wisdom of opting for a carriage instead. Wang Huan chuckled lightly, teasingly inquiring, "Are you not going out? Could I disguise myself as a lady-in-waiting? Just to say I am your attendant. That would suffice." Shen Yan was pleasantly surprised that her suggestion was met with approval. She promptly returned to change into the attire of a maid, and upon emerging, a carriage awaited her at the garden gate. Its dark, understated exterior was complemented by copper bells adorning the corners, signifying the stature of its owner. The horse, with its glossy chestnut coat, stood proudly, radiating vitality. Yet, the coachman bore a familiar visage. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan's expression shifted. He was the very person who had driven her away from Jiangsheng on that fateful day. "Please." The coachman, sensing her scrutinizing gaze, understood that she had recognized him. He offered no further words, merely inviting her to board with a calm demeanor. Gritted her teeth, suppressing her emotions as she resolutely lifted her skirt and entered the carriage. Inside, she found Wang Huanji seated at the center, his long fingers grasping a scroll of documents. "Please, take a seat," he invited. With a breath held, sat beside him, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the scroll. "Your Highness, with your heavy responsibilities, it is rare for you to remember this promise." No sooner had her words left her lips than the carriage began to glide smoothly forward, causing a shift in his expression. "What troubles you?" Wang Huanji inquired, noticing her unease. As he set down the document, "I am merely reminded of some unpleasant matters," replied, massaging her temples to quell the wave of dizziness and nausea that washed over her. A lingering shadow of her past experiences in a carriage. "I acknowledge my faults that day and hope for your forgiveness." Wang Huanji's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, calming S' previously agitated heart. The rhythmic sound of the wheels rolling over the cobblestones resonated alongside the clatter of hooves, as the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shaking her head, queried, "Is there any news of Enyang?" The mention of Enyang's name, now spoken with a nonchalant air, signified S' release from the past. "Enyang is now Mrs. Xu Jin," Wang Huanji replied softly, a revelation that startled into silence. After a pause, she regained her voice, asking, "He has married Enyang? Two venomous snakes warming each other?" She mused bitterly. It seemed that Enyang's abduction of her had not only followed Wang Huanji's directives, but also served as a contingency plan. He initially took Enyang as a concubine, but just days ago he elevated her to the status of wife, Wang Huanji explained, his gaze fixed on S' face. Seeking her reaction, Enyang's initial approach had likely been a calculated move to undermine her. If one were to speak of cunning, Enyang was indeed formidable. Few could match the directness of someone like Hong Xiu, whose feelings were written plainly on her face. "Congratulations to her," remarked with a sardonic tone. Though she held no affection for Xu Jin, the sensation of being schemed against was thoroughly distasteful, and Enyang was a source of profound aversion. Observing her indignation, Wang Huanji calmly remarked, "Enyang merely employed a few tactics to usurp your position in Xu Jin's household, securing her place as the lady of the house. Her intellect and cunning far surpass yours." Stung by his words, shot him a fierce glare, yet he continued, his long fingers resting on the back of the document. His expression inscrutable. "In your future court life, you will encounter individuals far more astute than Enyang. If you remain so naive and carefree, I fear you shall face grave consequences." Found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she had been overly innocent in this arena of power struggles, facing defeat at every turn. "To you, Enyang is a villain. To me, she is a most effective weapon." Wang Huanji's gaze was as warm as jade. However, the words that escaped his lips at this moment were chilling and disconcerting, making Shen Yan acutely aware that the man before her was the formidable king of Qin. Not an ordinary man, merely tasked with the trivialities of her daily life. Shen Yan slowly replied, "I understand." The carriage had exited the city gates, and once on the official road outside, it picked up speed, the surrounding voices gradually fading away, leaving only the sound of the wind and the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the road. At this juncture, Wang Huanji recalled the necessity of assessing her knowledge, stating, "I have dispatched someone to deliver copies of the official reports to your residence. Do you possess any insights?" The realm was fragmented, the imperial authority in decline, reduced to a mere shell. To the west lay the 13 territories of Qinzhou, to the east the 3 provinces of Jiangcheng, to the south the intricate web of powerful families in Huizhou and Suzhou, and to the north the nomadic Akuna tribe. The power wielded by the rulers of these regions was nothing short of overwhelming. At the helm of the 13 territories of Qinzhou stood Wang Huanji, while the 3 provinces of Jiangcheng belonged to Xu Jin. The southern aristocracy was a complex tapestry of intertwined influences, where a single thread pulled could set the entire fabric in motion. The chieftain of the Akuna tribe had long coveted the central plains, surrounded by wolves. It seemed as though the state of affairs in the realm was on the brink of upheaval, poised to topple a dynasty in an instant. Chapter 17. The Unexpected, Part 2. Recently, the Deputy Minister of Justice was reassigned, and Cui Min, a judge from the Supreme Court, was promoted to fill the vacancy. According to Ling Quan, Cui Min is a distant cousin of the virtuous consort in His Majesty's harem. It appears you merely wish to curry favor with the Cui family. However, matters within the Ministry of Justice are intricate, and its head and the Minister of Personnel are formidable figures. Shen Yan fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "Cui Min hold a respectable title in Chang'an, and has presided over numerous murder cases. He is an astute individual. Although he hails from a prestigious family, he maintains an air of integrity and refrains from engaging in the court's hidden strife. For this reason, he has occupied his position as judge for many years, and fortunately, the Chui family remains steadfast and indifferent to such affairs. Yet Wang Huangji's maneuver has effectively drawn Chui Min onto his side. Indeed, moreover, there are two additional points to consider. Firstly, the head of the ministry, Kai Wei, holds me in contempt. Hence, Chui Min's days in secrecy will not be easy. Secondly, both the Chui and Su families are noble clans with a long-standing enmity. Such is the nature of noble families. They may appear illustrious on the surface, yet beneath lies a murky reality. Wang Huangji scoffed lightly, but Shen Yan detected an undercurrent of significance within his nonchalant tone. Are you conspiring with the noble families to undermine Xu Jin? This was the only conclusion Shen Yan could draw. Yet Wang Huangji had previously expressed admiration for Xu Jin, which did not align with the notion of harming him. To possess a precious gem is to invite calamity. Wang Huangji's words were cryptic, yet Shen Yan understood their implication. Just as Shen Yan was lost in thought, the carriage abruptly halted and veered sharply. The sudden inertia hurled her violently against the rear of the carriage. Wang Huangji, quick of hand and eye, caught her before she could collide with the wall, their combined momentum pressing them against the side of the carriage. A sharp pain pierced through, causing him to emit a muffled groan. In mere moments, the world tilted. Instead of the anticipated pain, Shen Yan found herself enveloped in a broad embrace, with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat resonating in her ears, accompanied by his deliberately hushed breaths. Wang Huangji. As Shen Yan looked up, she saw Wang Huangji with his eyes tightly shut. In haste, she extricated herself from his grasp, only to realize his complexion was ashen, and his right shoulder was rigid against the carriage wall. A glance revealed the grim reality. The corners of the armrest were clad in iron, and in their confined space, Wang Huangji had pressed his shoulder directly against the metal edge. Shen Yan's expression tightened, her heart sinking as she noticed blood seeping from Wang Huangji's right shoulder. Before she could process the situation, the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from outside the carriage. The clashing of weapons was rapid and fierce, palpable even through the curtain, signaling imminent danger. Wang Huangji, with half-open eyes, noticed her resolute expression and grasped her hand with his left, his voice low and urgent. These men are after me. You must ensure your face remains concealed. At such a moment, you still speak of this. As Shen Yan examined Wang Huangji's shoulder and arm, she interrupted his ominous admonition. Wang Huangji gazed at her serious demeanor, his expression darkening, and chose to remain silent. The sounds of the altercation outside gradually faded until they were entirely silenced. The blood seeping from Wang Huangji's shoulder resulted from the sharp edge of the iron corner, aggravating a long-standing injury. It did not affect his bones or tendons. When Shen Yan attempted to examine the wound further, he resolutely declined. Observing his reticent demeanor, she decided against inquiring about the origin of his injury. Temporarily at ease, she gazed at the still door curtain and remarked, "Even outside, there are no scheming old women trafficking maids like me. Once I descend, act according to the situation." With that, she lifted the curtain and leapt down from the carriage. On the ground lay 5 black-clad figures, sprawled in disarray, their lifeless eyes wide open, clearly devoid of breath. The discarded swords beside them were stained with crimson blood. The overwhelming stench of blood surged to Shen Yan's head as she stood in place. Her expression grave. She was not in an emergency room, but rather in the outskirts of ancient Zhou. The blood of the assassins had yet to congeal, and the scene before her starkly illustrated the brutality of the cold weapon era, where human life was as expendable as grass. The coachman, standing nearby with his sword touching the ground, wore an indifferent expression, his gaze as frigid as ice as he fixed it on Shen Yan as she descended from the carriage, the blood on his sword forming a serpentine trail, reminiscent of a demon returned from hell. "Are you all right?" Shen Yan could not afford to hesitate and approached the coachman with urgency. Her eyes fell upon several deep sword wounds on him, blood gushing forth. "It's nothing," he replied, though it was evident he was severely fatigued. after uttering those two words. He collapsed into unconsciousness. Hey! His pulse is racing. Shen Yan placed her hand on his wrist to measure his heart rate, and upon inspecting the wounds, she noted the blood had begun to spread. Lacking bandages, she tore some fabric from the black-clad man and layered it over his leg wounds, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding, and found a belt to bind around the top of his thigh as a makeshift tourniquet. Soon, the flow of blood was temporarily halted. Your coachman is gravely injured. What should we do? In this desolate wilderness, she could only apply basic pressure to stop the bleeding. She needed medicine and water. Having stabilized the coachman, Shen Yan hurriedly lifted the curtain and spoke urgently. In such dire circumstances, without proper tools, her only recourse was to apply simple pressure to halt the blood flow, yet the tourniquet tied around his thigh could not remain for too long, lest the consequences be dire. Hearing this, Wang Huanji jumped down from the carriage, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression grew serious. You have done well. Someone has leaked our whereabouts. These assassins clearly came prepared. Given this, it is unwise for us to remain here. Instead, let us disguise ourselves as the coachman and return to the city. This was the only plan she could conceive at that moment. Wang Huanji met her gaze, understanding her intent with a mere glance. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Since the puppet master aimed to assassinate Wang Huanji, with the assassins now eliminated, it would be prudent to turn the tables, pretending that the coachman was Wang Huanji, thereby drawing out the hidden instigator by feigning the injury of the Qin king. Once we enter the city, you need only present the jade pendant to the guards and shout that the Qin king has been attacked. Wang Huanji instructed as he took the reins. Despite the pain from both old and new injuries on his shoulder, the chaotic turmoil of the situation allowed him no respite. Dressed in coarse cloth like a coachman, his straw hat pulled low to obscure half his face, the exposed portion was smeared with dirt. Yet a pearl, though tarnished, remains a pearl. Even through the veil of the curtain, Shen Yan could still sense the imposing pressure emanating from him. The coachman's wound had ceased to bleed, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon examination, Shen Yan noted that his pupils had constricted. The situation was dire. Faint whispers reached her ears. They were already outside the city gates. Wang Huanji leaned against the curtain, lowering his voice to instruct Shen Yan. We have arrived. Clutching the jade pendant tightly in her hand, Shen Yan's gaze solidified with determination. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lifted the curtain and called out with a commanding voice. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Qin, has been attacked. All bystanders, stand back. The Prince of Qin has been assaulted. Retreat swiftly. Her voice echoed throughout Chang'an City, reverberating like thunder. Chapter 18. The Coming Storm, Part 1. What is happening? Many citizens paused to discern the source of the outcry, while the guard stationed at the city walls approached the carriage to inquire. Shen Yan lifted the curtain, revealing the jade pendant belonging to Wang Huanji, an exquisite piece carved from mutton-fat white jade, embossed with the character for Qin, gleaming splendidly in the sunlight. The onlookers, unfamiliar with its significance, murmured and gestured. However, the soldiers, having once fought in distant lands, immediately recognized the Qin king's pendant and could not ignore the pungent smell of blood emanating from within the carriage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly shouted, "Clear the way, hasten to the city." "Thank you." Shen Yan's voice lingered in the air as the carriage surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The association of the Qin king's pendant, the scent of blood, and the attempted assassination wove a thread of concern in the minds of the soldiers, who became alarmed, fearing that significant events were about to unfold in Chang'an. He promptly handed over his post and hurried to the prime minister's residence. Meanwhile, Wang Huanji drove the carriage directly to the back gate of the Qin king's manor. Following his instructions, Shen Yan knocked thrice on the door, and soon someone emerged. The elderly man who opened the door, his eyes sparkling with recognition, immediately recognized the carriage and swung the door wide open. In the process, he caught a glimpse of Wang Huanji's half-hidden face beneath the brim of his hat. "Sir." The elder's instinct to bow was stifled by a sharp glance from Wang Huanji, which caused him to swallow his words. Once the carriage rolled into the courtyard and the gate was firmly shut, Wang Huanji lifted his hat and stated, "Fu Bo." declare publicly that I was ambushed and gravely injured while leaving the city. First, summon Luning. Fubo, startled, cast a glance at Wang Huanji and then at Shen Yan, filled with confusion yet refraining from questioning as he set about executing Wang Huanji's orders. Let us proceed to the main house. The physician awaits there. Wang Huanji assisted the driver from the carriage, who was draped in the oversized sleeves that originally belonged to Wang Huanji. The driver's face was pale from excessive blood loss, and Shen Yan quickly supported his weakening form. His right shoulder was injured, relying solely on his left shoulder's strength to prop up the driver, with veins in his left arm visibly straining, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Are you certain that everyone in your household possesses both eyes and a mouth? Shen Yan inquired with concern, knowing that if they were to ensnare their adversaries, the truth must remain concealed. With so many attendants within the Qin king's manor, a single traitor could lead to their downfall. Understanding her apprehension, Wang Huanji gestured toward a thatched hut at the edge of the courtyard. There, you will find a secret passage that leads directly to my room. The entrance is concealed beneath the hut, typically covered with fodder. Once Shen Yan entered the passage, she followed Wang Huanji's stride. The tunnel was remarkably spacious, with smooth walls and candle sconces placed every 10 steps. The oppressive atmosphere amplified the sound of their breathing. After a series of stops and starts, they soon arrived at a set of steep stairs. Looking up, they beheld a simple, unadorned door at the top of the steps, with no embellishments save for a strangely shaped doorplate in the center. We have arrived. Wang Huanji alerted Shen Yan and carefully placed the driver against the wall before ascending the stairs to manipulate the doorplate. After several adjustments, the door creaked open, allowing a sliver of light to seep through. Accompanying the sunlight was a man clad in white robes. Wang Huanji, with his refined taste, was indeed engaging in a rather peculiar pastime, akin to a mouse burrowing into the ground. Do not tell me you summoned me here merely for this. A teasing remark drifted over as the figure stood against the light outside the door. Upon scrutinizing the scene below, he leisurely remarked, in a trio, "One is bound to be injured. Come, assist him up." Wang Huanji, lacking the leisure for banter, pointed towards the coachman leaning against the wall. Lu Ningfu let out a sound of acknowledgement, suppressing her jest, and descended to lend a hand in helping the coachman up. Before departing, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Shen Yan, leaving her with an involuntary shiver. Once the four emerged from the secret passage, Wang Huanji twisted the doorplate to secure the entrance. The exit of the passage was within Wang Huanji's chamber, appearing merely as a bookshelf from the outside, completely concealing the lengthy, secret corridor behind it. Shen Yan expressed her astonishment, recognizing this secret passage as a form of mechanical artistry, which had become rare in modern times due to the rise of electronic technology. Witnessing it firsthand allowed her to appreciate the intricacy of such craftsmanship. As Lu Ningfu arrived, she gently laid the coachman onto the bed in the side room, carefully unwrapping the bandages that Shen Yan had applied and meticulously washed the wound with clean water. "Oh, what on earth were you all up to? So much blood," she exclaimed. The bandaging is commendable. It must have been done by this young lady." The bloodied cloth, discarded in the basin, stained the water red, the metallic scent of blood permeating every corner of the room. My whereabouts have been compromised. Today, while in the outskirts, I encountered an assassin. After closing the door, Wang Huanji turned to the bed and briefly explained. The sight of the bloodied cloth brought a shadow over his countenance, his expression dark as if it could drip ink. His hands, clenched behind him, radiated a palpable discomfort, which Shen Yan, standing beside him, could distinctly sense. After multiple washes, the blood on the wound began to fade. Lu Ningfu retrieved a jar of medicinal powder from the medicine chest, carefully sprinkling it onto the injury before reapplying fresh bandages. Although Lu Ningfu's tongue was sharp, her hands moved with practiced skill, allowing Shen Yan to relax. She turned to Wang Huanji, recalling the blood seeping from his shoulder in the carriage, and expressed her concern. "Your shoulder wound. How is it? You two have been injured?" Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Lu Ningfu halted her ministrations, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Huanji, muttering, "Can't you just stay in the estate and rest? Are you trying to wear me out?" Being your physician is truly shortening my lifespan. I am perfectly fine. Wang Huanji replied to Shen Yan with a calm smile, his gaze serene. He then shot a sidelong glance at Lu Ningfu, casually stating, "Do not worry. I shall not tarnish your reputation. I truly appreciate your consideration," Lu Ningfu retorted, feeling distinctly singled out, her temper flaring as she scolded him. After administering the medicine to the coachman and checking his pulse to confirm there were no grave concerns, she rose and approached Shen Yan, appraising her with a nod. "Not bad. Young lady, your bandaging technique reveals considerable experience. Might I inquire if you are adept at discerning medicinal use?" "Dr. Lu, you flatter me. I am merely a maid. Such knowledge is beyond my grasp." Shen Yan discreetly retreated, evading Lu Ningfu's probing gaze. Amidst the peculiar atmosphere of their back and forth, Wang Huanji spoke up, "Do not tease her. How is Anping's injury faring? This fellow possesses mediocre martial skills, but boasts an audacious spirit. How could you allow such a person to accompany you? Aren't you concerned that one day he might endanger himself?" Lu Ningfu had nothing but harsh words, a response Wang Huanji had grown accustomed to, yet he still rubbed his temples in exasperation. After all, he remained Anping. Once he can return without a multitude of injuries, I shall concede that he is worthy of serving as your guard. Chapter 19. The Storm Approaches, Part 2. Shen Yan observed the playful banter between the two, feeling as though a door to a new world had been opened. It was astonishing to discover that the usually gentle and composed Wang Huanji could exhibit such a spirited side, whether it be in exasperation or in a confrontational manner. It was a refreshing departure from his typically aloof demeanor. "I am not teasing her, nor do I hold any grudge against that Latin ping. But who is she? Are you truly not going to disclose her identity?" Lu Ningfu, sensing a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, felt that something was amiss. This seemingly ordinary girl must possess some extraordinary quality to have captured Wang Huanji's attention. He stood resolutely before Shen Yan, pressing for an answer. His intense gaze and hands on his hips created an impression that Wang Huanji would not hesitate to strangle Shen Yan if he did not clarify immediately. Meanwhile, Ping, lying in bed, gradually stabilized his breathing. Wang Huanji, relieved, interrupted the inquiry, stating, "Those who know too many secrets often find their heads in jeopardy. Are you certain you wish to uncover her identity?" Shen Yan mused to himself that there was truth in those words. He had once been threatened similarly. However, this warning seemed to have little effect on Lu Ningfu, whose exceptionally charming face bore an expression of indifference. He suddenly leaned forward, scrutinizing Shen Yan's visage. In that moment, all three were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ningfu, with his unrefined demeanor, possessed eyes that sparkled with youthful exuberance. His refined features initially conveyed an impression of purity. Yet the allure of his eyes cast a different hue. As his face loomed unexpectedly close, Shen Yan was taken aback, wishing to give this reckless fellow a good reprimand. "Rogue." After a long pause, Lu Ningfu lamented, "Pray tell, is this girl not your former sweetheart?" Wang Huanji, suppressing his voice, replied, the words seeming to be ground out from between clenched teeth, not out of disdain for the name, but rather from the strain in his throat. Shen Yan was left astounded, wondering how Lu Ningfu's erratic thought process could lead him to become friends with Wang Huanji. The girl, whose originally delicate features had been masked by a disguise, now bore a rather unremarkable face, dressed in the ordinary attire of a maid, appearing far too humble to be Wang Huanji's former beloved. Perhaps sensing the disdain in Shen Yan's eyes, Lu Ningfu straightened up and remarked earnestly, "Enough jesting. The girl maintains a commendable composure. That is notable. You are testing me." Shen Yan fell silent, realizing this individual was indeed exceptional, and her desire to confront him only intensified. "Huanji, just moments ago, Fu Bo mentioned that you were grievously wounded by an assassin, and chaos ensued outside. Do enlighten us about what transpired." Wang Huanji emerged from a side room, seated himself gracefully on the mat, and, with a gentle demeanor, prepared tea, gesturing for the two to join him. Once they were settled, he lowered his voice, explaining a few days ago, "His Majesty issued a decree for me to oversee this year's autumn hunt. Today, as I was en route to the hunting grounds, I encountered assassins. And in Ping sustained severe injuries while fighting valiantly against 5 of them. And what your own shoulder? Lu Ningfu raised his hand to indicate his concern for Wang Huangji's injury. This inquiry left Shen Yan feeling somewhat guilty, as Wang Huangji's injury was incurred for her sake. Wang Huangji merely shook his head, offering a brief explanation. It was merely a mishap on my part, and also, your medicine may not be as effective as it should be. Such nonsense. My medicine aids in wound healing. If it weren't for your own reckless actions, how could this wound have torn? Lu Ningfu, infuriated by his nonchalance, could not help but scold him. But that's not the main point. What truly matters is that I require your assistance in staging a performance. Wang Huangji spoke with remarkable gentleness, effectively dousing Lu Ningfu's anger. The two had been close friends for many years, and Lu Ningfu instantly grasped his intent. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a hint of spring, and a captivating smile graced her lips as she gestured towards the side room behind her. That individual inside shall henceforth be known as His Highness, the King of Qin. He has sustained grave injuries from an assassination attempt and requires an abundance of exceptional medicine for recovery. Otherwise, no amount of medicine will suffice. Naturally, this medicine must be brewed daily, and the remnants should leave a trace. Are you attempting to muddy the waters? Lu Ningfu exclaimed in astonishment, only to find Shen Yan and Wang Huangji wearing expressions of "you guessed correctly." She fell into deep contemplation. In Chang'an, Wang Huangji was a unique figure. He was the only non-clan prince of the ancient Zhou dynasty, holding dominion over 13 regions of Qinzhou and commanding 400,000 heavily armored troops. Logically, such immense power, even if loyal, should have led to his downfall at the hands of the emperor. A few years prior, many speculated when the emperor would eliminate the king of Qin. However, fate was unkind. Ever since the emperor fell ill 5 years ago, the royal family's power had plummeted, and now the curiosity was whether the king of Qin would rise in rebellion against the emperor. Yet, despite all this, the king of Qin remained steadfast, holding sway over state affairs, albeit stopping there. His inscrutable thoughts rendered him exceedingly perilous. A person who no longer clings to power becomes the most formidable presence, for they possess no vulnerabilities to exploit. This assassination attempt served as a dangerous signal, indicating that someone within the court intended to strike at Wang Huangji. Now that you understand, I trust you can perform this act well. Wang Huangji raised his cup in salute, signaling their agreement. This strategy of stirring the waters would surely ensnare a significant catch. Who, then, with the shadowy figures lurking behind the scenes, as well as the informants leaking secrets at his side? The emperor's illness could only last until next spring. In this tumultuous season, it appeared that someone sought to upend the chessboard and disrupt the game. Observing that the two had finalized their plan, Shen Yan began drawing in the water on the table with her finger. What is this? Wang Huangji noticed the familiar pattern she had sketched. A map, he realized after scrutinizing it closely. It was a rudimentary map of Chang'an, a style of representation he had never encountered before. The King of Qin's residence lies west of Zhuke Avenue. When I first entered the city, I shouted and made a scene. Now, I fear that those with connections are already aware of the assassination attempt. Who do you think will be the first to visit you? The residences nearby belong to officials and families of influence. They likely know of the situation, but dare not approach easily, Lu Ningfu interjected. Those in power are adept at positioning themselves and navigating the winds of change. Given the current uncertainty, remaining an observer is the wisest course. Wang Huangji understood her implication and replied calmly. If I were to be injured, the balance of power within the court would inevitably be disrupted. The individual most opposed to turmoil in the court, aside from His Majesty, would be the Chancellor. The swiftest route from the Prime Minister's residence to the Qin King's palace takes approximately half an hour by horse-drawn carriage. Shen Yan traced her finger on the water map, marking the two locations and outlining the most direct path. In the garden, she had idly sketched maps of the ancient Zhou territories, and now her artistry proved invaluable. My lady, your method of drawing maps is both rapid and concise. You should consider imparting your skills to me at some point. He paused, by the way. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Lu Ning expressed great enthusiasm for her cartographic technique, and had circumstances allowed, he would certainly seek Shen Yan's guidance. Chapter 20. The Jade Pendant Clue. Shen Yan replied softly, her resolve strengthening within her. Although she bore the identity of the princess of the Kanghe, she remained the same person she had always been. She would not forget her origins, nor would she cease her quest for a way back. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Dr. Liu, the Prime Minister, is preparing to dismount in the front hall. What shall we do? Fu Bo expressed his concerns at the door, his words laced with urgency. However, he never pried into his master's affairs or dwelled on them too much. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning and Shen Yan simultaneously turned to Wang Huanji, who merely shook his head, indicating that he need not intervene at this moment. Very well, I understand. Fu Bo, please attend to the Prime Minister properly. I will manage everything here. Once Fu Bo's footsteps faded away, Shen Yan remarked, the Prime Minister's daughter's unparalleled honor in the inner palace hinges entirely upon the stability of the court. He must be feeling quite anxious at this moment. She wiped the water map on the table with a handkerchief. Since the discussion had been had, the map was rendered unnecessary. Some matters were best understood in silence. On this day, Prime Minister Zhao Yiheng had just returned home from paying respects to the Empress, his expression inscrutable. Throughout the journey, his attendants made a wide berth, wary of incurring his wrath. Within the palace, the Empress had wept, pleading with him to ensure the Emperor's safety. Yet, the Emperor was frail, his lineage cursed with misfortune, and he had no offspring to speak of. With power slipping away and rivals encircling Chang'an, it was a miracle if he could protect the Zhao family as a whole. However, the sight of his daughter weeping disconsolately made him relent, shaking his head in sorrow. At that moment, the doorkeeper announced an urgent visitor. Prime Minister, Prime Minister, the King of Qin has been assassinated and is now in critical condition. He had not even taken a sip of his hot tea before the cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground, the sound igniting his fury. He glared at the man before him, demanding, what on earth happened? How could the King of Qin be attacked? Gao Erzi, panting with anxiety, managed to explain, today, while I was guarding the city, a carriage approached, shouting that the King of Qin had been stabbed. The maidservant held the king's jade pendant in her hand. When I lifted the carriage curtain, the stench of blood was overwhelming. Indeed, someone was gravely injured inside. I was terrified and hurried here to report to you. Set off immediately for the King of Qin's residence. Take the fastest route. Zhao Yiheng's heart raced with mounting dread. Chang'an was currently surrounded by wolves, with Wang Huanji at the forefront, tightly gripping the city and denying others access. He was overstepping his bounds, but had yet to strike. Should this deterrent vanish, other wolves might soon come to feast upon Chang'an. If anything were to happen to Wang Huanji, the soldiers from the 13 regions of Qin would inevitably invade Chang'an. At that point, calamity would surely ensue. With no time to sip his tea, Zhao Yiheng rushed to the carriage, instructing the maidservant to relay this news to the palace and inform the Empress. Due to the Prime Minister's impending arrival, Wang Huanji took Shen Yan to temporarily hide in a secret chamber within the Wang residence. Your estate truly possesses an abundance of secret passageways. Shen Yan tapped the wall of the hidden room, confirming it was solid. In this dim chamber, concealed behind the paintings hanging in the side room, she was genuinely astonished when Wang Huanji first brought her in. The room was replete with all necessary furnishings, a bed, a couch, a bookshelf, and several cabinets. Had it not been for the absence of sunlight, it could have easily been mistaken for any ordinary room. Upon entering the secret chamber, Wang Huanji removed his outer garment. The driver from Anping wore coarse, dark clothing, and the bloodstains were hardly discernible. Yet, upon removing it, a large expanse of blood had seeped through the white undergarment, the wound adhering to the fabric. One must exercise caution. Few are privy to this secret. I understand. Either I remain silent like the esteemed Emperor Kanghe, or I become a mere corpse, forced into silence. Before Wang Huanji could utter a threatening remark, Shen Yan interjected. Such words needed to be spoken only once. She wished to avoid entangling their relationship in secrets and life and death. Rest assured, I shall not harm you, Wang Huanji replied with a smile, treating it as a form of reassurance. Shen Yan approached, extending her hand to touch his wound, causing Wang Huanji to stiffen. Her fingers hovered in the air, uncertain whether to descend or retreat. His blood had already dried, and the edges of the wound had begun to congeal into a dark hue. "What may I do to assist you?" Shen Yan knelt before him, looking up. His gaze remained gentle as ever, yet she recognized the stubbornness within him. Once he had resolved upon a matter, he would not entertain others' opinions. "There's a set of clothes in that cabinet. Please fetch them for me." Wang Huanji's eyes flickered. While disguise techniques could alter one's appearance, they could not change the essence of a person's gaze. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy, always shimmering with joy when they met his, leaving him at a loss. One grows cautious of excessive desires when teetering on the edge of a precipice. Following his instructions, Shen Yan rose and opened the cabinet, revealing a pale blue long robe, imbued with a faint fragrance of iris, which intensified in the dim chamber to an exquisite aroma. As she handed the garment to Wang Huanji, she noticed a wooden box beneath it. The box, entirely black, was adorned with a golden lotus flower outlined against the flickering candlelight, exuding an air of splendid mystery that compelled her to caress its surface. "What is this?" Wang Huanji, now clad in fresh attire, stood behind her, reaching out to retrieve the box, which he solemnly placed in Shen Yan's hands. Seeing her bewildered expression, he smiled gently. "Open it, and you shall understand." Inside lay a jade pendant of sheep fat, suspended by a red cord. "Yan?" Shen Yan's fingers traced the characters inscribed upon the jade. Cool to the touch, it bore the character Yan. This was the same character that had transported her to this parallel realm, inscribed on the back of the pocket watch. This jade pendant was left by Kanghe. Yan is her character. Wang Huanji observed her astonishment, lowering his eyes to explain softly. In the confines of the small chamber, Shen Yan tightened her grip. The character Yan belonged to the esteemed Princess Kanghe. Had she arrived here because of her? The images in her memory converged with the present scene. The girl with the charming smile in the black and white photograph, the same Yan character on both the pocket watch and the jade pendant, and the striking resemblance she bore to Princess Kanghe. The chaotic events of the past now unveil a thread capable of weaving everything together. The true imperial princess of Kanghe is indeed the key. How did she meet her demise? After a prolonged silence, Shen Yan finally spoke. She yearned to uncover every detail of this princess's past, for perhaps therein lay the clues to traverse the corridors of time. Wang Huanji stood before the wall, his hands clasped behind his back, lost in memories that instantly clouded his visage with sorrow. In the dim chamber, his deep voice narrated, "Poison. I later discovered that it was a slow-acting toxin. The afflicted merely needed to inhale a minuscule amount daily, their bodies remaining oblivious to any anomaly, until the moment of crisis arrived, rendering them beyond rescue. Kanghe had been frail since childhood, and after a fright at the age of 10, she remained confined within the depths of the palace. I intended to initiate my investigation through the servants who attended her, yet those very attendants perished in a single night, leaving only Granny Su, who managed to escape the calamity by venturing outside the palace." Chapter 21. The Turmoil of Autumn, Part 1. Wang Huanji's words were laden with an icy detachment, yet the reality was undeniable. Such a meticulously orchestrated murder could not fail to evoke terror. Shen Yan lowered her gaze upon the jade pendant in her hand, enveloped in a haze of confusion, as if shackled, yet simultaneously touched by a glimmer of light. Yet that light was feeble in its intensity. "It is no wonder you remarked that only you and the old maid were privy to the death of Princess Kanghe. It appears others have. But how could such a monumental event as the princess's demise be suppressed? Her history could only be gleaned from the annals of history, where the grandiloquent prose concealed the truth." Wang Huanji pursed his lips, his phoenix eyes reflecting a calm surface, devoid of ripples. Within the palace, no one cared for her. The frail princess, stripped of power, was relegated to a remote palace, her fate left to the whims of destiny. There was no need for concealment. As long as someone was dispatched to collect the monthly stipend, none would suspect that the master and servants of a secluded palace had perished. "Minister, His Highness requires rest." Lu Ningfu stated, standing outside the room and greeting the hastily approaching Zhao Yiheng, subtly obstructing his path. What sort of scoundrel dares to attempt an assassination on His Highness? Zhao Yiheng, standing at the threshold, could detect the metallic scent of blood. Coupled with Lu Ningfu's words, his temper flared, and he stomped his foot in frustration. Wang Huanji indeed posed a significant threat to the royal family, yet he could not afford to be embroiled in scandal at this critical juncture. Who was the fool that dared to strike at such a moment? Alas, I am but a wandering physician. How could I possibly know? Lu Ningfu replied, affirming that such matters should properly be handled by the Dali Temple, and if the case were grave, it would need to be referred to the Ministry of Justice. Zhao Yiheng had long heard tales of a flamboyant physician from the Qinhuang residence, and upon this encounter, he realized the rumors held true. How is His Highness's injury? He felt an acute sense of uncertainty and desperately sought reassurance from Lu Ningfu, but it was evident that the heavens had not heeded his prayers. Lu Ningfu's countenance darkened with sorrow. As their lips met, he spoke, His Highness's injury is severe. Should it shift further? Even a legendary Hua Tuo could do little to remedy it. He shook his head in regret, instilling a profound fear in Zhao Yiheng, whose astute eyes widened in panic. In the dim chamber, silence reigned momentarily. You have undertaken all these actions, not only to safeguard the Shen family's dominion, but also, I fear, to uncover the truth behind Princess Kanghe's death. Shen Yan could scarcely fathom the burden Wang Huanji bore. Under the flickering candlelight, his profile danced between light and shadow. The smile at the corner of his lips cool and derisive. He scoffed, his gaze laced with contempt. Do you know? That poison takes a decade to manifest. Such prolonged scheming begs the question, who is the perpetrator and what are their intentions? Every detail shall be unraveled. 5 years prior, when tragedy struck, she entrusted me with the jade pendant, imploring me to protect her realm. Yet my greatest regret is that I failed to safeguard her. Wang Huanji's sorrow coalesced into a palpable force, as if it grasped her heart, rendering her breathless. Rest assured, once I enter the palace, I shall assist you in unmasking those behind the scenes. The myriad affairs before me resemble a tangled skein of yarn. Despite the knots scattered throughout, I have managed to find the end, and by following it, I can surely unravel the chaos. Unraveling the identity of the perpetrator behind the assassination plot against Emperor Kong and the princess may indeed serve as a key to unlock hidden secrets. Such resolute words resonated in the air. Wang Huanji turned his head, observing her earnest demeanor. A gentle smile gracing his lips as his warm voice echoed softly in the dim chamber, leaving a lingering impression on Shen Yan. Thank you. The bustling city of Chang'an stands majestic and resplendent, the epicenter of power in the realm, a place where talents and aspirations converge. Here, wealth, influence, and status seem effortlessly within reach, a cacophony of prosperity akin to fire igniting oil, embellishing silk. Countless individuals arrive with their talents, yet they find themselves stymied by the gates of aristocratic families when seeking advancement, burdened with sighs of frustration. Among the throngs intoxicated by wealth, there are many who strive diligently. In this realm, each individual leads their own life, crossing paths briefly without further connection. The myriad facets of life and the vastness of the mortal world yield unique consequences for each person. As for Cui Min's fate, it remains elusive even to him. The Cui family is a lineage of integrity, having produced 2 chancellors and 3 empresses at the height of their prosperity, only to retract their wings in later years, opting for prudence. Yet his sister, Cuiya, defied their father's opposition and resolutely wed into the royal family. In an instant, the Cui family was thrust back into the epicenter of power. Recently, he was transferred from the Court of Judicial Review to the Ministry of Justice, merely a pawn in someone else's game. Within the ministry, the influence of Minister Kai Wei loomed large, constraining his actions, compelling him to manage numerous documents and legal matters on his own. Fortunately, he found solace in these trivialities, alleviating the gloominess that cases often brought. On this day, as he was organizing several cases he had dealt with the previous night, a figure burst through the door in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Quick, Deputy Minister Cui! Something has happened." Could it be another series of murders? Cui Min's hand trembled as he incredulously speculated. He had spent 2 months at the Court of Judicial Review addressing several homicide cases, and, just as he concluded those, he was promoted to the Ministry of Justice. His eyes had been immersed in the documentation of these cases for so long that they had begun to blur. The individual exclaimed in distress, "It's the Prince of Qin. He has been assassinated." The Prince of Qin? Assassinated? Cui Min's hand quivered even more. And only when the steadfast Xiao Lingfeng nodded in affirmation did he collapse into his seat, his body slackening. This predicament was dire. The Prince of Qin was a battle-hardened warrior, known for his iron-fisted decisiveness. Should he use this assassination as a pretext, it could lead to a cascade of trouble. This case would likely be handed over to the Court of Judicial Review, yet the officials there would surely hesitate to take on such a perilous matter, fearing it would soon be transferred to the Ministry of Justice. Cui Min surmised that there must be a traitor within Chang'an. If the intent was genuinely to kill Wang Huangji, such an opportune moment would hardly be chosen. With the emperor gravely ill and the surrounding powers intricately entangled, the death of the Prince of Qin would undoubtedly unravel a multitude of issues. The imperial authority now resembles delicate porcelain on a shaking table. Should the table tremble, the porcelain is destined to shatter. Though Xiao Lingfeng was also a deputy minister, his background was humble, and with the emergence of this incident, his concern for Wang Huangji's life intensified. Just before I entered, the Court of Judicial Review had already dispatched someone outside the city. It is rumored that, in addition to the King of Qin, a maidservant is also implicated in the matter. The situation of the king is dire, and His Majesty has dispatched imperial physicians to the king's residence. Xiao Lingfeng has previously received kindness from Wang Huangji. The King of Qin's power was forged on the battlefield in his youth, thus he extends considerable care towards scholars of humble origins, Xiao Lingfeng being one of them. He arrived in haste, with wisps of hair matted to his skin by perspiration, appearing somewhat disheveled. Cui Min regained her composure and offered him a towel. The fate of the king remains uncertain. This is not encouraging news. Cui Min fell into silence, deciding to return home to consult her father. This autumn in Chang'an is destined to be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 22. The Turmoil of Autumn, Part 2. The Autumn Lord brings a chilling atmosphere. As the cool breeze stirs the fallen maple leaves, only for them to descend once more. Passers-by hurry along, unaware of the countless leaves they trample underfoot. The imperial physician, dispatched by royal decree to the residence of the Qin prince, has no time to change from his official attire and emerges from the palace, followed closely by 6 eunuchs, each carrying a dark red medicine chest crafted by the inner court. Crossing merely a vermilion wall separates the palace from the outside world, yet the circumstances are starkly different. Within the palace reside close confidants of the emperor, while outside, they are merely the emperor's attendants. The emperor's power wanes, and his courtiers find no glory in their external dealings. "I have been sent by His Majesty to examine the prince's pulse," the physician announces. The attendant at the gate, recognizing their official garb, allows them entry upon hearing the physician's words. Just as the steward had escorted the chancellor into the inner courtyard, he notices this group of inner servants entering and immediately comprehends the situation. "My lords, the prince's condition remains uncertain. I must ask you to wait in the courtyard." Although the steward suspects the emperor harbors ill intentions, he refrains from openly defying the royal favor and leads the group into the inner courtyard. Before the physician can speak, he notices Zhao Yiheng pacing outside, sighing repeatedly. "Chancellor, I have been sent by His Majesty to examine the prince's pulse," the physician states, his eyes fixed on the tightly closed door. Surely, he is not mistaken. The unmistakable scent of blood wafts through the air. Zhao Yiheng snorts, his keen gaze landing on the 6 eunuchs standing with their heads bowed, discerning the emperor's intent, an amalgamation of grace and intimidation, a quest for the truth. "Please wait. Dr. Liu is still inside. His Majesty, having heard of the prince's critical state, has graciously bestowed the Tianshan, Snow Lotus, and Chong by Wild Ginseng. I am commanded to assist Dr. Liu. We must save the prince." The physician bows, his resolve unwavering. Zhao Yiheng, hands tucked in his sleeves. yearns to enter, but knows that Lu Ningfu had strictly ordered no one to enter or exit before the prince fell unconscious. Just as the two are at an impasse, the door swings open, revealing Lu Ningfu with a grave expression, carrying a basin of blood from within. The stench of blood strikes the onlookers like a blow, causing the eunuchs to tremble slightly while the physician maintains a calm demeanor, fixing his gaze on Lu Ningfu. Lu Ningfu remains silent, beads of sweat dotting his refined face, with traces of blood still fresh on his pale fingers. What is the condition of the prince? Just then, as Zhao Yiheng is taken aback by the oppressive cough emanating from within, he hears Lu Ningfu exclaim in alarm, "This is dire," before he turns and rushes back inside. At this moment, all eyes are fixed on the basin of blood. The steward steps forward to receive the basin, while Lu Ningfu's expression remains serious, aware that the prince's life hangs by a thread, and he fears he may slip into unconsciousness. With a casual sweep of his eyes over the physician and the eunuchs standing below, he offers a faint, indifferent smile to Zhao Yiheng. "These gentlemen were invited by the chancellor? I am the imperial physician Huangfu Xian, sent by His Majesty to examine the prince's pulse." Huangfu Xian announces before Zhao Yiheng can respond. In the palace, his name signifies proximity to the emperor. In Chang'an, it denotes a renowned physician, but before Lu Ningfu, it merely implies a complication. "Ah, esteemed Lord Huangfu, I beg your pardon. Please come in." As Lu Ningfu gracefully unfurled his sleeve, Huangfu Xian prepared to usher the remaining eunuchs into the chamber, only to be halted once more, with the insistence that only the esteemed individual was required. His languid tone was infuriating. "Very well, you may withdraw and await my return outside." Huangfu Xian spoke with composure and promptly entered the room. He was there under imperial command, necessitated to ascertain the true condition of the Qin Wang's ailment. All other protocols were of little consequence. Zhao Yiheng, with his aged eyes, scrutinized the two men, sensing an underlying discord, yet he had no intention of entering the room. Upon Huangfu Xian's entrance, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent emlang of various odors, predominantly the metallic scent of blood. Though taken aback, he resolutely advanced towards the bed. The room was adorned with a guqin, bamboo, and stone. The side rooms were draped with verdant bamboo curtains, each housing incense burners from which delicate wisps of fragrant smoke emanated. The ambience was originally quite refined, yet now it was tainted by the unique odor of a gravely ill person combined with the stench of blood. It was truly beyond description. As Huangfu Xian drew nearer, the stench intensified. Standing before the bed, he could vaguely discern the figure of Wang Huanji through the cascading curtains. Upon a low table beside the bed lay a haphazard assortment of medicine vials and bloody cloths. He reached to pull aside the curtains, but Lu Ningfu seized his wrist, stating, "The prince has instructed that no one is to approach. His Highness is currently frail and does not wish to be seen. Allowing you entry has already breached protocol. I kindly ask that you do not make this difficult for me." Having spent considerable time within the palace walls, Huangfu Xian understood this principle and sheepishly withdrew his hand. Some dignitaries preferred to conceal their vulnerabilities from others, such as the emperor and the present Qin Wang. Lu Ningfu lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing Wang Huanji's wrist. After performing the customary greeting, Huangfu Xian placed his hand upon the wrist, measuring its pulse. It was alarmingly weak, and only with great pressure could he detect a faint heartbeat. The exposed wrist was pale and devoid of color at the fingertips. Indeed, a grave situation. After Fu Bo had seen off Huangfu Xian and Zhao Yiheng along with their entourage, only 6 redwood boxes sent from the palace remained outside. Lu Ningfu lifted the lid of a box, his eyes glimmering with delight at the sight of abundant medicinal herbs. The petals of the Tianshan snow lotus were remarkably well preserved, and the ginseng roots were plentiful and lengthy, sufficient for his needs for quite some time. To orchestrate a ruse alongside Wang Huanji merely to extract these herbs from the emperor was indeed a commendable endeavor. "You truly have a cunning mind." Emerging from the dim chamber, Shen Yan encountered Lu Ningfu, whose face bore a cheerful grin, and he could almost hear the sound of calculations echoing in his heart. "Ah, do not envy me. Before they departed, I made sure to lavish you with praise, brave maidservant who rescued the prince. It sounds quite impressive. The emperor will undoubtedly reward you handsomely for the sake of appearances, Lu Ningfu generously remarked while patting Shen Yan's shoulder. After Huangfu Xin completed the pulse diagnosis, his complexion was nearly as pale as that of the blood-deprived Anping lying in the bed, nearly startling Zhao Yiheng upon his exit. The charade had reached a point where the lines between reality and pretense had blurred. News of the Qin Wang's grievous injury would soon be known to those with ulterior motives. Lu Ningfu cleverly utilized Huangfu Xin's title as the imperial physician to issue a directive that all individuals within the estate were forbidden from approaching the main courtyard or disturbing the Qin Wang's convalescence. At present, the two individuals stand here, quietly able to hear the birds chirping in the trees and the gentle rustling of the leaves in the breeze. After emerging from the dim chamber, Wang Huanji merely exchanged a profound glance with Lu Ningfu, accompanied by a nod, before he directly entered the study. Upon hearing his teasing remarks, Shen Yan felt a twinge of confusion and turned to inquire. Your Highness was once a general on the battlefield, yet possesses no martial prowess? The texts recount that Wang Huanji attained his throne through warfare, and she had always believed him to be a master of combat. Only now did she realize that he was, in fact, an ordinary person. If it came to wielding a blade, she feared she might surpass him, even with her willow leaf dagger. Chapter 23. The Turmoil of Autumn, Part 3. In the moment of urgency in the countryside, there was little time for contemplation. Upon reflection, it became evident that Wang Huanji, who remained inside the carriage with her, had no intention of intervening. It was not a matter of desire, but rather a lack of martial prowess. Lu Ning exhaled softly in acknowledgement of her inquiry, delicately examining a snow lotus from the box, tracing the intricate patterns of its petals. He had possessed such abilities once, but they had since faded away. The reasons behind this were shrouded in speculation, and I shan't divulge them to you. The underlying message was clear. I am aware, but you must remain in ignorance. Shen Yan's curiosity seldom lingered beyond 3 minutes, and with his silence, her interest waned. She turned and made her way to the study in search of Wang Huanji. Chui Manor, the study. Chui Min recounted recent events one by one, while Chui Fu, seated in the main position, listened with a furrowed brow. The only sound that filled the room was the boiling of tea, until after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The maple leaves of Chang'an shall soon be stained crimson with blood. I have already sent a covert message to Ling Quan. She will arrive at the manor shortly. You cannot remain here any longer. Once she arrives, you must return to the other courtyard, Wang Huanji stated upon noticing Shen Yan entering the study. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in confusion. Do we not just collaborate effectively? The emperor will soon learn that it was my maid who saved me. Someone might come looking for you at any moment. You possess no martial skills. You would surely expose yourself. Wang Huanji spoke plainly, standing before the bookshelf, leaving Shen Yan with only the elegant silhouette of his back. I understand. I will return to the other courtyard, she replied, turning slightly, her tone subdued. Lacking martial prowess and possessing only the facade of the Kanghe princess through the art of disguise, her understanding of the political landscape was limited to the reports and texts she had read. Remaining beside Wang Huanji served no purpose and might even prove detrimental. Take this jade pendant, he offered, sensing the disappointment in her words. Reluctantly, he turned and handed her the jade pendant from his sleeve, inscribed with the character Yan. This pendant was his final connection to Kanghe. For the greater good, he ultimately decided to bestow it upon Shen Yan. As he felt the emptiness in his hand, he blinked a few times, skillfully concealing his sense of loss. All right, the jade pendant, cool to the touch, fell into Shen Yan's hands, a destined entanglement belonging to the Kanghe princess. News of the Qin king's grave injury spread like wildfire, stirring unrest throughout the city. In the distant Jiangsheng, Xu Jin received the letter amidst the busy harvest season. After reading its contents, he fell into deep contemplation, his gaze serene as his fingertips lightly tapped the table. The council chamber was filled with a heavy silence. Standing nearby, Hong Xiu and Qing Cheng bowed their heads, awaiting Xu Jin to speak. What is the credibility of this letter? Xu Jin inquired, lifting the thin sheet against the sunlight. The handwriting was unpretentious. A few lines, yet conveying a monumental revelation. Absolutely credible. After the incident, that maid, in a panic, shouted directly at the city gate that the Qin king had been attacked. Our spies within the Qin king's residence have investigated. His injury is beyond the reach of even the imperial physicians, and we can only await the heavens' decision, Qing Cheng replied earnestly. At this, Xu Jin set the letter down, though the chill in his eyes deepened further. After a brief silence, Hongxiu let out a cold snort, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. After all, one is bound to encounter ghosts when traversing dark paths frequently. It was his own fault for provoking the city lord at every turn. Now, he had reaped the consequences of his actions. Jiangsheng, a prosperous city situated on the plains with ample water resources, thrived in both agriculture and animal husbandry. Although its military might was lacking, it boasted an abundance of war horses and skilled archers for defense. Upon Xu Jin's ascension to city lord, he vigorously developed the mechanism pavilion, employing mechanical arts to enhance farming practices and opened both a horse market and a maritime market, leading to a bustling trade environment. In the grand scheme of the world, Jiangxing could be considered a prized asset. Naturally, such a treasure would attract attention. Previously, when Xu Jin had been investigating the dark dealings of the black gold, he was betrayed and fell into the water, only to be rescued by Shen Yan. Subsequent investigations revealed that the incident was closely tied to the Prince of Qin. Now, upon hearing of the prince's assassination, Hongxiu could barely contain her desire to celebrate outside. Calm your temper, my lady, otherwise, how would the city lord dare to let you roam outside Jiangxing? Qing Cheng remarked. Unlike Feng Mian, Qing Cheng exhibited little tolerance for Hongxiu's fiery disposition. Were it not for Xu Jin's continued presence and authority, he would have rolled his eyes skyward. He genuinely feared that one day, Hongxiu might find herself in peril due to her unrestrained words. I am in charge of the household affairs. How could I possibly have time to leave Jiangxing? Hongxiu retorted, her disdain for Qing Cheng evident. This prompted a heated exchange between the two. Xu Jin, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his fingers against his temples, wishing to send them both to the fields for labor. Silence, both of you, he commanded sternly. Once they complied, Xu Jin issued a low, firm decree. Inform everyone to refrain from any rash actions. With the Prince of Qin's assassination, we must remain uninvolved. Hongxiu and Qing Cheng clasped their fists in unison, replying, we shall obey. You too, go to the backyard and reflect on your actions. Feng Mian, accompany me outside, Xu Jin stated, folding the letter on his desk with a casual air. Understood, they replied. As the two left the study, a sense of calm prevailed. However, upon entering the backyard, they immediately drew their swords and began sparring. Qing Cheng's agility was impressive, yet Hongxiu's swordplay was fierce, resulting in a stalemate. The clash of blades echoed through the air, causing several saplings in the yard to be severed. Ultimately, the duel concluded with Hongxiu's defeat. Next time, I shall make you regret this loss, she declared, her cheeks flushed from the exertion, yet her eyes burned with indignation as she glared at Qing Cheng, wishing to consume him whole. Qing Cheng sheathed his sword and shook his head in mock disappointment. Enough of this. Our days of peace are numbered. Just behave yourself. Will you? Is that how you speak to me, like I'm a dog? Hongxiu shot back. Oh, and how has my lady become a dog? Qing Cheng retorted, a playful glint in his eye. The servants in the manor had grown accustomed to the duo's bickering. While they watched the spectacle, their hands remained steady, and their steps confident. Qing Cheng, who managed the intelligence network, often operated outside, while Hongxiu handled the affairs within the manor. Their rare encounters often led to fierce disputes, as though they were on the brink of tearing the roof off. Despite the playful banter, Hongxiu understood the gravity of Qing Cheng's words. The era of tranquility in Jiangsheng might not last much longer. If the assassination of the Prince of Qin was orchestrated by the Emperor, then Xu Jin could very well be the next target. If the luscious territory of Qinju's 13 regions were to be devoured by various factions, how could Jiangsheng possibly endure? Upon arriving at the Qinhuang mansion and greeting Fu Bo, Lin Quan proceeded directly to the study in the main courtyard. Your Highness, please rise, Wang Huanji said, seated in the principal position, perusing through the books. His gaze, however, was fixed upon Shen Yan, momentarily contemplating her current visage, altered by disguise. Imperial Princess. Upon hearing Wang Huanji's command, Ling Quan turned slightly, performed a minor bow, and then approached Shen Yan, scrutinizing her transformed appearance. Chapter 24. Waiting. The only person who had seen this face before was the guard at the city gate, so Ling Quan's disguise was sufficient. Was it not quite challenging? Upon seeing Ling Quan scrutinizing her for a long while, Shen Yan bashfully touched her cheek and remarked, her skills in disguise were rudimentary. The general contours of this face still bore resemblance to her original one. Ling Quan's bone structure differed from hers. Hence the seemingly simple disguise for Shen Yan posed some difficulty on Ling Quan's face. Not at all. The imperial princess possesses an admirable bone structure and has mastered the art of disguise quite well. Ling Quan humbly praised her in the presence of Wang Huanji, not daring to say much more. Having grasped the general outline, Ling Quan took out a small pouch from her possession and swiftly transformed into Shen Yan's current appearance. I need to make a few adjustments for the imperial princess and change the face. Shen Yan nodded in agreement, and Ling Quan proceeded to adjust her brows and eyes with stone powder. Her technique was exquisite, although lacking a bronze mirror. The approving nod from Wang Huanji indicated that the effect was evidently satisfactory. Now, the valiant maid rescuing her master was indeed Ling Quan. When we return to the villa, do not venture outside. Simply await my news, Wang Huanji said earnestly as Shen Yan was about to leave. I shall await you, she replied, glancing back at Wang Huanji. The soft light from the window fell upon him, and he stood there like a refreshing breeze under the moonlight, his eyes reminiscent of a starry river. When he uttered those words, they were meant for Shen Yan, who listened and etched them into her memory. Since she had vowed to wait for him, she would truly do so. Upon returning to the villa, the courtyard felt deep and tranquil, and the days passed slowly. Aside from reading, she sat idly in the courtyard lost in thought. With news being scarce, she could only rely on Xiaoxing to learn of the happenings outside. Recently, Xiaoxing had grown close to the carpenter who built a small house for a squirrel, and whenever she spoke of him to Shen Yan, her face radiated with joy that she could hardly conceal. Observing Xiaoxing's youthful exuberance, Shen Yan understood and no longer restrained her, even relaxing the rules regarding her service. With Ling Quan and Wang Huanji absent, there were no longer any constraint upon her. Sitting alone on the swing in the courtyard, she swayed lazily and gazed toward the direction of the Qin Wangfu, pondering what Wang Huanji might be doing at that moment. Had he already uncovered the mastermind behind it all? Was the coachman in Ping safe? Regarding all matters of the ancient Zhou dynasty, she had remained a mere spectator until that assassination attempt. The blood was warm, and Ping's blood was warm, the assassin's blood was warm, and Wang Huanji's blood was warm. The blood within her own heart was also warm. Shen Yan understood that from this moment forth, she could no longer treat everything here with indifference. The weight of life, no matter where it lies, is immeasurable and should never be taken lightly. Imperial Princess, do you find this object amusing? Xiaoxing entered the villa and spotted Shen Yan sitting on the swing lost in thought, smiling as she extended the Lubon wood in her hand to her, hoping to cheer her up. The Lubon wood, the 9 linked rings, and the Rubik's Cube were remnants from Shen Yan's school days. Upon receiving the Lubon wood from Xiaoxing, a wave of familiarity washed over her. Within mere moments, she had disassembled it. Your skills are remarkable, Imperial Princess, Xiaoxing exclaimed with genuine admiration, for despite toiling for a long time, she had only managed to disassemble 2 or 3 pieces, while the Imperial Princess completed it swiftly. Seeing the envy in her eyes, Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Your words are truly sweet today. By the way, is there any news regarding the King of Qin? Ah, Your Highness, do not fret. The prince is gravely injured, yet precious medicinal herbs are being delivered from all corners of Chang'an. Rest assured, he shall recover. This plan is known only to Wang Huan's most trusted confidants. A few days ago, Xiaoxing wept for a long time upon learning of the situation. Yet she soon gathered her spirits and meticulously tended to the garden, patiently comforting Shen Yan, promising to inform her immediately of any news. Xiaoxing has come to understand that the princess holds profound affection for the prince, yet it is neither wise nor healthy for her to remain in a daze, neglecting her meals. Xiaoxing, was this Lu Ban wood gifted to you by that carpenter? Shen Yan comprehended her implication and realized that her only recourse was to wait. Not wishing to burden Xiaoxing with worry, she averted her gaze, only to pause momentarily, then smile slightly, shaking the Lu Ban wood in jest. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Under Shen Yan's inquisitive gaze, she stammered, "His name is Gong Shuyu. He is rather foolish. He gave me this and even asked if I could play with it, clearly looking down upon me. Oh, indeed, what a fool! If he cannot play, would not his affection be rendered meaningless?" Shen Yan chuckled, extending the Lu Ban wood towards Xiaoxing, urging her to examine the inscriptions upon it. As Xiaoxing took it, she scrutinized the inner piece of Lu Ban wood, which bore the 4 characters, Jing Nuqi Shu. What does this mean? Xiaoxing clutched the Lu Ban wood, her cheeks flushed, wishing to bury herself in the earth, and whispered her inquiry. Though her family background was humble and she had not received formal education, she sensed the profound significance of those 4 characters. Shen Yan's melodious voice echoed through the quiet courtyard. Jing Nuqi Shu, waiting for me at the corner of the city. To love, yet not to see. Pondering and hesitating. These words signify that you are both serene and lovely. Like a firework bursting in Xiaoxing's ear, upon hearing Shen Yan's explanation, she envisioned Gong Shuyu's face in a flurry of chaotic thoughts, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Stammering, she asked, "Why would that fool say such a thing?" Well, who knows? After all, our Xiaoxing is indeed serene and lovely, Shen Yan teased, gently pinching Xiaoxing's nose. "Your Highness, you mock me." As the two playfully bantered, an anxious wet nurse hurriedly approached, her expression fraught with urgency. Trouble is afoot. There is a gathering of a vast number of commoners outside the Qin royal residence and the palace, claiming that the prince is tyrannical and disregards authority, asserting that this assassination attempt was a righteous act by a hero. Moreover, during today's court assembly, officials pressed His Majesty to thoroughly investigate the political affairs of the Qin royal family over the years. The wet nurse spoke rapidly, her tone increasingly severe. Shen Yan abruptly sat up, hastening a few steps forward, her heart racing with anxiety. Where is the king of Qin? What has the emperor said? What of General Jinwu? Why is nothing being done about the commoners? Though she understood that the plan aimed to feign weakness and stage a counterattack, the current passive and dire situation still left her in a state of panic. The wet nurse, distressed, stamped her feet, exclaiming, "Alas, alas! The prince's condition is critical, and the commoners have erupted in chaos. General Jinwu has dispatched men to fortify the royal residence with layers of protection." Layers of protection? Shen Yan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grasped the situation, standing there with a sardonic smile. Protection? How could this possibly be protection? The plight of the refugees was nothing more than a scheme, a meticulously orchestrated trap designed to encircle the Qin royal residence. Did they truly believe such tactics could hold the Qin prince hostage and command an army of 400,000 ironclad soldiers? It was utterly ludicrous. Shen Yan's demeanor left Xiaoxing and the old maid utterly astonished. They exchanged glances, both hesitant to offer any counsel at that moment. Old maid, Xiaoxing, remain vigilant and keep a close watch on the news from outside, particularly regarding the palace and the royal residence. Should there be any unusual activity, inform me at once. Chapter 25. The Sin of Confined Imperial Princess, Part 1. Now, she could only wait. Wang Huanji had assured her that he would not break his promise. The elegant, pale-hued long robe fluttered gently in the breeze as Shen Yan sat alone on the swing, lost in thought. The glass pendant hanging by her ear resembled tears, cascading down to her neck. Just a little longer. General Jinwu, responsible for the security of Chang'an, could not rashly invade a private residence. Moreover, the emperor, wary of the iron-armored army's power, would naturally refrain from any reckless actions. The true confrontation was still far off. 3 days passed. Not a single word. No progress whatsoever. General Jinwu remained stationed outside the Wang residence. The emperor had yet to issue a decree, and Prince Qin remained gravely ill. The children of Chang'an returned home before the curfew, and the once bustling Zhuke Street had turned desolate. Now, all eyes were on the two individuals occupying the highest positions in the realm. Imperial Princess, a letter has arrived from the Wang residence for you. Shen Yan sat amidst a pile of books, realizing she must mature swiftly to survive in such chaotic times. She needed to read and memorize all these texts. When the matron entered, she found Shen Yan's eyes bloodshot, and her delicate cheeks bore signs of fatigue, clearly exhausted. Over the past 3 days, she had slept only 1 or 2 hours each night. Aside from meals, she had been immersed in her studies. Shen Yan accepted the letter, suppressing the peculiar feelings within her. She quickly scanned it, maintaining a calm demeanor. Who sent this to you? It was sent by Uncle Fu from the Wang residence. Uncle Fu? She arched an eyebrow, her sharp gaze revealing the pent-up frustration of these days, compelling the matron to lower her head. The matron collected her thoughts and cautiously replied, "It is. Uncle Fu instructed me to deliver it to the Imperial Princess." "I see. You may leave now." Shen Yan tucked the letter away, rising from the pile of books to approach the window. It had been a long time since she had basked in the sunlight. It felt somewhat blinding, prompting her to shield her eyes with her robe's wide sleeves. The sunlight was splendid, but alas, it could not dispel the sinister affairs that lurked beneath the weight of power. Noticing she had no further instructions, the matron hesitated before finally speaking. "Imperial Princess, His Highness is currently trapped in the Wang residence, gravely injured and unconscious. Would you like to pay him a visit?" The matron spoke amiss. "Regardless of the circumstances, I am the sovereign, and he is but a subject. The distinction between ruler and subject must be upheld. You may go on my behalf, and bring some medicinal herbs as a token of my goodwill. There is no need to trouble me with these trivial matters. Simply relay the news from the residence." With a faint yawn that signified her fatigue, Shen Yan issued her orders. The matron had no choice but to turn and depart. Once the door closed, she was left alone in the room. "Matron, is it you?" Unfolding the letter, Shen Yan's gaze settled calmly upon it. She mused that the news of the Kanghe imperial princess residing in the private garden was a secret. The spirit spring originally from the Wang residence had been relocated to serve her, yet Uncle Fu was unaware of this. Furthermore, the contents of the letter were riddled with inconsistencies. The letter stated that Prince Qin had confined the Kanghe imperial princess outside the palace, which was a grave offense. Now that Prince Qin was critically ill, the princess ought to return to the palace to seek the emperor's protection. However, it claimed that Prince Qin confined the princess out of affection, imploring her to visit. Such a letter acknowledged her as the Kanghe imperial princess, but failed to recognize that she was also Shen Yan, hidden deep within this secluded garden. The spy who divulged Wang Huangji's whereabouts on that fateful day is finally poised to act. As dark currents swirl through Chang'an, a significant event unfolds at the borders. A general, tasked with safeguarding the frontier under the command of the Qin king, has slain the inspector and dispatched his severed head back to Chang'an, presenting it before the gates of the Qin king's residence, right in front of the general of the Golden Guards. As the bundle unravels, revealing the grotesque trophy, the onlookers scream in terror and flee, leaving only the formidable Golden Guards and the border troops, whose expressions betray their hostility, locked in a tense standoff. This is an unabashed threat. My general has proclaimed that such scoundrels, who exploit the border populace and conspire against His Highness the Qin King, are indeed driven by wolfish ambition. Upon learning that the esteemed protector of the Qin King was present, they offered this head as a grim reminder of what loyalty and valor truly entail. The border troops, weary from their arduous journey, are clad in dust-covered armor, yet their eyes shine with unwavering resolve. In contrast, the Golden Guards, though resplendent in their finery, are perceived by him as nothing more than the stench of gluttony. The general of the Golden Guards, his countenance darkened, kicks the severed head aside with disdain, scoffing that he merely hoped to receive timely news when His Highness the Qin King departs from this world. Do they think such petty tricks can intimidate me? You. Very well. His Highness vowed to defend the borders with his life, yet has nurtured such treacherous souls as you. Wang Huangji, gravely wounded for many days, remains in a state of unconsciousness. Not only Chang'an, but even the frontier guards begin to feel the tremors of unrest. All eyes are fixed upon him and the military authority he wields. Yet his throne and power are hard-earned through bloodshed on the battlefield, forged with sword and blade. Alas, the fervor of youth is difficult to cool, and the lust for power challenging to temper. In response to the accusations, the general of the Golden Guards points at the royal residence behind him, declaring that he serves the emperor's bounty and is nurtured by the court, not by the Qin king. Should the Qin king manage to survive, then he may come to account for today's grave disrespect. Regrettably, no matter how formidable a corpse may be, it cannot stir the waters of fate. Were it not for the general's admonition, he would have relished the opportunity to shatter this man's skull. He feels a chill for the Qin king. After years of fierce combat, this is the outcome they face. Your Majesty's royal carriage. Make way swiftly. A shrill voice rings out, revealing a grand procession of the emperor's retinue. At the forefront, 14 eunuchs bear intricately designed incense lanterns, while a richly adorned carriage carries the emperor, cloaked in drapes that obscure his figure, flanked by attendants clad in court attire. The surrounding populace hastily steps aside. "I am Lieutenant Ling Tao, Your Majesty," he proclaims, bowing low as the general of the Golden Guards sheathes his sword and kneels in reverence. Commoners pay their respects to Your Majesty. The border troops grit their teeth and kneel, compelled to bow before this figure. "Cough, cough, rise." The emperor's voice is frail and cold, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. When he speaks, he resembles not a sovereign, but rather a delicate scholar. "General Ling, tasked with guarding the palace and overseeing the Qin king, you have borne a heavy burden. It is my duty, and I dare not claim it as a hardship," Ling Tao replies, acknowledging that the position of the general of the Golden Guards entails such responsibilities. "Well then, I have a matter to inquire of you." Despite the emperor's weak tone, Ling Tao senses an undeniable weight of authority. "This is the unique majesty of the Son of Heaven. You guard the palace, yet have failed to notice that my sister, Princess Kanghe, has vanished? Your Majesty, I have never laid eyes upon the princess. She has long resided within the depths of the palace. How could she suddenly go missing?" Ling Tao hastily defended himself. Although the emperor and the princess were not particularly close, she was the sole daughter of the late emperor, and her status was undeniable. The princess's disappearance was a burden he could not bear. "Fear not, I have come today precisely for this matter. Someone has informed me that Kanghe is under confinement by the Prince of Qin, and I have come to inquire about this." Everyone was taken aback. The accusation of confining the princess could carry grave consequences. For the Prince of Qin, whose fate was uncertain, this was a most damning charge, a last straw. Chapter 26. The Sin of the Forbidden Imperial Princess, Part 2. His Highness the King of Qin would never commit such acts. The border soldier, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. As soon as he uttered those words, the attention of all present shifted to him, filled with surprise, disdain, and curiosity. Clad in simple armor, this weary soldier had bright eyes, and had he not spoken, no one would have paid him any heed. To defend the King of Qin before the emperor was truly a reckless act. "Why do you say that?" The emperor, instead of expressing the expected fury, inquired softly, as if asking about the weather, casual and gentle, prompting a sense of ease among those present. Yet, the soldier, with a defiant posture, replied, "He is not that kind of person. You cannot fabricate accusations against him simply because his highness is currently unconscious." "Impudent!" A eunuch standing beside the emperor shouted, his eyes wide with rage, trembling as he pointed at the soldier. Clearly taken aback, he could scarcely believe that a mere soldier would dare to confront the emperor. Did he presume upon the King of Qin's protection to act with such impunity? "Yuexin, there is no need for harshness," the emperor said calmly amidst the mounting tension. It was only then that Yuexin gently waved his hand, prompting Ling Tao to sheath his sword, though he shot a glare at the soldier. The soldier's expression was one of indignation. Youthful in his demeanor, he acted according to his heart, never considering that power could sometimes crush one's past pride. Yet, he believed that dying for the King of Qin would be worth it. Life should embody faith and the ability to discern right from wrong. What meaning is there in merely surviving in silence? A grand procession accompanied the emperor as he descended from his majestic carriage. By age, Emperor Shen Yan was already 36. Yet he retained a youthful elegance, adorned with a golden crown and dressed in light yellow robes intricately woven with golden patterns, a jade belt at his waist, and a fragrant pouch. His presence, though commanding, exuded gentleness. With a smile that curved his eyes, he resembled a refined gentleman enjoying tea and flute music in a bamboo grove, rather than a diminished sovereign. Upon standing firm, the emperor cast a mild smile at the plaque of the king of Qin's residence, followed by a retinue of eunuchs guiding the way. Nearby, Ling Tao bowed respectfully and, as the imperial entourage entered the palace, instructed his deputy, "Guard this place well. Do not allow any riffraff to disturb His Majesty, for your head would not suffice for the consequences." With a fierce glare at the soldier, he turned and followed the procession through the palace gates. Lu Ningfu now regretted his decision to act alongside Wang Huangji. While he luxuriated in bed, he found himself accompanying the emperor for tea, caught in a limbo of awkwardness, neither smiling nor speaking, constrained by rigid decorum, which was utterly uncomfortable. If the king of Qin requires any remedies, Dr. Lu may speak freely, the emperor remarked after a brief exchange. He gently sipped his tea, his expression somewhat weary, reclining against the couch as he lazily added, "This injury is exceedingly perilous. It must be tended to diligently. Who knows when it might heal, or perhaps it may not." Lu Ningfu feigned profundity, to which the emperor responded with a contemplative "oh," turning the beads in his hand, suggesting that the outcome was entirely in the hands of fate. Indeed, upon hearing this response, the emperor let out a sorrowful sigh, turning his gaze towards the composed and dignified Lu Ningfu. "Dr. Lu's esteemed name has long reached my ears. Should you desire it, a position at the Imperial Medical Office shall undoubtedly await you upon your entry to the palace. The commoner is but a wandering physician. How could I ever be worthy of the Imperial Medical Office's esteemed reputation? Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively." Lu Ningfu was not one to fall into such traps. The emperor, clearly ailing and nearing his end, appeared deceptively robust, perhaps having consumed some potent tonic to prolong his life. His stay at the royal residence was a rare exception, granted solely out of gratitude, and he would not be detained otherwise. Therefore, I shall not press you further. However, there is a matter requiring your cooperation. Before Lu Ningfu could respond, a eunuch standing beside the emperor stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty intended to seek the Princess Kanghe to pray for the nation. Yet to our dismay, there are no attendants within her palace. The princess has reportedly gone missing, allegedly confined by Prince Qin." This statement was indeed disheartening. Regardless of how powerful Prince Qin may be, he was still a subject, and the accusation of confining the princess was utterly intolerable. "What course of action do you wish to take, Your Majesty?" Lu Ningfu, shedding his habitual jest, inquired earnestly. During this time, the effective remedies had already healed Anping's wounds. The one feigning illness upon the bed in the main chamber was Wang Huangji. Their plan had been remarkably successful, having uncovered some hidden minions, who were not only positioned in Chang'an, but also in several small towns along the borders. They had anticipated many scenarios, but the emperor's current reproach was unexpected. Although Lu Ningfu had heard of Princess Kanghe's reputation, knowing that she had been gravely ill and reclusive for 17 years, it was perplexing that she had now fallen into the clutches of Prince Qin. "We do not wish to put you in a difficult position, Dr. Lu, but the princess is the only sister of Your Majesty, and her disappearance is indeed concerning. It is said that Prince Qin holds you in high esteem, thus with no master in the estate. We implore you to take charge and permit the Jinwu guards to search the premises." The eunuch, Yuexin, smiled, though the smile was evidently insincere, masked as it was beneath layers of makeup, rendering it a chilling sight. Fu Bo, who had been waiting outside the hall, glanced towards Lu Ningfu at the emperor's words. With Yuexin's suggestion to search the estate, he felt a wave of terror wash over him. What household could be searched at will? Every noble residence harbored its own secrets. Yet with the emperor personally overseeing the matter, none could voice dissent. "Since the eunuch is acting on the emperor's command, let the search proceed. I am merely a wandering physician. How could I presume to take charge of matters concerning Prince Qin? I trust that should Prince Qin be aware that this search is by imperial decree, he would surely acquiesce. However, you must avoid His Highness's quarters. Otherwise, Lu Ningfu smiled sincerely, but his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Yuexin. Yuexin felt a shiver run down his spine, and after bowing to the emperor, he hurriedly descended to conduct the search. The emperor reclined lazily against the side of the seat, enveloped in a soft aura, as if this matter were of no consequence to him. Lu Ningfu excused himself to the latrine, stepping out of the emperor's sight, and pulled Fu Bo aside to a secluded corner, whispering, "Is there any truth to the rumor that Wang Huanji has concealed Princess Kanghe? Do not deceive me. The emperor is here to search for her." Fu Bo let out a sigh and shook his head, stating that His Highness indeed harbored affection for the imperial princess, yet would never confine her. If he desired the princess to enter the residence, would it not be swifter to directly request an imperial decree for marriage? Dr. Lu, perhaps you should contemplate a solution. Yuexin was correct in her earlier remarks. Currently, the Qin Wangfu lacks a master. Without a master, there is no support. And if this continues, trouble is inevitable. Indeed, if he truly favors this princess, he would surely carry her in on a grand sedan chair. Lu Ningfu felt a sense of relief, yet remained perplexed about the emperor's true intentions. To maintain his throne amidst such a multitude of formidable contenders, this sovereign possesses certain skills. He is certainly not one to be underestimated. Chapter 27. The appearance of the princess upon hearing a knock at the door. Shen Yan rose to open it, only to find Anping standing there. Trouble had undoubtedly befallen him. "Who?" she inquired, a sense of urgency swelling within her. "Is it the Prince of Qin?" Upon seeing Anping, she immediately understood that the one feigning illness in the royal residence was Wang Huanji. Anping's low, grave tone tightened her heart. She slightly turned aside, allowing Anping to enter and close the door behind him. Under Shen Yan's inquisitive gaze, Anping produced a letter concealed within his garments and handed it to her. "This is from him. He mentioned something about deciphering it with a book." "A book? Deciphering?" Shen Yan mused, unfolding the letter to reveal a series of numbers. This was a basic encrypted message requiring a cipher book for decryption, typically employed for the transmission of intelligence. Due to its numerical nature, even if the letter were to be exposed or betrayed, it would remain secure in the hands of others. Anping explained that the cipher book was a certain tome. Wang Huanji had gifted her numerous books. Which one could it be? Contemplating this, she approached the bookshelf, scanning its contents. She recalled the faint aroma of tea emanating from the letter, reminiscent of Wang Huanji's favorite pre-reign Longjing. Could it be the classic of tea? With this thought, Shen Yan swiftly withdrew the classic of tea from the shelf, unfurling the letter and meticulously searching through its pages. 18, 37, 46, 55. Each number corresponded to the first character of the respective page. She flipped through the pages with haste, her fingers gliding over the text, her eyes darting in search of potential answers, jotting down notes as she discovered each character. Once she had compiled the entire message, she set down her pen and softly read aloud, "Bring the star into the palace." Bring the little star into the palace? How could Wang Huanji orchestrate such a plan? What had transpired at the royal residence today? Shen Yan hastened a few steps, her voice low yet insistent as she pressed Anping. According to their original plan, she was not yet to enter the palace. Something must have occurred. Suppressing her rising anxiety, she recognized the necessity of remaining composed, yet she equally craved the truth. Only through balanced information could they devise the optimal strategy. His Majesty is currently at the Wang residence, dispatching the Golden Guards to search the estate, claiming that the prince has confined the princess. Anping had extricated Shen Yan from Jiang City. Although he understood that the individual before him was not the princess, he was unaware of the letter's implications. Nor did he know that the true princess had already met her demise. The urgency in Shen Yan's expression convinced him that she was aligned with Wang Huanji. Stowing away the letter, Shen Yan squinted, attempting to untangle the current predicament. The accusation of confining the princess, under normal circumstances, would be a mere inconvenience for the Prince of Qin. However, With the prince now gravely injured and unconscious, it presented an opportunity for manipulation. She had always believed that the golden guards surrounding the Wang residence were there to thwart communication between the Prince of Qin and the border guards. It seemed there was a more intricate strategy at play. The emperor was not as inept as he appeared. From the outset, when their movements had been compromised, leading to an assassination attempt, to the delivery of that flawed letter by the matron, and now the emperor's search of the estate under the pretense of confining the princess. All these incidents hinted at a greater hand orchestrating events behind the scenes. Though she remained uncertain of the identity of that individual, she was convinced that his minions lurked within this secluded garden. You should return to the residence, stay by the prince's side, and ensure they do not harm him. Shen Yan spoke softly, her thoughts drifting far away, yet her gaze remained resolute. When the woman before her was first brought to the Chang'an, she was fraught with tension. As time passed, however, she grew as tranquil as flowing water, exuding an inner strength that belied her calm exterior. Omping understood that she was no longer the defenseless girl of yore, though she possessed no martial prowess. Her intellect was formidable enough to safeguard herself. Thus, he refrained from further comment and simply nodded before retreating. His paramount concern was the protection of Wang Huanji. Outside the main house, Lu Ningfu stood observing a group of guards rummaging indiscriminately through the courtyard, which had once been meticulously tended but was now in utter disarray. Searching for the princess? Was this princess merely the size of palm? Some individuals were even upturning flower pots. Witnessing their antics, Lu Ningfu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Within the sleeping quarters, Wang Huanji lay fully clothed, his gaze fixed upon the curtains. While the sounds of the Jinwu guard scouring the estate mixed with the distinctive sounds of the guard's leather boots and the friction of sword hilts, his deep-set eyes betrayed no emotion. Uxin had already dispatched men to thoroughly search the entire Wang residence, save for Wang Huanji's chamber. Approaching Lu Ningfu with a smile and arms crossed, he jested, "Dr. Lu, it appears the prince's quarters are the last to be searched. What do you think? Do you have the courage to conduct a search? I must admit, I fear that if Prince Qin awakens at this moment, he might very well slay you with a single sword stroke, using your head as a ball to kick." Lu Ningfu crossed her arms and regarded Uxin with a frigid gaze, as though she were staring at a corpse. "We are acting under imperial command. If Prince Qin were to be found harboring the princess in his quarters, would that not be an even greater affront?" Uxin, unnerved by her stare, waved his sleeve in irritation, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ningfu with a sharp tone. "This Dr. Lu truly lacks discernment. How dare you stand with Prince Qin at such a time?" At that moment, a clear and resonant voice broke the tension between the two. "I too wish to see who dares to lay a hand on Prince Qin." Uxin was taken aback and turned to see the newcomer, a woman adorned with a double hairpin hairstyle embellished with multicolored tassels, wearing exquisite earrings and a beautifully embroidered round-collared garment, complemented by a variegated skirt. Her almond-shaped eyes and delicate features exuded an air of dignity and grace, and even the pearl adornment between her brows was beyond the means of common folk. Following her was General Ling Tao, his expression strained, bearing faint marks of red fingers upon his face. Indeed, a slap mark. Such a spectacle was daunting. The Jinwu guards halted their search, casting glances at Uxin. Internally, Uxin was tumultuous. Despite the years that had passed, he recognized the visitor as the Princess Kanghe, the very source of today's extensive search. "I have seen the princess," the old servant acknowledged, hastening to kneel before her in deference. Yet Shen Yan disregarded him entirely, striding directly to the entrance and through the heavy, intricately carved wooden doors. She declared in a clear voice, "The misunderstanding arises from Kanghe's mischief outside the palace, provoking the emperor to conduct this extensive search. Once His Highness awakens, Kanghe shall certainly offer her apologies." She understood that Wang Huanji was already aware of her arrival. In this scenario, only her intervention was the most prudent course of action. To return to the palace and allow the emperor to continue his search, while the officials submitted memorials, would be the height of folly. Though the lesser strategy may prove more advantageous for her future circumstances within the palace, it nonetheless thrusts Wang Huanji into an unforeseen predicament. She could not abide such an occurrence. By taking this course of action, she positions herself in opposition to the emperor. While it alleviates Wang Huangji's plight, it simultaneously confines her own path. Yet, she harbors no regrets. Lu Ningfu stood beside her, utterly mesmerized. The imperial princess before him exuded an air of icy nobility and profound awareness. He had not anticipated that the lady Wang Huangji cherished was such a striking beauty, a truth that had eluded him for far too long. Before Lu Ningfu could utter a word, Yu Exin hurriedly approached Shen Yan, declaring, "Your Highness, the search of the residence is by His Majesty's command." Chapter 28. The rescue Your Majesty seeks me, and here I stand. Do you still intend to continue searching the residence? Shen Yan, adorned in resplendent attire and bedecked with jewels, coldly spoke, her delicate features overshadowed by their opulence. Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes glinted with intensity, as if poised to pierce through Yu Exin. Noticing his hesitation, Shen Yan raised her hand slightly, gesturing for him to rise and lead her to the emperor. Yu Exin unfurled his sleeves and proceeded ahead as the guide. Just before exiting the courtyard, Shen Yan abruptly turned, inadvertently colliding with Lu Ningfu's probing gaze, prompting a subtle, enigmatic smile to grace her lips. Upon reaching the emperor, Shen Yan respectfully knelt. "Long live your majesty." Her etiquette, meticulously taught by Wang Huan, was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. As she beheld the emperor for the first time, Shen Yan, she felt an uncanny familiarity. His features bore a resemblance to her own, yet his gaze was profoundly deeper, his smile both cool and gentle, shrouded in mystery. The emperor had not anticipated encountering this sister of his outside the palace. With a languid glance, he turned to Yu Exin and remarked, "Indeed, she has been confined by the king of Qin." Recalling the imprint of a slap on Ling Tao's face and the authoritative presence of Shen Yan, Yu Exin could only laugh awkwardly, refraining from further conversation. "Your Majesty." Kanghe merely grew weary of the palace's confines and wished to venture outside. This matter has no connection to the king of Qin. Although the scenery outside the palace pales in comparison, Kanghe, having never witnessed the lives of common folk, chose to linger a few more days. Recently, there was a religious gathering at the Buddhist temple, and Kanghe specifically prayed for Your Majesty, presenting this talisman for your protection. As she spoke, she produced a talisman hidden within her sleeve and handed it to Yu Exin. Yu Exin presented it to the emperor, who held the intricately crafted talisman in his hands, adorned with a lotus flower and mystical symbols. His inscrutable gaze fell upon Shen Yan. It had been years since he last saw Kanghe, and his recollections were anchored in a family banquet 5 years prior, when Shen Yan's demeanor had been clouded. Now, she appeared clearer. "You are thoughtful. Since you have returned, you should obediently go back to the palace. Do not wander out again." The emperor smiled indulgently. Shen Yan, naturally skeptical of his benevolence, had no choice but to comply, responding, "Kanghe has enjoyed her time and will indeed return to the palace. However, it pains her to see the king of Qin in distress. May I inquire, Your Majesty, who has claimed that Kanghe is confined by the king of Qin? Such a person is truly ambitious." As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on the emperor, scrutinizing his every reaction. The emperor, adept at navigating the intrigues of various factions for many years, possessed a depth of cunning that belied any notion of naivety. He sat there, his eyes dark and devoid of light, his expression stoic, betraying no emotion upon hearing her words. It was an old servant who, misled by rumors and concern for the princess's safety, suggested such. Yu Exin interjected, kneeling before Shen Yan to offer his apologies, his high-pitched voice strained, his face contorted in a comically earnest manner. As he took the blame, Shen Yan could not simply rebuke the emperor. She shook her head, smiling as she sidestepped the matter, saying, "Indeed, Kanghe has longed to see Your Majesty and misses you dearly. Why not accompany the emperor back to the palace?" "Let us go," the emperor said, casting a deep, lingering look at her before rising to depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Exin promptly rolled up from the ground, dusting off her clothes as she trotted along, closely following the emperor. The pomp surrounding the emperor's departure from the palace adhered strictly to protocol. Shen Yan, merely a princess, could not share the same seat. The bustling entourage appeared far more vibrant than the prosperous city of Jiangxing. Although the emperor had indicated a return, he would later send someone to escort her back to the palace. After kneeling to bid farewell to the emperor's retinue, Shen Yan finally rose. Despite having learned the intricate rituals, she seldom performed them, and after this ordeal, her legs felt somewhat fatigued. At present, the guard stationed at the Prince of Qin's residence cast their eyes upon the esteemed Princess Kanghe, recalling the mark of a slap on their general's face, and felt a pang of embarrassment. General of the Imperial Guards, does your face still sting? Shen Yan turned to the figure of Ling Tao standing at the gate, her gaze sincere as she feigned concern. Upon hearing her words, Ling Tao's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Coming from a military lineage, commanding the nighttime watch of Chang'an and holding the title of General of the Imperial Guards, he had been struck by a powerless princess. Were it not for the Emperor's recent presence at the Prince of Qin's residence, he would not have swallowed his pride so easily. I have offended the princess, and I deserve the blow, Ling Tao replied dismissively, offering a perfunctory salute. You understand well. Disrespecting me or the Prince of Qin will only result in your own pain. Shen Yan replied with a genuine smile, her eyes curving pleasantly, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Sometimes, a smile is far more chilling than anger. I shall enter the prince's residence for a cup of tea. If the general finds himself with idle time, perhaps he should patrol Chang'an more frequently. The commoners cannot be preoccupied solely with this estate. Should any incidents arise at other noble households, your culpability would be inescapable. The Imperial Guards are not the prince's personal soldiers. As she turned to enter the estate, a sudden thought struck her. She spoke without glancing back, her voice low. Ling Tao glared at her retreating figure, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, refusing to respond. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for his reply, but lifted her skirts and entered the grand gate of the residence. Watching her depart, his eyes burned with rage, the veins on his hand bulging as he gripped the sword. This Princess Kanghe, merely a figurehead, dared to issue commands. Had it not been for the emperor sending someone to fetch her, he would have dismissed her long ago. After tormenting Ling Tao, Shen Yan maintained her poised demeanor, walking through the estate with grace, though her thoughts were consumed by the man. Now that she was Kanghe, she must not forsake royal etiquette. She smiled without revealing her teeth and moved without exposing her feet, embodying a composed exterior that concealed a free spirit. Your Highness, Ling Quan hastily approached, bowing deeply before Shen Yan. Upon returning to the residence, she had changed into a fitted long gown, adorned with a flower and jade hairpin, revealing a graceful neck as she bowed, truly the countenance of the estate's steward. Suddenly seeing Ling Quan, Shen Yan raised her hand, signaling her to rise. How is His Highness now? He wishes to see you, Ling Quan replied softly. Having recklessly altered Wang Huanji's plans, it was only fitting that he wished to meet her now. Shen Yan lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Lead the way, Miss Ling." From a moment she referred to herself as solitary. Everything within the Chang'an Beiyuan became a mere echo of the past. Ling Quan and the esteemed Princess Kanghe of the Imperial Palace should not have intersected within the confines of their predetermined histories. Suppressing her emotions, Ling Quan turned and led the way forward. The layout of the royal residence exuded a martial spirit, characterized by its simplicity and elegance. The ancient beams, devoid of colorful lacquer or intricate carvings, bore no trace of opulence. Along their path, they passed through several gardens where the planted trees were surprisingly willow saplings. The arrangement of the gardens and the architectural layout was distinctly linear and straightforward. In a short while, the two entered the sleeping quarters of Wang Huanji through a side door. Chapter 29. Farewell. Within the chamber, the curtains were drawn, and layers of bamboo curtains hung from the outer screens, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The incense from the bronze burners wafted gently, and a breeze stirred a corner of the gauzy drapery, evoking a sense of curiosity that compelled one to lift the veil and discover what lay beyond. Your Highness, the princess has arrived, came the voice of Wang Huanji, as warm and indifferent as ever. It had been a long time since she had heard it, yet, even from such a distance, she could sense an unusual undertone, akin to the eerie calm before a tempest. Ling Quan glanced anxiously at Shen Yan, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately chose silence, offering a slight bow before retreating. In the now quiet room, only the two remained. Shen Yan cleared her throat, breaking the stillness. I have returned to the palace as promised. It is a pity I can no longer accompany you in studying the rites. Why have you come today? Behind the bamboo curtains, Wang Huanji sighed softly, drawing closer. His slender fingers lifted the gauzy veil, revealing his gentle visage, his brow furrowed with melancholy, conveying 1,000 unspoken words in a single glance. His long hair cascaded casually to his waist, a few strands falling gracefully over his face, while his voluminous robes enveloped him, exposing only a hint of his wrist, rendering him somewhat fragile in appearance. His inquiry bore no reproach, only an immense sense of regret and sorrow. Shen Yan perceived that the Wang Huanji before her was markedly different from the one she had known. He exuded a refined elegance, humility, and grace, along with an almost innocent charm that rendered him an irresistible presence. You are here. How could I not come? Shen Yan replied with a gentle smile, noticing her reflection in his eyes, a playful and naive girl. Kanghe, upon hearing her words, Wang Huanji seemed moved. He tenderly caressed her cheek, his gaze filled with affection, entirely consumed by her presence. Feeling the warmth of his gaze and touch, along with the distinct fragrance of iris, Shen Yan bit her lip, reluctant to shatter his reverie. To Wang Huanji, she was Kanghe, not Shen Yan. Wang Huanji, I must return to the palace shortly. Do you have anything you wish to convey to me? Shen Yan asked, tilting her head to evade his touch, her tone cool. Forget Kanghe. I am Shen Yan. As a youth of the 22nd century, she had no intention of being merely a substitute for another. Wang Huanji, coming back to himself, withdrew his hand into his sleeve, gazing down at Shen Yan as deliberately turned face, a silent, rueful smile gracing his lips. Take Xiaoxing with you to the palace. She will assist you. Her name has already been added to the palace maid's roster. Once you enter, be cautious in all matters. The emperor is no mere figurehead. Within the inner palace, you will face not only women but also him and the eunuchs at his side. Is there something special about Xiaoxing? Shen Yan questioned, puzzled by Wang Huanji's choice. Xiaoxing was straightforward and boisterous, characteristics ill-suited for survival in the depths of the palace. She did not wish to endanger the girl. Xiaoxing is a pure and kind-hearted child. She will be of use by your side. Wang Huanji did not intend to divulge the truth directly. Instead, he concocted a pretext to deflect the inquiry. I trust you, he said. Shen Yan, resolved not to press further, gestured towards his shoulder and inquired, How is your injury? And Ping was lively and sprightly. Your constitution is not as robust as his. Thus you must heed Lu Ningfu's advice and avoid reopening your wound. Her tone carried a hint of playful admonition, and his voice softened. The injury has healed. You mustn't blame me for taking matters into my own hands today. The emperor has stationed General Jinwu at your doorstep. If he truly searches your residence, he could fabricate charges against you with ease. What if he uncovers something, like the dragon robe or sorcery, to frame you? The mere thought of Ling Tao's audacious demeanor before she entered the residence ignited her fury. That slap had been far too lenient. Naturally, the events unfolding outside could not escape Wang Huanji's notice. The sensational gossip regarding General Ling Tao being struck by the princess at the gate spread like wildfire. Wang Huanji smiled gently, reaching out to tousle Shen Yan's hair, naturally taking her hand, which hung by her side. Her delicate, fair palm was slightly flushed. I shall not hold it against you. Though Ling Tao hails from a distinguished family in Chang'an and possesses mediocre martial skills, he is rather thick-skinned. If there is a next time, you must refrain from acting on your own. His large hand enveloped Shen Yan's petite one, and his tender, indulgent words resonated in the tranquil side chamber, momentarily startling her. Realizing that Wang Huanji bore her no ill will, Shen Yan felt a sense of relief and reciprocated by grasping his hand, their palms aligned. She looked up, smiling into his serene gaze. There is one more matter. Within the separate garden or the Wang residence, there are ears that listen. When do you plan to remove them? There is no need to remove them. Some erroneous news circulating could be advantageous for us. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. The emperor dispatched a ceremonial entourage to escort Shen Yan back to the palace. Halting before the Wang residence was a gilded carriage, flanked by 4 female officials clad in pale yellow and green gowns, crowned with conical silk headdresses, their long tassels swaying gently in the breeze. Little Xing had already been brought to the Wang residence, now attired in an embroidered half-sleeve gown with a square collar, obediently standing behind Shen Yan. "Your servant welcomes the princess back to the palace," the lead young official said, bowing her head in respect as she approached the gate. The last time she had seen this princess was 5 years ago at a banquet, and now, upon this reunion, she felt a subtle yet undeniable change in her demeanor. Though she could not articulate it. "General Ling, I genuinely did not expect to find you still stationed at the entrance. Your loyalty is commendable. Were it not for your imperial salary, I might have mistaken you for a soldier of the Prince of Qin," Shen Yan remarked upon stepping outside, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she looked at Ling Tao, mocking him. Upon her words, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed. The lead female official's expression darkened as she stepped forward, admonishing sternly, "Princess, you must not be disrespectful to General Jinwu. This is unbecoming of a lady." Indeed, this was not merely a matter of feminine decorum, but rather a question of the propriety between sovereign and subject. A hint of derision curled at the corners of Shen Yan's lips as she fixed her gaze upon the official at the steps, enunciating each word deliberately. As the esteemed Princess Kanghe re-emerged before the crowd, a female official, eager to assert her authority, hastened to discipline her, revealing just how arduous the princess's past life had been in the secluded palace. The mere thought of the circumstances surrounding Kanghe's demise sent a shiver down Shen Yan's spine. She vowed to reclaim every single grievance owed to her within these palace walls. The official, taken aback, had not anticipated that the once reticent princess would now possess such a sharp tongue. Alas, once back in the palace, what could the princess truly expect? She would still be subject to their covert manipulation, with the emperor himself ailing, who possessed the time to tend to this long-forgotten sister. Chapter 30. The conclusion of entering the palace, whether it pertains to the ceremonial duties of ruler and subject or the decorum expected of women. I have served the imperial family for many years, and it is the responsibility of a minister to guide the sovereign. Should the princess err, it reflects my incompetence in governance. Although the lady-in-waiting suppressed her indignation, her sharp gaze fixated on Shen Yan, exuding a blatant audacity. What an audacious accusation! Hastily attributing the fault to her. "Since you are incapable, it would be prudent to remain silent, lest your anxiety leads to further missteps, which would ultimately fall upon me." Shen Yan replied coldly, rendering her speechless. Withdrawing her gaze from the lady-in-waiting, she turned to General Ling, stating, "You appear fatigued. If you persist in guarding the Prince of Qin's residence, any matters concerning him will be your dereliction of duty. Do not say I did not forewarn you to extricate yourself early." With that, she gracefully waved her sleeve and proceeded toward the carriage, leaving only her silhouette behind, with Xiao Xing closely following her as they departed the royal estate. Ling Tao stood arrogantly, refusing to withdraw his troops, his eyes filled with disdain at Shen Yan's warning. Meanwhile, the soldiers hidden in the shadows of the street corner keenly observed her retreating figure, pondering why this princess would align herself with the Prince of Qin. Once seated in the carriage, Shen Yan finally relaxed. She wearily closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure before slowly opening her eyes, clarity returning to her gaze. This time, she was bound for an unfamiliar realm, where the palace was deeply entrenched, adorned with vibrant blossoms, and where rules and honors ensnared the lives of countless individuals. The sword of supreme power hung ominously over all, dripping with blood, despite the bones of the fallen below. There remained those who would tread upon weapons and life itself to ascend. The cause of the death of the Kanghe princess, as well as the reason for her arrival in this time, would soon be revealed. In the twilight, the majestic palace loomed like a frigid beast, ready to consume those driven by greed. The only sound was the rhythmic clattering of the carriage wheels against the ground, each sound counting down to her final journey. At last, the carriage halted, marking the end of the countdown. From this moment onward, she would simply be the Kanghe princess. As the carriage came to a stop, Xiaoxing extended a hand to assist Shen Yan as she descended. Once she steadied herself and lifted her gaze, she beheld the imposing grandeur of the city gate, with its eaves resembling the wings of a celestial being. The multi-tiered structure above and the 5 entrances below signified the southern gate of the Daming Palace, the Danfeng Gate. Approaching from Zhuke Street led directly to the Danfeng Gate, aligning north and south along the central axis, resonating with celestial bodies and the imperial throne. Standing beneath the gate, one could palpably sense the unique pressure that belonged solely to the imperial family. Upon entering the Danfeng Gate, an expansive royal path unfolded before her, leading to the Hanyuan Hall, a majestic and solemn structure flanked by guard towers. The main hall comprised 11 chambers, with 4 extending inward. The layout presented a concave form. The dragon tail path of the sloping steps connected 2 palace gates, beyond which lay another world. This area belonged to the previous dynasty, while the inner court resided at the back. Hanyuan Hall served as the venue for officials to pay homage to the emperor, and thus, one could not approach it freely. The leading lady-in-waiting guided them through the Danfeng Gate, navigating several walls and palace gates before turning onto the adjacent official road. Shen Yan withdrew her gaze from the Hanyuan Hall, her heart stirred by the awe-inspiring architecture of ancient times. Such a profound physiological and psychological impact was impossible to conceal. The Daming Palace stands as a magnificent testament to the grandeur of numerous dynasties. For the first time, Xiaoxing entered the palace, her curious gaze flitting around while her steps remained steady. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of astonishment and delight. She resembled a child who had stumbled upon a treasure. After a considerable walk, the group finally halted before a desolate palace. Shen Yan and Xiaoxing exchanged glances, speechless at the sight of the forlorn structure. Had it not been for the glimpse of the eaves of the Hanyuan Hall visible from here, she would never have guessed this was within the Daming Palace. The weeds at the corners of the palace had nearly grown as tall as a person. "Imperial Princess, I shall take my leave," the lady-in-waiting said. Her smile barely contained as she performed a lazy bow, turning to depart before Shen Yan could utter a word. The wild geese flew overhead, leaving nothing in their wake. Thus, she locked herself within the depths of the palace. Qing Si Hall? The faded plaque above the door took Shen Yan a while to decipher. If there were indeed a cold palace within the Daming Palace, it might resemble this one. Shen Yan couldn't help but smile ruefully as she pushed open the hall's door. With a creaking sound, the door, burdened by the weight of time, slowly opened, releasing a cloud of thick dust that engulfed both Shen Yan and Xiaoxing. Cough. "Imperial Princess, what place is this? How could they allow you to reside here?" The layout of the other courtyard was exquisite. Having just witnessed the grandeur of the Danfeng Gate and Hanyuan Hall, Xiaoxing had assumed the entirety of the palace was similarly splendid. Now, standing here amidst the dust, she couldn't help but feel indignant on Shen Yan's behalf. How dare these maidens mistreat the imperial princess? She was determined to confront them. Cough. "This is where we shall reside." Shen Yan waved her hand to disperse the dust before speaking, turning to see Xiaoxing pouting in grievance, her eyes brimming with accusation. Shen Yan paused and gently reassured her, "Everything will be all right. You know I won't allow anyone to make me suffer. Even if they try, I shall repay them double." Xiaoxing shook her head, forcefully pushing open the hall door to venture inside first. As the door swung open, a cloud of dust, long dormant, danced in the sunlight. Xiaoxing instinctively waved her hand to clear it away. Her vision blurred, but she caught a whiff of the damp, musty odor emanating from the dim hall, clearly indicating it had been uninhabited for quite some time. The emptiness of the hall felt chilling, and upon entering, goosebumps prickled her skin. Although autumn was deepening into winter, Shen Yan and Xiaoxing were still clad in their autumn attire, the thin layers providing little protection against the cold dampness within. As they moved further inside, they discovered the corners of the walls were festooned with cobwebs. The table atop the couch was coated in a thick layer of dust. When Shen Yan brushed her finger across it, it turned dark. The incense burners on either side had lost all semblance of their original color, and the walls bore remnants of small black spots from the candles. The bookshelf was marked with faint signs of mold. and as they navigated around the furnishings toward the sleeping quarters, the musty odor intensified. The bedding on the bed lay haphazardly in a corner, and the hanging curtains were dust-laden. Shen Yan increasingly felt that this place resembled a haunted residence. After all, the true imperial princess, Shen Yan, had passed away 5 years ago, and all the attendants in the palace had met unexpected ends. This place had been devoid of life for 5 long years. The passage of these 5 years seems to have been extracted in isolation, unnoticed by anyone regarding the peculiarities of the Qingxi Palace. No one was aware that its former master and servant had both perished, until the emperor ventured to the Qin Wang Fu in search of the estate. Observing the emperor's composed demeanor, it is likely that he had not previously visited the Qingxi Palace before his search. To him, the transgressions of the Qin Wang held far greater significance than the safety of the beloved Princess Kanghe. How could anyone reside here? Xiaoxing lowered the gauze curtain, causing a cloud of dust to scatter across the floor. Overwhelmed by the sight of the accumulated dirt, she could no longer contain her frustration and yelled furiously towards the palace door. Chapter 31. Preparation. Shen Yan surveyed the furnishings within the hall, noting their simplicity and antiquity, devoid of superfluous items. Even the dressing table featured only 2 small doors, lacking the elaborate decor found in the other courtyard. The copper mirror atop the table was locked away, while the gilded dressing box remained ajar. Given the dilapidated state of Qingxi Hall, it was unlikely that any treasures lay within. Let us take our time to devise a plan. Shen Yan reassured Xiaoxing standing there. She observed traces of Kanghe's life. This was where she had grown up, where she had experienced the tribulations of existence. From being the cherished jewel of the late emperor to the fallen princess of today, she had suffered betrayal and scheming. What must have been her state of mind when she departed? Very well, princess, you stay here. I shall retrieve some new bedding from the palace of the matrons. This is all grown moldy and is no longer usable. After a brief moment of disappointment, Xiaoxing regained her composure, her bright demeanor uplifting Shen Yan. The pressing concern indeed lay with the bedding. The crisp autumn nights were chilly, and without blankets, one could easily fall ill. Go ahead. Do you know the way to the palace of the matrons? Shen Yan asked somewhat awkwardly. Wang Huan had imparted numerous palace-related matters to her, yet had neglected to provide a map. To her surprise, Xiaoxing proudly lifted her chin and declared, I memorized the map of the Great Ming Palace long ago. The princess has only a few requirements of me. How could I not fulfill them? It was evident that Wang Huan had placed Xiaoxing in a position of significance early on. After entering the palace and interacting with various departments, Xiaoxing was indeed the most fitting as a personal attendant. As twilight descended outside, Shen Yan began to tidy up Qingxi Hall in the interim of Xiaoxing's absence. It had long been uninhabited, and with a duster in hand, she swept away the accumulated dust. With each sweep, a new beginning emerged. The secrets concealed beneath the dust of time would ultimately be unveiled. According to Shen Yan's conjecture, her sudden appearance within the palace would undoubtedly incite panic among those in the shadows. The re-emergence of the late Kanghe princess would be enough to rob that individual of sleep. Kanghe had endured countless hardships within the palace. Now that she had returned, she would inevitably be subjected to the machinations of those who once held sway. When Xiaoxing returned empty-handed, Shen Yan was not particularly surprised. What did they say? She inquired. To facilitate her work, Shen Yan tied the sleeves of her long robe behind her, exposing her arms to the cool evening air. Upon hearing Shen Yan's question, Xiaoxing's eyes glistened with indignation as she recounted, They are all wicked people. They claim the princess requests many items from the palace of the matrons each month, exceeding her allocation, and now they say there are no blankets to spare. 5,000 coins a month. How could I possibly have spent so much? Shen Yan retorted with a scoff. That figure was indeed substantial. She could scarcely believe that those female officials dared to tamper with the princess's stipend. Over the past 5 years, it was likely that dozens of months' worth of her salary had found its way into their pockets. It could even be said that during the years preceding Kanghe's demise, her allowance had been embezzled. Indeed, but that old hag is adamant that the princess has squandered her funds. To her astonishment, a stack of bills was presented. detailing an array of peculiar items that were claimed to have been collected by the princess's envoy. At that moment, Little Star, facing difficulties in the palace, looked at Shen Yan with a mixture of indignation and sorrow. Shen Yan set aside her feather duster and pondered for a few moments. Though she was not well versed in the intricacies of the palace, she understood that historically, it was the emperor and the princes who held the core of imperial power, while the princesses were merely extensions of that authority. In the previous dynasty, Kanghe had enjoyed favor, yet now she was subjected to humiliation, a reflection of the shifting tides of succession. Within the confines of this palace, only one sovereign reigned, the emperor. For the princess to navigate her days with ease, she must first rely on the emperor as her pillar of support. In her earlier years, Kanghe thrived under the protection of her father, reaching the age of 10 in comfort. Now, the emperor was preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving little room for concern for his sister. The Daming Palace should house a Taoist temple. Have you perused the map, and can you recall its location? Little Star hesitated, then confidently responded. The Sanqing Hall is situated in the northeastern corner of the Daming Palace. If we were to venture there, it will take us at least half an hour. Shen Yan narrowed her eyes, beginning to comprehend why Wang Huan had sent Little Star into the palace. To her, Little Star was akin to a living map. Since we lack clean bedding, tonight we shall journey to the Sanqing Hall. As she spoke, Shen Yan's mind began to formulate a grand strategy. Although the emperor's influence waned outside, he remained an undeniable figure of prestige within the palace walls. The first step to extricating themselves from this predicament would undoubtedly involve leveraging his strength. Having reached a consensus, the two prepared to tidy up the hall while daylight lingered, ensuring it did not appear as though it had been abandoned for years. Upon cleaning the rear hall, they pushed open a small door, revealing a cramped compartment with bare walls, and at its center sat a box. The box was secured with a lock, its corners adorned with gilded rivets, indicating it contained something of significance. "Your Highness, what is this?" Little Star, hearing the commotion, hurried over and, upon seeing Shen Yan standing at the narrow door, followed her gaze to the box with curiosity. Shen Yan shook her head, replying, "I am not certain what it is. Perhaps we should open it together and find out." In a swift motion, they set aside their dusters and entered the small compartment. The box's copper lock was sturdy and slightly tarnished. After several attempts, Shen Yan removed a decorative hairpin from her coiffure and inserted it into the lock, testing it. With a decisive click, it opened. "The princess knows how to pick locks?" Little Star clapped her hands in surprise, gazing at Shen Yan, who merely smiled and replied, "I often misplace my keys, so I practiced." As the lid was lifted, both were momentarily taken aback. Inside the large box lay an exquisite ensemble of garments and headwear, intricately woven with gold and adorned with jade, still shimmering with brilliance in the dim light of the compartment. Given its placement in the Qingxi Hall, it likely belonged to Kanghe. Shen Yan felt an almost ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of iris, emanating from the box. "How beautiful! Your Highness, look at the filigree on this hairpin, and the dangling red agate. Its quality is truly remarkable," Little Star exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy, for she had never before encountered such opulent attire and headwear. The exquisite ensemble lies neatly folded within the chest, crafted from vibrant crimson fabric adorned with intricate golden embroidery and embellished with delicate, scattered pearls. At the center of the lotus crown, 3 resplendent rubies and 6 sapphires are set, accompanied by 6 shimmering gold foil pendants that cascade gracefully, fashioned from pearls, agate, turquoise, and blue crystal, with a striking glass leaf at the base. This attire must be a ceremonial gown. We shall set it aside for now, as we have far more pressing matters to attend to this evening. Shen Yan closed the chest, his gaze shifting from casual to contemplative. Once we enter the palace, all past events and secrets shall resurface. Chapter 32. The drowning person. Wang Huanji had previously mentioned during their tea time that he did not believe in Buddhism. And in truth, neither did the emperor. This imperial brother and sister both adhered to Taoism. Although the emperor held no belief in Buddhism, he imposed no restrictions on the development of religion, resulting in a near equal number of Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries outside the city of Chang'an. The talisman deliberately presented to the emperor today was, in fact, procured by the old maid from a Buddhist temple's ritual on her behalf. Reflecting on this, Shen Yan felt a tinge of melancholy, realizing that the old maid accompanying her bore the suspicion of being an informant. In the silent depths of the palace, the long corridors no longer echoed the bustling vibrancy of daylight. Gazing outward, one could see the brilliantly lit Hanyuan Hall, its grandeur accentuated beneath the starlit sky. The palace atop the three-tiered platform overlooked the vast Ming Palace and the multitude of beings below. Xing, holding a glass octagonal lamp, led the way. The soft yellow glow of the candlelight elongated their shadows under the moonlight. As they walked, their silhouettes gradually flattened against the palace walls. The Sanqing Hall, the largest Taoist temple in the Ming Palace, lay adjacent to the Tai pool. The two women strolled along the pool's edge, inhaling the moist air that rose from the water at night. "Your Highness, we are nearing the Tai pool. Ahead lies the Sanqing Hall," Xing explained as Shen Yan glanced sideways. The Tai pool, situated in a low-lying area, was surrounded by numerous pavilions and lush trees. A fleeting glance at the water revealed the starry sky and moonlight reflected upon its surface, shimmering like scattered silver. It is indeed beautiful here, with the azure gardens stretching westward and the Yaoqi mirroring the northern sky. The scene resembles the Milky Way, and the atmosphere resonates with the constellations, Shen Yan mused, gazing upward at the multitude of stars. The moonlight illuminated the night, while the lake below mirrored the celestial spectacle, creating an exceptionally serene and resplendent sight. As both became entranced by the nocturnal beauty of the Tai pool, the placid surface of the water suddenly erupted with ripples, as if something had plunged into it. Startled, Xing nearly leapt into the air, instinctively raising the lamp to dispel the darkness. To their astonishment, a figure floated upon the surface, draped in vibrant garments. It was unmistakably a woman who had fallen into the water. Once the candlelight illuminated the scene, Shen Yan's heart sank as she recognized the floating figure. The night breeze blew coolly, sending shivers down her spine. The rustling leaves now seemed ominous, and Xing trembled, wishing to flee from the chilling sight of the unmoving body in the water. "Someone has fallen in. Help! Is anyone there? Help!" Xing cried in despair, shutting her eyes and running to the edge of the corridor, her gaze frantic as she beheld the still figure in the water. The autumn waters were frigid. Shen Yan tightened her cloak and, with a determined grit, leapt into the depths. The last time she had saved someone was outside Jiangsheng when she rescued Xu Jin. She hoped fervently that this time would not be a deadly serpent. Though she was not inherently virtuous, she could not bear to witness a life ebb away before her eyes. With a resounding splash, Xing turned just in time to see Shen Yan plunge into the water, her voice rising in panic. "Your Highness, come back." As Shen Yan struggled through the lake's icy waters toward the drowning individual, her heart raced with panic. With a quivering voice, she cried out urgently, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water." The chill of late autumn seeped into her bones. Each moment spent in the frigid depths intensified her agony, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Though her autumn garments were not particularly thick, they became cold and heavy upon soaking in the lake, weighing her down as she swam with increasing difficulty. At last, she reached the drowning person, lifting her chin above the surface with one hand while using the other to swim desperately toward the nearest shore. Observing this, Xiaoxing hurriedly grasped a lantern and rushed to the bank to assist Shen Yan. With a push, Shen Yan guided the woman to the edge of Tai pool, where Xiaoxing, pulling together with her, finally managed to hoist the woman out of the water. With the burden lifted, Shen Yan supported herself on the bank and struggled to climb out. Her strength had waned significantly. The cold water at night and the biting wind caused her to sneeze repeatedly. The damp clothes clung to her skin, uncomfortable and chilling. "Princess, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Xiaoxing inquired anxiously, having laid the rescued woman on the ground. Shen Yan shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. Just the lake water is too cold." Her gaze fell upon the woman she had just saved. Clad in resplendent palace attire, her delicate makeup was somewhat disheveled, yet remnants of an intricate hairstyle remained evident. Such a person was undoubtedly not a mere court lady. She was likely a consort from the emperor's harem. The woman's eyes were vacant as she sat on the ground, coughing up water, a sorrowful figure illuminated by the moonlight. Why would you wish to die? Do you not know that a consort's self-harm is a grave offense? Shen Yan admonished, suppressing the cold that enveloped her. Beyond life and death, there are no trivial matters. No one possesses the right to relinquish their life so casually. Princess? You're the Princess of Kanghe. Cough. I never imagined it would be you who saved me. Are you happy in this palace? The woman replied, her voice laced with despair. I am not happy, hence, I wish to die. Is that difficult to comprehend? Upon hearing Xiao Xing call Shen Yan princess, the woman realized her identity, and a bitter smile escaped her lips. Her disheveled hair contrasted with the clarity in her gaze, and her demeanor conveyed that her words were not mere theatrics. What you wish to escape today is a tomorrow that some would yearn for, but can never attain. If you possess the courage to seek death, why can you not muster the will to live? Shen Yan responded solemnly, asserting that death may indeed offer relief, yet it resolves nothing. Misfortunes do not dissolve with death. Rather, they often grow more intense. Ha ha ha. Kanghe, you and I are both pitiable souls. Today you saved me, but I shall not express gratitude. Because of you, I must continue to struggle in this endless hell. The woman chuckled lightly, rising from the ground and approaching Shen Yan with a look of disdain and pity. Her frightening appearance prompted Xiao Xing to instinctively position herself protectively in front of Shen Yan. The words of the woman struck Shen Yan as absurd, and with a flick of her sleeve, she pointed toward the frigid lake, coldly declaring, then continued to leap into the lake. This time, I will not come to your rescue. I shall stand here and watch you struggle, suffocate, lose consciousness, and ultimately succumb to despair and death. Xiao Xing was taken aback by her words. The woman by the lake gazed intently at Shen Yan, as if beholding a stranger. You, what about me? Your Highness, whatever choice you make, I shall not interfere as you desire. Shen Yan raised her hand to interrupt her words. The moon hung high in the sky, and it was already deep into the night. She truly lacked the time to continue this trivial banter with the woman. Shen Yan's gaze was resolute and piercing. The woman was momentarily taken aback before she let out a soft sigh. Chapter 33. The Divine of the Three Purities in All My Years Within the Palace. This is the first time I have heard such words. The Princess of Kanghe, who has long been ailing and shunning guests, is now able to rescue me, indicating she has made a remarkable recovery. Should the opportunity arise in the future, feel free to seek me at the Failing Hall. You, unlike the rumors, are a different kind of pitiful soul. From a distance, lights approached, and upon hearing the calls, the maidens hurried over. After the woman spoke, she turned and departed, leaving behind a frail and pitiable silhouette in the darkness. Failing Hall. Could she be Su Jiaoyi? Shen Yan's mind raced, piecing together the information. The emperor's harem is not extensive. There is the Empress, Zhao, the virtuous consort, Cui, and Jiaoyi, Su, along with a few fifth-rank talents. This Failing Hall is where Su Jiaoyi resides, rumored to be extravagantly adorned, with a hot spring bathhouse even carved behind the hall. Wang Huangji had once mentioned that although Su Jiaoyi held only the second rank, she was deeply favored. Had her origins been more esteemed, she might have had the chance to ascend to the rank of consort. Imperial Princess, your clothes are soaked. Let us not concern ourselves with Su Jiaoyi for now. Her matters will surely be easily resolved. After all, she is exceedingly favored, Xiao Xing said, grasping Shen Yan's hand and discovering it was chillingly cold. She quickly rubbed her hands together to provide warmth. Having been in the water for an extended period, stepping out into the wind made Shen Yan feel a heaviness in her head, especially after forcing herself to maintain composure while conversing with Su Jiaoyi. Alas, it appears that the Ming Palace and Kanghe are utterly incompatible. Shen Yan sneezed, internally lamenting. The true Kanghe perished here, and on my first day of substitution in the palace, unfolded this way. Xiao Xing hurriedly led Shen Yan to the Sanqing Hall. The guards on duty at night halted the two, scrutinizing them from head to toe, and sternly declared, "This is no place for idle people to wander. I am the Princess of Kanghe, guided in my dreams by the primordial heavenly master to pay my respects," Shen Yan declared, removing the jade pendant from her waist. Upon seeing it, The guard immediately bowed in respect and stepped aside, although he was unaware of what the princess looked like. The unique design of the pendant revealed her identity. The pale-faced, disheveled woman before him must indeed be the Princess of Kanghe. Before entering the palace, he had heard friends speak of this princess, once favored in the previous dynasty, now fallen into disgrace. After 17 years of illness, she had remained hidden within the depths of the palace. To his surprise, he was witnessing her today. The Sanqing Hall is the largest Taoist temple within the Ming Palace. Perched on a platform several meters high, standing at the steps, it appeared grand and magnificent. Now nearing the hour of Z, the guards on duty had changed shifts twice. A glow emanated from behind the temple doors, the high altitude feeling frigid, yet from below, warmth enveloped them. Xiao Xing guided Shen Yan up the stone steps, each step taken with care. The western wind whispered past, and Shen Yan reflected that in Jiangsheng or in other gardens, she had never experienced such imposing grandeur. Even the high platform was an elevation unattainable by common folk, akin to imperial authority descending upon the masses. The stone steps were long and low, obscuring the view of the steps above, leaving only the majestic palace in sight. Soon, they arrived at the Sanqing Hall and pushed the door open. Why does the princess wander here at such an hour? Upon entering, a figure emerged from the side hall, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, hair elegantly pinned with a pear blossom wood hairpin. The serene expression on her delicate face betrayed no emotion, as she held a Sanqing bell and approached Shen Yan with measured steps. Awakened from her dreams, she sought to pay her respects to the celestial master and inquire about matters of significance. Shen Yan lowered her gaze and spoke softly. Within the Sanqing Hall, offerings are made to the highest Taoist deities, the three pure ones, which include the Jade Pure Primordial Celestial Master, the Upper Pure Spirit Treasure Celestial Master, and the Great Pure Tao Virtue Celestial Master, collectively revered as the supreme celestial masters of the three realms. Little Star placed a palace lantern outside the hall. While the main hall inside was brightly lit, the warm glow dissipating the chill that lingered on her skin. What does the princess wish to inquire about? The Taoist asked, placing the Sanqing bell upon the altar and bowing to the imposing statue of the primordial celestial master before him. Following suit, Shen Yan bowed and asked, "Is my father well?" The late emperor rides the dragon to paradise, basking in offerings and the prayers of the people. Hence he is naturally at peace. Did the princess dream of the late emperor? The last appearance of this princess was 5 years prior. Now, the gloom that once clouded her eyes had vanished, replaced by a hint of clarity. Indeed, in my childhood, my father often took me through Chang'an, enjoying the worldly festivities and listening to the voices of the people. In my dreams, he remains as dignified as ever, a sovereign truly deserving of his title. Shen Yan smiled faintly, nostalgia flickering in her gaze. The late emperor was renowned for his benevolent governance and was deeply cherished by his subjects. The Taoist nodded, seemingly lost in reminiscence of the prosperous era during the late emperor's reign. This evening, I wish to pay homage in the hall and pray for my father's well-being. I hope the Taoist will grant my request. Shen Yan held her hands before her, her expression serene. Although imperial consorts frequently came to pay respects, it was rare for someone like Shen Yan to arrive at such an hour. The Taoist paid no heed to worldly matters, merely clasping his hands together in greeting, indicating that the princess could proceed as she wished. With that, he turned and departed. In the vast hall, only Shen Yan and Little Star remained. This was Little Star's first encounter with the statues of the three revered deities, and she hesitated, fear creeping in. "Princess, do you truly intend to stay the entire night?" "Yes." Shen Yan clasped her hands and bowed thrice, taking 3 incense sticks from the altar, her mind clear. The incense served as a conduit for communication across the 10 directions, harmonizing with the 3 realms. The incense, all of fragrant green wood, was firmly placed in a burner, the smoke rising continuously. Seeing Shen Yan's resolute demeanor, Little Star fell silent. The following day, after morning court, the emperor recalled the protective talisman from the Buddhist temple and commanded his attendants to carry him to the Sanqing Hall. Uxin served the emperor with utmost caution. As an inner court servant, She was acutely aware of the emperor's fragile mood since returning from the Qinhuang residence. She feared that a single misstep might provoke his wrath. "Your Majesty, the princess is within the hall," the Taoist announced, standing at the entrance and performing a respectful bow. "The princess?" The emperor inquired. "Do you mean Princess Kanghe?" Within the Grand Ming Palace, Princess Kanghe was akin to a wildflower in the corner, easily forgotten by all. Had it not been for the need to test Wang Huan's intentions, he would have scarcely remembered this sister of his. Indeed, the Taoist affirmed. The emperor gazed intently at the hall's entrance, as if he could see through the heavy doors to the person inside. "She returned to the palace just yesterday, and she has come to the Sanxing Hall so early? How intriguing." As Yue Xin lingered by the emperor's side for an extended period, she observed a growing smile upon his lips, causing her heart to sink with trepidation. With a strained smile, she inquired, "Master Xianwei, why does the imperial princess come to pay her respects to the divine so early in the morning? I recall her health has always been quite frail." In truth, the princess had not arrived that morning, but had been present since the previous night, dedicating herself to prayer for the late emperor and reciting scriptures in homage to the divine. Xianwei, with a respectful gesture towards the emperor, maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond. He was indifferent to the matters of court, his mind solely occupied with the principles of Tao. His presence at this moment was merely to remind the emperor that someone was currently engaged in sacred rites within the hall, and it would be unwise to intrude abruptly. Chapter 34. The Rising Wind, Part 1. Upon suddenly hearing the mention of the late emperor, despite understanding Xuanwei's intent, the emperor's expression faltered momentarily. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, a hint of an unusual flush appearing on his pale visage. He instructed Yue Xin to knock on the door. Yue Xin cast a reproachful glance at Xianwei. The authority of the Son of Heaven should be paramount. It was one thing to be disregarded outside, but within the grand halls of the Ming Palace, it was infuriating that His Majesty had to knock to enter. "Princess, His Majesty is outside. Please come forth to receive him," Yue Xin called in a delicate tone, yet received no response. Tentatively, he called out a couple more times, and, unable to maintain his composure, he was just about to push the door open when it swung open from within. A maid, in a flurry, tugged at his sleeve. Pointing inside the hall as she exclaimed, "Quickly, quickly! The princess has fainted from fever." Xuanwei's calm eyes widened momentarily, and he turned to stride into the hall, his flowing robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of grace and elegance. Yue Xin pondered. The health of the Princess Kanghe remains as frail as ever. Nevertheless, he appeared exceedingly anxious and urged the maids following the emperor, "Hurry and summon the imperial physician. If anything happens to the princess, who among you can bear the responsibility?" The emperor offered a faint smile, suppressing his fatigue, and entered the hall. The vast and solemn chamber was filled with swirling incense, an eerily cold ambience prevailing. There lay Shen Yan, unconscious on the tiled floor, her lips a vivid red, cheeks flushed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her brows furrowed in discomfort, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Xianwei approached, crouching beside Shen Yan to take her pulse. His gaze softened as he looked down at her slightly flushed face, and he whispered to Xiaoxing, "The princess has caught a chill from overexertion and has fainted." Recalling the days prior when Shen Yan had been preoccupied in the garden, neglecting her meals, lost in thought over the predicament of Prince Qin, her already frail constitution had worsened. Just yesterday, she had rescued the drowning Su Jiaoyi at Teipool, braving the night winds, and spent the night here reciting scriptures. Even the strongest of souls could not endure such strain. She was, after all, a princess, destined for joy and happiness. Yet she faced such hardship. A multitude of grievances welled up within Xiaoxing, and she pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. To the emperor, these words bore a different significance. Recently, Shen Yan had been absent from the palace. Her exhaustion did not stem from palace affairs. Reflecting on the protective talisman she had gifted him, he felt a twinge of melancholy. He had not been a dutiful elder brother, remaining distant from her for over a decade due to past grievances. In truth, Kanghe had once been quite dear to him. She would chase after him, endearingly calling him elder brother. Alas, time is merciless, and beneath the weight of imperial power, where exists the bond of brotherly affection. A splitting headache ensued. Shen Yan awoke groggily, her eyelids heavy and burning, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks. Her breath felt hot and labored, a testament to her weakened state. She had been excessively busy lately, her immune system compromised after last night's ordeal of jumping into the lake and braving the wind. It was no wonder she had fallen ill. The dizziness and weakness from her fever enveloped her like a heavy blanket, leaving no trace of clarity in the air. The heavy, labored gasps of breath were feeble. Shen Yan, with great effort, raised her hand to touch her neck and forehead. Her heart raced, and her head burned with heat. If she did not cool down soon, she feared her mind would be scorched. Where is she? Shen Yan felt weak, and her thoughts were muddled. Her last memory was of reciting prayers to the deities in the Qingxi Hall. Then the emperor was outside, and Uxin was knocking at the door. After that, she had collapsed. "Princess, please drink the medicine," Xiaoxing said as she entered the room, lifting the gauze curtain and bringing a bowl of medicine. Upon seeing Shen Yan in a dazed state, barely managing to open her eyes, she hurriedly urged her to drink. After taking the medicine, Xiaoxing tucked the blankets around her, noticing the tear stains at the corners of Shen Yan's eyes, which made her heart ache. As the medicinal effects took hold, Shen Yan quickly fell into a deep slumber, unaware that outside the Qingxi Hall, a different scene was unfolding. Outside the Qingxi Hall, a throng of people knelt in disarray. "How have you cared for the princess? Look at this overgrown grass, nearly as tall as a person. The decorations inside have remained unchanged for over a decade, and not even a coat of paint has been applied. If it weren't for the emperor's presence, how much longer would the princess have to endure such squalor?" Uxin scolded the several female officials kneeling on the ground. The princess had fainted, and it was the first time in over a decade that the emperor had graced the Qingxi Hall. Yet this was the dismal state that greeted him. At that moment, the emperor stood before the hall, his face a portrait of displeasure. Uxin's words were not meant for the female officials, but directed at the emperor within the Qingxi Hall. The Qingxi Hall now appeared more desolate than the cold palace. If word got out, others might think the emperor was harshly treating the princess. In the past, the emperor had overlooked this princess, allowing the female officials to gradually bully her, perhaps even speculating on the emperor's will. But now, all blame could only rest on the female officials. "Master Yu, we were momentarily bewitched. The princess is magnanimous and does not care for such trivialities, which led us to harbor ill intentions. Please, we beseech you to save us," a young female official cried, repeatedly banging her head on the ground. The stones outside the Qingxi Hall were already cracked and strewn with gravel. After a few blows, the young official had a blood mark on her forehead. The blood on her face mixed with gravel and tears, creating a truly pitiful sight. "What use is it to plead with me? If anything were to happen to her inside, the emperor would surely have you ground to dust." Uxin, recalling the emperor's dark expression, felt a chill of fear. Having navigated the palace for so many years, if he could not discern the right time to act, it would be a life wasted. These female officials had truly stepped onto a treacherous path. Heaven has eyes and will protect the princess, but it will not safeguard you. The vile servants who bully your betters. A lazy voice resonated, causing the kneeling female officials to tremble, instinctively lowering their heads, too fearful to look up. In this palace, the willful and capricious consort Su was certainly a formidable figure. Many female officials in attendance had met their downfall at her hands. "Ah, consort, what brings you here?" Uxin managed to force a smile for the emperor's favored consort, wary of provoking her. Su Jiaoi, adorned in a resplendent crimson palace attire, featured voluminous sleeves embellished with subtle patterns that shimmered elegantly. Crowned with a golden filigree headdress set with diamonds, her willow leaf brows framed a pair of captivating, fox-like eyes that danced with allure. With every gesture, she exuded a beguiling charm, yet her lips, when parted, revealed a chilling, knife-like coldness. It was evident she had come to observe how these lowly concubines of the harem dared to oppress their sovereign. Su Jiaoi delicately caressed her temples, casting a scornful glance at the several kneeling female officials. As her words fell, those prostrating on the ground bowed even lower. Yuexin maintained a stance of neutrality among the various princesses, recognizing only the emperor as her sovereign, deeming it unnecessary to offend others for intangible gains. Chapter 35. The Rising Wind, Part 2. However, it seems that Su Jiaoyi's visit this time is intended to drag the Empress into the fray. The Empress wields the Phoenix Seal and oversees the affairs of the harem. Yet the female officials of the Shangang Bureau have become tyrannical, which, to put it mildly, reflects poorly on her authority. More harshly, it suggests her incompetence in managing the harem. Contemplating this, Yuexin feels an increasing sense of unease since the appearance of the imperial Princess Kanghe yesterday, as the seemingly tranquil harem has begun to unravel. My lady, please enter first. Do not let these servants sully your vision. These servants must be investigated thoroughly. Look at the Qing Sea Palace, which was once the most resplendent of palaces in the previous dynasty. Now it resembles a cold palace. This cannot have occurred in just 1 or 2 years, can it? Duke, please do your utmost to investigate. Su Jiaoyi gestured toward the weeds at the palace door, the peeling plaque, and the cracked floor tiles, her derision unabashed. Once the lady was escorted into the palace, Yuexin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Jiaoyi held merely the rank of a second-grade Jiaoyi, she was immensely favored. Sometimes her words held more weight than those of the Empress. If there is anything to disclose, do so promptly. Do not wait until you are in the Ministry of Justice to speak the truth, Yuexin admonished sternly. For the thought that this matter might become the tipping point that disrupts the balance of the harem filled him with dread. I have seen your majesty. Su Jiaoyi smiled sweetly, yet upon encountering the emperor, she did not bow, but instead surveyed the Qing Sea Palace. Her gaze fell upon the antiquated gauze curtains and the worn seats. Even the palace lamps had turned yellow, while the floor tiles bore numerous scratches. Who would believe this was the residence of an imperial princess? Even the most lowly female officials in the palace would not reside in such conditions. The emperor wore a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Upon seeing Su Jiaoyi enter, he gestured toward the square seat on his right. Please, take a seat. Su Jiaoyi, unfazed by the dilapidated seat, settled gracefully, exuding an air of calm as if she were in her own splendid palace. This nonchalance was quite pleasing to the emperor's eyes, unlike the rigid decorum of other wooden beauties. He smiled and remarked, you are forever so genuine. Being with you lightens my heart. Only your majesty can tolerate my bad temper. Were it the Empress, I would have been punished to transcribe scriptures by now. Su Jiaoyi chuckled lightly, her gaze enchanting, deftly bringing the Empress into the conversation. Indeed, the emperor's smile waned, his eyes turning toward the direction of the sleeping quarters. Kanghe is a good child. Ahem, I have been too bound by past grievances, which has led to her being humiliated by the palace servants. Your majesty, burdened with the affairs of the world, may overlook the plight of the imperial princess in the depths of the palace. However, it is truly disheartening that a dignified imperial princess should suffer such indignities at the hands of these servants. If not met with severe punishment, it would surely undermine the dignity of the royal family and invite ridicule. The statement was artfully crafted. The imperial princess, residing in the harem, should indeed be under the care and jurisdiction of the Empress. Yet, such a disgrace had occurred. I have commanded the Empress to investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaoyi twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist, casually interjecting, "This matter is truly astonishing. It must be rather challenging to investigate. I fear the Empress may not be able to endure it. Perhaps your majesty would permit me to assist in this matter?" The emperor looked at her with some surprise. Su Yu had been in the palace for many years, and he had often contemplated elevating her rank or granting her the authority to manage the 6 palaces. Yet she had consistently declined. Now, however, she took the initiative to suggest overseeing this matter. "Everything is as you wish, but I must insist on one thing. No leniency shall be given." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Su Jiaoyi blinked her enchanting eyes, lightly resting her chin on her hand, and replied with a smile, "Your majesty need not worry. I am, after all, the infamous Su Jiaoyi, and I shall not show mercy to those lowly servants." The emperor, weakened by illness, sat upon the couch conversing with Su Jiaoyi for a while before closing his eyes to rest. Noticing his need for repose, Su Jiaoyi left behind her attendant, Exina, and quietly rose to stroll around the hall before making her way to the inner chamber. Upon entering the private quarters, she spotted Xiaoxing kneeling before the couch. This servant pays her respects to Su Jiaoyi. Startled by the sound behind her, Xiaoxing quickly rose and bowed, whispering, "The woman who appeared disheveled last night is now the radiant Su Jiaoyi, her every gesture imbued with charm. The affairs of this palace are indeed peculiar." With a graceful motion, Su Jiaoyi gestured for Xiaoxing to rise and stand silently beside her. She surveyed the sleeping chamber, brushing her fingers over the tassels of the newly replaced bed curtains. "Have these drapes and bedding been recently changed?" "Yes. Your Majesty commanded that they be properly replaced before the princess was settled in," replied Xiaoxing. "Look at that little face. It truly evokes pity." Su Jiaoyi approached the couch, parting the hanging curtains to gaze upon Shen Yan's sleeping visage, chuckling softly. In her eyes, Shen Yan was just as pitiable as herself, both abandoned by family amidst the frigid grasp of power. "Take good care of your mistress. Your days of enjoying comfort alongside her are drawing near." Having seen Shen Yan, Su Jiaoyi had no further business and turned to exit, only to realize that the hall was now bustling with people. Upon seeing her emerge, Exiner hastily exchanged glances with her. Su Jiaoyi observed the scene within the hall. The Empress was kneeling on the floor, weeping profusely, while the Emperor clutched his chest, coughing violently, his pale face marred by bulging veins, clearly agitated. "I truly had no knowledge of this. Kanghe is my sister-in-law, and there exists no enmity between us. So why must it be so?" the Empress cried out, and upon noticing Su Jiaoyi's presence, abruptly ceased her sobs, defiantly fixing her gaze upon the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the Empress is undoubtedly occupied with numerous affairs. She may genuinely be unaware of the situation." Su Jiaoyi observed the Empress's demeanor and merely smiled as she knelt beside the Emperor. Though this drew the Empress's ire, Su Jiaoyi remained behind the Emperor, offering only a faint smile in response. "As the Empress, you are indeed busy, so busy that you care not for the imperial bloodline. It is no wonder that Kanghe has languished in such conditions for over a decade without improvement." The Emperor's coughing finally subsided as he coldly regarded the kneeling Empress, his face devoid of any mirth. "This matter is the fault of the palace attendants, a failure in my management, and I willingly accept any punishment. However, for any other accusations, I shall not concede." The Empress appeared fragile, yet her words were coherent and assertive. Even while kneeling, she did not diminish her dignity. Especially in the presence of Su Jiaoyi, she would not bow her head an inch. The situation has reached an impasse. The Emperor, gasping for breath and coughing, feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his body can no longer endure the strain. Prior to his visit to the Prince of Qin's residence yesterday, he had consumed a potent elixir. Though the potion is indeed remarkable, it often leaves one feeling frail after its use. The Emperor gestured for assistance, and Su Jiaoyi promptly supported him. He made his way, step by step, to stand before the Empress, looking down at her with a gentle tone. He spoke, "Empress, today, I am granting you a modicum of dignity. The Zhao family has indeed produced a daughter of remarkable caliber. It would have been one thing had there been no offspring in the palace. Yet now there are attempts to undermine Kanghe and Coup. From this day forth, Su Jiaoyi will assist you in uncovering the truth of this matter. I hope you will not squander the final opportunity one have bestowed upon you." Chapter 36. The Clash of the Snipe and the Clam, Part 1. As the words fell from his lips, the Empress abruptly lifted her head, seemingly incredulous at the Emperor's decree. How could he allow Su Jiaoyi to meddle in the affairs of the harem? How could he? A subtle smile played at the corners of Su Jiaoyi's mouth as she lowered her gaze, concealing her mockery, and dutifully assisted the Emperor out of the Qingxi Hall. Exner awkwardly closed the hall doors, leaving the Empress alone within. Sunlight streamed in and out with the opening and closing of the doors, only to be swiftly cut off. She swallowed her tears and slumped to the ground, a bitter smile etched upon her face. Su Jiaoyi, was he truly elevating this woman to power? After all these years, did he ever care for the Princess of Kanghe? Perhaps the one who wished for her demise the most was the Emperor himself. Now, feigning righteous indignation, should he not be the one to bear the blame? Xiao Xing, having taken her medicine, lay beneath the covers, drenched in sweat. Upon waking, Shen Yan felt markedly refreshed. The heaviness in her head had lifted. Turning her head, she spotted Xiao Xing beside the bed and called out, "Princess, do you feel better? Would you like some water? Or perhaps a bowl of plain rice porridge?" Upon hearing Shen Yan's call, Xiao Xing joyfully dashed to the bedside, her bright eyes sparkling with laughter. Yes, Shen Yan's spirits lifted upon seeing Xiao Xing, and after consuming the porridge, her stomach felt at ease. The aches in her limbs dissipated, her strength returned, and the sense of weakness lessened, making her discomfort more bearable. What transpired outside today? Xiao Xing recounted the events of the morning in detail, her expressions animated, her brows dancing, and exaggerated gestures eliciting laughter from Shen Yan. "Princess, what are you laughing at? I'm about to explode with anger. You can't imagine how gratifying it was to see those female officials from the Palace of Internal Affairs kneeling there, begging for mercy." Xiao Xing exclaimed, hands on her hips, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Shen Yan ceased her teasing, her gaze wandering around the room, which indeed felt remarkably different from the previous day. At the very least, the curtains and bedding were new, and the incense burner had been replaced, now wafting the scent of deep water incense. It seemed that the occurrences during her slumber had proven quite beneficial. From now on in the palace, I shall no longer be an uncared-for princess. You must also exercise caution. Shen Yan gently caressed Xiao Xing's face, speaking softly. This time, everyone in the harem shall remember that there is still a princess of Kanghe within the imperial family. Xiao Xing nodded eagerly, hesitating before speaking. "The prince once informed me that you were bullied by those in the palace, lost your memory, and ended up outside. I now realize how excessive their actions were. Returning to the palace is fraught with danger. Fear not, princess. I will surely protect you well. The prince is waiting for your reunion outside." So, Wang Huanji had explained her arrival and entrance into the palace this way. Shen Yan did not wish to elaborate further, but expressed her regret. "It is a pity for you. That person, Gongsu Yu, who sent you, quiet woman, she is beautiful. He, princess? Why mention that fool? He is nowhere near as important as you." Xiao Xing interrupted Shen Yan, sulking. Though her words suggested indifference, her expression betrayed a deep reluctance. Regarding this matter, Shen Yan felt quite torn. Wang Huanji was indeed playing a much larger game. In the grand tapestry of power and influence, both she and Xiao Xing are but mere pawns. In her quest to uncover the reasons for her arrival in this realm, she willingly chose to remain. Yet Xiao Xing, burdened by her own concerns, pondered whether she truly belonged in the palace. "Never mind, you must make your own choices. I shall respect whatever decision you arrive at." After much contemplation, Shen Yan shook her head, gazing into Xiao Xing's innocent eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the outcome, she held profound respect for Xiao Xing's thoughts and choices. Xiao Xing chuckled playfully, tidying away the dishes beside her, and with a hint of whimsy, declared, "The princess is the wisest and the best. From now on, let us see if those from the palace of imperial concubines dare to bully us." Indeed, at least the first move in this intricate game had been executed correctly. Her intention was merely to invoke the memory of the late emperor's sister, the Princess Kanghe, under the pretense of offering prayers. Little did she anticipate that fainting would serve to maximize the impact of her strategy. However, entanglements involving the Empress and Su Jiaoyi complicated matters. Yet, the game of chess is rarely deterred by complications. Rather, it flourishes in the midst of chaotic entanglements. For the more participants involved, the murkier the waters, and thus, the easier it becomes to uncover the truth. On that day, the Empress issued a decree, dispatching nearly all the maidservants and officials from the Palace of Imperial Concubines to the Qingxi Hall. Over 100 individuals labored day and night, transforming the hall into a bustling marketplace. Due to the renovations, the Empress ordered Shen Yan to be brought to the Chengqian Palace, claiming it would provide her with a peaceful environment to recuperate. The Empress, the Emperor's youthful wife, hailed from the esteemed Zhao clan, her father being the current Prime Minister Zhao Yiheng, rendering her extraordinarily noble. The Chengqian Palace has historically been the Empress's residence, its ceremonial standards surpassing those of other concubines' quarters. In her adherence to propriety, the current empress had the palace meticulously arranged. While understated, the decor was exclusively reserved for the empress herself. Among its most exquisite features were the phoenix screens on either side, intricately embroidered with auspicious motifs. The silk threads delicate and resplendent. Upon entering the Chengqian Palace, Shen Yan beheld the empress, whose demeanor was gentle and dignified, yet lacked a measure of authority. The kindness reflected in her eyes momentarily eased Shen Yan's defenses. Regrettably, she was no naive child. The empress's overly radiant smile sparked a sense of caution within her. Kanghe, the Qingxi Hall is undergoing renovations these days, so you shall reside in the Chengqian Palace for the time being. The side chambers have already been tidied up for you. Make yourself comfortable, the empress stated. Although she and the emperor were of similar age, fine lines had begun to grace the corners of her eyes, yet this did not detract from her beauty. Clad in a red silk robe, her fair complexion stood out, adorned with a simple yet elegant lotus crown. As she smiled at Shen Yan, it was a genuine smile. Kanghe thanks the empress for her kindness. Shen Yan replied softly, acknowledging the empress's goodwill. Why do you have only this one maidservant by your side? Tomorrow, I shall have the palace of imperial concubines select some nimble-handed maidservants for you. Xiaoxing stood behind Shen Yan, holding a small bundle, and the empress's gaze fell upon her, eliciting a mysterious smile. The maidservants who once attended the late Princess Kanghe had met with untimely fates, a fact concealed by Wang Huanji. The empress had refrained from intervening in the affairs of Qingxi Hall for years, believing that the palace of imperial concubines had even withheld maidservants. Shen Yan held no objections to this. She did not believe the empress would be so benevolent, nor did she underestimate Wang Huanji's intricate schemes within the palace. Everything rested with the empress. However, Xiaoxing had served by her side for many years, and the newly appointed maid had merely begun her duties outside the hall. The presence of unfamiliar attendants within the palace unsettled her. Reflecting on the grievances Xiaoxing had endured over the years, the empress felt a tinge of regret. The maids could serve in the outer quarters first, and should you find any to your liking, you may choose to bring them in. It is not a matter of great significance. After a brief exchange, the empress's personal lady-in-waiting, Feng Shui, led Shen Yan and Xiaoxing to a side hall. The interior exuded a simple elegance, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, uplifting their spirits. Chapter 37. The Clash of the Clam and the Heron, Part 2. During your stay in the Chengqian Hall, the empress first dispatched 2 palace maids, Feng Jing and Feng Xia, to attend to the princess. As Feng Xue's words fell, 2 maidservants entered and bowed to Shen Yan. We have come to pay our respects to the princess. May the princess live long and prosper. Once the 2 rose, Shen Yan cast a cursory glance at them. The 2 maids, with their delicate faces adorned with light makeup, radiated the exuberance of youth, reminiscent of tender spring buds, clean and vibrant. Feng Jing was slightly taller, her form already displaying some of the grace of a woman, while Feng Xia still bore the visage of a young girl, her chubby cheeks exuding warmth and friendliness. Upon seeing these 2, Shen Yan was suddenly reminded of a young girl from Jiangcheng, for whom she had made Su Lao and helped care for her hair. She too was of similar age, a charming and innocent little girl. Noticing Shen Yan's momentary distraction, Xiaoxing discreetly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to express gratitude for the empress's kindness. Regaining her focus, Shen Yan observed the palace's decor and realized she had already been in the imperial city for some time. She was no longer the Shen Yan who had once felt compelled to cling to Xu Jin. You may withdraw, she said, although Feng Jing harbored doubts. She performed a graceful bow before exiting the side hall. In the palace, if a maidservant were to ascend to the rank of lady-in-waiting, she could refer to herself as a subject, while those of lower rank had to identify themselves as mere servants, creating a stark disparity in status. The lady-in-waiting from the Shanggong Bureau had shown her little respect, and now that it was time for her to be dealt with, careful investigation was required before any punishment could be meted out. Feng Jing and Feng Xia, having long served by the empress's side, were well versed in the art of survival within the palace. For a servant, their master was akin to heaven, Thus they stood obediently, awaiting Shen Yan's command. "There is nothing for you to do here. You may go and serve elsewhere. I will call for you should the need arise." Shen Yan felt a sense of wariness towards the maids who had been thrust upon her. Once the two had departed, Xiaoxing, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked conspiratorially, "I have noticed that these people are eager to curry favor with the princess. They are not trying to win me over. They are trying to ingratiate themselves with his majesty." Shen Yan replied, her body still weary from lingering cold. With just the two of them remaining in the room, she unabashedly reclined on the couch, chuckling as she spoke. Though this was a side hall, its arrangement was exquisite. The sunlight filtering through the delicate silk curtains was gentle. And lying on the mat, she felt no chill, the faint scent of bamboo leaves lingering in the air. "Tomorrow, I shall petition the Empress to establish your rank and appoint you as my personal lady-in-waiting. Aside from a higher stipend, others will think twice before meddling with you." Xiaoxing nodded enthusiastically, beginning to dream of the days to come. "If I become the princess's lady-in-waiting, I shall have plenty of silver, and I can buy numerous hairpins, beautiful garments, and delicious pastries." Counting the prospects of their future together on her fingers, Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with joy, prompting Shen Yan to smile softly and add, "Everything will be within reach. After all, you have me behind you." "Thank you, princess." After their playful banter, Shen Yan found a moment to begin analyzing the current situation. The king of Qin publicly proclaimed himself gravely ill while secretly purging the infiltrators planted by the enemy within the military and the court. Utilizing the esteemed title of the Princess Kanghe, the emperor disrupted the dynamics within the imperial harem, accentuating the rivalry between the Empress and Su Jiaoyi. Although an outsider, she deftly positioned herself at the heart of the shifting tides within and outside the palace, a truly remarkable circumstance. The following day, Su Jiaoyi summoned Shen Yan to the failing hall for tea. The newly appointed stylist possessed exceptional skills and eagerly offered to style Shen Yan's hair into a high bun adorned with a jeweled floral crown presented by the Empress the day prior. The crown, embellished with velvet flowers, pearls, and jade, was strikingly resplendent. Yet, as Shen Yan gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, she perceived herself merely as a walking vase. This tea invitation from Su Jiaoyi felt overly grand. A simple hairstyle would suffice. Observing Su Jiaoyi decisively place the ornate crown atop her head, Shen Yan felt a tightening at her scalp and hastily instructed otherwise. Xiaoxing, who had been quietly watching, promptly took the crown from the stylist's hands upon Shen Yan's request. "I shall attend to the princess's hair," she declared earnestly, her serious demeanor eliciting a suppressed smile from Shen Yan, who nodded in agreement. This was the first time the stylist served Shen Yan, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she quietly exited after realizing she was not needed. "Let us keep it simple," Shen Yan advised, watching Xiaoxing with a comb in hand through the mirror. Xiaoxing delicately unraveled the bun, letting Shen Yan's long, waist-length hair cascade down, its ends still curled. "It's strange how it never seems to straighten out," Xiaoxing murmured while styling. Having encountered various ethnicities, she noted that their curls were uniform from root to tip. In her understanding, as a Han princess, Shen Yan's hair ought to be straight. Unbothered, Shen Yan explained that the curls were a result of being styled with a curling iron, which prevents straightening. The principle of the curling wand is akin to protein setting. A brief explanation suffices. However, it would be prudent to trim the curls eventually. Earlier, when the stylist assisted her, she had evidently noticed the curled ends but chose to remain silent, proving to be a discreet young woman. Once the styling was complete, Shen Yan donned a delicate yellow round-neck blouse, paired with a pleated long skirt and soft-soled shoes before departing. The Empress's Chengxian Hall and Su Jiaoyi's Failing Hall were situated at opposite ends of the Daming Palace, quite a distance apart. Due to this separation and the discord between their respective lords, the attendants of Chengxian and Failing seldom interacted privately. By the time Shen Yan arrived, she was already perspiring slightly on her forehead. Su Jiaoyi's personal female attendant, Exine had been waiting outside the hall and, upon spotting Shen Yan and Xiaoxing, rushed forward with a warm smile. "Greetings, princess. Jiaoyi has been awaiting you for quite some time." With her cheerful disposition, Exine led the two into the hall. Although the Failing Hall belonged to Xu Jiaoyi. Its decor was exceedingly opulent, with lacquered carvings, gilded embellishments, and inlaid jade that even surpassed that of Chengqian Hall. Upon entry, the fragrance of the three immortals of bamboo grove wafted through the air, and the hall was adorned with rare treasures, including a phoenix screen and golden cups with jade scepters. The phoenix screen and golden cups were exclusive to the Empress, yet Xu Jiaoyi, holding only the rank of a second-class Jiaoyi, had made use of them. It is worth mentioning that the Chengqian Hall is adorned with 2 phoenix screens. Shen Yan lowered her gaze. She had heard of Xu Jiaoyi's reputation outside the palace. The maternal families of the various concubines within the palace all wielded considerable power. Yet Xu Jiaoyi, hailing from humble origins, had ascended to the esteemed second rank, enjoying the emperor's favor. She frequently overstepped her bounds, yet had never faced repercussions. The woman who had leapt into the lake at Tai Pool appeared disoriented and lost, bearing no resemblance to the arrogant demeanor of Xu Jiaoyi. Had it not been for the recognition of that face, she would have found it impossible to connect the two. Chapter 38. The Art of Subtle Persuasion. As Xu Jiaoyi lifted the gauze curtain, she beheld Shen Yan standing in the hall, surveying his surroundings with an alluring smile gracing his lips. With an air of nonchalance, he approached and inquired, "How does the esteemed princess find this failing hall in comparison to the Empress's Chengqian Hall?" The opulence of Jiaoyi's palace left Kanghe in awe. Shen Yan replied with an indifferent tone, "If the Empress were akin to a kneaded dough, Xu Jiaoyi would undoubtedly be a cunning fox. Neither of them is of the virtuous sort. Otherwise, how could they have maintained their rivalry within the palace for so many years? Xenia, please brew a pot of my finest tea and bring along some freshly made osmanthus cake," Xu Jiaoyi commanded. Upon hearing her somewhat dismissive words, she merely smiled lightly and settled herself upon the couch in the hall, tilting her head to observe Shen Yan. In the face of her scrutiny, Shen Yan returned her gaze with a composed smile. He approached, lifted his skirts, and seated himself opposite her. This marked the first occasion on which Shen Yan earnestly regarded Xu Jiaoyi. Under the moonlight that night, he had only glimpsed her delicate silhouette. Now, as she sat gracefully on either side of the couch, he discovered her extraordinary beauty. Her features exquisitely chiseled, skin delicate, and beneath her willow-like brows. Her fox-like eyes seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words, stirring one's heart. Shen Yan mused that had she been a man, he too would have willingly succumbed to Xu Jiaoyi's charms. Alas, a woman of such unparalleled beauty often encounters tumultuous paths in love, especially when entangled with an emperor. What twist of fate could have brought her to such a juncture? Was her leap into the lake that day somehow linked to the emperor? You must be curious as to why I summoned you to Failing Hall for tea. In truth, I have little affinity for tea. It serves merely as a pretext to invite you here, much like a rendezvous masked by the Lantern Festival. Xu Jiaoyi spoke, her crimson lips parting gracefully, her enchanting gaze imbued with wit. Shen Yan found himself momentarily taken aback, unable to refute her words. Xiaoxing, who had been trailing closely behind Shen Yan, cast a worried glance at him upon hearing such rebellious remarks, concerned that her master might be led astray. Your little maid is remarkably loyal, ever at your side. However, those privy to too much knowledge often have their heads precariously tethered to their belts. Do you truly wish for her to continue listening to our conversation? Xu Jiaoyi remarked with a smile, sincerity painted across her features as she observed Xiaoxing's reaction. Shen Yan responded with a slight smile, his lips curving upward. Before him, Xu Jiaoyi resembled a beautiful fox, quietly grooming her sharp claws, appearing docile while being poised to strike at any moment. Xiaoxing, there are delightful teas and pastries here with Xu Jiaoyi. You should indulge, for you may not have another chance, Shen Yan suggested, understanding the implication behind his words. Xiaoxing bowed and departed, leaving the expansive hall eerily silent, with only Shen Yan and Xu Jiaoyi seated across from one another. Yet, Shen Yan maintained a gentle smile. Gazing at her, a smile serves as an excellent disguise, concealing one's true intentions, preventing adversaries from discerning the stakes of success or failure. This psychological game hinges on who can best leverage the known cards. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know who also perpetually wears such a smile. Xu Jiaoyi mused, her hand delicately covering her lips, her captivating gaze absorbing every nuance of Shen Yan's demeanor. Today, Shen Yan simply styled her hair into a modest bun, adorned with a delicate jade crown. She applied a hint of powder and a subtle shade of rosy lip color. Sitting gracefully on a low seat, sunlight cascaded upon her, and a gentle smile graced her lips, exuding a soft and refined demeanor. "Xiao, you had just playfully teased my little maid, reminiscent of someone I knew. It seems we are indeed fated," Su Xiao lazily remarked, reclining in a rather unceremonious posture. At that moment, Exiner entered, carrying a three-tiered hexagonal food box, followed by a maid bearing tea utensils. "This is freshly made water chestnut cake, osmanthus cake, and lotus seed pastry from the small kitchen, specially brought for you and the princess to savor," Exiner announced. She opened the food box and meticulously arranged the pastries on the table. Turning to accept the teapot from a maid, she presented Su Xiao Yi's cherished frail-looking tea, which was exclusive to her, second only to the Empress. "Why mention such things? You already possess them. How can they be considered unique?" Su Xiao interrupted Exiner, her expression languid yet devoid of anger. Exiner, understanding her mistress well, merely smiled and performed a respectful bow before departing with the food box. "The Emperor treats the Empress exceptionally well. Yet, why did that day?" Shen Yan inquired with a gentle smile once Exiner had exited the hall. Su Xiao, with an indifferent gaze, delicately picked up a piece of water chestnut cake, took a leisurely bite, and replied, "I do not recall, and I presume the princess has forgotten as well." Since Su Xiao wished to forget, then let it be so. A few days prior, she had caught a cold and visited Qing's Sea Palace to check on her, but had yet to express her gratitude. Shen Yan raised her hand to sip tea, blowing gently at the steam before taking a sip. Wang Huan was particularly fond of frail-looking tea, so she had savored quite a bit of fine tea. And Su Xiao Yi's tea was no less exquisite than that from the Qinhuang residence. "I came to see you merely because I could not abide the Empress's saintly demeanor," she continued. "Though she harbors great discomfort, her face must remain composed. I find her life to be quite stifling. Perhaps one day, she should simply take a brick and end it all." Su Xiao spoke without reservation, unencumbered by decorum, as if she were fully aware that the phoenix screen and golden chalice were not meant for her use. Although propriety dictated otherwise, she deliberately chose to defy convention. "Do you truly believe that Kang, he shares your sentiments?" Shen Yan observed her, noting the resemblance to that fateful day when she had nearly thrown herself into the lake, driven by obsession and disregard for consequence. "Isn't that so?" Su Xiao queried directly. Shen Yan smiled faintly. "Yesterday, the Empress presented me with an exquisitely ornate jeweled crown, and today, my maids are set to assist me in donning it. Surely, this is the will of the Empress. Why do you not consider it the Empress's intention?" Su Xiao, intrigued by Shen Yan's probing question, responded. She had just noted that the Empress regarded herself as a saint. If she adhered to the principles of propriety, how could she be oblivious to the fact that such a lavish crown was far too ostentatious for ordinary occasions? Shen Yan maintained her calm demeanor, gazing at Su Xiao, who truly acted according to her heart, completely unreserved. She had unwittingly dug her own grave. "The princess is astute," Su Xiao remarked with a smile, essentially conceding to the truth of the matter. If Shen Yan foolishly donned that jeweled floral crown and ventured out, she would be mistaken for someone lacking in decorum, desperately ingratiating herself to the Empress while repulsing Su Jiaoyi as a mere simpleton. I firmly believe I have never wronged Jiaoyi. When she entered the palace to serve His Majesty, I was still convalescing in the Qingxi Hall, not stepping outside for an entire year. Why must you contrive such a scheme against me? The year Su Jiaoyi entered the palace, the true Princess Kanghe had already passed away. There could not possibly be any lingering animosity between them. There is no valid reason. I simply wish to ascertain whether the Princess Kanghe, having resided in the Qingxi Hall for 17 years, still possesses her wits. If you cannot discern such a trivial stratagem, then there is no need for me to invite you for tea. Chapter 39. The Art of Persuasion. Part 2. Su Jiaoyi delicately lifted her teacup, her eyes sparkling with mirth, betraying no hint of remorse for her unveiled schemes. Shen Yan offered a faint smile, draining the contents of her cup before placing it upside down upon the table, signaling a reluctance for idle chatter. Having partaken in the tea, should Jowie continue to beat around the bush, my patience would soon dwindle. I am no empress and shall not endure your games. Indeed, I have had my fill of this tea. Su Jowie set her cup aside, leaning closer to whisper in Shen Yan's ear. How about I avenge you for the years of humiliation suffered in the Qingxi Palace? As she spoke, her gaze was alluring, captivating to the extent that one might fear being ensnared by it. Jowie's cunning is well recognized. Should she take action, it is likely no one could escape unscathed. Yet, why would Jowie extend her assistance to me? To rephrase, how can I trust that your intentions are to aid rather than to harm me, as you have today? Shen Yan regarded her with a calm demeanor, swiftly burying the enchantment beneath a tranquil surface. To help you is to help myself, Jowie continued. It is time to address those servants in the Palace of Eunuchs. You must realize, despite the Empress being a paragon of virtue, she is also one who covets power. Do you truly believe that the only ones responsible for your humiliation are those servants? A charming smile graced Su Jowie's lips, her words casting bait, waiting for Shen Yan to take the hook. Was she implying the Empress was also complicit? Shen Yan chuckled softly, her eyes brightening. For Jowie's cards had been revealed too swiftly. The Empress? If she were indeed the true imperial princess of Kanghe, she would likely harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Empress, having endured years of humiliation in a court where authority lay with her. Suddenly learning that the matter was tied to the Empress ignited a fierce resentment within. A single misstep could very well play into Su Jowie's schemes. To compensate for the floral crown incident, I shall disclose a piece of information to the princess. Zhong Shui of the Palace of Eunuchs is aligned with the Empress. She, along with her 4 female attendants, controls the entirety of the Palace of Eunuchs, subjecting you to their cruel treatment. If this situation lacked the Empress's endorsement, there would be a greater shame for her to hold dominion than for me, Jowie. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan felt a jolt of alarm, her palm slightly outstretched. Yet her countenance remained serene as she inquired, "Then, what are your plans, Jowie?" Naturally, to compel the Empress to dismantle her own strategies. My assistance to you is driven by self-interest. The 5 vacant positions in the Palace of Eunuchs shall be filled by my own people. But fear not, I would never stoop to the foolishness of humiliating a princess like you. Su Jowie smiled wickedly, laying bare her own machinations with utter candor. When she plots against others, it is always in the light of day. Such a character, having survived in the harem until now, surely enjoys some measure of genuine affection from the emperor. Very well. Let Kanghe anticipate a splendid performance. Rising gracefully, Shen Yan offered a courteous bow, her face adorned with a warm smile. When one finds themselves in a position of advantage, it is unwise to hesitate in pursuing victory. Regardless of who orchestrates events from the shadows, it is imperative to strike decisively to secure a foothold within the palace. As evening descended upon the Chengqian Palace, in the tranquil study, the ancient incense burner emitted curling wisps of fragrant smoke, filling the room with a subtle aroma. The queen, adorned in her customary attire, bore a serene expression as she stood before her desk, bent over, diligently sketching something. Feng Shui, with a composed demeanor, entered the hall and spoke softly, reporting that the princess had visited Su Jowie this morning and had just returned. As the words fell, the queen's brush paused, causing the ink to smudge, ruining what had been a fine pastoral landscape painting. Su Yu, is she finally making her move against me? After enduring for so many years, she still covets the position of queen, does she not? The queen cast aside her brush with a scoff and raised her gaze towards the sky beyond the palace. Feng Shui hurried forward, standing beside the queen to offer comfort. Your Majesty, the princess has not appeared in the Qingxi Palace for over a decade. Why is it that now, upon her return, she has stirred such turmoil in the harem? You must tread carefully around her. You have witnessed how the late emperor cherished this princess. Enough. The queen interjected sharply, her usual gentleness replaced by a stern demeanor. The matters preceding the emperor's ascension are taboo within the palace. Feng Shui, realizing her misstep, quickly bowed and apologized, It was my blunder. However, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. The ladies of the Zhong Shanggong have just submitted a memorial, pleading for Your Majesty to consider their years of loyal service and to safeguard their lives and livelihoods. The queen rubbed her temples, feeling exasperated by the greed of the officials she had selected. How could they have mistreated and humiliated Kanghe for so many years, only to now seek her protection? With a late emperor still alive, he would have surely ordered their execution. Their insatiable greed. Yet they still expect my protection? Yet you are right. Once this matter has passed, I shall bring up the marriage of the Kanghe princess to His Majesty. Once she is wed, she shall no longer stir trouble within the palace. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Half a month later, the Qingxi Palace had been completely renovated. I have instructed my attendants to tidy up the palace, ensuring all matters are neatly resolved, and today we shall go see it together. During this time, the queen had been investigating the affairs of the Shanggong Bureau in collaboration with Su Jiaoyi. Their covert power struggle had left her mentally exhausted. Yet she mustered her spirits and invited Shen Yan to accompany her. By chance, the weather was pleasant, and the two opted to walk rather than take a carriage. Conversing as they strolled, Shen Yan was unaware of the queen's intricate plans, merely following her through the palace. Over the past fortnight, the queen's contest with Su Jiaoyi had deprived her of peace. Each time their rivalry escalated, she found herself entangled in their schemes. Su Jiaoyi was eloquent, and the queen was no less skilled. Their debates could not proceed without her presence as the unfortunate observer. As the days passed, Shen Yan's understanding of palace intrigue soared. The intertwining of both cunning and straightforward tactics was essential. If one could employ words to vex their adversaries, it was indeed a clever strategy. The Qingxi Palace was situated in a remote and serene area, requiring a detour around the Taiyi Pool and the Imperial Garden. The garden had been designed with careful consideration of various flowers' blooming seasons, ensuring that blossoms graced the grounds throughout the year. Now, in the depths of autumn, various chrysanthemums were in full bloom. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, my flowers shall bloom while all others wither. As Shen Yan lowered his gaze upon a pink chrysanthemum, the Empress pointed towards a tree beside the artificial hill. Do you not find this quite familiar? However, Kanghe could not recognize it and inquired, Might Your Majesty enlighten me? The trees before them appeared unremarkable. If one were to insist, they seemed rather barren and feeble, having shed their leaves in the late autumn. This is an ancient tree from behind your Qingxi Palace. A few days ago, following some renovations, I ordered new flowers and plants to be placed here, relocating this venerable tree to serve as a reminder to all within the palace not to overstep their bounds and to maintain the hierarchy. Understanding dawned upon him. Shen Yan offered a faint smile, showing little concern for the tree, and remarked, As you say, Your Majesty, I am eager to return and see how the Qingxi Palace has been transformed. Chapter 40. Plea for mercy. The maidservant bowed before the Empress and the Imperial Princess. Just as Shen Yan turned to depart, someone emerged from behind the rockery, kneeling on the ground to pay their respects. The Empress gently raised her hand and said, Rise. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Shen Yan inquired, gazing at the individual before her, a maid dressed in plain attire, her face heavily powdered, etched with fine lines, and bearing a pair of shrewd, discerning eyes that shamelessly scrutinized Shen Yan. It was none other than the head maid of the palace, Zhong Cui. The gaze was somewhat oily and distasteful, prompting Shen Yan to silently avert her eyes. Your Highness, it is my failure to properly discipline those beneath me, allowing them to unjustly withhold your allowance for clothing and sustenance. This is truly deplorable. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness. The words from the woman before her distanced herself from guilt. As an elder of the palace, Zhong Cui had watched the imperial princess grow up. Now, due to the mistakes of the junior officials, she too had been demoted and sent to toil in the imperial garden. The Empress began to explain, her gaze filled with sympathy as she looked at Shen Yan. This punishment of labor was undoubtedly a tactic of Su Jiaoyi. The Empress hesitated to issue a decree, knowing Su Jiaoyi would not allow these individuals to remain at ease. Regardless of circumstances, they were all to be sent to the imperial garden for labor. At this moment, Shen Yan came to her senses, realizing the Empress had been waiting for her, perhaps hoping to portray her as a benevolent figure. Yet, how could one repay kindness with virtue when faced with enmity? She had no intention of becoming a hollow saint devoid of comfort. Your Majesty has governed the inner palace for many years, with clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Since His Majesty has decreed that you and Su Zhao jointly oversee this matter, any punishment for Zhong Chui is at your discretion and Su Zhao es. Kanghe had no objections to this. After expressing her sentiments to the Empress, Shen Yan turned her gaze to Zhong Chui, offering a gentle smile. Whatever punishment you receive, I shall not utter a word more. Thus, there is no need for you to seek my mercy. The Empress paused. Her hand that held the armrest momentarily halted. According to protocol, only the imperial princess and princes may refer to themselves as I. Without a son in the palace, she had not heard this self-reference in many years. At that moment, she realized that the woman before her was not easily manipulated. Only the emperor held the power over the life and death of the Kanghe imperial princess. Seeing Shen Yan's beaming demeanor, Zhong Chui pondered if perhaps the Kanghe imperial princess had become somewhat daft after spending over a decade in the Qingxi Hall. Unable to discern the subtext in the empress's words, Kanghe, while Zhong Chui's punishment is legally justified, it also lies outside the realm of law and within the bounds of human sentiment. Should you wish it, I shall decree the absolution of Zhong Chui's punishment and grant her a suitable homecoming. I believe if this is your desire, Su Zhao, you will have little to contest. Kanghe will defer to your Majesty's judgment. Shen Yan replied demurely, pleasing the Empress, who took Shen Yan's hand and gently patted it, her eyes brimming with delight. Zhong Chui raised her head to gaze at the Empress, expressing her gratitude with her eyes. Indeed, in the palace, the true authority resided with the Empress, the one who held the Phoenix Seal. Pleading with Su Zhao or the Kanghe imperial princess would yield no fruit. Just moments ago, the Empress had merely offered a suggestion, and the Kanghe imperial princess had already acquiesced. I thank your Majesty and the imperial princess, Zhong Chui expressed, her conviction in the Empress solidified as she bowed deeply. Watching the two depart, the Qingxi Hall had been splendidly renovated. The inscription Qing Si Dian above the Grand Hall has been meticulously redone, with the characters rendered in gold against a dark backdrop, supported by a thick earth base that enhances the brilliance of the gold. The ornate carvings surrounding the plaque have also been refreshed, depicting soaring birds and swimming fish alongside the four symbols. Upon entering through the hall's door, one notices the newly replaced floor tiles, a pristine expanse without cracks or weeds, creating an impression of elegance. Sheer curtains drape down, gently swaying in the breeze. Crafted from the soft smoke gauze characteristic of Jiangnan, golden hooks lift the drapery, revealing on either side antique incense burners, from which wisps of fragrant smoke rise, imparting a delicate and serene aroma. The table and seating have been newly furnished, complemented by newly added screens and decorative items. The cabinets, dressing boxes, and bedding in the sleeping quarters have all been revitalized. Beneath a slightly raised window sill rests a small dish where birds descend to peck at grains. The warm breeze and sunlight evoke a sense of thriving vitality. The Empress has safeguarded Zhong Chui and in high spirits. Observe Shen Yan's evident satisfaction with the Qing Si Dian, saying, every arrangement here has been decreed by His Majesty, and I have also contributed many additions. You are still a young lady, and the garments I have commissioned for you are still in production. They will be delivered to you shortly. You must not remain as plain as you are now. Shen Yan's current attire in the palace is less refined than that of some of the higher-ranking concubines, which is rather improper. The Empress reflects with a tinge of nostalgia on how the late emperor once doted on this princess, eager to present her with the world's treasures. At that time, the realm knew only of Princess Kanghe, oblivious to Prince Xinjun. Now, however, she has fallen into obscurity, a testament to the cyclical nature of fate. Your Majesty has been most considerate, she recalls, remembering how the Empress once gifted Kanghe a jeweled crown, which Kanghe cherished but had yet to express her gratitude for. Shen Yan's gaze sweeps over the room's charming and warm decor, yet she struggles to comprehend the Emperor's intentions. Is his compensation for Kanghe born of guilt or ulterior motives? The Empress sighs, taking Shen Yan's hand gently, and with a look of compassion, She says, "You have spent so long recuperating in Qingxi, delaying your marriage. Now, focus on your health, and I shall seek a suitable match for you." The husband of a princess must hold a respectable position, while marrying into the imperial family is typically a joyous occasion. Once a man marries a princess, he can no longer hold a position in court, which deters many noble families from desiring a princess as a bride. Shen Yan's heart sinks. Though her eyes sparkle with mirth, her lips hesitate to agree, pondering the frailty of Kanghe. Ahem, it is indeed a challenge. Perhaps, she muses, it is best to leave such matters to fate. Your health shall improve. The Empress interprets her reticence as humility, smiling reassuringly. After the two women leisurely explore the surroundings, Feng Jing and Feng Xia, bearing the remaining luggage, arrive at Qingxi. The Empress observes their pleasant company and decides to gift them to Shen Yan, ensuring she has more companions to look after her. As the two newcomers enter, Xiaoxing, who has been silently following Shen Yan, glances at her with concern. Shen Yan, with her delicate features adorned with a gentle smile, lightly raises her hand and expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Little does the Empress realize that Feng Jing is affiliated with Su Zhao. The Emperor's health is frail. Aside from attending court, he rarely appears before the public. Even the affairs of state were wholly entrusted to King Qin. With the king gravely ill, the court was thrown into disarray. The chancellor and various ministers hastily joined forces to stabilize the situation. With the autumn hunt imminent, the chancellor momentarily overshadowed the king's authority. In the hall of purple splendor, the empress presented a memorial to the emperor, who sat upon the throne, softly stating, "Your Majesty, I have addressed the grievances of the imperial concubine Kang and the Bureau of Palace Ladies. Madame Zhong has been penalized with a 3-year salary deduction, and all female officials in the respective departments have also faced salary forfeiture." Chapter 41. The debate beside her, Su Zhaoi, munching on sunflower seeds and stifling yawn, addressed the emperor. "The empress has resolved matters so swiftly. I was entirely unaware. Such decisiveness is truly commendable. Why have we not witnessed such measures from her before?" Though it was claimed they were collaborating on the investigation, Su Zhaoi remained oblivious to the details of the memorial being presented. Recalling the recent incident in the imperial garden, Su Zhaoi suppressed her ire, wishing she could openly undermine the empress. Accustomed to leisurely pursuits such as flower arranging and playing kuju, and being a novice in managing the affairs of the 6 palaces, she found it unnecessary to engage in lengthy discourse with Su Zhaoi for the sake of convenience. The empress stood tall, embodying the dignified presence of a legitimate consort, not granting Su Zhaoi even a glance. This facade of feigned concern only fueled Su Yu's resentment. "I am indeed worried about the princess's emotional turmoil regarding this matter. Thus, I wish to resolve it promptly, to spare her further distress upon encountering these issues," the empress explained calmly to the emperor, who merely flipped through the memorial, his gaze scanning it with indifference before discarding it aside. These days, the autumn dryness was taking a toll on the emperor's health, exacerbating his cough and causing discomfort in his chest. The political landscape was shifting rapidly, with ministers forming factions, which only intensified his annoyance towards the empress. "Very well. Once matters are settled, you may withdraw," he decreed. "Your Majesty, please hold on," Su Zhaoi interjected, drawing their attention. Setting down her sunflower seeds, she rose and approached the empress, her demeanor cheerful as she inquired, "Has the empress thoroughly investigated the offenses committed by those female officials according to the law?" "Servants who overstep their bounds," the empress replied. Su Zhaoi let out a light laugh, mocking, "Your Majesty, servants who overstep their bounds? I fear you may have overlooked some matters. As I understand it, the princess's monthly stipend amounts to 5,000 yuan, if not properly accounted for. It could be carelessly dispensed from the palace." Turning to face the emperor, her eyes narrowed with intensity as she declared in a lowered voice, "Is it intended to invite ridicule upon the imperial family, to suggest that servants may oppress the princess at will and pilfer the imperial treasury?" For the past fortnight, the empress and Su Zhaoi had focused their disputes on the disrespect shown by the female officials towards the princess, neglecting the matter of withheld stipends, or perhaps The Empress subconsciously conflated the two issues. Only upon Su Jiao's remarks did the Empress realize her oversight. What audacity! How would you propose to deal with this? Shall we simply execute them? The Empress retorted, embodying the very essence of decorum, her knowledge of the rules having sustained her position as Empress for many years. It also sowed discord within her marriage. Though it does not warrant a death sentence, Your Majesty's judgment seems rather lenient, does it not? In recent days, aside from adjudicating alongside you, I have uncovered certain information in private. As her words hung in the air, the Empress instinctively clenched her hands hidden within her sleeves, stifling her breath. She could not afford to panic. Even if she could not protect Zhong Shui and the others, she must not allow Su Yu, this insolent wretch, to gain the upper hand. Su Jiaoi lightly curved her red lips, her left hand gently adjusting the tassel of her hairpin, her charming eyes narrowing as she spoke under the fierce gaze of the Empress. I have discovered that these lowly maidens not only humiliated the imperial princess and withheld her allowances, but also pilfered her possessions. If we were to release them from the palace directly, would it not lead to a scandal within the inner court? The princess is still unwed. If any personal belongings were to escape, it would severely tarnish the royal family's reputation. Her words struck at the heart, causing the emperor to furrow his brow. Su Jiaoi, you lack evidence, so refrain from making baseless accusations. The Empress replied coldly, her underlying anxiety evident. Should these charges be substantiated, it could lead to dire consequences for her as well. Your Majesty, you truly protect those lowly maidens. Indeed, we currently lack evidence. But should an edict for a search be issued, we will surely uncover something. If there is any suspicion involving the princess and the royal dignity, it is better to wrongfully condemn 1,000 than to let one escape. Her emphatic words resonated within the Zichuan Hall, evoking an atmosphere thick with silence and concealed confrontation. There was a reason for Su Jiaoi's long-standing favor. No one understood the emperor's thoughts better than she. The humiliation of Shen Yan was inconsequential, but the disgrace of Princess Kanghe was a grave matter. Ultimately, the royal family's honor was paramount. Empress seized all gold and silver from those female officials, permitting them only to leave with a single set of plain garments and a broken bowl. After a considerable pause, the emperor finally rose, his gaze calm, his lips parting to issue the decree. Without gold or silver, those female officials had no means of survival. This decree was clearly a death warrant. The Empress wished to voice a defense, yet Su Jiaoi, as if awakening from a dream, smiled and remarked, Your Majesty, you stated that the princess's monthly allowance amounts to 5,000 guan, totaling 60,000 guan annually. The Qingxi Palace is dilapidated. It is likely that it has suffered from years of embezzlement. They are merely palace officials. Surely, this money has found its way elsewhere? Her words directly targeted the Empress, like adding fuel to a raging fire, making the emperor acutely aware of the Empress's previous defense of the officials. Indeed, the emperor turned to the Empress with a faint smile, awaiting her rebuttal. The Empress, taken aback by the emperor's smile, felt her heart sink. Yet she steeled herself to respond, Your Majesty, I shall ascertain the whereabouts of the embezzled gold and silver. However, these officials have garnered considerable favor over the years. Could they truly stir such chaos for the sake of Princess Kanghe? What difference is there from the past emperor? The more she spoke, the faster her words tumbled out. And upon concluding her last statement, she regretted it. She had tread upon the emperor's sensitive spot. The past emperor's indulgence of the princess was the most taboo subject in the Ming Palace. A raw wound in the emperor's heart. A hush fell over the hall, and Su Jiaoi stood aside, bemusedly observing the Empress sprawled on the ground, her eyes filled with derision. What does it matter if you love this man? He still struck you. Before me, his concubine, he struck you. The Empress sat on the cold floor, her head tilted, tears welling in her eyes, desperately holding them back. Her face burning, yet her heart felt icy. You have lost your composure. The emperor seemed equally surprised at his own action, momentarily frozen, quickly masking the tenderness in his eyes as he withdrew his hand into his sleeve and spoke softly. Although Shen Yan had fully recovered from typhoid fever, she still donned an additional large-sleeved cloak, choosing to abandon the old adage of dressing warmly in spring and cooling off in autumn. After moving back to Qingxi Hall, she requested numerous books from the bookstore through Shaoxing, based on the reading list provided by Wang Huan during her stay at the other garden, and converted the side hall into a study. The ancient printing techniques of the Zhou dynasty had flourished, leading to an abundance of literature across the realm, where the voices of various scholars resonated harmoniously. The 4 tall solid-wood bookshelves provided by the Si Shifeng were now completely filled, and she meticulously organized the volumes by title. The shelves comprised 4 tiers, with the uppermost level being somewhat high for her. Fortunately, the wooden ladder delivered by Si Shifeng proved to be quite useful. Chapter 42. The search. Xiaoxing had just returned from gathering some maple leaves, cheerfully lifting the curtain to enter, when she spotted Shen Yan standing atop a wooden ladder, engrossed in a book. "Your Highness, look at these leaves. How about composing some poetry with them?" Upon noticing Xiaoxing's arrival, Shen Yan descended from the ladder, casually placing the book on the table. With a smile, Xiaoxing extended the vibrant maple leaves towards her. Shen Yan examined them, noting their vivid crimson color and intricate veins, clearly having been chosen with care. She teased, "Maple leaves convey longing. What is going on here?" Xiaoxing chuckled, "Oh, it's just that." In response to Shen Yan's playful banter, she pulled out a letter from her bosom and presented it with a coy smile. Could it be? Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Xiaoxing's confirmation. "Indeed, it is from His Highness," Xiaoxing affirmed with a nod. Before she could fully process the moment, Shen Yan eagerly opened the letter, her expression shifting to one of delight. "Your Highness, you have no idea how insufferable the secret guard arranged by His Highness is. When I went to retrieve the letter, he even mocked my lack of martial skills." As Xiaoxing animatedly recounted her recent encounter with the secret guard, Shen Yan's focus remained solely on the letter, paying little heed to Xiaoxing's chatter. Wang Huanji was remarkably cautious. This letter was filled with numbers. But which books served as the cipher? Did he mention anything else? Shen Yan pondered, realizing that deciphering the code incorrectly would lead to entirely different interpretations. After a moment's contemplation, she opted to inquire for clarity. Only then did Xiaoxing realize that Shen Yan had not been listening. Pouting in mock indignation, she huffed. "The guard said autumn harvest." Autumn harvest. That's related to crops. Could it be the Qi Ming agricultural treatise? After a moment of thought, Shen Yan retrieved a hefty, aged tome from the second shelf, its spine boldly inscribed with the 4 characters Qi Ming Nong Jing. Wang Huanji's message conveyed that under the constraints of the previous dynasty's harem, the Empress's influence would inevitably be suppressed, allowing Su Jiaoyi to rise in prominence. At this moment, there was no need for confrontation. One merely had to avoid the ensuing conflict between the two. What did he mean by inscribing the words Wangan? Xiaoxing observed Shen Yan, who stood before the desk, staring blankly at a sheet of paper. "Your Highness, are you all right? Did His Highness say something to upset you?" "Not all." Shen Yan ignited the translated letter, the flames swiftly consuming the paper and its contents, reducing them to ash that fell beneath the candlestick. She folded the numerical letter and tucked it away at the bottom of her vanity box. The Empress had dispatched 16 maidservants to attend to the Qingxi Palace. Xiaoxing had been promoted to Shen Yan's personal lady-in-waiting, overseeing the other maidservants. For security reasons, only Xiaoxing remained within the palace, while the others were stationed outside. Outside the palace, Feng Xia hurriedly approached, reporting, "Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence at the Shanggong Bureau. Please invite the imperial consort to examine whether any items retrieved from the palace of the Grand Council belong to her," was the directive given. "Very well, I shall comply," responded Shen Yan. Concealing the letter, she proceeded to the Grand Council with Xiaoxing and Feng Xia. Upon entering the hall, she beheld the Empress seated regally upon the main throne, her demeanor grave, while Su Jiaoyi occupied the seat to the left of the Empress. Straightening herself and observing Shen Yan with a touch of amusement, Shen Yan cast her gaze around the hall, noting the 4 female officials kneeling in the center, alongside Zhong Shanggong, all with their foreheads touching the ground. Several large chests were arranged to one side, with a few eunuchs standing nearby, heads bowed and hands clasped. The collective attention of the assembly, whether intentional or otherwise, gravitated towards her, enveloping the atmosphere with an odd and unsettling tension. This spectacle certainly hinted at a sinister intent. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress and to Su Jiaoyi. I've been sent by His Majesty to inspect certain items, announced Shen Yan, having exchanged formalities. The Empress, upon witnessing Shen Yan's nonchalant smile, felt a headache brewing, her eyes heavy with fatigue. With a languid wave of her hand, a eunuch was summoned to open the chests. These culprits have deprived you for many years. His Majesty has punished them, leaving them in plain garments and with only a broken bowl to depart the palace. All their possessions have been seized by the inner court. Take a look. Do any of these items belong to you? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Finally grasping the situation, she turned her gaze to Su Jiaoyi, who merely raised an eyebrow and offered a subtle nod of encouragement. The personnel from the Palace of the Grand Council were the Empress's minions. Recently, Su Jiaoyi had staged a performance in the Imperial Garden to protect Zhong Chui. Now, with the Emperor's direct order for severe punishment, it was likely that Su Jiaoyi had played a significant role behind the scenes. This incident was, after all, a consequence of the actions taken by the Palace of the Grand Council. Shen Yan felt no sympathy for such punishments, even deeming them rather lenient. Yet the Empress's countenance, filled with reproach and a hint of malice, was rather amusing. Shen Yan's mischievous spirit was ignited, and she responded with a composed smile. I shall take a look, she declared, stepping forward to the chests. Inside, she found only simple, unadorned trinkets and paintings, reminiscent of the confiscated possessions of an innocent party. These female officials had deep roots within the palace and possessed an excellent reputation as the Empress's loyal supporters. Following this incident, it seemed inevitable that the Empress would shoulder the blame for their downfall. Su Jiaoyi demonstrated remarkable cunning. She not only avenged the grievances of the imperial consort, but also aimed to replace the officials in the Palace of the Grand Council with her own supporters, thereby thoroughly sowing discord between the Empress and the imperial consort. An impressive threefold accomplishment. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the cleverness of both ladies. Neither was to be underestimated. With the stage set, it would be a disservice not to partake in the performance. Deliberately, Shen Yan began to examine each item with great care, her pace measured. Gradually, the Empress's expression became increasingly strained. She had anticipated that the imperial consort would merely glance at the items, not realizing that Shen Yan would delve so deeply into the matter. Su Jiaoyi, in contrast, radiated with delight, flashing two playful eye rolls towards the Empress. Xiao Xing and Feng Xia sensed the palpable tension in the hall, the atmosphere thick with unease. They exchanged worried glances towards Shen Yan's slender figure, pondering how she might withstand a brewing storm. The kneeling female officials, however, displayed little concern. The valuable ornaments and delicate treasures had been secretly transferred beyond the palace walls. How could a mere princess, devoid of any solid foundation, hope to uncover any evidence? As Shen Yan rummaged through the remnants, her gaze grew increasingly profound. There must be a ghost. After decades within the palace, were these the only scraps of worthless metal? Merely embezzling the salary of Princess Kanghe could easily amount to hundreds of thousands of coins. Since Su Jiaoyi had gone to such great lengths to orchestrate this scheme, it certainly would not be without substance. Just as she was nearing the end of her search, a familiar object fell from the box. Shen Yan's eyes narrowed, suppressing her emotions as she reached out to retrieve the box. Inside lay a pocket watch, its vintage engravings strikingly familiar. As she turned it over, she discovered, indeed, an inscription engraved on the back. Chapter 43. The pocket watch. As her gaze fell upon the character, a familiar sensation surged through her fingertips, awakening memories that had been deliberately suppressed for months. On the eve of her birthday, during a night shift in the emergency room, she had admitted a patient suffering from acute brain injury due to a car accident. This pocket watch, left behind by the patient, held within it a black and white photograph strikingly resembling her own. She clutched the pocket watch tightly, her mind racing with images of the oscillating data from the monitor, the rapid descent of the elevator, the gentle flow of a stream, and the chilling gaze of Xu Jin as he gripped her throat. The experiences of the past few months felt both absurd and painfully real. How could this be? What was this? Why had she come? And why did she continue to live? In her frantic breaths, Shen Yan felt a sharp pain in her chest. a piercing sensation that rendered her breathless and unable to stand upright. Each second stretched infinitely, amplifying her torment. Her vision blurred, her mind a void, and her hands trembled involuntarily. At that moment, her thoughts spiraled into madness, fixated solely on one question. Who was Shen Yan? Seeing Shen Yan's pallid complexion and panicked demeanor, the Empress assumed something was amiss and hurriedly inquired, Kanghe, what is wrong? This question jolted Shen Yan back from her mire of memories. Shaking her somewhat muddled head, she took a deep breath, firmly grasped the pocket watch, and looked towards the Empress seated regally above, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she declared, Kanghe has found her belonging. With that, she raised the pocket watch high. Upon recognizing the pocket watch in Shen Yan's hand, the onlookers gasped in horror, wishing to vanish from the hall at that very moment. Such a treasonous act was a sin even to hear of. This pocket watch had been retrieved from the box of the esteemed Lady Zhong. Her audacity was astounding. The Empress clenched her jaw, her expression darkening, her gaze like a blade directed at Lady Zhong, who knelt in the hall. This pocket watch was a gift bestowed upon Shen Yan during her title conferral as the Imperial Princess Kanghe, a token of immense favor from the late emperor. At that time, when vassal states offered tributes from across the seas, this was the only one in all of ancient Zhou. The theft of such a personally bestowed honor was a profound disgrace. Lady Zhong, unable to withstand the piercing scrutiny directed at her, slightly rose and cast a glance. And upon seeing the pocket watch in Shen Yan's hand, she crumpled back to the ground, terror-stricken, and stammered to the Empress, Your Highness, I swear I do not know. I did not take it. How could I possess the Imperial Princess's pocket watch? You, a mere servant, dare to claim such innocence? The Empress had yet to respond when Shen Yan gracefully approached Lady Zhong, casting a sidelong, cold glance that compelled her to kneel in submission. It appeared that His Majesty's punishment was indeed justified. Clad in simple garments and holding a broken bowl, you have been granted leniency. With a smile that belied a chilling intent, Shen Yan regarded Lady Zhong, her gaze sharp as an ice blade against flesh, eager to pierce through. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned with a mocking laugh, feigning innocence, and addressed the Empress. Oh, but wait, Your Highness. Last time you and Kanghe strolled through the Imperial Garden, you encountered Zhong Shui, whom you stated was merely relieved of her position due to her age. I wonder if your brother's decree extends to include the amnesty you granted to Zhong Shui? As these words were uttered, the female officials kneeling behind cast their gazes towards Lady Zhong. Together, they had engaged in corruption and conspired against the esteemed Princess Kanghe. Yet this monumental punishment fell solely upon them, while Lady Zhong continued to enjoy her serene life within the palace. How profoundly unjust! Among the courtiers, the Empress could protect her, yet she could not shield herself, leaving one disheartened. Alas, within the palace, the Emperor takes precedence, followed by the Empress. Although the Empress could absolve them from punishment, she could not contravene the Emperor's decree. Was the princess truly oblivious? Su Jiaoyi, rarely one to remain silent, finally spoke, her words igniting the flames of conflict with precision and ferocity. The laborious tasks assigned in the Imperial Garden were indeed the punishment decreed by Su Jiaoyi. Though the guilty parties had not been definitively condemned, they were still subject to retribution. The Empress's act of absolution, though in accordance with protocol, left Su Jiaoyi feeling repulsed. Naturally, this moment was fraught with sarcasm and disdain. The Empress's prior schemes had been thwarted by the alliance of the two women in front of the assembly, causing her countenance to grow cold as she addressed Shen Yan. Now that you have reclaimed your possessions, one must remember to show mercy where possible. Do not forget your status as a princess. Why stoop to quibble with a mere servant, thereby losing your dignity? Indeed, since the Empress had spoken of mercy, Kanghe would not pursue retribution. Very well. For one in my position as a princess to be humiliated by a servant is a mark of incompetence, and to engage in petty disputes is even more so. Such trifling concerns of dignity weigh heavily. Kanghe had recently visited the Sanqing Hall to pray for her father, and upon receiving this relic, she was suddenly reminded of bygone days, excusing herself from a gathering. With that, Shen Yan decisively turned away and departed. to the Empress's ears. These words rang as a blatant threat. Watching Shen Yan's proud and icy silhouette retreat, the Empress gritted her teeth in frustration, resenting the audacity of the Princess Kanghe to threaten her with the legacy of the late emperor. The tension among the three was palpable, as if a mountain of pressure bore down upon all present. As Shen Yan turned to leave, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, with the crisp autumn air feeling akin to the chill of winter. Su Jiaoyi had not anticipated that Shen Yan would deliver such a masterful retort, blending retreat with advance in a tone both sardonic and mocking. A smile crept upon her lips, filled with admiration. In the future, should anyone dare to declare that the Princess Kanghe had lost her wits, she would certainly burst their ignorant bubble. Such eloquent words were indeed a marvel. Witnessing the Empress's vexation while maintaining her composure was a spectacle worthy of applause. The Empress clenched her fists, casting a cold gaze upon those present, and spoke in a low, commanding voice. Seize all the gold and silver possessions of those 5 culprits, leaving them only their simple garments and a single broken bowl. Expel them from the palace at once. Cries of despair erupted, yet fate had already sealed their destinies. The path ahead was intertwined with cause and effect. Shen Yan tightly gripped the pocket watch in her hand, hastening out of the Shanggong bureau. She walked for quite a while, only pausing when the breath she had been holding finally escaped her. Taking several deep breaths, she raised her hand with anticipation, ready to open the pocket watch. She remembered Xu Jin mentioning photographs. This world contained photographs. Surely, within the pocket watch, there should be a black and white image resembling her. With a click, the pocket watch opened. Alas, it was empty, devoid of any contents. For reasons unknown, when the weight of expectation dissipated, Shen Yan found herself unexpectedly relieved. Had there been a familiar black and white photograph within, it was likely that she would have succumbed to further confusion and madness. Your Highness, this must be something of great significance to you. Earlier in the hall, Xiaoxing had rarely witnessed Shen Yan's assertive demeanor, which, rather than being frightening, appeared profoundly pitiable. Now, observing Shen Yan's alternating laughter and tears, Xiaoxing gently inquired, fearful of startling her. Feng Xia, ever present behind her, gazed with innocent wide eyes, looking towards Shen Yan. Chapter 44. The conclusion. Shen Yan scoffed softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a sense of resignation washing over her. The pocket watch, much like the jade pendant, seemed to serve as a guide, whispering to her that her presence here was no mere coincidence. Since she had arrived, there must be a purpose to fulfill. Her mission was clear, to uncover the true cause behind the death of Shen Yan, the beloved Princess of Kanghe. Indeed, this pocket watch held immense significance for me. Its mere sight conjured a cascade of poignant memories. With her fingers gently tracing the vintage patterns on the watch, Shen Yan murmured, not quite sure if her words were meant for Xiaoxing or herself. The events that transpired within the palace of the noble matron spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the concubines in the inner court. It was a shocking revelation that Lady Zhong had stolen the pocket watch presented to the princess during her enfeoffment, a scandal of monumental proportions. This watch had originally been a gift from the late emperor to the princess. The courtiers then recalled how favored the Princess of Kanghe had been during the late emperor's reign, residing in the opulent Qingxi Palace, where her every need was tended to by the most esteemed scholars of the time, whether it was for attending court or engaging in debates. The late emperor always brought along this princess, a presence that had even once threatened the position of the crown prince. Within the Sanqing Palace, Shen Yan bowed thrice before the statue of the primordial supreme being. As the incense swirled around her, her heart gradually found tranquility amidst the resonant sounds of bells and scriptures. She pondered softly, what is fate? Is it a straight line or a grid? If it is a line, then parallel paths will never intersect. If it is a grid, then they may converge at some point. The princess appeared visibly distressed. Xianwei seemed to have anticipated that Shen Yan was the one paying homage at this moment, stepping out from the side hall to meet her gaze, his eyes pure and unblemished. Why would a Taoist priest concern himself with worldly matters? Shen Yan shook her head, offering a light laugh. Xianwei remained silent, his calm demeanor seemingly capable of piercing through her every facade. She finally stowed away her smile and remarked coolly, "I have yet to express my gratitude for the Taoist's assistance the last time we met. Had it not been for your words in the Sanqing Palace, the Emperor might not have altered his stance towards me so swiftly. Even if there were ulterior motives involved, it marked a favorable beginning. I merely spoke some truths." Shen Yan replied, having just overheard the princess mention destiny. Clad in black and white Taoist robes, with a green wooden crown adorning his hair, he emerged from the shadows, exuding an otherworldly presence. Shen Yan retrieved the pocket watch from her grasp, her fingers lingering on the character Yin engraved on its back. With a distant look in her eyes, she mused, "Yes, what is fate? Are they two lines that shall never intertwine, or do they converge in a vast expanse of squares?" Having spent many years in the palace, Shen Yan had encountered the princess only a handful of times. The gentle tone of the Princess of Kanghe now resonated with a tenacity and resolve that starkly contrasted with his memories of her previous melancholy. He clasped his hands respectfully and stated, "Fate is the pocket watch in the princess's hand." "Oh." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, tucking the watch away, tilting her head in anticipation of Shen Wei's elaboration. The pocket watch held by the princess was originally a token of honor bestowed upon her by the late emperor, a symbol of the imperial family's nobility. Having been stolen by Lady Zhong, it had now found its way back full circle. This is fate, an inexorable cycle, a predetermined path, a manifestation of cause and effect. Given the character Yin inscribed on the back, Shen Yan initially believed it to be a personal possession of the Princess of Kanghe, unaware that it was in fact a gift from the late emperor. No wonder the attendants of the palace of imperial concubines were gripped by fear. It turns out that this pocket watch held such profound significance. Destined by fate? Shen Yan blinked and softly uttered, repeatedly savoring those four words. At that moment, as she recalled all that had transpired, she felt as though her contemporary life was but a distant memory, nearly forgetting that she was an emergency physician. Her nameplate, lab coat, and phone, hastily left behind, remained in the Lord's residence of Jiang City. Now, she found herself devoid of any possessions. "Thank you, Taoist," she mused. Perhaps destiny is not entirely preordained, but rather shaped by one's own hands, just like this pocket watch. It is what we hold that truly constitutes our fate. Upon finishing her words, Shen Yan smiled radiantly, as if dispersing the clouds of her heart, bowed slightly to Shen Yan, and turned to leave, leaving behind only the graceful flutter of her garments. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by her response, and then offered a faint smile. Indeed, this imperial princess was markedly different from those of the past. Upon hearing this news, the emperor was enraged, and for the first time, issued a clear decree regarding the matters of the harem, expelling Lady Zhong and 4 female officials from the palace, clad in plain garments, with naught but a broken bowl, stripped of all superfluous possessions. This decree was akin to a resounding slap in the face of the Empress. All affairs of the harem were under the Empress's jurisdiction, and even the emperor's intervention was merely verbal. The issuance of such a decree would be recorded, publicly declaring the inadequacy of the Empress. When Su Jiaoyi learned of this news, she nearly burst into laughter in the Flying Order Hall, exclaiming to Exa, "Oh dear, I truly did not expect the Empress to fail in protecting that greedy servant, Zhong Chui. Aside from the court attire and crown, what can that girl take from the late emperor's belongings? Yet, she was so avaricious as to seize those relics, and I caught her in the act." Exina, massaging Su Jiaoyi's shoulders, chuckled. Indeed, originally, she intended to pack those items and transport them out of the palace. Alas, we shall naturally assist her in returning the items to their rightful place. Zhong Chui had planned to smuggle the pocket watch out of the palace. However, with Su Jiaoyi's subordinates in the palace of imperial concubines, retrieving the watch and placing it back in her box was hardly a challenge. With just a whisper to the emperor, Su Jiaoyi prompted him to issue a decree directing Kang he to investigate these boxes. This was but a natural progression. She was eager to observe how the Empress would manage in such a situation. The palace of imperial concubines had now become a new realm, in the Qin Wangfu. During this period, Wang Huan had taken the opportunity to secretly eliminate a batch of informants planted in Chang'an and the border troops. Behind the intricate web of connections lay a mysterious force, which he confirmed did not belong to Chang'an. Lu Ningfu entered the study, carrying a bowl of thick herbal soup, and upon seeing his contemplative demeanor, she slammed it down, exclaiming, "Quickly drink this. How are things faring outside?" Wang Huan's expression remained unchanged as he swallowed the medicine in one gulp, treating it as if it were mere water, rendering Lu Ningfu's effort of adding 3 extra coins of bitter coptis futile. What else can be done? Ling Tao's group has retreated, and now everyone's eyes are fixated on the Chancellor's residence. The Chancellor is basking in favor, while the Empress is being criticized. The drama is quite lively. Who has time to focus on you? The barely surviving Qin Wang. Lu Ningfu was in a disheveled state, still seething over Wang Huangji's failure to candidly disclose his dealings with Princess Kanghe. However, that was not the matter at hand. Enough of that. The few women expelled from the palace would soon be apprehended by Anping's men upon their arrival in Chang'an, taken to a secluded villa outside the city. Lu Ningfu let out a derisive snort, paused for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After clearing her throat a couple of times, she inquired, "Why are you intent on capturing those women? They are rather advanced in age, after all." Chapter 45. Offspring. Upon hearing Lu Ningfu's tone, Wang Huangji discerned that his thoughts were far from pleasant. Resisting the impulse to throw him out, he clenched his fist against the table and coldly stated, "Is it satisfactory to know that those individuals possess the information I require? Heaven above, am I still in possession of my head?" Lu Ningfu was taken aback by Wang Huangji's forthrightness in revealing the reason, instinctively touching his neck in apprehension of a deadly secret. "Your Highness, Dr. Lu," Ling Quan called from outside the door. "Come in," Wang Huangji gestured, concealing the confidential letter on the table before inviting her in. Upon entering, Ling Quan bowed to both men and stepped forward to hand over the documents in her embrace to Wang Huangji. "The Swallow has successfully made contact with Xiaoxing." The Swallow was Wang Huangji's covert guard, placed in the palace years ago to monitor the court's dynamics, and now facilitating correspondence for Shen Yan and Wang Huangji. Lu Ningfu, remaining in the Qin Wang residence, adhered to his principle of leisure in the absence of pressing matters. Yet, his innate curiosity was piqued by the sudden mention of 2 unfamiliar names. He longed to inquire, but prudently chose silence for the sake of his own neck. Excellent. He must proceed with utmost caution and refrain from drawing attention to himself. Wang Huangji had meticulously orchestrated this plan in advance, with several pieces already positioned within the Daming Palace, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. And what of Lady Yan? Ling Quan was surprised by Wang Huangji's inquiry. Reflecting on the fate of the graceful and melancholic woman, she sighed slightly. Lady Yan is doing well. Xu Jin treats her with great affection. Shen Yan had once been Xu Jin's concubine. Wang Huangji concealed the complex thoughts swirling in his mind. He had known of these past events when he resolved to bind Shen Yan to replace Kanghe. However, a disquiet lingered in his heart, akin to discovering a precious gem that had long been shrouded in dust. "Kanghe, please take a seat." The emperor casually gestured from his throne, and Shen Yan, with a slight bow, obediently settled beside him. It was Shen Yan's first visit to the Zakindian, and the vast, empty hall exuded an inherent pressure. 7 large luminous pearls hung from the beams above, symbolizing the Big Dipper, after which the Zakindian was named in reference to the North Star. The emperor, dressed in simple attire, reclined languidly on the seat, his complexion pale and his lips tinged with a shade of purple. As Shen Yan observed him closely, a shadow of concern crossed her features. She feared he might be suffering from a heart ailment. Though the Empress had achieved little in recent years, she had not committed any grave transgressions. "As for this matter, I have issued a decree. Let it come to an end here." The Emperor's voice was weak and faint, devoid of luster in his eyes. When Shen Yan was conferred her title, the palace rejoiced in unison, adorned in colorful silks and jubilant celebrations, far surpassing the customary rites for a princess. It overshadowed even his own conferred honors. The significance of the pocket watch, tied to the late emperor, compelled him to issue orders for its handling. Yet this matter pierced the emperor's fragile heart. If the princess were to ascend the throne, would the late emperor have still chosen him as emperor? Kanghe understood that this issue would ultimately rest with the few servants involved. Shen Yan was well aware that regardless of how much the Empress might provoke the Emperor or how favored Su Jiaoyi might be, their respective family backgrounds determined who would reign as the central consort. He would forsake the female officials for the esteemed Princess Kanghe, and likewise, he would abandon the truth of the matter for the dignity of the Empress. Ultimately, the scales must tip in favor of one side. Both harbored their own intentions, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ahem, I have summoned you today to entrust you with a matter of great importance. The Emperor's health has been deteriorating. He constantly feels short of breath. He is engulfed in panic, fearful of death, and even more so of the dire situation he currently faces. Power wanes, heirs dwindle, and he finds himself entangled among numerous powerful officials, living a life of subservience. Now, only Princess Kanghe remains. Only she shares his bloodline. No matter how much he resents the late Emperor's indulgence towards her, it cannot erase her royal lineage. Your Majesty, should we summon the imperial physician? Upon hearing the persistent cough, Shen Yan cast a worried glance at him. His condition was indeed grave. Just days prior at the Prince of Qin's residence, he had not been in such a state. Yuexin had been stationed outside the hall, but upon hearing the Emperor's cough, she hastily entered to retrieve a medicine bottle from beneath the table, pouring out 2 pills, mixing them with water, and administering them to the Emperor. After taking the medicine, the Emperor gradually calmed down, though an odd hue lingered on his frail face. I have wronged you over the years. Now that you have reached a suitable age, the matter of marriage must be broached. It is your duty to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline. The Emperor's words left Shen Yan momentarily stunned. The Empress had recently mentioned marriage. Why was the Emperor now speaking of it? Could the Empress be scheming in secret? Aware of her frail constitution, he suggested, if you marry and successfully bear a child, the child shall be granted the surname Shen, adopted by me. In the future, you would attain unparalleled honor. The Emperor lowered his gaze, perceiving the depth of Shen Yan's stunned expression, interrupting her tentative response. His eyes bore into hers, compelling her to lower her gaze in avoidance. The intensity of his gaze was overwhelming. The absence of a successor to the throne posed the gravest concern. Years had passed in the inner palace without a single child being born. With the Emperor's health in jeopardy, the prospect of offspring seemed even more remote. Thus all hopes rested upon Shen Yan. If she were to marry and bear a child, that child would carry half of the Shen lineage. Returning to the Qingxi Palace after a prolonged absence, Shen Yan's hands remained icy. The Emperor's proposal had utterly stunned her. The Princess Kanghe had endured humiliation for years, finally escaping one cage only to be ensnared in another, becoming a mere puppet for childbirth. She would not. Absolutely not. Xiaoxing. Has there been any news from the prince today? Shen Yan grasped Xiaoxing's hand, inquiring urgently. The autumn hunt was imminent. It was time to tighten the net. As long as Wang Huangji occupied a favorable position, she had nothing to fear. Xiaoxing nodded, teasingly remarking that the princess and the prince were truly in sync. Having just received a letter, in her heart, the princess and the Prince of Qin were destined to be together, and once all was resolved, they should be sweetly united. Upon opening the letter, the fragrance of tea wafted forth. The cipher for this correspondence was based on the tea classic. Shen Yan hurriedly extracted the text, flipping through its pages, and began to inscribe the decoded characters on paper. Once she had deciphered all, the tension in her mind finally eased, and she closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Autumn hunting, casting long lines, hoping for tranquility. Having cast such a lengthy line, one wonders how many fish have been caught. Autumn hunting originally aimed to hunt wild beasts to protect crops. What hidden creatures might be ensnared this time? A smile graced Shen Yan's lips, and his gaze softened unconsciously. Xiaoxing teased with a smile. You were so flustered just now, but upon reading His Highness's letter, you seem to have calmed down. Princess, would you say this is a case of pining away for him? Shen Yan, caught between laughter and exasperation, looked at Xiaoxing, who was shaking her head and reciting lines from books, and asked, where did you learn such words? Naturally, from the princess's writings. Chapter 46. Autumn Hunt Little Star proudly puffed out her chest, her face brimming with an expression that seemed to beckon praise. Shen Yan chuckled softly. Yet she understood deep down. Little Star harbored feelings for Wang Huanji. It was unclear when these feelings had begun. Perhaps it was beneath the wind chimes in the corridor of the other garden, where his smile shone against the light breeze. Or perhaps it was during a moment of crisis when he held her close with tenderness. More likely, these feelings had been quietly nestled within every shared moment. The last time Shen Yan had loved someone was during her university days. Now, having passed that impulsive age, she yearned for a connection that was profound and enduring. Wang Huanji's affections were genuinely for the true imperial princess of Kanghe. This was an indelible part of his past. The past is neither a mistake nor a sin, but a testament to the existence of a relationship. Since returning to the Daming Palace, she had gained clarity about her own heart. Given the opportunity, she wished to confide her feelings to him, irrespective of the outcome. The prince is kind to the princess, and the princess also thinks of the prince. Only Little Star has nothing at all, though her words were tinged with bitterness. Her smile remained undiminished. Shen Yan smiled as she followed her usual practice of burning the translated letter, keeping the digital letter tucked away in her dressing box. These digital messages could only be deciphered if one knew the password book, rendering them relatively secure. She kept these as a solitary thought in the quiet depths of the palace. On the day of the autumn hunt, the sky was bright and clear, with officials gathering outside the city of Chang'an, led by the Prime Minister at the hunting grounds. Banners fluttered, and the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Recently, Criminal Ministry Deputy Minister Cui Min and Xiao Lingfeng had been overwhelmed by their cases, and the autumn hunt offered a rare opportunity to breathe. The hunting flags waved in the crisp autumn air, and the Prime Minister wore a beaming smile, radiating satisfaction. With the absence of the Prince of Qin, his prowess became more apparent. Even though the Empress faced reproach in the inner palace, it did little to diminish his authority. Look at the Prime Minister, full of vigor. He truly seems to defy age. Xiao Lingfeng and Cui Min strolled their horses through the woods, glancing at the Prime Minister amidst the crowd, and could not help but reflect. Power indeed acts as a miraculous elixir of youth. Yet, the Prime Minister's ascent has been remarkably swift. Moreover, the Empress's reproach and the Emperor's ambiguous stance towards the Zhao family add to the precariousness. Cui Min kept his father's advice in mind, advocating for discretion and self-preservation. In this uncertain political climate, the Prime Minister's prominence was undoubtedly perilous. Xiao Lingfeng, having been investigating the case of the Prince of Qin, felt increasingly stifled and muttered. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this individual is connected to the prince's assassination. Brother Xiao, tread carefully with your words. Cui Min shot him a warning glance. And Xiao Lingfeng immediately recognized his misstep, shaking his head and murmuring, "Alas, I misspoke." Nevertheless, he continued, clearly agitated. However, when the prince was present, the court was not like this. Though he held the reins of power, he was fair in his dealings, unlike the current chaotic state. The cases in the criminal ministry were indeed rare in their abundance. Although Xiao Lingfeng acknowledged his blunder, he pressed on, revealing his frustration. "Oh, you." Cui Min shook his head with a wry smile. Yet inwardly, he conceded the truth of Xiao Lingfeng's words. The Chancellor, hailing from a prestigious family, possesses an intricate web of connections that flourished behind him. Upon ascending to power, he favored those close to him even more than King Qin, resembling an endlessly entwined vine. In contrast, King Qin, born of humble origins and having risen through military achievements, has faced considerable hardships. Despite his iron-fisted methods, he has managed to preserve a semblance of integrity within the court. At times, I genuinely feel sorrow for His Majesty. Xiao Lingfeng stood with his hands clasped, gazing towards the direction of the Ming Palace. During the palace examination years ago, he had the fortunate opportunity to meet the Emperor, a man of elegance and humility. Yet, over the years, his health has declined and his power has waned. Meanwhile, the Chancellor performed the autumn hunting rites on behalf of the Emperor, offering sacrifices to the deities. Once the prayers were concluded, the drums echoed and the horns blared, heralding the commencement of the hunt. The scions of noble families and court officials galloped into the depths of the forest. Cui Min and Xiao Lingfeng, merely vice ministers of low rank, found themselves amidst a throng of high-ranking aristocrats, surrounded by the sounds of flattery and conversation. They sought refuge beneath a tree for some respite. Holding their horses, they engaged in casual discourse, analyzing recent cases. The case concerning King Qin yielded only the assassin's corpse. Yet regrettably, our investigation has made little headway. After taking charge of the case, Qiao Lingfeng intensified his inquiries, but the results were scant. Kai Wei, the head of the Ministry of Justice, has always had a contentious relationship with King Qin, and Qiao Lingfeng has faced various obstacles in his investigations, both overt and covert. Cui Min patted the glossy coat of his horse and remarked, "There must be clues regarding King Qin's case that someone is concealing. A flawless crime does not exist." Qiao Lingfeng, having risen from humble beginnings to the position of vice minister, possessed considerable insight. He turned to Cui Min and said, "Those who knew of King Qin's itinerary are vital, or perhaps the spies around him." Cui Min nodded, though his expression darkened as he gazed at the exuberant crowd of hunters in the distance. Once the thread of spies is unraveled, it may expose the murky depths lurking in Chang'an. The filth beneath power stirs up muddy waves. He could not fathom the repercussions of this matter, and he feared it might implicate the Cui family. Qiao Lingfeng, a perceptive individual, lamented, "To offend the powerful of Chang and for a king whose fate is uncertain. If I were to do so, I would be the greatest fool under heaven." You. Cui Min thought of the news relayed by his sister from the palace, shaking his head in exasperation. He gazed anxiously towards the horizon, both of them standing side by side, each burdened with their own concerns. The skies over Chang'an shifted ominously. "Quick, someone, fetch a doctor." Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the long pavilion tents as a rider approached, shouting. The guards attending the tent, startled by the blood on the man's face, hurriedly turned to find physician. Moments later, a throng of people surged into the tent. The joyous atmosphere of the autumn hunt dissipated, replaced by a palpable fear. "Cui brother, I must not be seeing things." Qiao Lingfeng, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes, trying to maintain composure as disbelief washed over him. The crowd that had just entered was none other than the chancellor. Cui Min's expression shifted instantly, and he decisively stated, "The chancellor has been attacked. What kind of world is this?" The situation regarding King Qin's assassination remains unresolved, and now the chancellor has also been attacked, and during the autumn hunt no less. It is utterly lawless. Recalling the tales of the harem shared by her sister, Cui Min felt a shiver run down her spine. The two could no longer maintain their composure. They secured their horse and hastened over. Outside the tent, a throng had already gathered, with maidservants entering and exiting, carrying buckets of blood, evoking a sense of unease. "Cui, sir, your arrival is most timely," exclaimed Cheng Gao, the Minister of Revenue, as he spotted the two. He quickly beckoned Cui Min forward, leaving Qiao Lingfeng standing in place, his gaze lowered to conceal the indignation in his eyes. Cui Min had gained a reputation for solving cases during his tenure as an investigator at the Dali Temple. In times of tranquility, he often faded from people's minds. But now, his presence was akin to a lifeline amidst the turmoil. Chapter 47. The Auspicious White Deer. Esteemed Lord Cheng, what has transpired? Inquired Cui Min with a composed demeanor. The incident occurred unexpectedly during the autumn hunt. Could it be the work of those plotting against the king? Moments ago, while I was hunting alongside the chancellor, a magnificent white deer leaped forth. A celestial omen. We had no intention of harming it. However, an arrow suddenly shot from the depths of the forest, soaring through the clouds, and bypassed the deer to strike the chancellor directly. Upon finishing his account, he shook his head in great frustration. Cheng Gao and the chancellor were not alone. Numerous attendants accompanied them, all of whom witnessed the event. At his words, some nearby nodded in silent agreement. Cui Min's heart raced. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. The white deer, an auspicious sign, had been wounded. And should this news reach the court, the chancellor's injury would be deemed most unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lingfeng surveyed the faces of those outside the tent, some reveling in misfortune, others filled with sorrow or dread. Their expressions varied. People gather for mutual benefit and disperse likewise. Though the officials outside the tent were deeply concerned for the chancellor's condition, they could not suspend the autumn hunt for his sake alone. The autumn hunting ceremony emphasizes the pursuit of fierce beasts, praying for the stability of the populace. To abandon the autumn hunt would implicate them all. Leaving a few to guard the tent, the majority mounted their steeds and galloped back into the forest, disturbing the flight of birds and solitary swans. When the emperor received this news, he was engaged in a game of chess with Shen Yan in the Zicheng Hall. The autumn hunting ceremony had passed from the hands of the king to the chancellor, making little difference to him. Both situations were equally vexing. The air was filled with fragrant smoke, and amidst the quietude of the hall, the sound of chess pieces occasionally broke the stillness, harmonizing with the distant calls of wild geese, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. As he took the memorial from a small attendant outside the hall, Uxin exchanged a few words, his expression growing somber. Upon receiving the memorial, the emperor glanced at it briefly before scoffing, abruptly overturning the tea set. The attendants standing beside him, serving with lowered hands, fell to their knees in fright. Shen Yan set down his chess piece, rose, and picked up the memorial from the ground. As he opened it, his gaze halted, and he exclaimed in surprise, "A white deer, struck by an arrow? This autumn hunting ceremony has indeed encountered misfortune." Coughing lightly, he declared, "This memorial is utter nonsense. The white deer is an auspicious sign. Unless Zhao Yiheng intended to harm it, how could it have been injured by an arrow? Truly absurd." The emperor, his grand sleeves concealing a couple of coughs, cast a somewhat fierce glance. Recently, he had taken to spending time with Shen Yan, playing chess, reading, and admiring flowers, behaving as a good elder brother. Through their interactions, Shen Yan had begun to discern the temperament of this brother before him. Seemingly gentle, yet inherently fierce, appearing indifferent, yet placing the royal dignity and power above all. For the emperor, the chancellor's injury due to the white deer was indeed a grave matter, not out of concern for the chancellor himself, but rather for the ill omen it represented. "Brother, there is no need for concern. It is merely an arrow. Could it possibly claim the chancellor's life?" Lord Huangfu, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, is exceptionally skilled in healing. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, waving his hand, prompting an attendant nearby to hastily bow and begin cleaning up the shattered tea set. In this enigmatic palace, no one dared to provoke the emperor's ire. The prime minister overstepped his authority, forming factions, while his virtuous daughter, the Empress, sheltered the guilty within the palace, effectively unsettling the emperor's sensitive nerves. Currently, with the king of Qin gravely ill and in a state of unconsciousness, he poses little threat. However, the prime minister extends his reach both in the court and the harem, daring to sleep soundly beside the emperor's resting place. Upon a subtle reminder from Shen Yan, the emperor quelled his thinly veiled anger, adopting a gentle smile, and commanded, "Send someone to the Imperial Medical Institute. Have Huangfu Xin visit the prime minister's residence to attend to his ailments." "Yes," Shen Yan replied with a slight bow before withdrawing. Upon exiting the Zicheng Hall, the sun shone brightly, and she squinted slightly, catching sight of the Empress hastily approaching from a distance. It was rare for the usually composed Empress to be seen in such a hurried manner. Upon noticing Shen Yan emerging from the hall, the Empress, anxious about her father's predicament, could not entirely ignore her presence and forced a smile, saying, "It has been quite some time since I last saw you, Princess. Your Highness must have matters to discuss with the Emperor. I shall not detain you further. I need to visit the Imperial Medical Institute to convey a message." Shen Yan replied, offering only a smile before discreetly departing. The Empress, feeling slighted by Shen Yan's lack of courtesy, was accompanied by Feng Shui, who murmured in indignation. Not long ago, the princess was a victim of servitude, yet now she dares to treat the Empress in such a manner. Forget her. Right now, what matters most is my father, the Empress thought, pursing her lips and closing her eyes, unwilling to dwell on Shen Yan's behavior. She was acutely aware that her father had been attacked during the autumn hunt. Who could be so audacious? Upon receiving the urgent news, the Empress entered the grand hall and knelt directly on the floor, her gown and sleeves cascading elegantly around her, her delicate neck bowed defiantly. "Your Majesty, my father has been injured. I implore you to grant me permission to visit him." The Empress is not a physician, Your presence would be of no use. The emperor remarked, dismissing the chessboard as he reclined on the couch, his gentle gaze fixed upon her. I simply wish to remain by my father's side. I hope for your understanding, your majesty, the empress insisted, bowing deeply, her voice resolute. Having served in the palace for many years, she had never before overstepped her bounds. This was her first request that deviated from protocol. The emperor, momentarily shedding his aloof demeanor, regarded her sorrowful face with seriousness. Her features, still graceful and elegant, bore the marks of time, reflecting a maturity far removed from the innocent girl she once was. You may go. Depart today and return tomorrow. Forgo your empress's entourage and proceed quietly. Seemingly coming to a resolution, the emperor spoke softly, glancing away as he finished his sentence. Though he harbored deep-seated disdain for the world, he was willing to make inconsequential concessions for a trace of youthful warmth. With those words, the empress smiled faintly, performing a deep bow before rising to leave. The attending physician merely applied a simple bandage to staunch the bleeding. Following the autumn hunt rituals, Minister of Revenue Cheng Gao hurriedly escorted the Prime Minister back to his residence. This incident was swiftly ordered to be suppressed, as the assassination during the autumn hunt was deemed ominous. As the group dispersed, Cui Min and Xiao Lingfeng, serving as deputy ministers of the Ministry of Justice, remained behind to patrol the hunting grounds, seeking any clues. White deer, flying arrows. If one were to claim it was an accident, such a narrative could be accepted. Xiao Lingfeng rested his hand upon the tree trunk, gazing at the setting sun filtering through the distant branches and leaves, and let out a sigh. This grand investigation, rather than merely a quest for truth, seemed more an inquiry into the identity of the archer who had released that fateful arrow, as well as the whereabouts of the white deer. At this moment, it was imperative to identify someone accountable. According to Lord Cheng, the arrow had traversed the clouds, piercing through a white deer before striking the chancellor. Its accuracy was indeed remarkable, indicative of a skilled horseman. Cui Min strolled through the dense forest, his gaze surveying the arrangement of the trees. The sparse foliage and the now quiet hunting grounds seemed to conceal boundless peril. The two were in pursuit of clues, each ensnared in their own thoughts. Chapter 48. The Auspicious White Deer. Part 2. At dawn, the attendants and imperial physicians awaited at the Prime Minister's residence. Huangfu Exan received the emperor's edict from the princess, and upon arriving at the Prime Minister's estate, he beheld the queen seated in the rear courtyard. Before he could pay his respects, the queen gestured for him to rise. Just then a steward rushed in, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has arrived. Quickly, bring father inside." The queen rose hastily, turning to Huangfu Xian with resolute eyes. "Everything rests on you, Lord Huangfu." Yes, a sleepless night was inevitable. At the King Qin's residence, the moonlight bathed the courtyard. The surroundings were secured by hidden guards as Wang Huangji and Lu Ningfu sat outside the hall, leaning against the railing, indulging in fine wine. "At last, you no longer have to feign illness," Lu Ningfu said, stretching and raising his wine cup in a toast. Elated at the prospect of no longer playing along with Wang Huangji's charade, the Prime Minister's injury marked the commencement of their plans. One must, of course, complete the act. Wang Huangji replied with a light smile as he clinked his cup against Lu Ningfu's. Lu Ningfu nodded, toying with his jade cup, and suddenly grinned mischievously. "Brother Huangji, once this matter is resolved, will you tell me about the Princess Kanghe?" "Kanghe? What prompts your sudden interest in her?" Wang Huangji halted, his hand gripping the wine bottle, shaking his head in bemusement. He expected Lu Ningfu to still be preoccupied with this issue. Given his penchant for curiosity, it was indeed characteristic of Lu Ningfu. Lu Ningfu playfully dangled the wine bottle, rising to stroll a few steps, his face aglow in the moonlight. That princess stood right at the gate that day, her elegance and beauty unforgettable. Alas, as Fu Bo mentioned, such a remarkable lady is your beloved. "Fu Bo speaks too freely," Wang Huangji replied, his gaze inscrutable as he turned away, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further on the topic. Having known each other for years, Lu Ningfu, initially joking, paused when he noticed Wang Huangji's evasive demeanor. After a moment of surprise, he exclaimed, "So it is true." Although Wang Huangji hailed from a martial background, His thoughts were astute. His typical response to being pricked at his heart was to retreat into silence, avoiding elaboration. If it were untrue, he would have simply played along. The moonlight shone brightly, and unspoken thoughts lingered, yet no one was aware. Although news was contained, whispers of the Prime Minister's injury from the white deer during the autumn hunt spread throughout the city, igniting public discourse. The storytellers at tea houses finally had fresh material. Yet out of respect for the Prime Minister's position, they could only hint at it, which only heightened the curiosity surrounding the assassination attempt. As public opinion evolved over the course of the day, various versions emerged: supernatural, martial, political, and even romantic. The Prime Minister and the white deer undeniably became the focal point of intrigue. The Queen had kept vigil at the Prime Minister's residence throughout the night, and during the day, she remained by the bedside, only relaxing when Huang Fu Exen nodded, signaling that there was no grave matter. As the Empress of the Central Court, her presence outside the palace was already an exception. Now that the Prime Minister was unharmed, she was obliged to return to the palace. After enduring a prolonged period of hardship, as I made my way back to the palace, I overheard the common folk discussing the tale of the Prime Minister and the white deer. The more I listened, the more my ire grew, leaving me with a heavy heart. In the Qingxi Hall, the autumn chill enveloped me, and I, Shen Yan, felt weary. After a deep slumber, I arose to freshen up and partake in morning tea, subsequently retreating to my study to immerse myself in my reading. My thoughts wandered back to the events of the previous day, and I found myself somewhat distracted. Hardly having turned 2 pages of my book, an urgent figure rushed in. It was Yu Exine. "Oh, Your Highness, you must hurry to the Zichuan Hall to see His Majesty." "What has happened to the Emperor?" I inquired, furrowing my brow, for he had seemed well just the day before. "Oh dear, news has spread throughout Chang'an. They say the Prime Minister defied the heavens and shot the white deer, which led to his own demise. Moreover, they claim that the Qin Wang has recovered today, surely thanks to the blessings of the white deer." As she spoke, Yu Exen grew increasingly frantic, stamping her foot as if she wished to drag me away. "The Qin Wang has recovered?" Observing Yu Exine's distress, I feared the Emperor could not be faring much better. I set my book aside, summoned Shao Xing, and hurriedly followed Yu Exine to the Zichuan Hall. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, we were met with a cacophony of smashing and shouting, accompanied by the Emperor's harsh coughs. Without hesitation, Yu Exine rushed inside, crying out, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" "Kanghe has arrived," the Emperor gasped, pausing his destructive actions, leaning against the screen for support. Upon noticing me standing at the door, he nonchalantly waved his sleeve. Yu Exine, with a pained expression, cast several meaningful glances my way before retreating. "Why engage in such a quarrel with these objects, Your Highness?" I approached and helped the Emperor to sit upon the mat. Pouring him a cup of tea, "Kanghe and Wang Huan have awakened." The Emperor glared at me fiercely, suddenly seizing my hand as I poured the tea, pulling me closer and whispering with intensity, "Do you not find it ominous that the auspicious sign of the white deer has fallen upon the Qin Wang? The world belongs to me, yet this good omen has favored Wang Huan. The white deer, the white deer. The Prime Minister has indeed fulfilled his part, yet it is a dire omen, as he lies bettered in at this very moment." His harsh words sent a shiver down my spine. "Why speak of Kanghe in such a manner, Your Highness?" I replied with a gentle smile, rotating my wrist to free myself from his grip. Instinctively, he loosened his hold, and I gracefully resumed my position, continuing to pour tea with composure. "Cough, cough. Why? Because on that day, I was at the Qin Wang's residence and encountered my dear sister," the Emperor said with a light smile, observing my feigned calmness, his words striking like a spell and cornering me. I had anticipated this consequence, yet I felt no regret. "When Kanghe learned of you being at the Qin Wang's residence, he intended to pay you a visit. Moreover, the charge of confining a princess is one the Qin Wang can bear, but I cannot. Just as you stated, Kanghe is yet to be wed." With a smile, Shen Yan appeared calm on the surface, yet her mind raced to find the right words. Fortunately, the Emperor refrained from pressing her further. Instead, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "I must be getting old and muddled. Why am I discussing such matters with you? Apart from a few encounters at banquets, you two have had little interaction. Could it be that Wang Huangji's hand could reach into the inner palace to clandestinely confer with my sister? Shen Yan tilted her head and blinked innocently, responding earnestly. Under the watchful eye of my elder brother, he would not dare to do so. Yet, within her heart, she mused that the emperor had indeed guessed correctly. Alas, what a pity for that auspicious omen of the white deer. The emperor closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Chapter 49. Rewards and Punishments. Shen Yan was acutely aware of his thoughts. Wang Huangji lay gravely ill in bed, and the auspicious omen of the white deer had awakened. How splendid it would be if such a portent were to grace him. Alas, there are no such auspicious white deer in this world, only ominous ones. Wang Huangji's recovery was not due to the white deer. Everything was merely a ruse. The emperor was ensnared by layers of schemes, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Suddenly, Shen Yan felt a pang of sentiment. Had the emperor truly enjoyed boundless power? No. Yet, seated upon this lofty throne, he was enveloped in profound solitude. Whether it was Xu Jiaoyi, the Empress, or others, how many among them harbored genuine affection? Even this false sister of hers had ulterior motives. In September of that year, on the day of the autumn hunt, prayers and blessings were offered, and heavenly auspices descended. The white deer manifested its spirit, granting blessings. Prince Qin recovered, receiving this divine favor. In no time, discussions erupted throughout the court and the populace. To demonstrate his benevolence, the emperor bestowed upon Prince Qin 10 pairs of jade pearls, 1,000 taels of gold, 2 scrolls of cash, and 2 boxes of rare medicinal herbs. His favor was unparalleled. An imposing entourage of palace officials brought the rewards to Prince Qin's residence, which had previously stood desolate, now thronged with guests. The emperor's personal gifts, amidst the flowing treasures, seemed somewhat insubstantial. The winds of Chang'an had turned towards Prince Qin's estate, sweeping away the last vestiges of warmth from the prime minister's abode. The emperor, plagued by illness, placed great faith in the mystical auspices. Indeed, the prime minister's injury due to the white deer's omen was far from a favorable sign. When Shen Yan received this news within the palace, she was momentarily taken aback. Her elder brother, at times profound in thought, could also act impulsively, a fitting match for the present Xu Jiaoyi. The matter of punishing both sides was ultimately resolved with clear distinctions, leaving one to ponder his intentions. "Princess, it is your turn to make a move," Xu Jiaoyi remarked. Arching an eyebrow at the chessboard, Shen Yan smiled faintly, delicately pinching a piece between her fingers, and casually placed it down. With a sharp sound, the entire chess situation shifted. Sheener, who stood by in service, glanced at the altered board, suppressing a laugh as she looked at her mistress. "Oh dear, your chess play is rather poor. Are you not intentionally yielding to me? I do not require your indulgence." Xu Jiaoyi frowned, her captivating eyes sweeping over the board, clearly displeased. The chessboard, initially a stalemate of black and white, was rendered entirely untenable by Shen Yan's move, an egregious misstep. "Xu Jiaoyi, you worry too much. I truly cannot play chess. I learned these few moves from my elder brother. Otherwise, I would have lost long ago," Shen Yan admitted, discarding her piece with a hint of helplessness. Her expression was sincere and innocent, yet Xu Jiaoyi shot her a fierce glare, unconvinced by her words. Sensing that the esteemed princess was a cunning fox in disguise, seemingly innocent and harmless, she possessed a talent for irritation that rivaled her own. Observing that both ladies had paused, Sheener cheerfully suggested, "Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared some water chestnut pastries today. Would you care to try?" "Very well, bring them forth," Shen Yan replied. For several consecutive days, the emperor had engaged in chess matches with Shen Yan, prompting her to invite him over. Little did she know that he was quite incompetent at the game, which dampened her enthusiasm, leading her to respond lazily to his words. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the intricate chessboard, where the black and white pieces were locked in a delicate standoff, each move measured. Alas, Shen Yan's final piece was a complete disaster. He pointed at the board with a faint smile and casually asked, "Has the esteemed Xu Jiaoyi conceded?" Such boldness was truly shameless. Xu Jiaoyi surveyed the game, convinced of her impending victory, and could not help but smirk before scoffing. The princess is indeed a master both on and off the board. I humbly accept defeat. They nibbled on horse hoof cakes, exchanging idle gossip about the harem's trivial matters. As their conversation veered towards the Empress, it inevitably touched upon her father, the Chancellor. His Majesty truly exhibits autocratic tendencies, showing such disregard for the Chancellor's dignity. Does he not fear the Empress's ire? Su Jiaoyi mused, reflecting on the stark contrast between the Emperor's treatment of the Chancellor and that of Prince Qin. Feeling both exhilarated and at ease, yet displaying a facade of concern. This insincere worry, coupled with her striking features, was sheer hypocrisy. The auspicious white deer had descended upon Prince Qin, a blessing for the ancient Zhou dynasty. Even if the Chancellor had not been graced by fortune, he was still the Chancellor. How could the Empress take offense? Shen Yan, unable to decipher the Emperor's intentions, noted that the Chancellor and the Empress were intrinsically linked and should not be trifled with. While he was devoid of fortune, misfortune seemed to follow him. It was rumored that the investigation into this matter was led by the wise consort's brother, Cui Min. Have you heard of this individual, Jiaoyi? Su Jiaoyi narrowed her eyes at Shen Yan, a hint of amusement playing at her lips. Cui, a talented official, would surely uncover the truth swiftly in this case. Having previously served as a judge in the Dali Temple, he was promoted to the Ministry of Justice by Wang Huan. Shen Yan spoke of him with such indifference that it left Su Jiaoyi perplexed. It was said that the Emperor intended to select a suitor for the esteemed Kanghe princess. And Cui Min was a rare gem from a distinguished family in Chang'an. Did she not feel the slightest stir of interest? With no useful information gleaned from Shen Yan, Su Jiaoyi dismissed the thought altogether and contented herself with sampling the delicacies freshly crafted by her small kitchen. While the Feiling Palace was enveloped in tranquility, the Chengqian Palace was shrouded in darkness. Upon returning from the Chancellor's residence, the Empress was taken aback by the myriad of rumors she encountered along the way. And soon after, news of Prince Qin's recovery reached her ears. The Emperor's generous rewards today had placed Prince Qin amidst a vibrant display of floral tributes, casting the Chancellor aside without a shred of respect. My lady, noted Feng Shui, Prince Qin commands military power, and the 13 territories of Qin are his fiefdom. When His Majesty extends goodwill towards him, could it truly be genuine? Though the Chancellor has momentarily fallen from grace, he shares a bond with the Emperor through you. The Chancellor and the Emperor are much closer. Feng Shui's steady voice served to soothe the Empress's restless heart. Such truths were evident even to Feng Shui. She was not oblivious to them. Yet this situation was not merely abstract. It involved her own father. Previously, she had implored her father to safeguard the Emperor should any danger arise. Now, she felt utterly ashamed to even broach the subject again. The Empress turned her face slightly, managing a faint smile, though sorrow flickered in her eyes. She harbored a deep sense of propriety, yet also carried the weight of Shunjun within her heart. The Emperor's authority wanes, yet she steadfastly remains by his side, weathering the storms together. But what of the Emperor? Initially, he issued a decree that left the Princess Kanghe utterly humiliated, and now he exhibits such indifference towards his own father. A wave of bitterness and helplessness washed over her. However, the Empress felt less sorrowful, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the stark, barren branches outside. The tea had gone cold. Who was responsible for investigating her father's case? The Empress inquired with a subtle flutter of her eyes. It is Lord Cui Min, the younger brother of the virtuous consort and an official in the Ministry of Justice, came the soft reply from Feng Shui. The virtuous consort hails from a noble lineage, a legitimate daughter of the Cui family of Qinghe, yet possesses a temperament that is rather unassuming. Upon hearing this, the Empress pondered deeply, her mind already formulating a plan. Chapter 50. Return to court. The vibrant festivities at the gates of the Qin Palace continued for several days. As the Emperor persistently issued edicts urging Wang Huanji to return to court promptly, Ling Quan and Uncle Fu meticulously organized the list of officials and gifts, presenting them to Wang Huanji. Just as Lu Ningfu burst into the study, he had just finished compiling an extensive list of gifts. What brings you here? Wang Huanji inquired, raising an eyebrow. The sight before him was Lu Ningfu, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes were now filled with ire, entirely devoid of his usual carefree elegance. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Wang Huanji, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. Uncle Fu and Ling Quan exchanged glances and quietly withdrew, heading to the back courtyard to store away a collection of rare treasures. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ningfu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You, how could you? Prince Qin? It is you who has received the ethereal elixir bestowed by the white deer. Yet I bear the misfortune. Your reputation as Dr. Lu should be quite commendable by now, Wang Huanji remarked nonchalantly, showing no remorse for the predicament he had put Lu Ningfu in, as he absent-mindedly shuffled through the gift list. Indeed, my reputation is splendid, Lu Ningfu retorted, frustration evident in his voice. I barely stepped outside, not even reaching the entrance of Changyin Pavilion, when I was accosted by people seeking treatment, proclaiming that the doctor who had touched the white deer's elixir would surely cure them. Wang Huanji, envisioning the ensuing entanglement, couldn't help but smile lightly. Those in the realm seeking the divine skills of a ghostly physician would never anticipate you would find yourself in such a predicament. Humph! Lu Ningfu waved his sleeve dismissively, collapsing onto the couch, clearly fatigued. There will always be those who believe in the auspiciousness of mysticism. You needn't worry about it. The common folk merely wish to borrow a bit of fortune. With your formidable reputation, it seems I am but a target for their hopes. Rising slightly, Lu Ningfu huffed a couple of times before collapsing back onto the couch. Observing his exasperation, Wang Huanji shook his head with a light chuckle and tossed a stack of gift lists onto Lu Ningfu's chest. Choose something. A compensation for not hearing the melodies of Changyin Pavilion. In these recent days, numerous exquisite items have been sent in, and indeed, Lu Ningfu found several to his liking. Seeing Wang Huanji's willingness to accommodate him, he promptly sat up with the list in hand. I shall concede you possess a conscience. 3 days later, at the Xianzheng Hall Assembly, the leftmost row was graced by the presence of Wang Huanji, who had not appeared before the crowd for quite some time. Clad in a deep purple, wide-sleeved ceremonial robe with a jade pendant at his waist, and with embroidered black boots concealed beneath layers of fabric. He wore a jade crown that held back his hair, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. His distinctly elegant hands were clasped before him, standing as an undeniable focal point. Despite having been gravely ill, Wang Huanji bore no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared even more strikingly handsome, his eyes reflecting a subtle, enigmatic amusement. The emperor, seated high above, gazed upon him with delight, secretly clenching his fists in satisfaction. Prince Qin is in splendid condition, a blessing bestowed by heaven. You must continue to devote yourself diligently to serve the ancient Zhou, safeguarding my realm. I accept your command and shall not disappoint your majesty, Wang Huanji replied, bowing respectfully, exuding a sense of integrity. Meanwhile, the chancellor, struck by an arrow, lay upon his couch, while officials who had maintained cordial relations with him now looked upon Wang Huanji with a mix of resentment and fear. Since the emperor's health has deteriorated, court meetings have become sporadic, often concluding in less than an hour. After the audience, Wang Huanji gracefully descended the jade steps, glancing back toward the rear of the palace. Passing the Xianzheng Hall and the Zichen Hall, he pondered how she fared within the inner palace. A moment's pause, and a throng of courtiers gathered around him. Having long remained out of the public eye, he now donned the imperial crown and ceremonial robes. With his striking features and noble demeanor still exuding the authoritative presence of a dignitary in control of state affairs. With a subtle smile, he dismissed the officials surrounding him. Uxin rushed forward, catching sight of Wang Huanji navigating the crowd with ease. Firmly believing in the auspicious omen of the white deer, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, please summon the Qin Wang to the Zichen Hall. Uxin, lead the way, Wang Huanji replied with a gentle smile, following him as they made their way to the hall. Upon entering the Zichen Hall, he beheld the emperor, whose complexion appeared rosy. Wang Huanji smiled and bowed. Your servant has come to attend your majesty. Though much time had passed, both men wore expressions of delight. The emperor engaged Wang Huanji in conversation for a while before recalling something and instructed Uxin, Today, I shall host Qin Wang properly. Inform Kanghe that I will not accompany her for a game of chess. Yes, Wang Huanji maintained his composure, but inquired curiously. Is the imperial princess's health now greatly improved? Indeed, the emperor replied. My sister has finally regained her health. Not long ago, she even sneaked out of the palace, nearly causing a calamity. The emperor shook his head affectionately, clearly doting on Shen Yan. Given the imperial princess's high status, a little indulgence is permissible. Though Wang Huanji smiled, he did not diminish his imposing aura. Even seated in a lower position, he retained an air of authority. The emperor detested Wang Huanji's serene confidence, as if he had everything under control. I plan to announce to the world during next year's spring festival banquet that the imperial princess will resume her position and be granted a new title. Speaking of which, Kanghe has some connection with you. Why not let you bestow this honor? The imperial princess, aside from her title given by the late emperor, held no other fiefs. Once elevated, her status would ascend further, along with the burdens that came with it. Yet, she was merely Shen Yan, not his Kanghe. I accept the command. Wang Huanji replied with a calm smile, his gaze steady. By the way, do you remember who sought to harm you? The emperor inquired lazily, adjusting his sleeves as he reclined on the couch. The assassination attempt against him remained an unsolved mystery, with the assailants having perished without leaving any trace. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Xiao Lingfeng, had been working on the case for some time without substantial progress. Although the emperor wished for Wang Huanji to vanish immediately, he was far more wary of the unseen hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. At that time, the situation was dire. Your Majesty, I do not know. I only recall their swordsmanship was formidable, unlike ordinary martial artists, Wang Huanji replied. This account aligned closely with what Xiao Lingfeng had been able to ascertain. You were careless. In the future, ensure you are accompanied by more guards during your outings. This time you were fortunate. What if next time there is no maid to assist you? The emperor expressed concern as he looked at Wang Huanji. Next time? There will be no next time, Wang Huanji declared. At this moment, Yuexin hesitantly turned back, casting a wary glance at Wang Huanji before addressing the emperor. The princess has heeded your words and is now heading to the failing hall to seek out Su Jiaoyi, claiming that Lady Jiaoyi's skill in chess is exceptional. This girl Kanghe truly is. The emperor, with a resigned smile, shook his head and turned to Wang Huanji, inquiring, does the prince remember Kanghe's chess prowess? The princess is a member of the imperial family. I have only encountered her on a couple of occasions during banquets. How could I possibly discern her chess abilities? This response was delivered with finesse, prompting the emperor to silently twirl a black jade chess piece between his fingers, a smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 51. Idleness today. Have you come to provoke me? Elixirs was currently using fragrant wood shavings water to groom Su Jiaoyi's scalp, her mind heavy with thoughts, feeling that the act of combing her hair would lighten her burden. Rarely enjoying a moment of tranquility, she reclined with her eyes closed on the low couch, when unexpectedly, Shen Yan arrived. Su Jiaoyi still bore a grudge from a past game of chess and lazily mocked her. The palace was infused with the delicate fragrance of the wood shavings, and upon catching a whiff of this familiar scent, Shen Yan momentarily froze, recalling that person, and remarked, Jiaoyi truly has a sharp memory. Her words, once spoken, made Su Jiaoyi feel a slight headache. Observing her master, who seldom displayed such vitality, Elixirs finished tending to her long hair, set aside the comb, and cheerfully announced, Your Highness, please enjoy your conversation with the princess. I shall take my leave now. All right. Su Jiaoyi gently massaged her temples with her delicate fingers, and, upon raising her gaze, found Shen Yan's expression to be utterly innocent, which only served to heighten her irritation. Jiaoyi, I did not come to upset you today. I merely wished to chat. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, settling herself in front of the low couch, while Xiao Xing, catching her glance, quietly exited the hall. In the opulent Fei Ling hall, one person reclined languidly, while the other knelt on the mat. Su Jiaoyi's long, lustrous hair was a deep black, contrasting sharply with Shen Yan's sparse, dark locks, making the former's hair appear particularly abundant. Not to speak ill, but princess, your hair seems rather scant. Su Jiaoyi lazily twirled a lock of her own long hair. Who cannot engage in idle chatter? Who cannot be irksome? Shen Yan paused, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Indeed, her hair was not as full. Jiaoyi's hair was thick, and the fragrant wood shavings water was especially pleasant. Something delightful is indeed a treasure. Here, I possess countless rare items, yet none can compare to this wood shavings water. Thus, I shall not part with it. Su Jiaoyi opened her fox-like eyes to scrutinize Shen Yan, a hint of vigilance in her gaze. Shen Yan did not lack for the fragrant water. She merely found the scent of the wood shavings particularly enchanting. Jiaoyi's words resonated with Kanghe. Her gentle and obedient demeanor brought comfort to Su Jiaoyi's heart. Only then did Su Jiaoyi lazily rise, her flowing hair cascading down as she approached the low couch. Once seated, Shen Yan beheld her unadorned beauty, evoking a sense of delicate fragility, yet her eyes still sparkled with their usual allure. "What brings you here? Spare me the trivialities. I utterly detest guessing intentions." Su Jiaoyi expressed her non-hostile disposition toward Shen Yan, her tone casual and relaxed. "Today, I had originally arranged to play chess with the Emperor brother. However, the King of Qin arrived unexpectedly. Now they are discussing matters in the Zicken Hall, and with nothing else to occupy my time, I thought to seek out Jiaoyi for a conversation." Shen Yan spoke as if casually. "The auspicious white deer has fallen upon the King of Qin. It is only natural for His Majesty to meet him." Su Jiaoyi replied coolly. Then, pivoting her tone, she taunted, "But with your poor chess skills, only His Majesty would have the patience to entertain you. My chess skills have always been lacking. My father once summoned national masters to teach me, yet I have never grasped the fundamentals. After all these years, I remain as I am." Much of the Kanghe princesses passed before the age of 10 could be found in the late emperor's records, with occasional gaps filled in by Wang Huan. She has now fully embraced her identity as the Princess of Kanghe. Is it truly impossible for a national player to teach you? What is the purpose of His Majesty's insistence? Su Jiaoyi furrowed her brow in confusion. If the princess's chess skills were so abysmal, why did the emperor still diligently summon her to play? Shen Yan understood. Even if she bore an identical visage to the Princess of Kanghe, the emperor's intentions were profound, and she sensed he might be testing her, though it would not be entirely accurate to label it as such. This peculiar feeling certainly could not be considered a form of compensation. After the emperor fell ill, he became indifferent and powerless towards the harem. Now, attending to his meals and medicines had become of the utmost importance. Shen Yan lingered at Su Jiaoyi's side until noon. "I must now serve His Majesty in the Zicken Hall. Will the princess accompany me?" Su Jiaoyi, dressed in a resplendent crimson and gold embroidered robe, gracefully lifted her brows and spoke to Shen Yan, who was still enjoying tea and snacks in her chamber. Shen Yan clapped her hands, rose, and offered a slight bow. "Since Jiaoyi is heading to the Zicken Hall, I shall not impose upon you any longer." "Not imposing? Do you really care about that?" Su Jiaoyi remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm before turning to leave. Standing at the palace door, Shen Yan watched Su Jiaoyi and her entourage gradually fade into the distance, exhaling softly with a gentle smile. The princess has developed a penchant for visiting Su Jiaoyi, yet she always manages to provoke you, Xiao Xing murmured, trailing behind Shen Yan. Since entering the palace, she had lost her previous vivacity and now presented herself with the poise of a refined lady. Indeed, Su Jiaoyi enjoys teasing others, but at least she poses no threat to me, Shen Yan reassured Xiao Xing with a smile, then turned ahead towards the Qingxi Hall. The connections that the Princess of Kanghe once had with other concubines were shrouded in secrecy. Even Wang Huanji remained unaware of them. Upon reflection, among the current harem, only Su Yu remained unassociated with her. The absence of connection allowed for a more unrestrained interaction. Su Yu, with her modest background, lacking offspring, and in opposition to the Empress, represented a rare opportunity for Shen Yan, a potential ally or a weapon to wield. The Emperor, despite his frail condition, appeared flushed and had been conversing with Wang Huanji for quite some time. Following the demise of Kanghe, Wang Huanji had traversed the realm, meeting many renowned physicians, and had garnered a modicum of knowledge in the art of Huanqi. The emperor had suffered for years, originally expected to survive no longer than the coming spring, yet his complexion now radiated vitality, as if he had taken some potent and harmful elixir. "Your Majesty, Lady Jiaoyi has arrived," reported Yu Xian, offering a respectful bow. It was nearing the lunch hour. Wang Huanji stood, an air of detachment gracing his smile. "I shall not intrude upon your majesty's meal with Lady Jowie. I take my leave." He merely inclined his head slightly, without bending his neck. The emperor, however, remained indifferent, casually waving his hand and saying, "You may withdraw for now. Attend to the affairs at the borders. Keep track of the memorial gifts from Kanghe." "Yes," Qin Wang replied. Turning to encounter Su Jowie at the entrance, both exchanged a subtle nod, acknowledging each other. As the palace doors closed, Su Jowie withdrew her gaze and took her seat beside the emperor. "What shall we dine on today? I have been chatting with the imperial princess for so long that I am nearly famished." Su Jowie deliberately disregarded the emperor's displeased expression and spoke freely. Her carefree and capricious demeanor resembled a drop of refreshing dew in a parched desert, prompting the emperor to unconsciously reveal a hint of a smile as he reached out to gently tap her cheek with his finger. "Only you possess the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. If I didn't, I would feel stifled," Su Jowie replied with a playful huff. Casting a glance at Xen, who promptly descended to instruct the kitchen staff to prepare the meal. Chapter 52. Reunion. His Highness Prince Qin, Wang Huanji, halted momentarily upon hearing that familiar voice and turned to behold Shen Yan. Her delicate visage appeared somewhat more gaunt than before, enhancing the brightness of her eyes, which sparkled with countless untold stories, immersed in the moonlight and starlight. Her dark tresses were elegantly styled into an updo, with cascading fringes adorning her temples. The wide sleeves of her garment billowed gracefully, and a touch of red flower adornment rested upon her forehead. At that moment, she stood at a distance outside the deepened palace, wearing a gentle smile. For a fleeting instant, Wang Huanji felt as if he had lost his sanity, having thrust her into this perilous situation. Rumors had circulated within the palace that His Highness Prince Qin was blessed by the auspicious white deer, transforming misfortune into fortune, a truly remarkable feat. As Shen Yan approached, her playful banter drew Wang Huanji back to reality. He gazed at the charming woman before him, uncertain of how to respond. Blessed by the emperor's good fortune, he thought, for the person standing before him was the one he had longed for. Yet within the palace, she must not appear too overtly affectionate. This was the first time Shen Yan had seen Wang Huanji clad in his court attire and crown, and she found herself at a loss for words to encapsulate his essence, sensing instead that this gentle yet formidable Wang Huanji commanded his own battlefield. The court and the realm were his arenas. His court robes served as his battle armor. Contemplating this, Shen Yan allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, asking softly, "The wind is quite brisk here. Shall we speak quietly? Surely no one would overhear us. Can the skilled practitioners of the martial world hear us? Do they possess keen ears?" Her inquiry, so childlike, elicited a bemused and affectionate smile from Wang Huanji. They stood outside the Zikan Hall, an expansive and unobstructed space where palace attendants hurried past and guards patrolled, leaving no hiding spots for eavesdropping. Shen Yan, who usually bore a serious demeanor within the palace, relished this rare moment of childishness in Wang Huanji's presence. Finding herself amused, "You have entered the palace. I must seek you out, for appearances must be maintained before the emperor's spies. Not long ago, he inquired about you. It seems he harbors suspicions from the previous search of the estate." After jesting, Shen Yan's demeanor turned serious as she continued. "When Xan relayed messages from Qingxi Palace, he notably mentioned Prince Qin's entry into the palace, almost as if hinting at something. Since I could intervene at Prince Qin's residence to rescue someone, it stands to reason that I would seek him out rather than retreat in fear of suspicion. He just informed me that during the Spring Festival family banquet next year, an edict will be issued to elevate your status." "Elevate my status?" Wang Huanji nodded, elucidating. "Upon reaching adulthood, the imperial princess will receive an elevation of title and land, akin to that of a prince. Traditionally, such honors were conferred before the princess's marriage." His expression momentarily faltered, and Shen Yan understood. The unfortunate Emperor Kanghe did not live to see such an age. Was the emperor truly considering marrying her off before such an elevation? Shen Yan detected a peculiar undertone in his words. and linking it with the emperor's earlier comments left her perplexed. She furrowed her brow innocently, while Wang Huangji's gaze flickered, his clenched hand concealed within his sleeve, remaining silent. The marriage of a princess is not a trivial matter. He would not make a hasty decision. Wang Huangji finally spoke, prompting Shen Yan to widen her eyes in surprise and nod in agreement. In this secluded place where no one could eavesdrop, the meeting could not linger for too long. With a brief farewell, Shen Yan turned away with Xiao Xing, heading towards the depths of the palace, moving in the opposite direction of Wang Huangji. He watched her departing figure, her garments billowing gently, his gaze tranquil, concealing the tumult of emotions within. Shen Yan had transformed from a prickly figure to one of serene grace, and he had exerted great effort to return someone so reminiscent of Kanghe to the palace. At times, he feared that the palace would consume her entirely. Casting a glance at the Zicheng Hall, Wang Huangji elegantly turned away, his silhouette appearing slender yet resolute amidst the vast expanse of the Ming Palace. Uxin reported to the emperor about the meeting between Princess Kanghe and Prince Qin. Su Jiaoyi, stirring the 8 treasure porridge with a spoon, smiled upon hearing Uxin's words, exclaiming, "Oh, how impressive that Prince Qin could win the favor of the princess upon his entrance to the palace." The emperor, having eaten little, found his appetite rekindled at this news, his half-empty bowl of noodle soup suddenly more appealing. "What you may not know, my lady, is that Prince Qin and the princess once." Uxin began to elucidate, but glanced at the emperor, as if realizing he had ventured into forbidden territory. "Spare me the details. I have no interest in such bygone matters. It would be far more enjoyable to listen to a few operatic performances," Su Jiaoyi interjected. Noticing his hesitation and recalling some unpleasant thoughts, gesturing for him to refrain from speaking further, lest he spoil her appetite. The emperor, however, paused his chopsticks, reflecting with some melancholy. Kanghe once harbored dreams of becoming a female general. A female general? Su Jiaoyi exclaimed in surprise, marveling at the fact that this frail little princess had once possessed such grand aspirations. Before being conferred a marquisate, Prince Qin was a general on the frontier, and Kanghe held him in great esteem. Recently, there were some entanglements between them, recalling the recent affairs pertaining to Prince Qin's residence. The emperor felt a twinge of discomfort, glossing over the matter with vague remarks. It is indeed inappropriate for the princess to advocate for Prince Qin. Yet, being merely a woman confined to her quarters, her lack of broader perspective is somewhat forgivable. Alas, the late emperor once placed great significance on her. Su Jiaoyi's mind raced with calculations, appearing nonchalant as she remarked, "In that case, if the princess seeks a husband, why not Prince Qin? I have heard that he is also unmarried. Given the esteem she holds for him, she is unlikely to refuse." The speaker's intentions were clear, and the listener was equally perceptive. Uxin was taken aback, her face paling as she quickly lowered her head. How could she speak without thinking? Are the prince and the princess truly suited for one another? The emperor, accustomed to Su Jiaoyi's thoughtless comments, chuckled. "My sister is a princess nurtured by the world. Even if she were to marry a commoner from the street, she cannot wed Prince Qin." His tone was gentle, yet Su Jiaoyi felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh, what a pity," Su Jiaoyi lamented. "I find Prince Qin quite agreeable. At the very least, he possesses a handsome appearance, unlike other scions of noble families." "You, my dear, are simply too superficial," he replied with a knowing smile. Uxin was utterly terrified by Su Jiaoyi's words, while the emperor chuckled heartily, playfully pinching Su Jiaoyi's cheek, his smile a blend of affection and resignation. He was quite fond of her willful and somewhat thoughtless nature. Yet at that moment, the emperor pondered that he had previously tested the waters. Kanghe and Wang Huangji were merely acquaintances from a banquet long past. It was likely that Kanghe remembered him due to General Wang Huangji's esteemed position. However, such a fleeting impression should conclude here. He would not tolerate the royal lineage being tainted by the Wang bloodline. Over the years, Prince Qin had wielded considerable power in the court, already transgressing boundaries. Should he marry Kanghe, it would not be long before the realm might change hands. Chapter 53. The Banquet, Part 1. The Chancellor is recuperating at home, yet the Empress, his daughter, is hosting a small banquet in the inner palace. upon receiving the invitation to the Empress's winter feast. Shen Yan found herself perplexed by the Empress's intentions. "Your Highness, will you be attending?" Xiao Xing inquired softly, noticing Shen Yan's distraction as she gazed at the gilded invitation in her hand. She was aware that ever since the incident concerning the palace of the noble ladies, the relationship between the princess and the Empress had soured. As winter had just begun and the Emperor was averse to the cold, the heated dragon under the flooring of the Ming Palace was already ablaze, bathing the Qingxi Hall in a warmth that felt even more inviting than autumn. Shen Yan shook the invitation in her hand and smiled. How could I possibly decline? The invitation, delivered personally by Feng Shui, the Empress's close attendant, carries considerable weight. The banquet was set in the Empress's Chengxian Hall. Today, Shen Yan donned a delicate yellow silk robe adorned with intricate embroidery, the flowing sleeves accentuating her slender waist. Cinched with a pearl and agate belt, from which hung a piece of exquisite white jade. Her fingers, painted a vibrant red, appeared long and elegant. Entering the hall, she radiated joy. "I come to pay my respects to your majesty," she announced. Upon noticing her arrival, the Empress pulled a woman beside her and remarked, "Look, this is Kanghe." Hearing this, Shen Yan's gaze fell upon the woman next to the Empress, dressed in a complex palace robe of blue and white. Embroidered with birds and flowers, her long, delicate fingers rested gracefully before her, unmarred by the passage of time. With softly arched brows and tranquil eyes that seemed to tell a myriad of stories, her hair adorned with flowing tassels added a lively touch to her presence. It was the first time Shen Yan had encountered someone like her. Kanghe had grown, and in her features, one could discern a resemblance to the Emperor. Despite the years apart, it was unmistakably Kanghe. The woman spoke with a gentle smile, her tone reminiscent of an elder, suggesting she was one of the concubines from the inner palace. Was she the virtuous concubine or Lin Wanrong? As everyone settled into their seats, Shen Yan seized the opportunity to observe her surroundings. This marked her inaugural attendance at a banquet in the inner palace. Besides Su Jiaoyi beside her and the Empress in the highest seat, she recognized none, maintaining a composed demeanor while her heart raced. Although this gathering was a modest affair within the palace, the fact that the Empress personally had Feng Shui deliver the invitation meant that no one could refuse. Even Su Jiaoyi sat obediently at her place. The woman who had previously sat opposite Shen Yan was in the upper position relative to Su Jiaoyi. She offered Shen Yan a subtle smile, took a sip of the fruit wine on the table, and slightly furrowed her brow. Within the inner palace, the hierarchy was clear. The Empress held the highest rank, followed by the virtuous concubine, Cui, and then Su Jiaoyi and Lin Wanrong. Given that this woman occupied the upper position next to Su Jiaoyi, it was likely that she was Cuiya, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Cui family. She came from a distinguished lineage, with a promising brother, Cui Min, in the court. The virtuous concubine's serene demeanor was not indicative of her moral superiority, but rather a reflection of her privilege, as she had no need to fight for anything. Born into nobility, the best opportunities naturally presented themselves to her. In comparison, Su Yu appeared significantly less formidable. Su Jiaoyi, seated beside Shen Yan, seemed to sense her thoughts and lazily tilted her head, saying, "The weather has been rather dry of late. How are you faring, Your Highness?" As Shen Yan was about to speak, the woman seated opposite Su Jiaoyi leaned towards Xianfei, engaging in a hushed conversation, both of them smiling joyfully. This harmonious scene appeared somewhat intentional in the eyes of Shen Yan and Su Jiaoyi. Is Lin Wanrong feeling exceptionally well today? Why is she still drinking? One careless move, and she might twist her arm or waist again, Su Jiaoyi asked with a sly smile, her tone laced with mockery, a familiar demeanor for her. The talented women sitting below were all trembling with trepidation, afraid to raise their heads. The Empress, undoubtedly wishing to preserve the dignity of her banquet, voiced her concern. "Is everything better now? The physicians from the Imperial Medical Department are diligent. I've taken a few doses of medicine and am completely well now. These are merely a few cups of fruit wine. They cannot possibly bring me down." Lin Wanrong replied with a hearty laugh, not sparing a glance at Su Jiaoyi. In previous gatherings, it had always been Su Jiaoyi and Xianfei seated across from each other. But today, with the addition of the Princess Kanghe, it became Su Jiaoyi facing Lin Wanrong. Some in attendance secretly chuckled, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was common knowledge in the palace that Su Jiaoyi and Lin Wanrong both possessed fiery tempers. Their confrontations were often charged with tension. As their energies clashed, Shen Yan furrowed her brow, sensing an impending conflict. The Empress likely shared this sentiment. She raised her wine cup with a smile, stating, as winter approaches, "I have prepared some light wine today. My sisters need not stand on ceremony. Feel free to indulge." This regal demeanor, exuding grace and magnificence, was something others could scarcely emulate. Everyone raised their cups in response. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a few cups of light wine, the musicians and dancers from the music chamber entered the hall with graceful bows. The winter chill was becoming more pronounced, and while the heated floor provided warmth, the temperature could only be described as mildly pleasant. The dancers wore only thin garments, adorned with delicate ornaments at their waists, accentuating their slender forms. One musician, after gracefully bowing with her pipa, took her seat and began to play. Perhaps it was the fruit wine warming her cheeks, or the captivating melody and exquisite dance that made Shen Yan smile involuntarily. Su Jiaoyi noticed this and slightly frowned, instructing Xiaoxing, "Your princess appears tipsy. Why don't you hurry to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of sobering soup?" Seeing Shen Yan's flushed cheeks and smiling lips, it was evident she was somewhat intoxicated, prompting Xiaoxing to hurriedly leave. "This piece is truly delightful," Shen Yan leaned over, softly declaring, her serious expression combined with her rosy cheeks evoking a touch of amusement. "Such foolishness is amusing." Su Jiaoyi rolled her eyes disdainfully and told Hexa, "Quickly go to the kitchen and urge them to hurry with the sobering soup. It's just a short distance. Don't dawdle." The music surged with enthusiasm as the musicians' fingers danced over the pipa, producing a rich and varied melody, blending tenderness with passion. The dancers performed with elegance and strength, executing precise movements that were both soft and vigorous, eliciting applause. The concubines of the palace, who mostly cultivated their own appreciation for dance, found themselves inspired by such a mesmerizing performance. The expressions of the audience did not escape the Empress's notice. As the final note lingered in the air, several dancers gracefully bowed. This performance was truly extraordinary, and the dance equally magnificent. The virtuous consort could not help but express her admiration. Since her entrance into the palace, she had seldom encountered such exquisite pipa melodies. The harmony of the composition and the mastery of technique intertwined magnificently. The musician, holding her pipa with reverence, stood beside the dancer. Together, they presented a striking tableau, their prominent brows and bright features reminiscent of a vivid mural. The Empress smiled in agreement, remarking that the virtuous consort's musical knowledge was indeed unparalleled within the imperial harem. "Since the virtuous consort has offered her praise, your performance deserves the highest commendation," she declared. At that moment, Su Jiaoyi was preoccupied with the somewhat dazed Shen Yan, paying little heed to the theatrical exchange transpiring before her. How could Kanghe become intoxicated so swiftly? Chapter 54. The Banquet, Part 2. She appeared to recall something, reaching for the wine cup on Shen Yan's table and bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Her fingers stilled, and she raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. Yangmei wine. Although it is a fruit wine, sweet and fragrant, its potency is considerable. Even men can barely consume much of it. Yet, Shen Yan had managed to drink a small pot of it. It was no wonder he was intoxicated. It seemed this banquet was prepared specifically for the young imperial princess, with even the fruit wine being distinctly different from that of others, indicating considerable thought had gone into it. The musician, having received praise, stepped forward and bowed to the Xianfei. "The piece I performed was composed by Lord Cui. Such commendation is truly deserved by him alone, and I dare not claim it for myself." Xianfei's brother, Cui Min, was exceptionally talented and had gained notoriety at a young age. Unfortunately, he was now entangled in the grim duties of the Dali Temple, overseeing penal matters, and had recently been reassigned to the Ministry of Justice, where his talents were drowned in the ironclad laws, leaving the women of Chang'an to weep in silence. Was this melody truly composed by Cui Min? I had almost forgotten. Few are worthy of the Xianfei's praise, and her brother is indeed one of them. The Empress's words were sincere, yet Shen Fei's gaze remained solemn. She inclined her body toward the Empress and said softly, "To receive your praise, your majesty, is indeed a blessing for my brother. Lord Kui, hailing from the esteemed Shui family of Qinghe, possesses both wealth and talent, and at such a young age has attained the rank of assistant minister. With a bright future ahead, this is his own fortune." The Empress's words were soothing, yet Shen Fei's expression remained composed. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments resumed, filling the hall with an atmosphere of harmony as cups were exchanged. At that moment, Exiner and Xiao Xing arrived, carrying a food box containing a hangover remedy from the small kitchen, presenting it to Su Jiaoyi. Shen Yan had a decent tolerance for alcohol, even when intoxicated. She merely sat there dazedly, her eyes shimmering, occasionally breaking into a silly smile, which made her appear endearingly naive. Su Jiaoyi, having rolled her eyes at her many times in her mind, eventually took the hangover remedy from the food box, checked its temperature with her palm, and, finding it suitable, handed it to Shen Yan. "Drink up quickly." Upon hearing Su Jiaoyi's stern words, Shen Yan complied and swiftly finished it, promptly returning the bowl to her hand with a coy smile. Such ease in commanding her almost made Su Jiaoyi laugh in exasperation. After exchanging a few words, the Empress and Shen Fei turned their gazes, only to find Shen Yan on the left side of the banquet, smiling innocently. The Empress inquired, "Does the princess find something amusing?" "It is merely the beauty of the music and the dancers," Shen Yan replied, folding her sleeves obediently. Little did she realize she had just stepped into a cleverly laid trap by the Empress. With warmth enveloping the atmosphere, the Empress smiled gently at her and continued, "This piece was composed by Lord Shui. Does Kanghe still enjoy it?" As her words fell, all eyes shifted to Shen Yan and Shen Fei. The Empress's question was skillfully posed. Did the princess favor the music or the person behind it? Shen Fei observed their expressions, offering a faint smile as she sipped her drink, seemingly unperturbed by the curious gazes of those around her. The timing of Su Jiaoyi's hangover remedy was impeccable. With the Empress's inquiry, Shen Yan felt her intoxication dissipate significantly. She had not forgotten that the emperor intended to marry her off. With the upcoming spring festival banquet, her elevation in status would be the first step. The Empress's words bore an underlying significance. This piece of music strikes a harmonious balance between strength and grace. It embodies the fierce spirit of battle alongside a gentle, flowing elegance. Accompanied by the dance of the courtesan, it is truly a visual delight. Princess Kanghe is particularly fond of it, especially the exquisite performance on the pipa. Shen Yan responded softly, praising the composition, which served to affirm Shui Min's talent. Although the noble consort maintained her usual serene demeanor, there was a noticeable hint of warmth in her expression. Su Jiaoyi, seated beside her, observed the unfolding situation with keen discernment, noting how the Empress had cleverly set a trap, causing Shen Yan to unwittingly stumble into it. The marriage of Princess Kanghe is a significant event scheduled for the coming year, and the Emperor will select a suitable husband for her. The prospective groom's status must not be too low, and he must possess both talent and influence, yet not overshadow the royal family. Aside from Prince Qin, the young scions of Chang'an hold a fair chance, with Shui Min being among the most distinguished candidates. However, the fact that Shui Min is the noble consort's brother raises eyebrows regarding the Empress's apparent interest, even if the Zhao family lacks notable men. It seems peculiar for them to fashion a bridal gown for the Shui family. Although Kanghe may not be well-versed in music, her appreciation remains undiminished. This musician is indeed remarkable, her pipa playing exquisite and stirring. Perhaps the Empress might bestow her upon Kanghe? Shen Yan twirled her jade cup, raising it in salute to the Empress, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes shining with warmth as she languidly spoke. Her tone bore a striking resemblance to Su Jiaoyi's. Su Jiaoyi cast a sidelong glance at her, a cold smirk forming within. Indeed, Princess Kanghe is but a fox in sheep's clothing. She is not so easily deceived. The Empress, caught off guard by her inquiry, momentarily froze, and under Shen Yan's unwavering gaze, she eventually smiled softly and consented. Shen Yan's words had placed the majority of her affection squarely upon the musician's pipa skills. The composition was indeed splendid, yet her preference leaned towards the musician herself. The noble consort, having observed the Empress's performance with growing impatience, found her smile increasingly strained, contenting herself with sipping her fruit wine while listening to the music. Lin Wanrong, seated beside the noble consort, similarly sensed her coolness and discreetly shook her head, casting a glance at the Empress. As the banquet progressed through several rounds of dance and music, fatigue began to settle over the guests. Once the main participants had enjoyed themselves, the gathering began to disperse. Elixirs assisted Su Jiaoyi as they exited, while Shen Yan exchanged a few brief words with the noble consort before hastily leaving the Chengxian Hall, quickening her pace to catch up with her. The two walked side by side beneath the moonlight, moving leisurely. "I have yet to properly thank Jiaoyi for the timely bowl of hangover soup," Shen Yan remarked. Once a stalwart drinker, she had been caught off guard by the fruit wine today, but fortunately, her constitution held strong, avoiding any significant mishap. Upon receiving her gratitude, Su Jiaoyi tilted her head towards Shen Yan, chuckling lightly. "It would be best if you refrained from thanking me, for today's banquet was prepared specifically for you. Even if the wine were fine, there would still be other matters at hand. Today's event merely swapped green plum wine for bayberry wine. Should there be something else added next time, I cannot promise to save you." Indeed, this banquet was tailored solely for Shen Yan. Otherwise, how could Cui Min's music from outside the palace have graced the festivities within Chengxian Hall? Why had the once invincible drinker, Shen Yan, succumbed to intoxication after just a few cups of fruit wine? It was clear that even if it were not the wine, there would be other unforeseen elements at play. Shen Yan spoke softly, a sense of helplessness rising within her. She suddenly began to comprehend the difficulties faced by the imperial princess. "Do not worry, dear princess. Your marriage is not a trivial matter. The Empress's desire to intervene or to curry favor with the Cui family of Qinghe is not something that can be easily accomplished." Su Jiaoyi turned to her with a smile. Shen Yan raised her eyes to meet hers, realizing that the calm and composed Su Yu before her was the true essence of Su Yu. Perhaps it was the enchanting beauty of the night, or perhaps the effects of the wine, but Su Jiaoyi felt particularly loquacious that evening. With a light laugh, she turned and departed with Elixirs. Upon returning to the Qingxi Palace, Shen Yan took a bath and then rolled into bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Chapter 55. Patrol. After the virtuous consort returned to the palace, she hastily penned a letter to Lord Cui. The Empress harbored intentions of fostering goodwill towards the Cui family, aiming to orchestrate a union between Cui Min and the imperial princess. This development, however, posed a grave concern for the Cui family. Should Cui Min marry the Princess of Kanghe, his career would undoubtedly be jeopardized, while the Cui clan, intent on deepening their roots, would ascend to new heights, fully entrenching themselves in the power dynamics of Chang'an. Her past disobedience, entering the palace for the emperor's sake, had already contravened the ancestral edict to avoid the tumult of court politics. Now, she could not allow Cui Min to be ensnared in the struggle for imperial power. Remaining a humble vice minister in the Ministry of Justice was the most prudent course of action. Upon returning to court, the first matter that Wang Huangji attended to was overseeing the patrol of Shaqing. He was in command of the 13 regions of Qinzhou, and beyond Qinzhou lay Shaqing, followed by the western regions. As a vital point of contact between two nations, Shaqing was a melting pot of merchants from various locales, where one could procure the finest wines and exquisite silks from the south. The lively dances of the Hu women in the music halls were captivating, while the graceful movements of women from the central plains offered a different elegance. In this remarkable place, diverse cultures coexisted harmoniously, blending and enriching one another. The commander of the border defenses at Shaqing had previously served as Wang Huangji's subordinate. Thus, this patrol bore greater significance. During the perilous illness of the king of Qin, the military overseer of Shaqing had been executed, his head displayed before General Jinwu as a stark warning. This incident had been a direct affront to the emperor, though it had remained suppressed until now. Wang Huangji's mission was to address this issue. "My patrol to Shaqing will take approximately 2 months, coinciding with the year's end. Uncle Fu, I advise you to prepare diligently in advance," Wang Huangji instructed, having organized the military affairs. Ling Quan and Anping would accompany him to Shachin, while Uncle Fu would remain at the Wang residence to manage affairs. Be cautious on your journey, my lord, Uncle Fu replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Luning Fu leaned against the railing, observing Wang Huanji as he meticulously handled the complex matters at hand. Sometimes, I truly do not understand why you choose to linger in this sordid place when the rivers and lakes hold so much allure. While I yearn for a carefree existence among the wandering folk, the reputation of the Qin royal household forbids my departure from court. You have occupied this lofty position for too long. Everyone is watching you. Should you show any sign of weakness or retreat, it may cost you your life. You are far too meticulous in your living, Lu Ningfu remarked, patting Wang Huanji on the shoulder with a sigh. Looking up at the geese flying overhead, he continued, Since you are departing Chang'an, I shall not remain at the Wang residence any longer. Coincidentally, I have heard that the mechanism pavilion in Jiangcheng has recently developed something new, and I intend to see it for myself. You plan to go to Jiangcheng? Wang Huanji raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Lu Ningfu sheepishly withdrew his hand from Wang Huanji's shoulder and responded with a smile. Rest assured, my visit to Jiangcheng will not interfere with your plans. I have no interest in the mysterious dealings between you and Ling Quan. Do as you please, Wang Huanji replied with a gentle smile. The two exchanged a handshake and a knowing glance, marking their farewell. Standing atop a lofty building, gazing upon the vibrant city of Chang'an, illuminated by flickering candlelight and bustling with lively activity, the night air filled with a cacophony of sounds. A cool breeze swept through, ruffling her hair as Shen Yan gathered her cloak, seeking a semblance of warmth against the chill. The colorful lanterns danced in the night, laughter and joyous chatter filling the atmosphere. She had arrived in summer, and now winter had settled in. Xiaoxing, do you think the starry sky in Shaching differs from that of Chang'an? Shen Yan inquired, pointing towards the celestial tapestry above. Xiaoxing followed her gesture, observing the dark expanse sprinkled with twinkling stars, radiating a resplendent glow. I have heard that the courtesans in Shaching possess eyes akin to stars, intoxicating like fine wine in a night glass. Their customs and culture are distinct from those of Chang'an. Perhaps even the night sky holds its own uniqueness. Her words resonated with a certain profundity. The starry sky, indeed, remains a mere canvas of stars. It is the beholder's perception that alters the experience. Perhaps Wang Huanji's view of the stars in Shaching differed from that in Chang'an. A gust of night wind swept through, causing Shen Yan to sneeze. Prompting Xiaoxing to adjust her cloak, inquiring softly, Is the princess concerned for his highness? Shen Yan surveyed the bustling streets of Chang'an, a smile gracing her lips. Yet it bore an ethereal detachment, as if she were a stranger in her own realm. Xiaoxing's heart tightened. She embraced her gently and murmured, Xiaoxing will always be by the princess's side. This embrace became the warmest memory she had cherished for a long time. Underneath the splendor of the night sky, she whispered, Thank you. As the year drew to a close, the 6 ministries prepared to compile and organize the annual affairs, subsequently presenting plans and financial circulation for the forthcoming year to the emperor. This year had been particularly significant for the Ministry of Justice, with the former vice minister reassigned, and Shui Min ascending to prominence, only to be met with the grave incidents of the assassination attempts on both the prince and the chancellor. In pursuit of resolution, Shui Min and Xiao Lingfeng spent their days ensconced within the ministry's chambers. With only the prince's case remaining, Xiao Lingfeng wore a frown of concern. Shui Min, too, lacked the inclination to console him, pacing restlessly with files in hand. The case had become a labyrinthine mystery, rendering further investigation nearly impossible. Xiao Lingfeng raised his head from the thick stack of documents, offering a wry smile. Coming from humble beginnings, he had tackled significant cases before, yet this one proved particularly challenging. Thankfully, the prince had recovered. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The chancellor's wounds had healed, yet he remained plagued by persistent coughs. Fixated on the assassination during the autumn hunt, frequently disregarding the ministry's decorum by visiting to discuss the case with Shui Min irritated by the incessant interruptions. Cui min sot refuge in Kiao Lingfeng gesse quarters. The chancellor's case languished, with the white deer vanished, and the archer untraceable. The security during the hunt had been stringent, leaving no leads. Both men shared a bittersweet chuckle, burdened by the weight of their files. With the Chancellor's recovery, he had begun a fervent pursuit of the assailant. The prince, however, remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent. Aside from a few words exchanged with his steward, no further information had emerged. Qiao Lingfeng murmured, hinting an unspoken truth. The prince's assassination attempt was unlikely to be a self-orchestrated affair. He had nearly perished that day, a risk he would not willingly embrace. Cui Min, aware of his conjecture, shook his head and remarked, "I did not imply that he orchestrated this himself. It is evident that His Highness, the King of Qin, being a seasoned warrior on the battlefield, exhibits a steadiness in such matters that surpasses that of the Chancellor. I suspect that the king may not have placed his hopes in the Ministry of Justice." His gaze fell upon the case files, deep in thought. The king's influence is substantial, and his personal investigation into this case would undoubtedly encounter fewer obstacles. In that case, I find myself quite relieved. After a while, I shall request the Minister of Personnel to seal this case file. This year, during the Spring Festival, I intend to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Chapter 56. The clouds part. Qiao Lingfeng leaned back, closing his eyes in fatigue as he sighed. The years had been tumultuous, with many cases from the Dali Temple transferred to the Ministry of Justice, where incidents of murder and arson were rampant. As he observed these cases, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. Cui Min forced a bitter smile and replied, "Regrettably, I cannot be as carefree as you, Brother Qiao. What I exhibit is not carefreeness, it is mere laziness. Yet you find yourself in a dilemma. Has the Empress caused any trouble for the virtuous consort in the palace?" Reflecting on the letter her sister had sent earlier, Cui Min's gaze darkened. The Empress had not troubled the virtuous consort directly, but rather targeted the Cui family. Using the marriage of the imperial princess as leverage was indeed a despicable tactic. Given the sensitive nature of royal affairs, Cui Min chose his words carefully. Responding only with a faint smile, the Empress, with her dignified presence, would not stoop so low as to trouble the virtuous consort over such matters. "Perhaps you should take these case files to the Prime Minister's residence and subtly inquire about his intentions regarding the handling of these matters." The two had been tirelessly occupied lately, residing at the Ministry of Justice, and Cui Min's once fair complexion now bore a hint of stubble, reflecting a newfound weariness. Qiao Lingfeng's suggestion held merit, and Cui Min nodded in agreement. A visit to the Prime Minister's residence was indeed inevitable. Zhao Yiheng seemed to have anticipated his arrival, having already laid out a banquet and invited musicians from Yaoyin Fong to provide entertainment. After a brief meal, Cui Min retrieved the case files from his bosom and presented them to Zhao Yiheng. "Prime Minister, this is the case file, though the final page remains unwritten." He gestured to the last page with a gentle smile. Zhao Yiheng stroked his beard, squinting his astute old eyes as he pressed the file down. Speaking in a low voice, "Why does Deputy Minister Cui bring up such matters? Let us set aside state affairs for now and indulge in the pleasures of fine wine and exquisite cuisine. All will be as the Prime Minister wishes." As Qin Yun played a few gentle melodies, the tune suddenly shifted, imbued with the spirit of clashing swords and galloping steeds. Cui Min's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused, and his expression darkened. This was a piece he had once improvised in a tavern, titled Clouds Parting. While renowned musicians abounded in Chang'an, his composition was relatively obscure, yet had been unearthed by the Prime Minister and even presented in the palace. Since the Prime Minister enjoys this piece, I shall send the complete score upon my return home. However, it seems this young lady has misplayed 5 or 6 notes, perhaps due to an incorrect score. Cui Min's expression remained composed, devoid of any anger at being outmaneuvered. Zhao Yiheng chuckled, stroking his beard as he addressed Qin Yun. "You may leave for now, and if I obtain the complete score, I shall ensure it is delivered." "Of course." Qin Yun performed a graceful bow, her doe-like eyes lingering on Cui Min before she turned to depart. She possessed an elegant demeanor, and her skill with the pipa was exceptional. The patrons of Miaoyin Fong adored her, yet Cui Min regarded her no differently than any ordinary woman passing by. "The young lady holds a great fondness for your composition, Deputy Minister." Initially, she was reluctant to come to my residence to perform, but upon hearing you would be present today, she readily acquiesced. The Prime Minister teased with a smile. Shui Min remained silent, placing his hand upon the documents, and stated, I have searched the vicinity of the hunting grounds numerous times, yet found no clues. The arrow that injured the chancellor was a common iron arrow produced by the blacksmiths in the city, its weight negligible and thus impossible to trace. However, the arrowhead was finely polished. This individual may very well be a soldier. Please continue, came the response. The room was filled solely with Shui Min's elegant and steady voice. The attendants who cleaned the hunting grounds and the farmers at the foot of the mountain had seen neither the white deer nor any suspicious figures. Zhao Yiheng unfurled the documents and remarked, I have pursued Shui Shilang for so long, and this is all you could uncover? Indeed, Shui Min replied calmly, showing no signs of fear. His demeanor garnered Zhao Yiheng's admiration, who then said, though we have not captured the assassin, the occurrence of such an event at the hunting grounds warrants accountability from those present, both logically and legally. What do you think, Shui Shilang? Shui Min slowly nodded under his scrutinizing gaze. Allowing the assassin to infiltrate was indeed a failure on the part of the hunting grounds guards and officials. After the winter banquet, Shen Yan became increasingly cautious of the outside world. On that day, the Empress had replaced the lightly brewed green plum wine with a Yangmei wine comparable to strong liquor. If next time an unknown substance were to be added, would she not be unjustly wronged? Presently, Shen Yan spent most of her time in the palace nestled within the Qingxi Hall, engrossed in reading and writing, which in turn calmed the usually lively Xiao Xing. The two maidens brought back from the Chengxian Palace, Feng Shui and Feng Xia, were now assigned to the outer hall. Regardless of who their true mistress was, they served with diligence. Shen Yan wished to lighten Xiao Xing's burdens, thus assigning the two to serve in the outer hall, while the inner chamber remained solely for Xiao Xing. Your Highness, the kitchen has sent some delicacies, Feng Xia announced as she entered the study, carrying a three-tiered food box. Shen Yan put down her pen, looked at her, and nodded. Feng Xia opened the food box, presenting a bowl of almond milk, a plate of water chestnut cake, and a plate of lotus seed pastry, arranging the bowls and spoons before inviting Shen Yan to take a seat. The heated Kong was warm, and as soon as the almond milk was brought out, droplets of water condensed on the bowl surface. A sip revealed it to be refreshingly delightful, alleviating much of the winter's dryness. Upon seeing the plate of water chestnut pastries, Shen Yan thought of Su Jiaoyi, who seemed to have a particular fondness for such treats. With this thought, she pointed to the water chestnut pastries and instructed, Feng Xia, please take this plate to the Fei Ling Hall. Feng Xia accepted the task and turned to leave, but Shen Yan called her back. As for this plate of lotus seed pastries, have Feng Shui deliver them to Consort Xian in Chonglu Palace. Once the room was left with only the two of them, Shen Yan drew Xiao Xing to sit opposite her, gently pushing the bowl of almond milk toward her. I find it quite pleasing. Do give it a try. All right. Xiao Xing replied with a playful wink at Shen Yan, taking a spoonful of almond milk. The smooth and cool texture instantly alleviated the winter's dryness that had clung to her. With her eyes twinkling in delight, she nodded and said, Your Highness is truly wonderful. No, it is you who is wonderful. Their relationship was devoid of formalities and entanglements of interest. They were simply good friends. Shen Yan looked at her fondly. Having kept her by her side since the garden, a seemingly innocent and lively girl with a surprisingly discerning heart, she would coax Ling Quan into touching the squirrel, bravely forging her own path, and in moments of vulnerability, she would offer her a warm embrace. Regardless of what the future holds, she hopes that Xiaoxing can remain perpetually joyful. Imperial Princess. Huh? Shen Yan was lost in thought when Xiaoxing called her name, instinctively responding with a soft acknowledgement. As she regained her senses, she felt a sweet, icy sensation in her mouth. It was almond milk. Xiaoxing, twirling her spoon, observed Shen Yan's rare, dazed expression and mischievously asked, Is it sweet? Indeed, it is sweet, Shen Yan replied with a hint of resignation, her gaze softening. The two of them continued to chat and laugh, finishing the almond milk together. Before long, Feng Xia and Feng Shui returned. Chapter 57. A return visit. This is the return gift from the virtuous Empress to the princess. Feng Shui stepped forward, presenting the box in her hands to Xiaoxing. Upon opening it, Xiaoxing's expression turned perplexed, and she passed it on to Shen Yan. Inside the box lay a piece of wood. Did the Jowie have anything to say? Shen Yan glanced at it briefly, then raised her finger from behind the box to close the lid, looking up to inquire. Feng Xia hesitated slightly and replied. Jowie remarked that the horsehoof pastry was poorly made, too flaky, and unappealing in color, as if insufficient sugar and horsehoof had been used. If the princess enjoys it, she should go to Failing Hall. The cook there is renowned for her exquisite horsehoof pastries. After speaking, Feng Xia lowered her head in fear. Shen Yan was rendered speechless. Yet such audacious remarks could only be uttered by a woman like Su Yu. She could almost envision the tone in which Su Yu had spoken and the expression on Feng Xia's face at the time. The true master of Feng Xue was Su Jowie, who, upon hearing Feng Xia's words, maintained a composed demeanor, her hands elegantly folded before her, embodying grace and obedience. Shen Yan observed the expressions of both women. Feng Xue was cautious, while Feng Xia appeared rather innocent. You two may leave for now. Yes. Xiaoxing held a complex impression of Su Jowie. She was both fragile and strikingly beautiful, as if veiled in layers of gauzy mist. With each unveiling, a more extraordinary facet of her was revealed. Shen Yan shared a similar sentiment. Su Jowie was indeed herself. If she were to offer a return gift merely for a plate of pastries, she would not be the Su Jowie he knew. Shen Yan's fingers brushed over the box, her eyes sparkling with mirth, though the amusement did not reach her depths. Xiaoxing sighed in resignation, turning to replenish the incense in the burner. The steward's residence had sent a fragrance of cold plum earlier, and now the elegant scent filled the hall, transporting one to a plum garden. But why did the virtuous Empress choose to return a piece of wood as a gift? As Shen Yan twirled her teacup, she chuckled softly upon hearing Xiaoxing's question, self-mocking. Perhaps she intends to imply that I am as wooden as this. If the princess is wooden, then all women in the world must be as well, Xiaoxing retorted. Clearly vexed, Shen Yan took a delicate sip of tea, her gaze lingering on the box, her expression inscrutable. This wood was no ordinary piece. Those with even a modest knowledge of incense would recognize it as fine agarwood, which she had only seen in the past at a different estate. To exchange a plate of lotus pastries for a piece of agarwood was indeed generous of the Empress. With such a noble lineage and extravagant generosity, she surpassed even the princess in elegance. Receiving such a lavish gift, failing to express her gratitude in person would render Shen Yan impolite. In the afternoon, she decided to visit the Changlu Palace, where the Empress resided. The layout of the imperial harem was symmetrically aligned, with Changlu Palace situated in the east, not far from Qingxi Palace. Taking advantage of the afternoon sun, she strolled leisurely toward Changlu Palace. The exterior of Changlu Palace was adorned with a grove of trees, their bare branches betraying no indication of their species in the winter. A corridor extended from the palace, with bells hanging from the drapes. The wind stirred them, producing a melodious chime. In the corridor, the melodious sound of bells reminded her of the wind chime corridor in the Chang'an. Standing here, with the breeze blowing, she felt no fear of catching a chill. Inside the hall, the Xian Fei observed Shen Yan, who stood lost in thought at the corridor's edge, and called out to her. Upon entering the hall, Shen Yan noticed several paintings adorning the walls, all depicting scenes of peach blossoms. At the lower edge hung a 7-string zither and a 5-string guqin. On the table to the left lay an unfinished painting. The faint fragrance of chun shui incense mingled with the cold winter breeze and the scent of flowers, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. As Shen Yan stepped inside, the crisp aroma enveloped her senses. Such opulence, coupled with elegance, truly reflected the demeanor of a legitimate daughter from a prominent family. As they prepared to converse, Xian Fei's maid, a Tao, brewed tea and then took Xiaoxing to the rear hall. Kanghe has come to express gratitude to your majesty, she remarked. That is unnecessary. This Chen Shui would serve not solely for your lotus pastry, Xian Fei replied with a subtle smile, her words laden with meaning. The Chen Shui wood was not only for the lotus pastry, but also for her dealings with the Empress. While Shen Yan acted out of self-interest, the outcome proved beneficial for the Chui family as well. Were you painting, your majesty? Speaking candidly with an astute person, Shen Yan smiled gently and nodded, acknowledging her goodwill, her gaze drifting to the painting behind her as she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Shen Fei's expression turned contemplative as she gestured for Shen Yan to approach the painting. The artwork depicted a vibrant scene of a peach blossom paradise, teeming with exuberant blooms, contrasting sharply with Shen Fei's own tranquil disposition. Yet, upon closer inspection, a long corridor subtly emerged within the peach grove, seemingly extending to the horizon. Shen Yan's gaze faltered momentarily. Was this the wind chime corridor? Recalling the wind chimes that adorned the corridor outside the Chonglu Palace, she wondered if she was being overly sensitive. After all, it was merely a corridor adorned with wind chimes. How could Shen Fei, a consort, possibly have any connection to Wang Huan? Perhaps both found the wind chime corridor delightful. Shen Fei regarded the peach blossoms and the corridor in the painting. Her brows slightly furrowed as she delicately brushed her fingers over the artwork, murmuring, "The scenery in the painting represents what one yearns for yet cannot attain." Can Kanghe comprehend? The depth of her words eluded Kanghe. Shen Yan smiled sincerely in response. Unsure if there had been any entanglement between the former Kanghe princess and Shen Fei, thus refraining from steering the conversation towards deeper sentiments or philosophies. While a person's appearance and body may change, the essence of their thoughts remains constant. Shen Yan's soul was inherently distinct from that of the former Kanghe. Well, why should I share this with you? Shen Fei mused, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she turned to Shen Yan and softly inquired. I have heard that His Majesty intends to select a suitor for you. Do you have anyone in mind? Where did such rumors originate? My royal brother has not chosen a suitor for me, and having long resided in the depths of the palace, how could I have someone in mind? Shen Yan felt that Shen Fei's smile, though subtle, was imbued with unspoken words. Before her, she dared not let her guard down. In this palace's depths, the sincerity in Shen Fei's gaze and smile felt overwhelmingly genuine, akin to another version of Shen Yan, smiling sincerely while concealing a dagger in her heart. The virtuous consort let out a soft sigh, choosing not to pursue her inquiry further. Instead, she gracefully retrieved the 5-string guqin from the wall and placed it upon the table. Kneeling before the mat, she gently plucked the strings, producing an ancient melody. Before entering the palace, she was renowned for her talents throughout Chang'an. Now, she could only solace her heart with music within the confines of the deep palace. The earliest guqin originally possessed 5 strings, which were later augmented to 7. The scores of the 5-string guqin are exceedingly rare, and to master an ancient piece is indeed a remarkable feat. Although Shen Yan did not comprehend the intricacies, he could still perceive the tumultuous undercurrents beneath her melodies. The consort's cool demeanor bore the charm of time, exuding grace in every movement, while a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes, presenting a unique allure of beauty. Chapter 58. The Peach Blossom Fate. At that time, you were still recuperating in the Qingxi Palace. Perhaps you no longer recall. That year, upon entering the palace, I was directly bestowed the title of Shen Fei, which was indeed a significant event in Chang'an. In our youth, the Emperor and I first encountered each other in the peach blossom grove outside Chang'an, a time brimming with youthful vigor and the most splendid moments. For reasons unknown, the Shen Fei began recounting past events. Within the tranquil confines of the Chonglu Palace, there were only the two of us. The soft, melancholic strains of ancient melodies intertwined with her ethereal voice, drawing Shen Yan into that enchanting past. The peach grove bloomed vibrantly. Wind chimes tinkled along the corridor, and the sound of flowing water accompanied the lute's gentle notes. It was then that the young Shui, disguised as a boy, mistakenly wandered deep into the peach grove. Losing her way while attending a gathering of noble youths from Chang'an, originally intending to represent Shui, men amidst the sea of pink blossoms, she stumbled upon an extraordinary gentleman. Clad in white, he wielded a black sword, and as petals danced through the air, a few gracefully fell into his flowing hair, exuding a subtle fragrance. With a delicate lift of his fingers, he playfully brushed aside the petals that drifted slowly from above, a smile gracing his lips that was both elegant and tinged with a hint of mischief. Hearing the sound of Shui Ya's hurried footsteps approaching from behind, he swiftly turned, sweeping his sword with a flick of his wrist, lifting his gaze. It was this moment of astonished intensity that captivated Shui Ya. His eyes resembled tranquil azure waters, serene and forgiving, yet they seemed to narrate countless tales. The sword's aura stirred the surrounding blossoms, creating a cascade of petals that fell between them, mirroring the tangled yet romantic state of Chui Ya's heart. "Walk eastward from here, and you shall find your way out," he said, seemingly discerning her plight. With an elegant gesture, he pointed to the left. His voice was warm yet commanding, his words devoid of arrogance or servility, distinct from anyone Chui Ya had ever encountered. Untainted by flattery, refreshingly genuine. Chui Ya felt her cheeks flush, her fingers entwining nervously in her sleeves. But before she could express her gratitude, he turned and departed. She had no time to thank him or inquire about his name. Frustrated, she jogged a few steps to the spot where he had stood, only to find something beneath her foot. Bending down, she picked up a square seal, intricately designed, and upon flipping it over, she discovered the two characters inscribed. Kanghe. "How could this be my seal?" Shen Yan inquired, perplexed. The Xianfei, plucking the strings of the guqin, regarded him with a cool detachment, laced with a hint of jest. "At that time, I believed that the seal of the Kanghe princess was a personal possession, inaccessible to outsiders. It was likely that the emperor inadvertently carried it out." Following his words, I indeed found my way out of the peach grove. After inquiring with other young lords, I learned that the emperor was incognito, currently wandering within the grove. At last, Shen Yan comprehended the serendipitous connection between the Xianfei and the emperor. In her youthful infatuation, having discovered the emperor's secret visit, and with the royal seal in hand, everything pointed to the fact that the gentleman in the peach grove was none other than the current emperor, Shen Yan. The bond between the empress and the crown prince was truly a gift of fate. Shen Yan, treating it as a story she'd just heard, chuckled and remarked, "Ah, the meeting of a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden is always a romantic affair. Kanghe, do you know who was that dropped your seal?" Upon hearing Shen Yan's polite remarks, the virtuous concubine suddenly smiled faintly, her delicate fingers plucking at the strings of the guqin, a faint smirk of derision curving her lips. Who, indeed, was she referring to? Why did the virtuous concubine pose such a question? Was the man in the peach grove not the emperor? The discordant notes of the guqin echoed in Shen Yan's heart, tightening it involuntarily. Reflecting on the earlier story, a dreadful hypothesis struck her. Perhaps the man who captivated Chui Ya at first sight was not the emperor, but rather Wang Huangji. Wang Huangji had long been secretly involved with the Princess of Kanghe, and his possession of the princess's private seal was hardly surprising. Could it be that the man who enchanted Chui Ya was, in fact, Wang Huangji? At this thought, Shen Yan felt her smile falter. "You have likely deduced the truth." The virtuous concubine rose from her seat at the guqin, advancing step by step towards her, calmly stating, "The illustrious princess of Kanghe, entangled with a mere general of the West, Wang Huangji, you are truly remarkable." The weight of those 4 words lingered in the air, almost inaudible, yet Shen Yan understood the burden of helplessness and mockery they contained. For a moment, silence enveloped them both. Shen Yan had not anticipated that her journey would unravel such a secret. One could only wonder if Wang Huangji was even aware of the blossoming affection from Chui Ya. "Since you have laid everything bare, it seems Kanghe is quite interested to hear your subsequent words." The virtuous concubine continued, and Shen Yan found herself at ease. She exhaled softly, casting a composed smile at the concubine, her gaze steady. In matters concerning Wang Huangji, neither she nor the virtuous concubine could rival the Princess of Kanghe. Yet, now that she bore the identity of a princess, she felt unperturbed by her presence. "You have resided in the palace for many years, yet you have kept this matter hidden deep within. Only when the Empress intervened in my marriage did you begin to panic. You feared my union with Chui Min would ruin his promising career, and you were unwilling to see me wed to Prince Qin. Thus, you deliberately led me here under the guise of Shen Shimu, recounting this story to embarrass or guilt me, or perhaps to incite jealousy." Shen Yan's indifferent demeanor suggested that this affair was of little concern to her, meticulously unraveling the implications and laying bare the virtuous concubine's thoughts before them. "His Majesty will choose your husband, and he shall not be Wang Huangji, nor Chui Min. You may simply marry a scion of a noble family and live as a leisurely princess. The virtuous concubine's innermost thoughts were swiftly discerned by Shen Yan, who chuckled softly before turning away, her gaze drawn to a painting of peach blossoms on the wall. With a wistful glimmer in her eyes, she spoke softly. She had always been proud, never lowering herself to plead. The only exception was when she disregarded her ancestors' teachings to beseech her father to marry her off to His Majesty. Yet, this meticulously orchestrated engagement turned out to be her greatest regret in life. As she donned her bridal attire, seated joyfully in her chamber in anticipation of marriage, she never imagined that the one she longed for was none other than the general, the protector of the West, who would arrive to escort her. The golden hairpin, adorned with jewels, cascaded down in layers, obscuring much of her vision, yet she recognized his silhouette. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers and jubilant celebrations within the bustling residence, she distinctly heard her father call out to him, "General Wang." It was General Wang, not His Majesty. In that moment, she suddenly realized her mistake. It was far too late. She had not even the time to ponder why it was Wang Huanji who had dropped the imperial seal. Chui's pride forbade her from turning back. As the ceremonial music resonated throughout the palace, she followed Wang Huanji step by step towards the palanquin, gradually entering the resplendent halls of the Ming Palace. As she traversed the long path, her heart grew cold. It was due to a single imperial seal that she had misidentified someone, and only later did she learn that the emperor had indeed entered the peach grove that day, with Wang Huanji trailing behind to provide protection. Chapter 59. Inexplicable, the very thought that this absurdity stemmed from a mere seal filled her with loathing. Regrettably, the servants of the palace of the imperial concubine had failed to temper the character of Princess Kanghe over the years, allowing her to reach this age unscathed. Consort Xian, regardless of past events, you can only be Consort Xian now. My marriage is determined by His Majesty. The Chui family prides itself on its nobility and has made an exception to allow you into the palace. They shall not interfere in court matters and risk inciting suspicion. As for the tale of your life, I shall regard it merely as a play. The imminent situation compelled Shen Yan to think rapidly, with victory within grasp. She sincerely cautioned, utterly oblivious to the sting her words carried. Shen Yan, your marriage is indeed at His Majesty's discretion. My hands are so pristine that they shall never be sullied by your affairs. However, you should ponder carefully upon whom your marriage shall ultimately fall. While an open attack is easy to evade, a concealed strike is far more perilous. In this world, I am not the only one who harbors animosity towards you. Consort Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, extending her delicate fingers and speaking with mirth. In her eyes, Princess Kanghe was merely a farcical figure, an eyesore of a jest. The imperial power was paramount, yet it had never truly rested upon the shoulders of the princess. Even during the late emperor's reign, when she enjoyed exceptional favor, she was but a pampered princess, akin to the coral treasures displayed upon the table, possessing a grand title but lacking any true utility. Your hands, my lady, are naturally clean. Many have taken on the sordid tasks for you. Concealed strikes may be difficult to defend against, yet with your pride, I fear you may resort to open assault against me. Both covert and overt schemes are forms of calculation. If the former is a concealed arrow, then the latter is a visible spear, laying bare the intentions upon the table. It may appear straightforward, yet the situation compels one to become ensnared within, to gamble recklessly. Consort Xian, born as the legitimate daughter of the Chui family of Qinghe, had enjoyed a smooth journey until her fateful encounter with Wang Huanji in the peach orchard, leading to an unexpected marriage into the palace. To her, Shen Yan was both an adversary and a rival in love. No matter how I choose to deal with you in the future, this debt is one that you and Wang Huanji owe me. With a gentle smile, Consort Xian appeared serene, yet Shen Yan felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Unilateral affection is a personal matter. To blame others for unrequited love is profoundly self-centered. Wang Huanji and I shall be very happy. I will don a resplendent red wedding gown and marry him in grand style. In the future, I shall be the sole consort of the Qin Wang manor, and you, Consort Xian, owe me nothing, nor does Huanji. To seek anything from me is a mere dream. Shen Yan offered a bittersweet smile, stepping forward to grasp consort Xian's hand, her words laced with warmth. Her words and smile were akin to a dagger thrust into Cui Ya's heart, both resentful and precise, drawing blood with singular clarity. Cui Ya, bereft of marrying her beloved and not being the emperor's only one, had faced defeat in both love and destiny. Yet, Cui Ya still clasped her hand in return, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. Shen Yan, as long as His Majesty is alive, you and Wang Huanji shall never be possible. I shall wait for the day when Wang Huanji watches you marry another. The pain I have endured, you both must experience in kind. For reasons unknown, those final words struck Shen Yan's heart, leaving her breathless and deeply unsettled. The tale shared by the noble lady today was delightful, and the melody enchanting. However, are you not concerned that this story may reach the ears of your imperial brother? Shen Yan shrugged off her hand with a cold chuckle. The imperial princess is an astute individual. This narrative is ill-suited for a third party to know. Cui seemed to find amusement in the situation, letting out a light laugh as she remarked, "She speaks the truth. Should this story fall into the emperor's ears, both Shen Yan and Wang Huanji would surely face dire consequences." At that moment, Cui could easily assert that she had been enamored with the emperor since entering the palace, thus exonerating herself of any blame. Observing the graceful and elegant woman before him, Shen Yan felt a sense of serendipity. It was astonishing that such a proud lady could possess such a captivating obsession. It is often said that when one becomes infatuated, they risk losing themselves and their sanity. Yet, in Cui Ya's case, her persistent passion seemed to render her even more self-aware and wise. As Shen Yan departed from the oppressive confines of the Changlu Hall, she felt as though her steps were somewhat ethereal. Though she appeared calm and composed, her heart was a tumultuous mess, unsure of how to gather her thoughts for the forthcoming plans. The virtuous consort had once harbored a fleeting affection for Wang Huanji, providing her with ample motive and justification to eliminate the Kanghe imperial princess. Even if she held herself in high regard and deemed such actions beneath her, could there be an underlying influence from her in the unfolding events? Did Wang Huanji possess any knowledge of this? Xiao Xing, who had been attending just outside the hall, was unaware of their conversation but perceived the virtuous consort to be a gentle soul, concerned for the imperial princess braving the winds outside. "Imperial princess, what troubles you?" "It's nothing. Let us visit the Sanqing Hall," Shen Yan replied with a faint smile, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, lost in thought. Shen Yan, what is the true history between you and Wang Huanji?" When she was the Kanghe princess, she had the confidence to face the virtuous consort. Yet ultimately, she was merely Shen Yan, not the one who resided in Wang Huanji's heart. The imperial princess had captured his true affections, and Cui shared a romantic encounter with him. Only she had been drawn to his side due to a grand scheme. From the very beginning, their relationship was never pure. With a respectful bow and 3 prostrations, Shen Yan clasped her hands in reverence before the statue of the primordial celestial venerable, allowing her heart to settle in harmony with the chimes of the Sanqing bell. "Is Taoist Xianwei absent today?" After the morning rites, Shen Yan rose and noticed a young Taoist in attendance whom she did not recognize. She inquired, "Has His Majesty summoned the Taoist?" "He must be in the Zicheng Hall now." The ancient Zhou royal family held a deep reverence for the Tao, and the Taoist tradition had its own interpretations of celestial phenomena and fortune. Thus, the emperor would often seek the counsel of those from the Sanqing Hall for divinations. As the head of the Sanqing Hall, Xuanwei's responsibilities were indeed substantial. "In that case, please convey my regards to Taoist Xianwei." Shen Yan smiled faintly, preparing to turn away when the young Taoist called out, "Imperial princess, please wait a moment." He presented a divination slip, saying, "The Taoist has cast a fortune for you these past few days. This is the slip, and he has instructed that if you inquire after his well-being, it should be given to you." "Thank you." The wisdom of Taoist Xianwei was rather worldly. Perhaps he too possessed a playful spirit. She would not refuse the offering, and as she received the fortune slip, Shen Yan read it attentively. When one enters, they merge into the vastness of the sea, and when they disperse, they become the birds soaring amidst the bridges and forests. Right and wrong, true and false, good fortune, and profound affections all blend harmoniously along the natural path of life. His handwriting is meticulous, seamlessly incorporating his individuality into the rigid confines of its structure, akin to a droplet merging into a river, unified yet not stiff. The principles of virtue are profound and solitary in their teachings. With the divination slips tucked away, Shen Yan offered a faint smile to the void, uttering her thoughts. As she lifted her foot to depart, the shadows in her heart were instantly alleviated. Right and wrong, true and false, good fortune and profound affections, all blend harmoniously along the natural path of life. Since fate has led to this moment, it is irreversible. Rather than quibbling over right and wrong or truth and falsehood, it is more prudent to cherish the deep connections and affections we hold. Should one become overly concerned with such calculations and lose the bonds of affection, the loss would outweigh any gain. Whether the identity of the imperial princess Shen Yan is genuine or not is of little consequence. What she presently feels in her heart is undeniably real. Chapter 60. The 100 Fruits. Upon hearing that Shen Yan had visited the Xianfei's Chonglu Palace but neglected her own Feiling Palace, Su Jiaoyi felt a twinge of displeasure. Rubbing her temples, she inquired of Elixirs, "Is it that the ma ti Su here is unpalatable? Or is the tea less than delightful? Why would he venture to Xianfei's place?" Since recovering from her illness, the princess had been more diligent in visiting Feiling Palace, and this was her first excursion to Chonglu Palace. After all, Xianfei was also of high status. Elixirs, seeking to console Su Jiaoyi, managed to alleviate her mood somewhat. As Shen Yan entered, he caught sight of Su Jiaoyi sipping tea with a pout, which elicited a chuckle from him. He exclaimed, "What troubles you, Jiaoyi? Is the tea unsatisfactory, or is today ma ti Su lacking in flakiness?" Hearing his familiar teasing, Elixirs couldn't help but smile and offered a slight bow of respect to the entering Shen Yan. "It is not your fault. What business do you have in Chonglu Palace? I almost thought you had been bewitched by Chueya, your mind muddled." Su Jiaoyi's words, unrestrained and devoid of deference, directly named the high-ranking Xianfei, yet Elixirs and Shen Yan had grown accustomed to her candor. Relieved, Elixirs smiled and said, "The princess will keep the lady company for a while. I shall accompany Xiao Xing to the small kitchen to fetch some pastries. The new chef's skills are quite commendable." Receiving Shen Yan's approval, the two departed with laughter. Sighing, Shen Yan seated himself on the couch, deftly turning over a teacup, and remarked, "Today, Xianfei gifted me a splendid piece of submerged wood. I went to express my gratitude before coming here to seek a cup of tea." "Submerged wood?" Su Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise, to which Shen Yan nodded. This was indeed curious. Xianfei had always held herself aloof and had been indifferent towards the Kanghe princess since entering the palace. Why would she bestow such a gift upon her? "I now suspect it is not she who has bewitched you, but rather you who have enchanted her. Otherwise, why would Xianfei grant you such a precious item?" Su Jiaoyi opined, feeling quite astute, her expression one of mock dismay. Crossing her arms with an air of dignity, she sauntered to the couch and sat down, her gaze appraising Shen Yan's composed demeanor. "That is not plausible. Xianfei hails from the esteemed Chui family of Qinghe. How could I possibly have bewitched her?" Shen Yan replied with a light-hearted smile, seemingly unconcerned, and upon seeing Su Yu seated, poured her some tea. Allow me to offer you a friendly reminder. Xianfei's entrance into the palace was a brilliant move by His Majesty to court the aristocracy. Her standing is indeed extraordinary. Behind the Empress stands merely a chancellor, while Xianfei is backed by an entire clan of the Chui family from Qinghe. Su Jiaoyi spoke stili, a rare display of seriousness that prompted Shen Yan to cease his jesting and nod in agreement. "You just mentioned that she is a strategic pawn of His Majesty in courting the aristocracy. Does that imply Xianfei was willingly accepted by the emperor?" Shen Yan asked casually, twirling his finger around the teacup. Su Jiaoyi replied languidly, "What a question. Every concubine in this palace was willingly taken by His Majesty. No matter how illustrious Chueya's lineage, she is merely a daughter of the Chui family. How could she compel the emperor to marry her? Moreover, His Majesty accepted her as a concubine a decade ago." As she concluded, Su Jiaoyi's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone deliberately lowered, as if hinting at something deeper. A decade ago. Shen Yan paused momentarily. 10 years ago, the Emperor Kanghe had not yet passed away, and Wang Huanji was merely the general protector of the West, with imperial authority looming high above. Under such circumstances, had the emperor been unwilling, how could Chui ever have entered the palace as a consort? What manner of woman was the virtuous consort? Shen Yan inquired softly. The information she had gleaned from the garden was limited, and Wang Huanji's understanding of the imperial harem was confined to his connections with the emperor's favorite consort. Su Zhaoyi Juke Lai Di, her tone laced with a casual nonchalance as she replied. Ah, the virtuous consort is an exceedingly astute woman. When I entered the palace later than most, the other women of the harem looked down upon me, a mere commoner, and made my life quite difficult. Yet, the virtuous consort, born into the highest status, did not trouble me at all. She embodied the qualities of virtue and grace. Her smile was perpetually gentle, yet I always sensed something hidden behind her laughter. In time, I came to understand that her lack of malice towards me stemmed from her utter disdain. I was nothing more than an insignificant insect in her eyes, unworthy of her notice. Though Su Zhaoyi's gaze appeared carefree, Shen Yan comprehended the depths of suffering that lay behind her words, a pain that was beyond her imagination. She realized that the sentiments Su Zhaoyi expressed today were intended to evoke sorrow within her. The virtuous consort had withheld this story for so many years, and the pride and bitterness had become a heavy burden, simmering day by day. With the complexities of their intertwined fates, Shen Yan resolved to keep this matter buried within her heart, sharing the weight of the past with Chui. What did she say? Su Zhaoyi's expression sharpened at Shen Yan's soft murmur, prompting a counter-question. Noting her demeanor, Shen Yan felt a warmth in her heart, but merely shook her head, smiling faintly as she replied, "It's nothing, just some trivial matters." Her demeanor certainly did not suggest mere triviality. Recalling the recent banquet, Su Zhaoyi scoffed lightly. "If this concerns Chui Min, you need not take Chui's words to heart. The Qinghe Chui clan harbors lofty aspirations, believing that no one in the world is worthy of their regard." Su Zhaoyi had guessed half of it correctly. Shen Yan rested her arms on the table, tilting her head to gaze at her. With a demure expression and wide, apricot eyes, Shen Yan looked at her, prompting Su Zhaoyi's instincts to flare as she frowned and asked, "What are you plotting?" "Nothing. I merely think you are exceedingly carefree, which inspires admiration from Emperor Kanghe." Shen Yan replied with a chuckle, blinking playfully. Su Zhaoyi snorted, her fingers brushing through her cloud-like hair, and laughed. "If you say something pleasant today, I shall forgive you for heading to the Chonglu Palace first." My lady, the Princess, Xiner and Xiao Xing entered the hall, each carrying a three-tiered food box. Upon witnessing such extravagance, Shen Yan remarked, "Do you treat pastries as meals, Zhaoyi? You are, after all, a dignified imperial princess. How can you ask such a naive question?" Su Zhaoyi paused, resting her forehead on one side of the table, and chuckled softly. Xiner approached, opening the food box and arranging the delicacies. "Princess, these are treats made by a Western chef that the lady procured some time ago. Here we have milk cheese, grilled cakes, and modified crispy flatbreads. This is the grape wine from the West, barley cakes, and a multi-fruit layered cake." She meticulously introduced each item to Shen Yan, who then realized that this was indeed a tasting event. Most of these delicacies were exotic treasures from the Western regions. It was quite curious how the Zhaoyi came to consider indulging in such fare. Shen Yan picked up a piece of the multi-fruit layer cake, taking a bite that revealed a medley of dried fruits. The unique sweetness of the raisins enveloped her palate, leaving her momentarily entranced. In modern times, the boundaries of culinary delights have largely dissolved. One can savor coconuts in the frigid ice city or enjoy barley wine at the southern tip of Hainan. Geographical limitations have been transcended by the ease of travel. Yet, at this moment, the piece of multi-fruit layer cake in her hand, reminiscent of sliced cake, was indeed a rare delicacy. Chapter 61. The urgent summons. How does it taste? Is it delicious? Su Zhaoyi observed Shen Yan as she ate, her brows arched in delight, her cheeks adorably puffed. Understanding her intentions, Shen Yan responded with a cheerful nod, reaching for the milk cheese, feeling that her image before Su Yu was already tarnished, and thus indifferent to the occasional lapse in decorum. As their playful banter continued, a sharp voice pierced through from outside the palace doors. "Zhao Nyang, His Majesty summons you." The tone was somewhat frantic, indicating an urgent matter at hand. Shen Yan and Su Yu exchanged glances, their amusement fading. The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of the emperor's attendant. Yongxing. People often recognized only the first rather than the second. Yongxing, though closely following the emperor, lacked the favor and familiarity that Yuexin enjoyed. Su Jiaoyi set down her pastry, leaning languidly against the side, saying, "Let him in to speak." Exiner turned to open the palace door, and Yongxing rushed in, a thin sheen of sweat adorning his brow despite the winter chill. His Majesty urgently requests Zhao Nyang to visit the Zichuan Palace. Noticing Shen Yan beside Su Yu, Yongxing hastily added, "His Majesty has also summoned the Imperial Princess." It turned out the Imperial Princess was present with Zhao Nyang. Shen Yan cast a doubtful glance at Su Yu, unable to fathom what pressing matter could necessitate the simultaneous summons of both. "Wasn't His Majesty calling for Daoist Xianwei?" she inquired, recalling the earlier commotion. Yongxing hesitated. "I was attending outside the palace and did not hear what Daoist Xianwei discussed with His Majesty. I only know that after General Jinwu's audience, His Majesty suddenly became enraged and summoned the Imperial Princess and Zhao Nyang to meet with him." Su Yu, delicately toying with her fingers, exchanged a knowing smile with Shen Yan, gently nodding. Given Yongxing's serious demeanor, Shen Yan and Su Yu dared not delay. They quickly donned their cloaks and exited, hurrying through the palace corridors, the cold wind tugging at their garments, a slight chill in the air. The sky, which had been clear moments ago, now bore a heavy, overcast hue, casting a somber shadow over their hearts. The Feiling Palace was not far from the Zichuan Palace, and with brisk steps, they arrived in just over a quarter hour. The two young ladies refrained from entering, waiting outside with the attendants. Yongxing obstructed the eager Exiner and Exiner from entering, bending slightly to speak to them, having spent many years within the inner palace. Exiner discerned Yongxing's expression and understood the gravity of the situation. She smiled at Su Yu, saying, "I shall wait outside for Nyang." Only after passing through the grand palace doors did Shen Yan and Su Jiaoyi enter the inner hall. Upon entering, they found Xianwei and the emperor seated at a table, engaged in a game of chess. The emperor's expression was calm, devoid of any trace of anger. Within the vast hall, only the sound of their chess pieces being placed echoed. "Your humble servant greets His Majesty." Kanghe pays respects to His Majesty. The emperor noticed the two standing at the door, casually holding a chess piece near his face, and smiled gently. No need for formalities. "Your Majesty, since Jiaoyi and the Imperial Princess have arrived, I shall take my leave," Xianwei said, rising to depart. He nodded slightly to Shen Yan and Su Yu before gracefully turning away. Shen Yan was indifferent to Su Wei's matters, merely offering a faint smile as she gazed at the emperor. Yu Xian carefully tidied the chessboard, casting a cautious glance at the emperor's gentle expression. The emperor was known for his capricious temperament, and this moment of calm was likely a fleeting lull before the storm. "I shall attend to the matters outside the hall first. Can he come and examine this memorial?" Su Jiaoyi stepped forward to assist the emperor in rising to his principal seat. He took a moment to compose himself before handing Shen Yan a dark red memorial from the table. Shen Yan cast a puzzled glance at the emperor, questioning whether he intended for her to intervene in governance or merely test her. After the emperor nodded with a composed gaze, Shen Yan reluctantly opened the memorial, her expression darkening as she read. She looked at the emperor in alarm. This secret memorial detailed the chancellor's exploitation of an assassination attempt to eliminate rivals. Collaborating with Cui Min and the Minister of Revenue, Chen Gao, he had replaced a significant number of officials in charge of the hunting grounds and even extended his influence to the surrounding provinces of Chang'an. The gravity of the situation was beyond her scope of intervention. The emperor likely showed her this due to the connections with the Empress and the virtuous consort. The chancellor was the Empress's father, and Cui Min was the brother of the virtuous consort, intertwining their fates with the affairs of the harem. "Why does my elder brother show me this?" Shen Yan calmly inquired as she closed the memorial and placed it on the table. I originally intended to announce during this year's spring festival banquet that the imperial princess has recovered, and the world would rejoice, granting you the title of Princess of Gua and seeking a suitable marriage. The emperor spoke with a subdued tone, yet paused momentarily. Su Jiaoyi, noticing his hesitation, interjected with a playful laugh. Your Majesty indeed had intentions towards Lord Shui, did you not? You know about that? The emperor turned to Su Yu, teasing her. Others might have panicked at the implication that the emperor was reproaching her for presuming his thoughts, but Su Yu, unperturbed, rested her chin on her hand and smiled slyly. Of course, after so many years together, if I couldn't even guess your little thoughts, wouldn't I be a poor companion? The emperor's previously somber mood brightened. A faint smile gracing his lips, and the oppressive atmosphere of the Zicheng Hall finally dissipated. Shen Yan couldn't help but mentally commend Su Yu, acknowledging that only she could elicit such joy from the emperor with just a few words. The chancellor's case was under the purview of Lord Shui, and now the emperor deemed all involved guilty, unwilling to spare Lord Shui. But what connection did this have with Kanghe? He did not even favor him. Shen Yan regarded the emperor's eyes, now softened with a smile, and remarked, Lord Shui possesses talent and a noble lineage, indeed a commendable choice for a son-in-law. However, if he lacks courage and is ineffective, incurring your displeasure, it is of no consequence. There are countless worthy men in the realm. Surely, we need not fear finding someone suitable for the imperial princess. Su Jiaoyi placed her delicate hand into the emperor's palm, which enveloped it entirely. Her words resonated with the emperor's thoughts. The Chui family holds a lofty status. If you were to marry him, it would be most advantageous. The emperor replied slowly, clearly displeased with Chui Min's conduct at present. Your Highness, my elder brother, Kanghe has only recently recovered from a severe illness. Having just regained his health, he is still unfamiliar with the world outside and wishes to remain in the palace for a while longer. Although you are concerned about my marriage, it is now nearing the end of the year, and any wedding would not take place until after the spring rites are completed. Shen Yan has yet to identify the perpetrator behind the assassination of Princess Kanghe. She cannot enter into matrimony, let alone do so without clarity. I have just commanded Taoist Xianwei to divine your most compatible birth date and to identify auspicious days in the first half of the coming year. Your marriage has been delayed for far too long. It cannot be postponed any further. As for the selection of your future husband, I shall personally choose the most suitable candidate for you. The emperor effectively silenced Shen Yan's objections. Chapter 62. Intentions in light of the circumstances. She could only take action through Xianwei. Delaying matters was always an option. Su Jiaoyi, perceiving the subtle tension brewing between the two, smiled and remarked, I have recently procured a renowned chef from the western regions. Just the other day, the princess and I had the pleasure of sampling his culinary skills, which were indeed delightful. Instead of discussing matters unrelated to the upcoming year, why not indulge in some pastries? The emperor, helpless, gently clasped her hand, his gaze silently urging her to comply. Shen Yan observed their affectionate exchange without a hint of embarrassment and calmly stated, Did you summon me for these trivialities, Your Majesty? Starting tomorrow, you will reside in the Qingxi Palace to commence your lessons in etiquette and propriety. Until the festival, when you will be conferred the title of Princess of Gua, a myriad of formalities must be adhered to. You have been unwell for many years, and while I had no expectations of you in the past, such leniency can no longer be afforded. The emperor's words, though soothing, held an undercurrent of regret, as his years of neglect towards the Kanghe princess had been one of the sources of their tragedy. You may retire for now, he commanded, noticing Shen Yan's unperturbed demeanor. The emperor felt no desire to retain her company. Despite his feelings of guilt, he did not concern himself with her expression. Once Shen Yan had departed, Su Yu gently placed her hand on the emperor's shoulder and softly inquired, Your Majesty, do you truly intend to betroth the princess to Chui Min? The Chui family's overwhelming power has only just been reined in, and with a virtuous consort and a Chui minister already complicating matters, adding a princess to their fold would elevate their ambitions to new heights. The Empress and the Chui clan both wish for Kanghe to marry into their family. Yet I am determined to thwart their desires, the emperor replied, pulling Su Yu closer and speaking in hushed tones. Once the princess is married, the the prince consort would be distanced from court affairs. However, Kanghe is no ordinary princess. She and the emperor represent the last vestiges of the imperial bloodline. Should she conceive, the child would carry the royal lineage. The advantages of such a union are substantial. Xu Yu, appearing gentle yet harboring a cold disdain within, thought the emperor gravely mistaken. Neither the empress nor the virtuous consort would desire the princess to become a mere ancestor in their household. Does your majesty have a candidate in mind? She ventured, recognizing that the emperor had summoned both Shen Yan and Su Jiaoyi for more than just idle conversation. Are you familiar with Jiangchen? He inquired, gazing at Su Yu's delicate, elongated fingers adorned with crimson nail polish. The emperor toyed with her hand, casually asking, "What do you know of Jiangchen?" Su Yu chuckled lightly and replied, "Jiangchen is rich in resources, and the mechanism's pavilion there has always delivered intricate treasures to the palace, especially during the festivals. Naturally, I am well aware of this. It is indeed a prosperous region, bustling with merchants." The emperor found her response quite satisfactory, though the smile that had graced his lips faded. He remarked, "Jiangchen may seem affluent, but its wealth is limited to gold and silver. In essence, it is merely a treasury. Thankfully, Jiangchen serves as a financial reservoir. Otherwise, how could I tolerate a garrison there? One Prince Qin is already a source of trouble. Adding another city lord would only exacerbate the situation." "Why you bring up Jiangchen?" Su Yu inquired, adjusting her hair and glancing at the scattered memorials on the table. "Ayu, the lord of Jiangchen, Xu Jin, is a man of remarkable intellect and talent, adept at discerning when to advance and when to retreat. He holds no military power, making him the ideal choice for the imperial princess's marriage. Moreover, his surname is Su. I wish to use this opportunity to forge a familial bond between you and Xu Jin. Once you are integrated into the Su family of Huizhou, I shall be able to elevate you to the status of consort." The emperor spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his gaze earnest. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, tears slipping down her cheeks as she gently replied, "Your Majesty, I care not for rank, so long as I can remain by your side." She had always been proud and impudent, yet in this moment of vulnerability, the emperor found her utterly endearing. "If only you were a bit more astute, I would not need to plan everything for you. Your nature is inherently proud and willful. I have always found this trait charming, yet now I yearn for you to exhibit a bit more thoughtfulness." His gaze softened, devoid of the pretense he wore before his ministers, revealing genuine affection. Su Yu lowered her head, her forehead resting against his, her eyes locked onto his. This man, who had intrusively invaded her tranquil existence 5 years prior, had so brazenly offered her what he deemed affection. Did he love her? Perhaps he did. "Your Majesty, as long as you are here, I am content." She closed her eyes and sighed deeply, feeling the gentle intertwining of their breaths. She could distinctly sense the emperor's breathing was significantly weaker than usual. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could extinguish at any moment. The chef from the western regions should be sent away at once. The emperor, sensing Su Yu's affection, felt a softness in his heart, yet he still voiced this command. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a pang of sorrow and replied pitifully, "That chef took me a considerable time to find. Your Majesty cannot simply order his dismissal. You see, the Prince of Qin is currently patrolling in Shaqing. If you bring in a chef from the western regions, one cannot guarantee that he will not overthink matters." In his youth, Kanghe genuinely admired the Prince of Qin. I cannot be certain whether this admiration might alter due to unforeseen circumstances. Su Yu appeared both surprised and remorseful at the emperor's words, softly stating, "I shall return and send the chef away immediately, lest the princess enjoy her meal while her thoughts wander to the Prince of Qin. You possess such a small temper." The emperor chuckled at her response, affectionately ruffling her nose. The emperor's urgent summons was merely a formality. The decree to officially elevate the Princess of Gua had yet to be formally issued. Yet news of her elevation and the selection of a consort had already spread throughout the entire Ming Palace. All eyes within the palace were fixed upon the Qingxi Hall, eager not to miss any gossip. Whispers circulated among the courtiers, speculating who might become the princess's husband. In Chang'an, there was no shortage of eligible young noblemen. The following day, the etiquette matron arrived at Qingxi Hall bright and early. To ensure that the ceremonial proceedings went smoothly, the emperor had specifically assigned 4 matrons, previously serving in the Zichen Hall, to oversee the etiquette for the princess in the coming days. Shen Yan was exceedingly vexed, yet in order to navigate palace life with stability, she had no choice but to begin learning the intricacies of proper decorum from the 4 matrons. As she was soon to be conferred an esteemed title, she hoped the matrons would provide meticulous guidance. After preparing herself, Shen Yan went to the side hall, where Feng Jing was serving tea and pastries. The matrons, seasoned veterans of the palace, smiled warmly as they accepted the teacups, their expressions kind and benevolent. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, several individuals promptly rose from their seats and bowed respectfully. "Please, everyone, there is no need for such formalities at Qingxi Hall." Once Shen Yan had taken her seat, the elderly woman, Lady Feng, retrieved several volumes from the table and handed them to the young attendant, Xiao Xing, standing beside Shen Yan. These are the volumes from the Ministry of Rites concerning the ceremonial regulations for the princess's enthronement. This old servant has specially brought them for the princess's study. The thick tomes elicited a moment of hesitation from Shen Yan, who closed her eyes with a faint sense of reluctance after a mere glance. She truly had become a voracious reader. "Very well," Shen Yan managed to force a smile and nodded in affirmation. The matrons, witnessing her earnestness, felt a surge of delight, brimming with confidence in their ability to fulfill the emperor's directives. Chapter 63. Only Shen Yan in her past days of the separate garden. Shen Yan learned the art of etiquette under Wang Huangji's guidance. Unlike ordinary women, her demeanor exuded an effortless grace, perfectly embodying the poise of someone in a position of authority. As Shen Yan sat down and sipped her tea, her movements flowed like water, graceful yet not overly delicate. Her gaze remained tranquil. The 4 matrons, appointed by the emperor, diligently attended to Shen Yan, nodding in approval upon witnessing her impeccable manners. It is said that the Princess of Kanghe spent over a decade recuperating in the Qingxi Palace. However, imperial princesses are inherently different. Even after years of illness, she exhibited all the courtesies and dignities expected of her rank. Feng Jing served tea to the matrons, and, as the morning passed, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Shen Yan's brow. She instructed Feng Jing to prepare tea while she retreated to the inner chamber to wipe away her perspiration. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. The ceremonial rites of the Princess of Guo are markedly more elaborate than usual, with 5 distinct forms of bowing for ancestors, deities, heaven and earth, the emperor, and teachers, each carrying its own significance. The matrons had mentioned that the ceremonial garments and crown of the Guo princess exceeded those of the imperial princess by 2 ranks, placing her on par with the prince. While the imperial princess's attire consists of 6 layers, the Guo princess's garments include multiple layers of ceremonial robes and capes, complemented by an ornate crown adorned with 2 pairs of pendants. Contemplating this, Shen Yan felt a tightening sensation at her scalp. "Xiaoxing, what have you discovered regarding the matter I asked you to investigate?" she inquired as Xiaoxing entered the inner chamber. After ensuring no one was in earshot, Xiaoxing replied in a hushed tone, "The piece played at the banquet is titled Clouds Parting. It was composed by Minister Cui a few years ago in a tavern, but the score is incomplete and has not been performed for many years. It took a considerable effort for those at the Wang residence to trace its origin, and I've heard that Miss Qing Yun from Yaoying Pavilion played it not long ago." Clouds Parting, she mused, appreciating the aptness of the title. For the first time, Shen Yan felt a tangible connection to Cui Min's reputation. The Cui family of Qinghe boasts a rich heritage spanning centuries, with many talented descendants, and Cui Min stands out among them. Whether as a presiding judge in the Dali Temple or an official in the Ministry of Justice, he has made quite a name for himself. How could such a gifted young man conspire with the Chancellor to eliminate rivals? The more she pondered, the stranger it seemed. Perhaps Cui Min deliberately sought to distance himself from the prince's election, but the price he paid was indeed steep, risking his career in such a gamble. "Your Highness, this letter was delivered before His Highness's patrol. He commanded that it be given to you only when His Majesty intends to confer a title upon you, Xiaoxing said, producing a letter from her bosom and presenting it to Shen Yan. Furrowing her brows, Shen Yan accepted the letter, unfolding it to reveal an unprecedented 3 pages filled with numbers. At the bottom left corner of the last page, there was a charming sketch of a wheat stalk, its lines fluid and somewhat endearing. Shen Yan recalled drawing a simple map of Chang'an with tea on the table. She had not anticipated that Wang Huanji would remember it. The image of him, serious and focused, meticulously sketching the wheat at the bottom of the letter, elicited a soft laugh from her. It was indeed charming to see someone who is usually wise and composed display such a playful side. Since the focus is on wheat, it seems that this time the cipher book is Qiming Agricultural Economics. She approached the bookshelf, took Qiming Agricultural Economics, and spread it open on the desk, meticulously matching the characters from the 3 pages of letters. The personnel from the palace of the imperial concubine have been confined for interrogation. Rest assured, the seal is secure. Success is within reach, and we shall reunite during the festive season. Remain safe, do not worry. It turns out that after being expelled from the palace, that group from the palace of the imperial concubine was captured by Wang Huanji. For many years, Zhong Shui and her companions had held power in the palace of the imperial concubine, managing the provisions for the Princess Kanghe. Thus, they would undoubtedly reveal some secrets during the interrogation. Those old foxes had harbored secrets in the palace for decades, and if thoroughly cleaned out, they might just uncover the cause of Princess Kanghe's demise. Your Highness, I have sent the 4 matrons to the side hall for their meal. You may take a moment to rest. The small kitchen has prepared the dishes, and they will be brought in shortly, Feng Jing announced as she entered the hall. Shen Yan tucked away the letter, nodding appreciatively, and said with a gentle smile, "Well done. You two should go and rest." Your Highness, the prince will be on patrol in Shaqing and will not return until after the year's end. By then, during the Spring Festival Family Banquet and the Lantern Festival, there will be many opportunities for the princess and the prince to be together. Xiaoxing thought of the days to come, her eyes sparkling with hope. Shen Yan, after translating the letter, burned it, keeping only the numerical one. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, her worries regarding the marriage and the conferral ceremonies diminished considerably. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her heart. Reflecting on the shallow knowledge of history she possessed, she found some merit in the words of the wise concubine. The likelihood of Princess Kanghe marrying Wang Huanji was virtually non-existent. The Prince of Qin wielded immense power and military authority, posing the greatest threat to the emperor. The emperor wished for the princess to marry swiftly, to bear a child with the Shen lineage, and to raise him as a prince to inherit the throne. How could he possibly tolerate a child bearing Wang Huanji's blood? Shen Yan now only hoped that Wang Huanji could swiftly extract secrets from Zhong Shui and the others. She would remain in the palace only until after the festivities, for she intended to leave. While she sought the reason for her crossing into this world, and aimed to uncover the identity of Princess Kanghe's murderer, Shen Yan deemed it unnecessary to jeopardize her own marriage in the process. Love is merely an embellishment to marriage. Yet she had no intention of entering a blind and hasty union, leading a careless life. Once her affairs in the palace concluded, she would depart, simply being Shen Yan. As the year-end approached, various regions were preparing their tribute lists for the royal family. Xu Jin had finished processing the documents from Jiangsheng late at night when Hong Xiu entered the study with a bowl of chicken soup and placed it on the side, saying, "City Lord, this is from Madam, and seeing you still handling affairs, she sent it with me." To set it down, Xu Jin replied without lifting his head, focused on writing something on the documents. Diligent in his duties, he worked tirelessly. Hong Xiu initially thought that after marrying Madam and Xu Jin would have an easier time, but he treated her merely as a beautiful ornament, providing her with the finest food and drink, entirely unlike how he treated his own wife. Hong Xiu sighed, recalling her master's admonitions, and remarked, "My lord, how wonderful is Madam! You cannot simply squander her heartfelt affections." As she spoke, a sense of wrongness began to dawn on her. Xu Jin, pausing with her pen, pinched the bridge of her nose and coldly interjected, "Squander her heartfelt affections on a dog." Indeed, Hong Xiu suddenly grasped the implication and nodded, entirely oblivious to the disdain etched on Xu Jin's face. Have the accounts for this year been reconciled? You seem quite free, having served under Xu Jin for decades. Hongxiu was all too familiar with her temperament, unyielding as a fiery chili pepper. As anticipated, upon Xu Jin's inquiry regarding the accounts, Hongxiu promptly complied, stating, "My lord, this year, due to issues with the corn cultivation, the Jishu Pavilion has developed new innovations in the field of yinjia and the extraction of black gold. Moreover, the expenditures for Madame Yin and Madame An are markedly different from previous years. The accounts for this year will require an additional 2 days to finalize." Chapter 64. The Meeting with Yin Yang. Xu Jin maintained an impassive expression as she turned over a page of the memorial. Meanwhile, Hongxiu was visibly startled, her pallid face betraying her anxiety as she hastily excused herself. "I must take my leave now. I've yet to organize the gift list for the palace this year. Please rest early, City Lord." Her guilt was palpable. Xu Jin secretly chuckled, her gaze drifting to the bowl of cold chicken soup on the table. Her eyes laced with disdain. Qing Cheng arrived clad in dark attire, and upon entering the city lord's residence, he spotted Hongxiu sulking in the distance. A playful impulse surged within him, prompting him to sneak up and frighten her. He approached silently, bending slightly to shout in her ear, "What are you doing wandering around at this hour, playing ghost? You nearly frightened me to death." Hongxiu let out a terrified scream, only to relax upon recognizing him, then stomped her foot in irritation and pounded her chest, her eyes filled with resentment as though she wished to kick Qing Cheng away. "Oh, what mischief have you committed today to be caught by the city lord? You seem rather downcast." Upon being questioned, Hongxiu's mood soured. "You have no idea. I inadvertently uttered yin yang just now, nearly scaring my soul away." Qing Cheng crossed his arms, nodding in acknowledgement. "You truly have a bold spirit. Both the city lord and Madame and cannot abide the mention of yin yang, yet you dare to speak her name. I shan't indulge you further. I must verify the accounts now. As the new year approaches, I am in a good mood and shall not stoop to your level." With a huff, Hongxiu departed gracefully. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as winter's chill enveloped the room. Qing Cheng shook his head and chuckled softly at her retreating figure. Upon entering the study, he promptly bowed and hastened to present a confidential report he held. The red-sealed document contained urgent intelligence from Chang'an. The informants warned that the city lord must exercise utmost caution. Although the king of Qin was currently patrolling Sha City, one could not discount the possibility of covert attempts to harm the city lord again. Xu Jin acknowledged with a non-committal sound and opened the correspondence. She scanned its contents, her expression growing icy. "Prepare for our departure. It seems we shall spend this new year in Chang'an." Qing Cheng promptly accepted the command, refraining from further words as he turned to leave. Under the moonlight and candle glow, Xu Jin's rugged visage appeared increasingly enigmatic as she clutched the missive, her thoughts racing. The frail and ailing Princess Kanghe had suddenly recovered, and during the spring festival feast, she would be elevated by the emperor to the title of Princess of Guo and selected a consort. Such a princess was not a significant matter. Marrying her was akin to merely adding another decorative vase to the courtyard. It was merely a ploy by the emperor to consolidate power. Jiang City represented a treasure trove, coveted by both the king of Qin and the emperor. One sought to wield martial strength, while the other desired women. Their methods differed, yet their objectives remained aligned. Yet, a particular individual surfaced in her thoughts. This person, both fragile and formidable, had unexpectedly entered her life, brimming with thorns and secrets. Whether smiling or fuming, she was undeniably endearing. What might she be now? As days slipped by, the approach of the new year drew near. The citizens of Chang'an stockpiled winter provisions and hung cured meats in their courtyards, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the spring festival. The crimson lanterns along Zhuke Street have been hung, with long red lanterns cascading from the heights of buildings, illuminating the path amidst the swirling snow. In the depths of winter, the ancient Zhou dynasty is often graced with snowfall. Presently, the snow has fallen for 3 consecutive days, leaving Shen Yan confined indoors. Nestled in the Qing Sea Palace, clutching a warming pot and gazing at the snowflakes. The heavy snowfall has obscured much of the road. From the window, All that could be seen is a vast expanse of white, pristine to the point of being unsettling. The silence is profound and the cold biting. Pressing her face close to the window allows her to feel the delicate chill wafting through. As the year draws to a close, Wang Huangji has returned from his patrol in Sha City, where the emperor generously lavished praises upon him during the Grand Court Assembly, thereby elevating the reputation of Prince Qin yet again. Shen Yan gazes at the snow outside, listening to Xiao Xing recount the events of the Grand Assembly and the grandeur surrounding Prince Qin's return, and she feels a serene contentment in the passage of time. Yet, she remains resolute in her decision to depart. Recently, Shen Yan has been attempting to detach herself from the role of the esteemed Princess Kanghe, striving to perceive the court's dynamics through the lens of an ordinary citizen. Despite the fragmentation of power in the ancient Zhou, only Prince Qin wields an overwhelming influence. His military might so substantial that the emperor, powerless to reclaim authority, can only watch as he grows stronger by the day. As the moon waxes and wanes, so too does fortune. Those who ascend high may suffer a great fall. Shen Yan's unexpected arrival here has limited her understanding, shaped primarily by the written word. The world she observes is one of tranquility, where the clashes of power and the fires of conflict are confined to the elite. Wang Huangji's power looms large, leaving him ensnared within the court's machinations. To stand still is to regress. It seems the emperor is compelling him to become a treacherous subject. When the prince returns, Zhuke Street is teeming with people, all eager to catch a glimpse of the Prince Qin, whose auspicious presence is said to invoke the blessings of the white deer. Xiao Xing, with a cheerful demeanor and sparkling eyes, busily cuts window decorations with scissors, creating a festive atmosphere. When will the prince enter the palace? I wish to see him, Shen Yan states earnestly, her heart brimming with words to share. Most importantly, she requires Wang Huangji's assistance to escape the Daming Palace. Her hair, now shorn of its last curl, cascades in sleek, lustrous strands, fashioned into an elegant bun adorned with gold, silver, and jade ornaments. The graceful curvature of her neck is accentuated, with tassels cascading around her bun, enhancing her delicate demeanor. This evening, upon returning to the city from patrol, the emperor will host a grand banquet in the palace, and should the princess wish to meet the prince, it would be best to do so after the feast. Shen Yan nods, turning to grasp Xiao Xing's hand, and smiles. Please inform the prince that I shall await him in the pavilion by Tay Pool this evening. Yes, it has been too long since we last saw the prince. The princess must adorn herself beautifully. Recently, Su Jiaoyi gifted many exquisite headpieces. I shall fetch them at once. Xiao Xing replies with a smile, setting aside her scissors and hurrying out. Shen Yan's gaze lingers on the scissors and the bright red paper cuttings. The festive atmosphere of the new year is thickening, and time is slipping away from her. With the approach of the year-end and impending promotions and honors, she can no longer remain in the Daming Palace. That evening, the Daming Palace hosts a grand banquet for the officials, with a continuous flow of delectable dishes and lively toasts. The emperor, frail in health, uttered a few perfunctory remarks before retreating to the Zicken Hall. Once he departs, Wang Huangji immediately becomes the center of attention, with all eyes drawn to him. The Qin king is indeed a person blessed by the auspicious white deer. Ling Quan entered from outside the hall and whispered something into Wang Huan's ear. He lowered his gaze, down the exquisite wine in his cup, his expression inscrutable. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo filled the hall, as the graceful dancers moved with elegance, captivating all with their enchanting turns. The attendees reveled in drink and music, exchanging flattering words, thoroughly enjoying the moment. I find myself somewhat uncomfortable. Please continue without me. Suddenly, the Qin king rose, raised his cup in a toast to the assembled guests, tilted his head back to drain it, and turned to leave, leaving the guests exchanging baffled glances. After a decade in court, this was the first time the Qin king had departed mid-banquet. Had something significant occurred? Chapter 65. The rift in the winter of Taiyi Pool. The lake's surface had long been encased in a thick layer of ice. Recent heavy snowfall had blanketed it deeply, leaving no footprints, just an expansive stretch of white. The pavilion in the heart of the lake and the ornate walkway extending to the shore were also buried beneath the snow. while the surrounding flora and trees bore heavy snowdrifts, with only the candle lanterns by the roadside casting a warm, yellow glow. Shen Yan stood by the window of the upper floor, gazing at the distant lights. In the stillness, one could almost hear the lively sounds of song and dance from within the palace. A chill swept over her, prompting her to draw her cloak closer. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, as she turned to see Wang Huanji ascending, clad in a pale purple robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. His countenance, slightly flushed from drink, was captivating. Usually, he wore a subtle smile, but the effects of alcohol had imbued him with a more charming air, even the tips of his fingers tinged with red. "Xiao Xing, you stay outside. Do not let anyone in," Shen Yan instructed. Xiao Xing, having received her command, smiled at the two before turning to stand guard below. Today, Shen Yan had donned a triple-layered robe of moon-white embroidered with osmanthus, her hair elegantly styled high, with bangs swept aside to reveal a delicate red plum blossom ornament dusted with fine gold powder. Under the candlelight, her gentle features radiated an air of nobility. Wang Huanji regarded her, momentarily lost in thought, as if he were transported back to the banquet years ago where she had captivated everyone's hearts. The difference now was that there was a sense of ease in her demeanor, absent in that earlier time. "You have lost weight," he remarked, observing her slightly pointed chin, and he sighed softly as he drew her into his embrace, his concern evident. After a long separation, Shen Yan felt a lump in her throat at his words, relishing the closeness, enveloped in his familiar scent of iris. "I eat 8 bowls of rice a day. How could I possibly be thin?" she lamented, nestling against him. Wang Huanji chuckled softly, playfully tapping her forehead. "It seems you're doing well. How are things in Sha City?" Shen Yan asked earnestly, pulling away to meet his gaze. "All is well," he replied quietly, his eyes lowering as he spoke. He wished to spare her from the dark intricacies of court affairs, which she ought not to know. Since their time in the side courtyard, Wang Huanji had shown her various government reports, and her awareness of political matters had been nurtured under his guidance. Sensing his desire to conceal the truth, Shen Yan refrained from pressing further. "And what are the people in Zhongshui? Have you uncovered any leads?" He shook his head, his gaze drifting to the lights outside as he spoke softly. "Zhongshui knows little. She admitted to sending people to intercept all of Kang He's belongings, but denies any involvement in poisoning." Shen Yan recalled her early days in the palace when the Qingxi Hall was dilapidated and dreary, a far cry from the residence of a favored imperial princess of the past. The term intercept slipped easily from Zhongshui's lips, yet it signified a protracted misfortune for Princess Kanghe. "You mentioned that the poison she suffered from is a slow-acting toxin requiring prolonged ingestion before it manifests. Aside from the personnel in the palace of the matrons, only her close maidservants had the opportunity," Shen Yan contemplated. Indeed, he confirmed. Whenever the subject of Princess Kanghe arose, Wang Huanji grew exceedingly solemn. For him, the loss of a beloved was an indelible ache. "Your Highness, the Prince of Qin, with the imminent elevation of rank and the forthcoming selection of a consort, I find myself unwilling to remain within the palace any longer. Could you assist me in my departure?" Shen Yan inhaled deeply, articulating the matter of utmost importance that weighed upon her heart this evening. While the Princess Kanghe is indeed pitiable, the urgency of her marriage renders her sacrifice unnecessary. She is not so noble. Wang Huanji regarded her with surprise, his gaze meeting her resolute expression, the corners of her delicately crafted visage curving slightly upwards, as though the once thorny Shen Yan had returned. Or perhaps she had never truly changed, and her demure demeanor was merely facade. "Why?" he inquired softly, yet in that instant clarity dawned upon him. "Because I cannot marry in place of the Princess Kanghe. It is beyond my capability and desire. The Emperor seeks not me, but the identity of the princess. It could be anyone to fulfill that role, could it not?" Shen Yan offered a wistful smile, turning to the window, where the cold wind slipped through the frame, sharpening her awareness. Wang Huanji chuckled lightly upon hearing her reasoning. "If it were to marry me, would you also be unwilling?" Startled, Shen Yan spun around to find his gaze tender and lingering, the beauty of the night outside dimmed in comparison to the depth of his affection. Her rationality and emotions wrestled within her mind. You know full well that this is utterly impossible. The Emperor has elevated your power to such heights that there is no retreat for you. The marriage of the princess presents an exceptional opportunity for the Emperor, one he would not squander on me. Moreover, do not forget, I am not Shen Yan, I am Shen Yan. Shen Yan spoke these words with calm detachment, a faint smile masking an undeniable sorrow in her eyes. In an instant, the light in Wang Huangji's gaze dimmed, his deep-set eyes void of any brightness. As he reached out, intending to grasp Shen Yan's hand, only to let it fall in resignation. I am truly sorry. I cannot uncover the identity of the one who harmed the princess. Yet, given the state of affairs, I can no longer remain here. Shen Yan spoke softly, turning away, unable to meet Wang Huangji's eyes. She was gambling, wagering on his feelings toward her. Simultaneously, fear gripped her heart. It was as though she and the Princess Kanghe were balanced on opposite ends of a scale, with their fates resting solely upon Wang Huangji's thoughts. You are the Princess Kanghe. The Daming Palace is your home. Where do you wish to go? After a prolonged silence, the sound of the night watch resonated, and Wang Huangji suddenly erupted into laughter, taking a deep breath, his gaze calm as it followed Shen Yan's retreating figure. The answer is quite evident. Shen Yan, unable to bear it, closed her eyes, a scoff escaping her lips as she murmured, "Do you not care, even if I am forced to become a puppet, compelled to marry a stranger?" Her tone was eerily tranquil, as though recounting another's plight. "Kanghe, you are intoxicated." Wang Huangji approached Shen Yan, lowering his head to gaze at her. Her face mirrored that of Kanghe, yet the soul within was distinctly different. The distance between their faces was but a thin veil, their breaths intertwining, devoid of the previous intentional ambiguity. Upon hearing Wang Huangji's words, Shen Yan finally awakened from a reverie. "No, I am entirely lucid at this moment." His face pressed against hers. The sharp aroma of wine mingling with the scent of orchids enveloped Shen Yan's senses. A myriad of memories flashed through his mind, from their initial acquaintance to the present, filled with laughter and disputes, yet predominantly characterized by their collaborative efforts. Shen Yan pondered deeply, emotions surging within. Yet he ultimately found an unparalleled tranquility. Wang Huangji had long devoted his entire heart to Shen Yan, the long-deceased Princess Kanghe. She was merely a pawn in this elaborate game. Their encounter was, in essence, a conspiracy, had it not been for her visage, so reminiscent of the princess. Wang Huangji would never have sought her out. Chapter 66. The Family Feast During the Festival, Part 1. As the year draws to a close, the Emperor, adhering to tradition, announces a half-month recess from court. The snow in Chang'an has been falling gently for quite some time, finally ceasing on New Year's Eve. Su Yu, the Lord of Jiangcheng, arrives early in Chang'an with his female relatives and guards. Given the exorbitant prices in Chang'an, they take residence in the Su family's estate, located there. News of Xu Jin's entry into the city has long circulated among the upper echelons of Chang'an. He is known as a wealthy patron, generous in his dealings, and fostering a good relationship with him could open many doors in the future. Consequently, the Su residence is inundated with visiting courtesies, and Hong Xiao, tasked with organizing the incoming gifts and invitations, finds herself utterly exhausted. In Chang'an, the nobility is numerous. One could easily imagine that a falling brick could crush an official. Yet, overshadowing them all is the esteemed Prince of Qin. As the year-end approaches, the doors of the prince's residence are beset with a constant stream of guests. Without a mistress to oversee domestic affairs, the prince's household is managed by the steward, Fu Bo, and Ling Quan. The prince's presence at the festivities simplifies matters considerably compared to other households. However, since returning from a banquet at the palace, the prince has remained secluded within his chambers, delegating all formalities to Fu Bo and Ling Quan, both of whom are now exceedingly busy. The servants within the residence tread carefully, fearful of incurring the prince's displeasure. Meanwhile, ordinary families have prepared a bounty of festive foods and exchanged gifts, joyfully gathering to cut paper decorations and paste couplets. The streets of Chang'an are adorned with red lanterns and colorful fabrics. while elevated platforms are erected in the marketplaces for the dancers and singers of the song and dance houses to entertain the populace in the evenings, hoping to bring good fortune. The aroma of earthly delights mingles with the scent of firecrackers in the air, creating the quintessential atmosphere of the festival. In the Daming Palace, the crimson walls and green tiles of the grand pathways seem particularly splendid, with delicate lantern flowers adorning the palace lamps. The palace attendants, adorned in new garments and jewelry, wear smiles of joy and festivity. Shen Yan sits upon the cushioned seat in the Qingxi Hall, her hair cascading freely as she and Xiao Xing cut paper decorations together. It is Shen Yan's first attempt at this craft, and her hands and mind struggle to keep pace. Her tiger decoration resembles nothing of the sort, drawing laughter from Xiao Xing and Feng Xia, who gather around her. Your tiger's tail has vanished. Feng Xia giggles, pointing at the bare spot on Shen Yan's creation. Only then does Shen Yan realize that her tiger has transformed into a tailless creature. Remembering a children's song, she sets aside her scissors, leans back in her chair, and hums a tune. Two tigers, one without eyes, one without a tail. How peculiar, how peculiar. What song are you humming, Your Highness? Xiao Xing inquires, having never heard it before. With exceptional skill in cutting paper, this is their first New Year celebration in the Qingxi Hall. Excitedly, Xiao Xing counts the windows, intending to adorn each one with decorations. As she continues to cut, she raises her head and asks, "What is this song about?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan replies dreamily, "I heard this tune at the Huji Tavern. It's a four melody. The original song, in fact, is in French, and attributing it to the Huji Tavern seems fitting enough." Feng Xia, startled, covers her mouth and gazes at Shen Yan with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. How could the esteemed princess possibly visit the Huji Tavern? Yet, Xiaoxing quickly grasped the implication of Shen Yan's words. Had the princess, like the Jowie, begun to indulge in jest? The Huji Tavern, I dare say, you might not even know which way its doors swing open. Shen Yan merely smiled faintly at this remark, choosing not to elaborate. For tonight's family banquet, please retrieve the feathered golden crown that Jowie gifted me some time ago. Certainly. Feng Jing rose and proceeded to the rear hall to fetch Shen Yan's jewelry and garments. As Shen Yan's gaze fell upon the crown in Feng Jing's hands, an inexplicable, faint smile tugged at her lips. During the spring festival banquet, the emperor, imperial relatives, and esteemed officials would all be in attendance, making Chang'an bustling with activity. The curfew was lifted, the city gates swung wide, and joy was scattered among the populace. The news of the recovery of the Kanghe princess was known only within the palace. Although whispers circulated in the court, she had yet to be seen. This evening, the emperor would announce her recovery to the world, proclaiming her the princess of Gua, and prepare for the selection of a suitor. For this occasion, she must adorn herself meticulously. She could not be remembered in history and in the eyes of the public as anything less than splendid and dignified. Xiaoxing, lacking skill in elaborate hairstyling, yielded to Feng Jing. Using fragrant wood oil, she carefully untangled Shen Yan's soft, long hair, skillfully arranging it into several intricate high buns. Before placing the feathered golden crown atop, the delicate feathered embellishments unfurled, exuding a shimmering radiance reminiscent of fine sand, refracting different hues with the slightest movement. While the crown itself, substantial yet elegantly balanced, was neither cumbersome nor overwhelming. Surrounding the crown were 6 tasseled pendants, with crystal droplets cascading down, perfectly accentuating her graceful neck. Su Yu, possessing an exquisite eye for detail, had personally chosen this crown, which Shen Yan had instantly admired at first glance. Feng Jing completed the hairstyle and then meticulously applied makeup. The hairpin revealed Shen Yan's smooth forehead, adorned with a floral dot. Her brows were delicately shaped with ink. Blush lightly dusted her cheeks, and a touch of scarlet lipstick enhanced her allure. Gazing into the bronze mirror, Shen Yan scarcely recognized herself. The once delicate visage now radiated the authority and splendor of a sovereign. As night descended, the palace lanterns of Daming Palace illuminated the surroundings, resembling fallen stars. The colorful silk lanterns brightened the path leading to the grand hall, bustling with palace maids and court attendants, trays in hand, offering delicacies and fruits. The opulent, towering halls, adorned with layers of lanterns and candlelight, appeared as if they had ignited the very night sky. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious, with guests and attendants wearing expressions of decorum and grace. This was Shen Yan's first time traversing this particular palace path, her feet treading upon jade stone slabs. Before the imposing grandeur of the hall, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo music, she took a few deep breaths, her hands clasped modestly before her, and slowly entered the grand hall, stepping into the gaze of the assembled guests. Xiaoxing and Fengjing followed closely behind her, heads slightly bowed. The magnificent scene before her was rare, and Xiaoxing felt the weight of the imperial favor. As she walked down the long jade staircase, the grand double doors, intricately carved and adorned, swung open wide. Shen Yan smiled gently, lifted her skirt, and stepped forward with determination. In the past, during her time at the garden, she had seen portraits of high-ranking officials from the previous dynasty, and now, upon entering the hall, she felt several probing eyes upon her. The banquet tonight holds immense significance, with seating arrangements meticulously arranged. From the entrance of the hall to the principal seat, flanked on both sides, there are 3 rows, approximately 100 places set. Shen Yan felt the weight of many gazes upon her, but did not shy away. Instead, she offered a subtle smile and proceeded forward. "Come, sit beside me," commanded Su Jiaoyi, who, upon noticing Shen Yan's entrance into the hall, recalled that this was her first family banquet in many years. She rose to greet Shen Yan, taking her hand and guiding her to her designated seat. As they observed where she had settled, a sense of trepidation began to stir among the onlookers. For that particular seat was indeed one of high status. Chapter 67. The New Year Banquet, Part 2. Shen Yan sat composedly at her designated seat, while Xiaoxing and Fengjing assisted in arranging her attire, kneeling behind her in attendance, positioned between the Xian Fei and Su Jiaoyi. She had the rare honor of being escorted to her seat by Su Jiaoyi herself. The courtiers across from her observed her resplendent attire and remarkable demeanor, yet noted her hair styled in a manner befitting an unmarried maiden, leading them to speculate that she was the long-ill Princess of Kanghe, confined within the depths of the palace. This thought circulated among them, igniting a sense of astonishment. Several elderly officials from the previous dynasty recognized Shen Yan early on, their expressions shifting to one of surprise as they exchanged knowing glances. The late emperor had cherished this princess, frequently bringing her to court, leaving them with some recollection of her. Time had passed, and the little princess had grown, yet her features remained unchanged, particularly the way her countenance darkened, reminiscent of the late emperor. The banquet was bustling with guests, and while the officials engaged in social pleasantries, fewer gazes lingered on Shen Yan than before. This disquieting sensation sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to maintain an air of indifference to navigate the atmosphere. With poise, Shen Yan surveyed the gathering, her gaze sweeping across the assembly as she mentally catalogued the portraits of the officials. Sitting directly opposite her were the Chancellor, the Grand Tutor, the Minister of Rights, the Duke of Yin, followed by the 6 ministers. The Chancellor appeared troubled, evidently affected by the incident at the Bailu table. To her surprise, she spotted Cui Min at the banquet, drinking alone. Though hailing from the Cui family, his rank was modest, merely a deputy minister of justice, and thus, his presence at the banquet seemed unusual. Noticing Shen Yan's gaze linger on Cui Min, Su Yu leaned in to whisper mockingly, "Is the princess perhaps taken with the young scion of the Cui family?" Su Jiaoyi's assumption was misguided. "I still value my dignity," Shen Yan replied coolly, straightening her posture and arching an eyebrow at Su Yu. The New Year banquet was the most significant event of the year, meticulously prepared by all those eligible to attend from the former palace and court. Su Jiaoyi, who had long exerted her influence in the harem, appeared at this banquet in a manner that was quite proper, a layered lavender palace dress accentuating her allure, yet not straying from decorum. Beside her, the Xian Fei maintained her understated elegance, her gentle smile concealing a quiet pride. Today, she adorned a small court crown, effortlessly overshadowing Su Yu's presence. A glance around confirmed Shen Yan's observations. In the presence of the censors, the usually reserved Xian Fei chose to assert herself, while the normally domineering Su Yu refrained from seeking the spotlight this time. Before long, the Prince of Qin arrived. His position was directly beneath the Empress, affording him a commanding view of the assembly. As Wang Huan entered the hall, conversation ceased and all eyes turned toward him. The prince had abruptly departed from the previous banquet, retreating to his residence and shutting himself away, as if afflicted by some ailment. Whispers circulated, but all were suppressed. The prince stood tall, clad in a flowing dark robe, his hair bound with a jade crown, and his cloud-soled shoes enhancing his gentle and humble demeanor. Yet, those familiar with his iron-fisted methods dared not underestimate him. Upon entering the hall, he was met with respectful bows from the Chancellor, Grand Tutor, Minister of Rights, and Duke of Yan. "Your Highness," they greeted. "No need for such formalities," he replied. Wang Huanji offered a slight bow in return and then proceeded to his seat, with Ling Quan closely following behind him, dressed in a dark robe, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, exuding an air of pristine elegance. Shen Yan, noticing his somewhat gaunt features, lowered his gaze and refrained from looking further. Su Yu, sensing Shen Yan's unusual demeanor, cast a contemplative glance at Wang Huanji, her lips curling into a fleeting, delicate smirk that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Wang Huanji, having noticed Shen Yan's averted gaze and recalling their conversation from that evening, chose to disregard it and took his seat without a sideways glance. The prince is truly fortunate. The Chancellor raised his cup in a congratulatory gesture toward the newly seated Wang Huanji. After adjusting his sleeves, Wang Huanji casually settled onto the seat, lightly tapping the table with 2 fingers, and replied nonchalantly, "The Chancellor is fortunate as well." The attentive courtiers stifled their laughter, aware that the Chancellor's injuries from the auspicious white deer did not constitute true fortune. Following instructions, Ling Quan knelt beside him to pour wine. The Chancellor, fully comprehending the underlying sarcasm in the words of Prince Qin, chuckled heartily, stroking his beard as he remarked, "I do not possess the good fortune of Prince Qin. This young lady is far superior to my clumsy maid." At the mention of her, Ling Quan maintained her composure, seated at the side, ever ready to heed Wang Huanji's commands. A seasoned warrior who had seen the battlefield, she was unmatched by ordinary men, let alone the maids of the Chancellor's residence. Such fortune was perhaps too much for the Chancellor to bear. Wang Huanji took a delicate sip of wine, flashing a carefree smile as he spoke. Ling Quan, receiving the praise, merely inclined her body slightly in acknowledgement. Their exchange resonated within the hall, while Su Yu twirled the jade ring in her hand, casting a languid glance at Shen Yan as she remarked, "This young lady is truly formidable. She appears delicate yet has taken lives. Some wield swords, while others resort to deceitful tactics. Compared to those cunning individuals, I perceive this young lady as a heroine." Shen Yan smiled gently in response. Her words reached the ears of the virtuous concubine, who paused her hand concealed within her sleeve, only to unfurl it once more. After several performances had taken place within the hall, a chorus of cheers erupted. "His Majesty and Her Majesty have arrived." Everyone rose from their seats, bowing deeply in reverence. "We, the subjects, greet Your Majesty and Your Highness, wishing Your Majesty longevity and Your Highness eternal grace." The Empress supported the Emperor as they entered from outside the hall, gradually making their way to the main seat amid the courtiers' homage. Once both were seated, the Emperor gently calmed the atmosphere and declared, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The guests returned to their seats, and the Emperor, surveying the gathered ministers and consorts, smiled faintly, raising his cup as he proclaimed, "Tonight is a festive family banquet. I have witnessed your diligent efforts throughout the year on behalf of the ancient Zhou. This evening, let all subjects celebrate together. There is no need for excessive formality." After delivering his customary pleasantries, the musicians on either side of the hall began to play, the melodies filling the air as maidens gracefully entered, weaving among the guests with an array of fruits, pastries, and delicacies. The enchanting music accompanied the entrance of 18 dancers clad in flowing garments, who danced to the rhythm, captivating both refined and common audiences alike. The Grand Tutor, amidst the dancers' movements, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Shen Yan. Shen Yan sensed several gazes lingering upon her, unwavering in their scrutiny. She raised her eyes and met the gaze of the Grand Tutor, immediately perceiving the peculiar glint in his eyes, a look of recognition. Indeed, upon catching sight of the Grand Tutor, he appeared to muster his courage, rising to clasp his hands in salute, and inquired, "Your Majesty." Might this be the Princess of Kanghe? At the utterance of his words, the movement of cups among the assembly came to a halt. Wang Huanji regarded Shen Yan with a complex expression, observing her serene smile as she sat upon the dais, her demeanor remarkably composed and her gaze indifferent. All of this transpired precisely as he had anticipated. Chapter 68. The Iron Tree and Silver Flowers, Part 1. In an instant, silence enveloped the hall, with only the melodious strains of music lingering in the air. The Grand Tutor's gaze was firmly fixed on the Emperor, awaiting a response. At that moment, the music swelled to a crescendo, the notes cascading like pearls falling onto a plate, as the eyes of the attendees flitted between the Emperor and Shen Yan, their emotions tightening in sync with the melody. Hearts felt as though they had leapt into their throats. With a soft thud, the piece transitioned from a high to a low note. Only then did the Emperor lower his wine cup, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. Kanghe, having suffered misfortune in his youth, has spent many years recuperating in the palace. Recently, due to the auspicious appearance of the white deer, he has finally recovered. Grand Tutor, your keen eye has discerned the truth. It is indeed remarkable that you recognize the princess, who has been absent for so long. All eyes turned to Shen Yan, who sat gracefully on her seat, slightly raising her chin and offering a poised smile. The crowd raised their cups in unison, exclaiming their hearty congratulations. Long live the princess! Shen Yan responded by raising her cup and downing its contents in one go. She lifted her gaze, meeting the Emperor's smile as he observed the scene before him. The auspicious white deer. Since the Emperor had proclaimed it thus, she, as the princess, could only accept that her recovery was indeed due to this auspicious sign. Such a sign was a cause for celebration, and amidst the festive atmosphere, the attendees felt a sense of joy. However, the expression on the Chancellor's face was anything but agreeable. To him, the auspicious sign felt like a harbinger of misfortune, a source of discomfort. He was acutely aware that the princess had not recovered due to such a sign, yet with the Emperor's decree, he could only remain silent, his frustration mounting as he sought solace in his drink. The Grand Tutor, moved by the Emperor's affirmation, could not help but shed tears of joy. Bowing deeply to Shen Yan, he remarked, "It is a great blessing for the princess. Had the late Emperor been alive, he would have rejoiced immensely." As the music transitioned to a softer passage, it harmonized perfectly with the serene atmosphere of the hall. Shen Yan nodded with a smile and gently replied, "Thank you for your concern, Grand Tutor." The few elder ministers from the previous dynasty had once questioned the late Emperor's affection for the princess. Yet such doubts had become inconsequential following the late Emperor's passing and the princess's grave illness. Upon seeing Shen Yan, these ministers felt a pang of nostalgia for the glory days of the court, when nations sent tributes and peace reigned. And they could not help but indulge in another round of wine. Ling Quan paused in his pouring and whispered, "Your Highness, you must not drink any more." "Very well." Wang Huanji rubbed his forehead, feeling slightly perturbed. This scheme had been in the making for many years, initiated the moment he encountered Shen Yan. He had meticulously planned each step, watching her follow his designs without hesitation, leading to the present situation. Yet, he found himself perplexed and troubled by the sight of her emotions. After several performances, Yu Exine leaned in to whisper in the Emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, the Lord of Jiangsheng is waiting outside the hall." "Ah, then summon him in," the Emperor replied, his spirits lifting at the thought of the grand event he had arranged. With a loud call, Yu Exine announced, "Summon the Lord of Jiangsheng, Xu Jin, to present himself." Shen Yan's eyes widened in shock, her hand trembling around her wine cup, spilling a large stain onto her sleeve without her notice. What had Yu Exine just said? The Lord of Jiangsheng, Xu Jin. Her mind momentarily blank. It took her a while to process the revelation. Though Xu Jin is merely the Lord of Jiang City, the vast expanse of Jiang City encompasses 3 provinces, rich in resources, with the coastal regions of Bingzhou teeming with wealth, rendering the entire city a veritable treasure trove. Under the dominion of King Qin, who wields military power and influences the court, Xu Jin has become an individual the emperor must court. The wealth and commercial networks in Xu Jin's possession may appear inconsequential, yet they must not fall into the hands of King Qin's faction. The courtiers present, having interacted with Xu Jin to varying degrees, unanimously praise his astuteness and generosity, deeming him a worthy ally. Having arrived in Chang'anwell in advance, Xu Jin has sent a steady stream of gifts to the residences of the prominent officials. Thus, when the emperor summons him, no one is surprised. They all turn their gaze towards the palace gates. At this moment, everyone's attention is drawn to the entrance. Yet Wang Huanji looks toward Shen Yan, who furrows her brow, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic, her lips pressed tightly together, her demeanor bristling with tension. Xu Jin represents the sole, unexpected variable in her meticulously crafted plans. As the call subsides, the musicians cease their melodies. Xu Jin appears from beyond the palace doors, clad in a flowing dark blue robe with wide sleeves, his hair elegantly secured by a golden crown adorned with a faceted crystal pin. He strides forward with grace, revealing a strikingly handsome face characterized by sharp, defined features, sword-like brows, and star-like eyes, his thin lips forming a subtle yet commanding presence. Upon entering the hall, he unfurls his sleeves and bows deeply, proclaiming, "I, Xu Jin, humbly greet your majesty and your highness." Shen Yan's gaze remains fixed upon him, although her countenance remains composed. Her tightly clasped hands tremble discreetly within her sleeves. Xu Jin, Xu Jin. The day she was abducted by a lady and was an unforeseen event, leaving her no opportunity for a proper farewell. Now, in this unexpected encounter, she grapples with the potential of being recognized by Xu Jin. How would she navigate her predicament? The burden of impersonating a princess is one she cannot bear. Wang Huanji observes her expression, interpreting it as a sudden rush of emotions upon encountering a former spouse, eliciting a wry smile before his visage grows serious once more. "Xu Qing, there is no need for excessive formalities. The purpose of your summons today is for the esteemed courtiers to witness your ingenious automaton," the emperor declares, waving his hand dismissively. The mechanism pavilion of Jiang City gathers the finest craftsmen, delving into the art of ingenious contraptions. The art of automata, inherited from the Mosey's mechanical techniques, can create grand vehicles or compact devices like arm-mounted quivers, which are far more expedient than traditional bows and crossbows. Legends speak of the most formidable automaton artisans who can craft lifelike figures capable of movement and speech. However, such tales remain unsubstantiated. Yet, even a mere arm-mounted quiver has incited envy from various factions toward the mechanism pavilion of Jiang City. Should this automaton be integrated into the military, it would serve as a formidable asset. Alas, the creation of such automata is exceedingly challenging. Xu Jin has presented one to the emperor, while the remaining 3 are retained within the mechanism pavilion. I've already made preparations outside the hall. I kindly implore your majesty to proceed, Xu Jin notes, discreetly observing the reactions of those present, pausing momentarily near Shen Yan, yet maintaining his composure as he gestures toward the exterior. The emperor, having enjoyed a couple of cups of wine and in high spirits, immediately rises to follow Xu Jin's lead. As he stands, none of the courtiers dare remain seated, promptly trailing behind him as they exit the hall. Outside, the candlelight is bright, resembling daylight. Upon seeing their masters emerge from the palace, the attendants dutifully bow their heads and step aside. The queen and Su Jiaoyi clustered beside the emperor, feeling a chill seep through their sleeves, their teeth chattering in response. Upon abruptly exiting the warmth of the palace, the cold outside was indeed quite biting. "Su Qing, it is time for you to showcase your skills in the art of armor manipulation," the emperor remarked, sensing Su Jiaoyi shiver. He gently took her hand and tucked it into his sleeve, addressing Xu Jin. This small act of protection towards Su Jiaoyi, observed by the discerning, elicited a sense of pity for the queen, for the cold wind did not spare her either. Xu Jin produced a copper whistle from his sleeve. Bringing it to his lips, a sharp note pierced the air and outside the palace. A series of crisp sounds followed as dozens of faintly glowing fireworks ascended into the sky. Chapter 69. The Iron Tree and Silver Flowers. Part 2. The air was filled with the resounding sounds of celebration as dozens of fireworks launched into the night sky, bursting into a spectacular display. A cascade of iron trees and silver flowers illuminated the heavens, momentarily banishing the darkness and eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. The grand fireworks painted the starry night, overshadowing the brilliance of the stars, leaving the onlookers entranced by the vibrant spectacle. Su Jiao's eyes widened in wonder as she clapped her hands in delight, her radiant smile and crescent-shaped eyes seemingly melting away the chill of winter. The emperor glanced at her, noting her rare display of joy, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. The magnificent fireworks suddenly lit up the starry expanse, only to fall back to earth moments later. With another round of resounding booms, the sky was once again filled with a dazzling array of pyrotechnics, prompting the crowd to look up in delight, showering praises upon the display. Xu Jin stood at the forefront, hands clasped, yet her gaze drifted towards Shen Yan, her eyes cold and inquisitive. How could there exist someone so remarkably similar? In the palace, only the princess was adorned with a marriage hairstyle, unmistakably identifying her as such. Yet, the princess bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yan. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Xu Jin's mind as she contemplated everything she knew about Shen Yan. Before arriving in Chang'an, she had thought it was merely a matter of appeasing the emperor, never anticipating such a twist of fate. As the fireworks dissipated, a faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air. Upon closer inspection, a flock of birds suddenly appeared near the palace lanterns lining the jade stone steps. How could there be birds outside in the winter? A few talented individuals behind Shen Yan gasped in surprise, causing those around them to glance over. She raised her chin slightly and cast a sharp glare, silencing the murmurs. Such boisterousness was undeniably unbecoming. Something unusual must be afoot. Shen Yan focused her gaze on the birds in the sky, noting their strangely rigid wings. After a moment of contemplation, a realization dawned upon her. It was the art of mechanization. Those were mechanical birds. She turned her attention to Xu Jin, who was hidden among the crowd, and a wistful smile graced her lips. Xu Jin was indeed Xu Jin, the audacious pioneer who dared to cultivate maize and collaborate with her, who had been mistaken for a Western woman. He was never a simple man. Wang Huangji caught sight of the faint smile on Shen Yan's lips, his expression inscrutable. Your Majesty, these are indeed artificial birds. Yet they fly. How is this possible? Su Jiao remarked playfully, tilting her head as she watched the birds soar. Su Qing, can these birds do anything aside from flying? The emperor, well aware of the marvels of mechanization and the enigma of Xu Jin's workshop, pondered whether it was possible that the legendary automatons resembling humans truly existed. The thought stirred something within him. Initially, he had summoned Xu Jin merely to secure him as a supporter for Su Jiao, but now he found himself genuinely valuing him. However, Xu Jin shook his head, replying somberly, "These mechanized birds are freshly developed. They can only fly." At this, the emperor felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd derided quietly, "It is merely a clever toy. What use can it possibly have? It's just for novelty and aesthetics." Indeed, it seemed to lack any real utility. Xu Jin replied coldly, silencing the man who was compelled to close his mouth. This individual was merely a common court official, harboring resentment because Xu Jin had not presented a formal gift list to his residents, and he resorted to sarcasm merely to vent his frustration. The prime minister's gaze shifted, and he cupped his hands towards the emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, the art of mechanized puppetry in the machine pavilion has developed gradually over decades, evolving from nothing to something substantial. The flying mechanical birds may appear of little use currently, yet they are mere imitations of celestial beings. This alone renders them far more valuable than mere empty words." His words resonated deeply. The emperor patted the hand of Su Jiao, seeming to express his admiration with a wry smile. The prime minister speaks wisely. Outside the palace, the night air was frigid. After witnessing the fireworks and the mechanical wonders, the crowd gathered around the emperor, returning together to the warmth of the hall. Inside, the dragon heater blazed robustly, supplemented by additional charcoal braziers, and upon entering, one was immediately embraced by a comforting warmth. The emperor ordered an extra seat for Xu Jin, positioning it behind the prime minister. Though Xu Jin was not an official from Chang'an, her presence in the hall was already an exception. Yet being seated in such a prominent position stirred quiet envy among some, while most remained indifferent. The emperor's fleeting favor towards Xu Jin did not hinder their aspirations. As the dancers twirled gracefully within the hall, the music resumed. Shen Yan raised his cup, and in the midst of drinking, he caught sight of Xu Jin across the way. Her expression was stern, her aura sharp, as if she had just returned from the battlefield. Ironically, while Wang Huan possessed numerous military accolades, he bore a gentle and refined visage, whereas Xu Jin, known for her civil governance, appeared strikingly formidable. This year, during the festive family banquet, each residence was granted dishes, with the Prince of Qin receiving 2 additional offerings. The emperor instructed Xin, who then presented the menu to him. After glancing through it, the emperor casually waved his hand, saying, "Handle it as you see fit." Thus, Xin withdrew to distribute the provided dishes. The imperial guards and court officials divided into 10 teams, grandly departing the palace to deliver the offerings to the officials' residences. "This evening, I have another announcement to make," the emperor declared. Upon hearing his words, the courtiers and concubines set aside their chopsticks and turned their attention towards him. The emperor, surveying the obedient assembly of officials and consorts before him, felt a sudden weariness. "My sister, the Princess Kanghe, has been wise since childhood and accompanied the late emperor in court affairs. Alas, fortune has not favored her, as she has suffered from grave illness in her youth. It is indeed fortuitous that she has been blessed with recovery through the auspicious white deer. I have decided to bestow upon her the title of Princess Chang of the state of Gua." As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Shen Yan. He calmly rose from his seat, approached the center of the hall, and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Kanghe expresses her deepest gratitude for your majesty's gracious favor. According to court protocol, a mature princess should have received her title long ago. After being forgotten in the Qingxi Palace for 18 years, the princess now accepted the honor she rightfully deserved, adorned in a golden crown and resplendent robes, exuding elegance and poise. History shall not forget this exceptional princess, the Princess Chang. Having traversed 2 dynasties, her tumultuous fate concealed within the depths of the palace. She stood before the world in a posture of utmost pride, having moved in and out of court in the previous dynasty, and now, with her newly conferred title, she emerged as Princess Chang. The elder courtiers, witnessing the princess finally receiving her title, were reminded of the late emperor, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. Their faces a blend of tears and smiles, torn between nostalgia and joy. Yet, others began to ponder with keen interest. The elevation of the princess often signaled the selection of a husband. The decree of elevation signifies the utmost honor, suggesting that the emperor intends to select a consort for the imperial princess. At this moment, Su Jiaoyi raised her wine cup and congratulated the emperor seated at the head of the table, saying, "I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty and commend the grand occasion for the princess." The hall echoed with voices of congratulations. Shen Yan exchanged a glance with the emperor, both pairs of eyes reflecting an inscrutable depth. The imperial princess Kanghe? Xu Jin gazed at her composed and dignified visage, filled with intrigue. This princess bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yan. However, Shen Yan lacked her long, dark hair and her poised regality. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a cunning brightness, unlike the princess's, which were deep and unfathomable. He dipped his slender fingers into the wine and inscribed the character yin on the table, pondering for a moment before sweeping his hand to erase it. Chapter 70. The long night of Chang'an following the banquet, the emperor, adhering to the customary practices, was to distribute joyous coins from the tower, symbolizing shared happiness with the people. However, feeling unwell and having prior arrangements for the evening, he turned to Shen Yan and said, "Tonight, you shall take my place at the tower and scatter the joyous coins, allowing the populace to partake in your good fortune and catch a glimpse of my sister." Kanghe accepted the command. Under the starry night, the world below shimmered in hues of festive red. Having indulged in copious amounts of wine, Shen Yan stood atop the lofty tower, the night breeze filling her sleeves and sending a chill down her neck, startling her senses into a moment of clarity. The clamor from the broad Shizuku street below resonated upwards. Beyond the palace walls lay two realms of revelry. From her vantage point, the red lanterns illuminated the sky, while throngs of people bustled, each face aglow with jubilant smiles. Children perched upon their father's shoulders clutched candied hawthorns, playfully reaching for the colorful lanterns of nearby vendors, provoking laughter from a crowd. The rhythmic sounds of drums and gongs echoed from the marketplace, accompanied by bursts of cheers. As Little Star had mentioned, during the festive seasons, high platforms were erected in the marketplace for performances of song and dance. Feeling the vibrant atmosphere envelop her, Shen Yan inhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions as she stepped forward, her hand resting against the cool stone of the tower. The tradition of scattering joyous coins was a means for the court to celebrate alongside the citizens, and thus, the common folk had gathered beneath the tower from early morning. The hour had arrived, yet only Shen Yan was visible at the forefront. Why was it not the emperor distributing the coins this night? With the curfew lifted, Chang'an was alive with excitement. To ensure the safety of the coin distribution, all members of the Golden Guards were stationed below the tower to maintain order. General Ling Tao glanced up to see Shen Yan atop the tower, pausing momentarily, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, well aware of the impact of her earlier actions. A circle of citizens gathered below, murmuring amongst themselves. At this moment, Wang Huangji approached Shen Yan's side and, raising his sleeves, proclaimed loudly, "Princess Kanghe has recovered, blessed by the auspicious white deer, and is conferred the title of Princess of Gua, standing in for His Majesty to scatter joyous coins and bless the people." Upon hearing the prince's words, the crowd realized that this ethereal maiden was not merely a lady of the court, but a true princess. The princess had recovered, thanks to the auspicious white deer. Coins scattered by such a fortunate individual surely carried great blessings. The citizens below erupted in cheers of congratulations. Shen Yan smiled gently, reaching into the tray held by Little Star to retrieve a handful of joyous coins, casting them into the air with a flourish. They fell like confetti, igniting a frenzy below. The sound of drums and joyous exclamations filled the air, a scene brimming with festivity. In that moment, she completely forgot her recent sorrows and the weight upon her heart, casting the coins high, as if to dispel her worries. That night, all would remember Princess Shen Yan of Kanghe. Adorned in a golden crown and splendid attire, her demeanor was regal, her beauty radiant, and her smile sweet as she stood atop the imposing tower, scattering coins and sharing joy with the people. As the banquet concluded, Xu Jin bid farewell to the courtiers at the palace gates and rode back to his residence. Qingqing awaited him outside the gates, and upon seeing Xu Jin return, took the reins of his horse, saying, "Madam, and has prepared some pastries for you and is waiting for the city lord. His Majesty's dishes have just arrived and have already been offered in sacrifice." The inner minister, after consuming several cups of wine, departed with matters thoroughly arranged. Upon receiving the report from Qingqing, Xu Jin nodded with a calm demeanor, elegantly entering the estate and making his way directly to the western garden. Along the way, the guards, noticing his hurried demeanor, discreetly stepped aside. He entered his chamber alone and retrieved a square box from a cabinet. The box, pitch black and meticulously sealed on all sides, would leave an ordinary person perplexed as to how to open it. This was one of the secret safeguards of the mechanism pavilion, with a mechanism that was exceedingly concealed. Xu Jin's slender fingers simultaneously pushed open a compartment on three sides of the box, and with a soft click, it revealed two wooden dividers. He slightly twisted them to open. Inside lay the badge left by Shen Yan. On the right side of the badge was her photograph, while the left bore a series of unfamiliar characters. "Where did you go after being taken by Lady Yan?" Xu Jin's fingers grazed the photograph on the badge, where Shen Yan, with her curly ponytail, smiled radiantly. Unexpectedly, this photograph had become his sole memento. He had initially kept Shen Yan to seek out the secrets of black gold and the West. Their external relationship was merely a facade known only to the two of them. On the fateful night of the Summer Flower Festival, Lady Yan's feigned vulnerability was unmistakably false. Shen Yan was merely nominally his concubine. In truth, they shared no connection, and she would never utter such words as being unwillingly married to him. Xu Jin decided to go along with the current, marrying Lady Yan, and through her, he could net a greater catch. After all this time, it was not without its rewards. Hearing Qingqing's voice outside the door, he tucked the box away and said coolly, "Gumin." After Qingqiang closed the door and clasped his fists, he presented the secret safeguard he held. This evening, the emperor had conferred dishes, and all the prominent households in Chang'an received one, except for the king of Qin, who received 3, an indication of deep favor, even more than before. Xu Jin briefly glanced over the secret safeguard before turning around to stand with his hands clasped behind his back at the window. Lady Yan has been waiting for the city lord all night. Qingqiang spoke. Having followed Xu Jin for decades alongside Hong Xiu, Feng Mian, and Yan Coup, Qingqing's words instantly conveyed his meaning. Lady Yan has certainly charmed all of you. One by one, you speak on her behalf. Xu Jin remarked with a hint of amusement as he turned to look at him. Since arriving in Chang'an, Qingqiang had taken on considerable responsibilities, yet he still donned his fitted sleeves and narrow garments during the festival. Under Xu Jin's scrutinizing gaze, Qingqiang stepped back, clasping his fists and bowing his head. The family head said, "As you married late, cherish the wife you have and strive to bear him a grandson soon." Xu Jin turned away, setting aside the jest, and replied coolly, "Lady Yan is a spy for Wang Huanji. Even if she has remained compliant during this time, she remains a pawn of Wang Huanji in Jiangxing. My decision to keep her close is due to her utility, not out of any affection. Most of the intelligence Lady Yan has provided to the king of Qin is false, and some even benefits the city lord. She does harbor a genuine sentiment towards the city lord," Qingqiang responded. As a spy, Lady Yan has proven to be quite inept, revealing her flaws early on, while her heart remains entirely tied to Xu Jin. Xu Jin pressed her fingers to her temples, recalling the striking resemblance of the Princess Kanghe to Shen Yan. She opened her eyes to find the snow falling once more outside. The Xu residence was abuzz with excitement, having received a bounty of vegetables bestowed by the emperor. But as the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back at the window, she felt as though she could hear the gentle sound of snowflakes descending. Within the room, Madame sat before her seat, observing the candles as they dwindled from tall to short. Outside, the snow began to fall. Noticing her stillness, a maid approached softly and whispered, "Madam, it is late. Should you not retire for the night?" Madame, and coming back to her senses, suddenly realized how late it had grown. "Where's the city lord?" she wondered. The guards of Qingqiang had just accompanied the city lord back to the western garden. He had returned quite early, yet he had not deigned to acknowledge her presence after she had waited for him all night. A bitter smile crept onto Madame N's lips as she gently rubbed her temples. Time to rest, she thought. A new beginning awaits with the dawn. Chapter 71. Straw, Part 1. At the break of dawn on New Year's Day, Shen Yan was roused from her slumber by Xiaoxing, who insisted on helping her with her grooming. According to court customs, she was first to pay her respects to the emperor and empress, followed by a pilgrimage to the Sanqing Hall with the others from the Ming Palace to honor their ancestors and seek blessings for the coming year. All eyes were on the Qingxi Hall, and the princess had to exercise utmost caution. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she musters her spirits. After a brief but careful arrangement, Xiaoxing stood behind Shen Yan, observing her composed and serene visage in the bronze mirror, and softly spoke. Shen Yan had toiled the previous day, her mind taut with tension. The sight of Xu Jin at the banquet had stirred vivid memories of Jiangcheng, leaving her more exhausted despite the night's rest. With a heavy gaze, she contemplated the necessity of probing the emperor's motives for summoning Xu Jin to Chang'an. "Xiaoxing, should I ever depart without a word, would you harbor resentment towards me?" she suddenly asked with earnestness. Xiaoxing, taken aback, quickly replied, "Your Highness jest. How could you leave without notice? If you were to go, it would certainly be for a compelling reason. I would never resent you. Rather, I would worry about whether you might face adversity or if you have enough to eat and wear." Her words bore a heartfelt sincerity. Shen Yan turned and grasped Xiao Xing's hand, meeting her gaze with earnestness. "Thank you, Xiao Xing." An elder named and was a spy planted by Wang Huan in Jiangxing. After a coordinated effort to abduct her and remain by Xu Jin's side, brazenly assuming the role of madman, Shen Yan pondered whether she should inform Xu Jin of N's true identity or how best to broach the subject. She found herself entangled in a web of conflict as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. At the Sanqing Hall, the snow outside had been cleared, and the faint scent of incense wafted through the air, lending an air of solemnity to the proceedings. With majestic ceremonial trappings, the Emperor and Empress led the way, followed by the ladies of the court, bowing 3 times to the deities as they prayed for blessings. The melodious chimes of the Sanqing bells and the recitation of scriptures resonated within the hall, quieting the minds of all present. Shen Yan placed her hands before her, raising her eyes to the statue of the primordial heavenly sovereign with reverence. The Grand Princess appeared in good spirits today, as is often the case when one encounters joyous occasions. Following the prayers, while resting in a side hall with a cup of tea, Lin Wanrong approached Shen Yan with a smile. Her voice, sharp and strident, caused Shen Yan to pause, lifting her eyes to meet Lin Wanrong's gaze. Dressed in a peach-pink palace gown adorned with jewels, her exaggerated expressions did little to convey wisdom. Shen Yan had only encountered her twice since entering the palace. Once at a winter banquet hosted by the Empress, and again at yesterday's family gathering, leaving her with the sole impression of Lin Wanrong's discord with Su Jiaoyi. This reflection led Shen Yan to deeply question the Emperor's taste in companions. The concubines of the harem either mirrored the elegance of the Empress and the virtuous consorts, or resembled the flamboyant characters like Su Jiaoyi and Lin Wanrong, each possessing their own extremes. As the new year dawned, it seemed Wanrong would also encounter fortuitous events. With a gentle smile, Shen Yan replied, "Then let us heed the Grand Princess's auspicious words." Upon noticing Su Jiaoyi approaching from a distance, Lin Wanrong snorted derisively and turned to leave. Suyu glanced at Lin Wanrong's retreating figure and let out a cold snort. Sitting beside Shen Yan, she noticed the bloodshot eyes of the latter and whispered derisively, "Your Majesty was so excited about being named Princess Chong that you couldn't sleep last night, could you? Your eyes are all bloodshot. It was indeed a busy day yesterday, and when I lay down at night, I found no rest." Shen Yan replied with a wry smile, gently massaging her temples. The calming fragrance of the green wood incense in the Qingshan Hall alleviated her fatigue, and she felt less weary than during the morning audience. Seeing this, Su Jiaoyi smiled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Are you worried about your marriage?" To some extent, Shen Yan admitted. She intended to escape the confines of the Ming Palace quickly. This marriage was certainly not meant for her, but discussing it openly was not prudent. Su Jiaoyi nodded in understanding. Su Jiaoyi, having received her response, adopted a more cryptic expression and remarked, "You met with the young master of the Chui family yesterday. Given Chui Min's rank, he shouldn't have been at the banquet. This is the first time this year. I suspect the Emperor has a soft spot for him. It's surprising that the matter concerning the Prime Minister did not affect him." Shen Yan responded with some astonishment, confessing that she had thought similarly upon seeing Chui Min the previous day. The Emperor's demeanor did not suggest favor towards Chui Min. Rather, it appeared as if he wished to eliminate him. Su Jiaoyi adjusted the gauzy fabric around her wrist and casually remarked, "After all, he is a scion of the Chui family. He possesses a certain degree of privilege." Shen Yan murmured in agreement, her mind racing with thoughts of Chui Min suddenly. An idea struck her, and her smile faltered. Grabbing Su Jiaoyi's wrist, she asked sharply, "What are the requirements concerning the rank, age, and family background of a husband if a princess were to marry down?" "There are many rules," Su Jiaoyi replied languidly. "The age cannot be too advanced. The appearance must not be too unappealing. The family background should not be too humble, and the rank must not be lower than the 5th grade. If the person you fancy is of a lower rank, simply petition the Emperor for a nominal position to elevate their status. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable." Listening to Su Jiaoyi's words, Shen Yan felt a weight settle in her heart, gradually loosening her grip on her wrist. Chui Min had initially been a judge in the Dali Temple, ranked 6th. Previously, Wang Huanji had found a pretext to transfer the original vice minister of the Ministry of Punishment away from Chang'an, which allowed Chui Min to rise. Su Zhaoyi, as if sensing Shen Yan's thoughts, tilted her head and smiled. It is indeed fate. Had Chui Min not become the vice minister of the Ministry of Punishment last year, he likely wouldn't have qualified to marry you. Among the young masters of Chang'an, he possesses considerable talent. Her words shattered the final barrier of Shen Yan's psyche. Was this all merely coincidence, or the handiwork of Wang Huanji? If it was indeed Wang Huanji's scheme, then from the moment she encountered Yang, it had all been a meticulously orchestrated trap. Infiltrating Chang'an, manipulating court affairs, elevating Chui Min, granting the title of Princess Chang, selecting a husband. Each step was preordained, and she felt like a puppet, moving according to his design. With this realization, Shen Yan felt a chill run through her. Such a meticulous plan could not have been conceived in haste. It indicated that Wang Huanji had begun his machinations long before their paths had crossed. Shen Yan, in a daze, bid farewell to Su Zhaoyi and returned to the Qingxi Hall. As she entered the hall, Feng Jing greeted her with news. Your Highness, the Qin Wang has just sent over some items, which are now placed in the rear hall. After delivering the message, Feng Jing handed over the list of gifts. Shen Yan sank into contemplation, her mind elsewhere, paying little attention to the list, merely responding with indifference. Her lackadaisical demeanor bore an air of severity. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Xing. Her expression won a confusion, yet she pressed on, Your Highness, in addition to the usual gold, silver, and jade ornaments sent from the Qin Wang's residence today, there are also 2 live creatures. I believe it would be prudent for you to take a look. Live creatures? Chapter 72. Straw, Part 2. Shen Yan appeared somewhat astonished, raising an eyebrow in inquiry, seemingly perplexed by the unexpected arrival of a living creature from Wang Huanji. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she rose and made her way towards the rear hall. During the festive season, the exchange of gifts was already abundant, and with her recent elevation to the status of a princess, the influx of offerings had only intensified. The rear hall was presently filled with treasures sent from various estates. A dazzling spectacle at first glance. At the forefront of the hall, a few redwood boxes clearly indicated they had just been delivered, yet remained unorganized. Where is the living creature? Shen Yan inquired. Feng Jing gestured toward a nearby cabinet, saying, Your Highness, please take a look. Initially, nothing caught her eye, but upon closer inspection, she noticed a wooden sculpture resembling a square house, with a hole carved in it. Suddenly, as voices were heard, 2 squirrel heads emerged from the opening, furry and adorable. They were a delightful sight. Oh, how adorable! Shen Yan exclaimed, quickening her pace towards the little house. Upon confirming that these were indeed the squirrels from her garden, she felt a surge of both surprise and joy, hastily beckoning Xiao Xing to come and see. Xiao Xing scrutinized them for a long while, equally astonished, affirming, Indeed, they are quite charming. Wang Huanji had surprisingly brought these 2 squirrels into the palace. The young lady who delivered the gifts from the Qin Wang Fu mentioned that the 2 squirrels had been bestowed names by His Highness. One was called Xiao Jin, and the other, Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Shen Yan's smile suddenly faltered as she pondered the implication of the names, her expression growing increasingly somber. She had no fondness for the names given by the Qin Wang. In caring for them, she would simply refer to them as little cuties. Shen Yan smiled faintly, startling Feng Jing momentarily. Xiao Xing, too, looked perplexed at Shen Yan, wondering why the princess, who seemed to favor His Highness so greatly, would not even deign to call the squirrels by their names. You shall care for the little cuties. Find a suitable day to place this house on a tree trunk. They are free and should not bear the burden of superfluous names, nor be confined within this palace. Shen Yan turned to the entrance, glancing back at the 2 squirrels peering at her, whispering to Xiao Xing. Her words resonated beyond the mere mention of squirrels. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yu, he had given them names and brought them into the palace, mirroring her own circumstances, burdened with a name that did not belong to her. She had entered this square cage. In her quest for enlightenment, she had acquiesced to Wang Huanji's request and entered this deep palace, now finding it difficult to extricate herself. This cage, seemingly innocuous, was laden with constraints. The names Jin and Yu coincidentally matched those of Xu Jin and Xu Jiaoyi. Shen Yan was a rational individual. Having detached herself from her feelings for Wang Huanji, she became more sensitive and contemplative. Reflecting on the past, the seemingly fragmented words and actions coalesced, prompting her to be wary of him. The introspective Qin Wang, for the sake of his princess, was capable of anything. Today, the Xu residence was poised to welcome a distinguished guest. The individual was none other than the most favored Jiaoyi of the palace, Xu Yu. An imposing entourage halted at the entrance of the Xu residence. As Xu Jiaoyi descended from her carriage, resplendent in her splendid attire, she cast a disdainful glance at the plaque of the Xu residence before elegantly entering, supported by exine heir. Xu Jin had been waiting in the residence from early morning. Upon her entrance, he saluted her with cupped hands. Xu Jiaoyi took a few leisurely steps, surveying the layout of the house, and with a light chuckle, remarked, "There is no need for excessive formalities, lord of the city." Her voice lingered, exuding a languid nonchalance. At that moment, Madame stepped forward and gently said, "I have prepared some refreshments in the inner room. May I invite your highness to follow?" Only then did Xu Jiaoyi shift her gaze to Madame, sizing her up before smilingly inquiring, "Are you the wife of the lord of the city?" Upon hearing this, Madame N's expression faltered momentarily before she regained her composure and replied with a faint smile, "I am merely the concubine of the lord. I hardly merit the title of wife from your highness." With a dismissive wave, she added, "Very well, lord, please lead the way." Xu Jiaoyi rolled her eyes playfully and followed Xu Jin into the main hall of the Xu residence, leaving Madame and her attendants awkwardly at the entrance. Ongziyu, trailing behind Xu Jin, witnessed Xu Jiaoyi's deliberate provocation of Madame and felt a surge of indignation. She opened her mouth to speak, only to be firmly restrained by Qing Cheng. Once Madame and her attendants departed, Hong Xiu angrily shook off Qing Cheng's grip and demanded, "Why didn't you let me speak? And what would you say? That lady is the emperor's most cherished Xu Jiaoyi. It would be wise to keep your head down and avoid trouble." Qing Cheng replied bluntly, showing no mercy. This left Hong Xiu momentarily speechless, and she pouted. "It's not that I'm foolish enough to confront Xu Jiaoyi. I simply pity Madame. Her feelings for the lord are genuine. You need not worry about Madame. The lord knows how to assess the situation. Just remember, Madame has always been a spy, and she may yet have the life of Yin Yang in her hand." Qing Cheng lightly tapped Hong Xiu's head, exasperated. Hearing the name Yin Yang, Hong Xiu rolled her eyes and muttered, "That Western woman has left. It's for the best. If she had stayed in Jiangsheng to seduce the lord, that would have been a great misfortune. The lord must already be aware of the purpose of my visit today." Xu Jiaoyi said, taking a sip from her tea before setting the cup down with a thud on the table, sitting upright and coldly stating, "Suzi not that," casually sweeping his sleeve, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Your Highness, and I share the surname Xu. It is quite simple to be included in the genealogy of the Xu clan in Huizhou." The emperor had hinted at this earlier, and Xu Jin naturally acquiesced, considering it a trivial matter to add a name to the family tree. The sovereign extended goodwill, and he would not be remiss in accepting it. "As long as the lord understands," Xu Jiaoyi retorted icily, provoking Feng Mian, who could not help but glance over from behind. The ladies of the palace were indeed quite temperamental. The Xu clan of Huizhou is a prestigious family. It is I who am fortunate to have this connection. Should the lord desire any rewards, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly intercede on your behalf." Xu Jiaoyi raised her chin slightly, adopting an air of superiority. Her words carried a hint of provocation. Xu Jin, seated on the mat, did not regard her, his gaze lifted towards the window as he languidly remarked, "Huizhou holds Jin. I have heard that your given name is Yu, suggesting a certain affinity with my family." Upon hearing this, Xu Yu's fingers curled slightly, her expression growing complex. "Huizhou holds Jin. Today, I am here on imperial command to visit my family. Once I step beyond this door, you shall be my kin." In this context, speaking of affinity is indeed appropriate. Her words were as precise as a well-crafted dagger. Xu Jin narrowed her eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xu Jiaoyi. She exuded a composed demeanor, embodying the rumored haughtiness. Yet the allure in her gaze struck an oddly discordant note. "May I inquire, Your Highness, where are your family members?" With no kin or companions, this palace's only family was the emperor, Su Jiaoyi replied coolly, her expression betraying her displeasure, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. As the new year commenced, despite the cessation of court sessions, a flurry of lively events unfolded one after another. The storytellers at the tea houses had an abundance of fresh tales to share. The imperial princess was bestowed the title of Princess of Gua, and the emperor proclaimed his intention to select a suitor for her, presenting an opportunity for talented individuals across the realm. Consequently, numerous portraits of the princess adorned the art galleries, yet the demand remained insatiable. These portraits depicted her as she scattered auspicious coins from the city tower on the eve of the festival, set against a backdrop of a starry sky and towering edifices. The image captured a woman adorned with a feathered golden crown, clad in resplendent imperial robes, standing atop the lofty structure, her graceful gestures showering coins, her countenance both enchanting and gentle. Chapter 73. The Bitter Cold of Plum Blossoms, Part 1. Recently, the city of Chang'an has been bustling with numerous events. Besides the imperial princess being elevated to the title of the Princess of Gua, another significant occurrence has emerged. The favored Su Jiaoyi of the Daming Palace has been revealed to be the long-lost legitimate daughter of the Su family from Huizhou. Consequently, both the court and the public have turned their inquisitive eyes towards the Su residence. Some harbor secret envy, astonished that upon her arrival in Chang'an, Xu Jin has recognized the favored concubine as his legitimate sister. The authenticity of this lineage remains uncertain. However, Su Jiaoyi has secured a solid maternal family and, after many years, has transformed into one of the four esteemed concubines, the beloved Chen Fei. The character Chen carries profound significance, symbolizing the sun, moon, and stars, bestowing upon her an exceptionally weighty title. It is noteworthy that among the celestial bodies, the Zichen star represents the emperor. From this single character Chen, one can discern Chen Fei's distinguished position in the emperor's heart. In no time, both the Fei Ling Hall and the Qingxi Hall have become the liveliest places in the imperial harem due to the elevation of status. Numerous lists of gifts have secretly circulated between the court and the harem, while the Empress's Changqian Hall has grown increasingly desolate. A kingfisher perched on the railing before the window, swaying as it dined on the food prepared for it, occasionally emitting a crisp chirp. The wind and snow rustled the curtains as it brought tea to the Empress, who appeared somewhat displeased, remarking, "Chen Fei is quite pleased. I have heard she has received numerous fine gifts, including a pair of jade vases bestowed by your majesty. Yet, it is rather strange that the esteemed Su family of Huizhou, a prominent clan from the south, would acknowledge a humble family like hers as their legitimate daughter." Although this remark bordered on impropriety, there were only the two of them in the hall, and the Empress understood her loyal heart, thus refraining from further comment, merely casting her a sidelong glance. While the Su family is indeed a distinguished clan from the south, they are not overly rigid. They have even pioneered maritime commerce. For such a family, recognizing a legitimate daughter for the sake of profit is hardly remarkable, even if she has the Su family of Huizhou as her maternal backing. What of it? As long as she remains Empress, Su Yu will forever be merely a concubine. The Empress set aside the scroll she held, relaxing her eyes as she accepted the teacup offered by Feng Shui, continuing thoughtfully, "Xu Jin is a clever individual." The Emperor's gesture of having Chen Fei recognize him as her elder brother is a sign of goodwill. It is this Lord of Jiangcheng who should be feeling triumphant at this moment. "Your Majesty's teachings have been duly noted," Feng Shui replied, though her heart felt stifled. It was evident that their master, the Empress, was the rightful consort, yet was being neglected by the Emperor. With Chen Fei's elevation, it felt as though the Empress was being disregarded even further. While their mistress might endure this slight, Feng Shui could not swallow her indignation. Noticing Feng Shui's aggrieved demeanor, the Empress sighed and said, "Very well, you shall go to the Qingxi Hall and deliver the pair of jade auspicious symbols from the treasury to her. With the princess's elevation imminent, inquire whether she is satisfied with the jewelry and garments sent by the palace of the imperial ladies." "Understood." Feng Shui, accompanied by two maidservants bearing the jade, auspicious symbols, arrived outside the Qingxi Hall. Before she could meet the princess, she was intercepted by Feng Jing along the pathway. Sister Shui, it has been a while, Feng Jing greeted, dressed in a light blue palace gown, standing elegantly beside the lantern outside the Qingxi Hall, smiling as she spoke to Feng Shui and her companions. Her appearance was quite pleasing. Clad in imperial attire on this wintry day, she appeared exceptionally charming. With her neck slightly raised and a hint of provocation in her gaze, she confronted Feng Shui. "Why are you wandering outside instead of serving the princess in the Qingxi palace?" Feng Shui, a favored lady-in-waiting to the Empress, held a far superior status compared to the other court ladies. Previously, Feng Jing had merely been a lowly maid in the Chengqian palace, lacking even the qualification to work alongside her. Yet now, she dared to obstruct her in the palace corridors. Feng Shui, already simmering with frustration, felt her expression darken as she coldly replied. The two maids trailing behind Feng Shui exchanged glances, lowering their heads in fear of incurring her wrath. "Sister Shui, you seem unaware of certain matters. Our princess has developed a close friendship with Consort Shun, and they have gone to the Meiyuan to admire the snow, specifically instructing us to remain at Qingxi Palace to receive visitors from the other palaces." Her tone was icy and mocking, devoid of the previous humility she once displayed. Upon hearing her words, anger surged within Feng Shui. She flared her sleeves and demanded sharply, "I have come to the Qingxi Palace at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress. You are merely a servant, and it is unlikely you possess the authority to make such demands. If your lowly status renders you unqualified to act, then Sister Shui may as well wait outside. We cannot disrupt the tranquility of the princess and Consort Shun for the sake of receiving Her Majesty's rewards." Feng Jing let out a cold laugh and turned to enter the Qingxi Palace, deliberately raising her voice to the inner officials. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and close the door." The officials, not daring to provoke her, assumed she was acting under the emperor's orders and swiftly shut the doors with a resounding thud. Feng Shui, infuriated, felt a wave of frustration choke her, clutching her chest as she pointed tremulously at the securely locked door, momentarily at a loss for words. The princess had clearly shown favor to the Empress, and now this was utterly outrageous. With a flick of her sleeve, she coldly declared, "Let us leave." In the Meiyuan, the current Consort Shun, once known as Su Jiaoi, had taken Shen Yan out early in the morning, declaring that the red plums looked particularly beautiful after the snowfall. Dressed in a stunning white velvet robe adorned with golden embroidery, her hair elegantly styled and a single red plum blossom accentuating her brow, she harmonized beautifully with the plum garden. Now that she had attained the rank of consort, her demeanor and attire had become increasingly resplendent. Shen Yan was captivated by her beauty, showering her with praise, which greatly uplifted Su Yu's spirits. The Meiyuan, having endured through 7 dynasties, was vast and enchanting. Standing amidst the plum blossoms, one could smell the faint fragrance of the flowers mingling with the crispness of the snow, evoking a sense of refined elegance. The edge of a treasured sword is sharpened through adversity. The fragrance of plum blossoms arises from the bitter cold. As Shen Yan beheld several plum blossoms bravely blooming against the wind, their vibrant petals encircled by delicate snow, he recalled a famous line and recited it aloud. What a profound statement. The edge of a treasured sword is sharpened through adversity. At this, Shen Yan looked up to see a figure gracefully approaching through the snow and blossoms, clad in light robes, hair bound with purple gold, and possessing striking eyebrows and starry eyes. None other than Xu Jin. "Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Su," she said, with a gentle smile. Shen Yan replied and turned her gaze towards Chun Fei, silently questioning why Xu Jin was present. It was quite unexpected to find her elder brother here. Truly a stroke of fate. Chun Fei chuckled, yet there was a hint of bitterness in her voice when she uttered the term elder brother, sending a chill down one's spine. The emperor's intervention had effectively transformed Su Yu into Xu Jin's sister, diminishing her stature in the process. His Majesty had summoned me to the palace, remarking on the exquisite beauty of the red plums in the imperial garden, granting me special permission to admire them here. Xu Jin explained, not deigning to acknowledge Chun Fei's mockery. This hardly qualifies as fate. The Emperor's decree does not constitute a serendipitous encounter. Chun Fei had always prided herself on her sharp tongue, yet she was taken aback by Xu Jin's retort, struggling to maintain her composure as she shot a fierce glare at Xu Jin. Chapter 74. The Bitter Cold of Plum Blossoms. Part 2. Beneath the exquisite scenery. A verbal skirmish marred the ambience. Shen Yan, well aware of Xu Jin's sharpness, took it upon himself to extricate Chun Fei from her predicament. Since the city lord has come to admire the plum blossoms, I shall not impose upon you both any further. The fragrance of the plum blossoms, mingled with the chill, offers a unique charm when appreciated in solitude. At these words, Chun Fei's eyes sparkled with delight as she cast a teasing glance at Xu Jin. This was, in essence, an unspoken dismissal. Yet, Xu Jin remained unperturbed, merely clasping his hands in a slight bow, standing his ground. The princess's verses are truly exquisite. The fragrance of the plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. As these blossoms embody purity, they likely do not relish being the center of attention. I shall take my leave. With that, he elegantly turned and departed in a moment of Shen Yan's distraction. Chun Fei scoffed, her indignation palpable. How dare he be so presumptuous? In truth, he had a point. The plum blossoms, in their noble essence, might indeed prefer to remain unobserved. Shen Yan, coming to his senses, blinked at Chun Fei, his playful expression eliciting laughter from her. Xu Jin's silhouette gradually faded amidst the red plum blossoms and white snow, prompting Chun Fei to withdraw her gaze and inquire with a hint of curiosity, "What do you think of Xu Jin as a person?" "Your Highness's brother is undoubtedly exceptional," Shen Yan replied, adopting a tone of flattery, which earned him an exasperated roll of the eyes from Chun Fei. "This brother of mine is as if plucked from the heavens. Do not hold back on my account. Speak freely." Chun Fei was clearly unimpressed with Shen Yan's feigned innocence, sensing that he harbored some ulterior motives. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, then said earnestly, "To be candid, Your Highness, your name and Xu Jin's do indeed echo sibling ties, hugging the jade and embracing the gem. Even their temperaments bear striking similarities. Unconsciously, I found myself regarding him as your true elder brother." As he spoke, Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief, causing Chun Fei's heart to skip a beat. She turned away with a huff, retorting, "Pa pa pa, how could I possibly resemble him? With that creditor's visage. You must not curse me. Indeed, Xu Jin could never compare to the likes of you, Your Highness. However, since we have come to this plum garden to admire the blooms, having done so, should we not return?" Shen Yan, clutching a hot water pot and wrapped in a heavy cloak, still felt the chill. Chun Fei, however, smiled mysteriously and declared, "That simply will not do. Our purpose here extends beyond mere flower appreciation. We have an important matter at hand." "An important matter?" Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Skepticism etched on his face. Chun Fei's notion of a significant affair seemed to revolve around indulging in delicacies, sipping tea, and enjoying the blossoms, leaving him puzzled as to what could necessitate an early visit to the plum garden. Seeing Shen Yan's incredulity, Xian Air, standing nearby, laughed and retrieved 2 pristine vials from a bamboo basket, offering one to Shen Yan and the other to Xu Yu. "What is this for?" Shen Yan inquired, perplexed as he accepted the vial. According to medical texts, water without roots can cure stubborn ailments. The snow water from these plum blossoms is the purest, and with the sun still early in the day, we shall collect it to present to His Majesty. He will surely be delighted, Chun Fei explained, holding up the vial in her hand. The exterior of the pristine bottle shimmered under the sunlight, refracting upon the snowy ground, clearly a treasure of no ordinary origin. Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over Shen Yan. Having undergone a decade of modern medical education, she was acutely aware that this was nothing but an elaborate deception, utterly fictitious. The term water without roots referred to tears that had never touched the ground, as well as rain, snow, and dew. But how could such ephemeral substances remedy ailments? Moreover, the Emperor's affliction was a grave heart condition, deeply entrenched and flickering like a dying flame. A single misstep could spell disaster. A ticking time bomb, indeed, which no mere water without roots could hope to heal. However, upon seeing the mirth in Xu Yu's eyes, Shen Yan swallowed the words of denial that lingered on her lips. If engaging in this endeavor could bring reassurance and joy to one another, then it held significance. And she believed the emperor likely shared this sentiment. Kanghe was willing to join the empress in gathering water without roots. With a gentle smile, Shen Yan remarked to her, yet Shen Fei shot her a disapproving glance, playfully tapping her forehead with a finger. I have brought you out so early for a reason. Surely you do not expect to merely observe? Shen Fei frowned at her, clearly unimpressed. Shen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Indeed, she embodied the image of a beloved and willful concubine, as described by others. Placing the pristine bottle beneath the plum blossom petals, she meticulously scraped the snow water into it with a clean teaspoon, thus completing their collection. The task was intricate, and as they moved about the plum garden, both Shen Yan and Shen Fei filled their bottles to the brim. The delicate nature of the work warmed Shen Yan against the chill. Feeling the cold emanating from the bottle in her grasp, she remarked, "This bottle appears quite exquisite. It does not seem like something the Empress would favor." "You are correct. This is not mine," Shen Fei replied nonchalantly, handing the filled bottle of snow water to Exine. They lingered in the plum garden for quite some time, their garments imbued with the cool fragrance of the blossoms, which became distinctly apparent as they stepped onto the expansive palace path. After some contemplation, Shen Yan ventured to speak. "This bottle, so smooth and cool to the touch, is crafted from fine white jade. Among the treasures of the palace, the Empress's fondness for white jade is well known. Your perceptiveness indeed impresses me." Shen Fei responded with a hint of admiration. To take note of the origins of such a bottle indicates a depth of thought. Since her arrival in this world, Shen Yan had transformed from the stubborn and naive girl she once was. She had learned to conceal her true nature and had developed an astute heart, keenly aware of her surroundings. The Empress, being positioned in the central palace, and with Shen Fei now elevated to her status, commanded considerable influence. Thus, to gather water without roots using a bottle bestowed by the Empress was undeniably a perilous endeavor. Shen Yan spoke softly, considering Suyu a friend, hence her candidness. Yet, Shen Fei chuckled in response, adjusting the tassels at her temples, and playfully declared, "Not so. In this palace, aside from myself, you, the esteemed princess, are also enjoying a moment of great prominence. My prominence shields me from provoking the Empress," Shen Yan retorted, cautioning. "Such disregard for gifts from the higher ranks may lead to grudges." Shen Yan and Consort Chen strolled along the palace path, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Amidst the festive atmosphere of the season, even the remote plum garden was adorned with red decorations. Colorful satin ribbons fluttered along the palace path outside the garden. As the two exchanged laughter, their spirits elevated. Upon reaching the entrance of her Fengling Hall, Consort Chen took Shen Yan's hand and remarked, "Very well. I understand that your intentions are for my benefit. Regarding the matter of the clean vase today, aside from you, me, and little Xingxin, no one else shall be privy to it. I shall return and replace it with another clean vase. Is that agreeable? Indeed, overstepping boundaries is not a new occurrence. You simply tend to be overly meticulous. Your Highness, it is wise to exercise caution," Shen Yan replied with a gentle smile, before leading little Xing back to the Qingxi Hall. Chapter 75. A Show of False Affection, Part 1. My lady, the people of Qingxi Palace no longer regard you, the esteemed Empress, as they should. Feng Shui knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. A mere maid dares to obstruct a minister in the palace. How could she have the audacity to do so without the imperial princess's directive? Having served in Changqian Palace for many years, she had never displayed such a loss of composure. The Empress gazed at the pair of white jade rui held by the maid behind Feng Shui, her expression growing solemn. She extended her hand to help Feng Shui at her feet and said, "Relate to me every detail of what just transpired." "Yes." Feng Shui rose unsteadily, suppressing the anger in her eyes, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her lips. Upon returning to Qingxi Palace, Shen Yan fed a bit of pine nuts to her little darling before retreating to the inner chamber for a rest. Hardly had she lain down when Xiao Xing entered, carrying a food box. "Your Highness, this is a gift from Lord Su of the city." He mentioned that while the plum blossoms endure the bitter cold, the plum blossom cakes are sweet and delightful, perfect for both admiring the flowers and enjoying the treats. Clearly, Lord Su had dispatched someone to prepare the cakes immediately after leaving the plum garden. The food box was exquisite, reminiscent of items from Jiang City. "Bring it here for me to taste," Shen Yan commanded, sitting up at the edge of her mat. As the box was opened, Xiaoxing carefully placed the plum blossom cake on the table and brewed a cup of tea for Shen Yan, setting it beside her. The cake was a delicate pink, shaped into 5 petals, with an additional layer atop them. The center was adorned with pale yellow stamens, and a fine dusting of powdered sugar covered the top, resembling a light snowfall. The moment the cake was unveiled, a subtle fragrance of plum blossoms wafted through the air. "Your Highness, why would Lord Su send you cakes? Does he harbor ulterior motives?" Xiaoxing inquired curiously, her expression clearly disapproving of Xu Jin. Being one of Wang Huan's trusted aides, she naturally viewed everything from his perspective. How could Xu Jin, the lord of Jiang City and a regional power, possibly have designs on me? Have you forgotten his attitude in the plum garden? He nearly choked me with his words. Shen Yan replied with a smile. Xu Jin maintained a familiar demeanor, revealing no unusual sentiments, which was quite impressive. Even since her arrival in Chang'an, he had adhered to propriety without overstepping his bounds. At times, Shen Yan almost suspected that he had forgotten her entirely. Reassured by Shen Yan's response, Xiaoxing relaxed somewhat, hesitantly stating, "Your Highness, I sense something amiss lately. It seems that the bond and understanding between you and His Highness have shifted. Now, with the emergence of Lord Su, I worry for you. Such is the intuition of a girl. The connections between 2 individuals can indeed alter, yet I remain steadfast. You must trust that I will not change. Only my perception of certain matters has evolved. In the past, I lacked the full picture, but now I see through the haze." Taking a bite of the plum blossom cake, Shen Yan found it undeniably sweet. The small confection contained a hidden filling that melted upon contact with her tongue, exquisitely delightful, far surpassing the offerings from the palace kitchen. Her words were somewhat enigmatic, leaving Xiaoxing puzzled, yet she smiled and replied, "Your Highness, I shall remember your words. As long as you remain true to yourself, I will have faith in you." "Thank you." Shen Yan blinked and smiled, expressing how delightful it is to have someone who unconditionally believes in oneself, akin to a wandering traveler who knows there will always be a place to rest. "Oh, by the way, do look into why His Majesty has summoned Xu Jin in recent days. The Emperor seldom calls upon his ministers, so there must be something exceptional at play." With a serious demeanor, Shen Yan instructed Xiaoxing as she recalled the matter at hand. 2 hours later, Xiaoxing returned with great enthusiasm, bearing a letter from Wang Huanji. "This is the letter the prince just delivered." Upon entering the hall, Xiaoxing hurriedly handed the letter to Shen Yan, who, rather than hastily opening it, set it aside and inquired about Xu Jin instead. This behavior left Xiaoxing somewhat hesitant. Could it be that the princess and the prince have genuinely quarreled? Recently, the emperor has frequently summoned City Lord Su, yet he always evades the inner court officials. However, according to the inner court officials of the Zicheng Hall, there have been several instances where the emperor summoned both City Lord Su and Daoist Xianwei. Do you think it could be a discussion of doctrines? Xiaoxing speculated earnestly, but Shen Yan shook her head. At this juncture, every decision made by the emperor is undoubtedly well considered. He hardly has time for philosophical debates. What makes Xu Jin and Daoist Xianwei so special that the emperor would summon them both? Su Jin, Suawi. Shen Yan paced thoughtfully within the hall, the sound of the water clock chiming resonating in her ears as her gaze fell upon the plum blossom cake on the table. A sudden realization struck her, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could she have not thought of this? In Chang'an, among the numerous sons of noble families, there are but a few who meet the emperor's criteria, and among them, Cui Min has lost the emperor's favor due to the biased handling of the prime minister by Lu's affairs. Xu Jin, hailing from the prominent Su clan of Huizhou, is also of noble lineage. As the city lord of Jiangcheng, even if he were to become a prince consort, there would be no need for a transfer. Now, with the emperor connecting him as the brother of the consort Shen, should their destinies align, he would be an impeccable choice. This arrangement not only secures Xu Yu's lifelong prosperity after the emperor's passing, but also enlists Xu Jin's financial support for the royal family. The emperor's strategy is nothing short of brilliant. His ability to navigate the complexities of power for many years indeed speaks to his cunning and capability. In that moment, Shen Yan gazed at the plate of plum blossom cake, struck dumb, unsure whether to extol the emperor or praise Xu Jin. Summoning Xu Jin and Xianwei simultaneously likely serves the purpose of determining their compatibility. Xu Jin, aware of everything, remained remarkably composed when facing her in the plum garden. As if merely a dutiful subject, Xu Jin sent the plum blossom cake. I must reciprocate. Please deliver this sword to him and mention that I intend to leave the palace for some respite in a few days and would like to know if he is available to accompany me. With that, Shen Yan handed Xiao Xing a sword that hung upon the wall. Shen Yan's words nearly startled Xiao Xing, who stared wide-eyed at Shen Yan, exclaiming, "Princess, are you inviting City Lord Xu?" A look of alarm crossed her face as she sensed the gravity of the situation. "Not quite. I am merely enticing him," Shen Yan replied, narrowing her eyes and deliberately elongating her tone with a playful smile, causing Xiao Xing to faintly collapse onto the ground in surprise. After a while, Xiao Xing finally calmed her emotions and ventured out, clutching her precious sword. The hall was empty, leaving her alone. It was then that Shen Yan opened Wang Huangji's letter. The words were inscribed in black ink on white paper, and this time was not a coded message but his own handwriting. Wang Huangji invited her to leave the palace and visit the Chang'an Pavilion to listen to music, now that she had been elevated to the status of a grand princess. Her comings and goings were considerably more convenient than before. The Chang'an Pavilion. It was said that Miss Qingyun played the pipa exquisitely, and she felt a flicker of interest in hearing her perform. With this thought in mind, Shen Yan couldn't help but smile wryly as she discarded the letter into the palace lantern to be consumed by flames. Chapter 76, False Affection, Part 2. 3 days later, a gathering for the morning deity's blessings was to take place outside the city at the Taoist temple. Shen Yan seized the pretext of wanting to escape the palace for a breath of fresh air and invited Xu Jin to accompany her to the temple for the blessings. Before departing, she deliberately donned a simple garment befitting an ordinary family, a pale yellow dress with narrow sleeves, adorned with 2 mother-of-pearl buttons at the collar, neither ostentatious nor overly plain. Her hair was styled into a bun, encircled by a slender red ribbon, with a delicate fringe of small pearls cascading around, exuding a lively charm. Xiao Xing, observing her attire, recognized the seriousness of her intentions, a resolve that was unyielding. "Princess." Shen Yan placed her finger gently against Xiao Xing's lips, narrowing her eyes with a playful yet persuasive tone. "You must address me as Miss. Do not call me Princess, for that would reveal our secret." "Yes, yes, Miss." Xiao Xing complied, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Having arranged everything within the palace, the two exited through a side gate of the Daming Palace, where they immediately spotted a sleek black carriage awaiting them in the distance. Miss Feng Mian, who stood by the carriage with his sword in hand, furrowed his brow upon seeing Shen Yan emerge from the palace. The resemblance between the princess and Yin Yang was striking. No wonder the city lord had advised not to be surprised upon encountering the princess. Now it made sense. Noticing the surprise etched on his face, Shen Yan couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. "Are you the bodyguard of Su Gongzi?" she inquired casually, standing beside the carriage. "Feng Mian, at your service, miss," he replied, acknowledging her status as the palace's princess. He quickly bowed and lifted the curtain for her to enter the carriage. To her astonishment, the carriage was completely empty. "Where's your young master? He said he would wait for you outside the city for the sake of your reputation." Feng Mian responded. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, pondering Xu Jin's intentions. However, it seemed the situation had been orchestrated by her. Thus, she could not place the blame on Xu Jin. With that thought, she let down the curtain and leaned back against the carriage wall to rest. As the carriage swayed its way out of the city, Shen Yan tightened her cloak around her, shivering slightly from the winter chill. Upon alighting, she spotted Xu Jin standing before a stone tablet not far away. Today, he too was clad in a simple robe, his hair gathered with a jade crown, secured with a crystal hairpin. "Su Gongzi, I apologize for the wait," Shen Yan greeted him with a deep breath and a sincere smile. Xu Jin turned to face her, raising an eyebrow slightly, his expression tranquil. Shen Yan's attire, though understated, revealed her thoughtful preparation. The dress was elegant, and the mother-of-pearl buttons were silver, with delicate Su embroidery enhancing its refinement. Gone was the haughty demeanor of her palace days, replaced by an earnest countenance that appeared oddly out of character. Xu Jin's gaze shifted from her to the carriage and Feng Mian, and he remarked calmly, given the speed and distance of this carriage, "Miss, you arrived quite promptly." Having witnessed Xu Jin's duality of ruthlessness and tenderness, Shen Yan found herself in a complex emotional state at his current guarded demeanor. He was a man of many faces, difficult to decipher. "Since we have arrived, let us proceed directly. I have heard that the food at the temple is delightful, and we would not want to miss it," Shen Yan suggested with a smile, gesturing towards the mountain path. With a faint smile, Xu Jin glanced back at Feng Mian and then ascended the steps alongside Shen Yan. The stone steps stretched long and winding, hidden amidst the mountains and forests. Most of the winter's snow had melted away, yet the chill of the mountains still bore remnants of snow. During the festive season, the incense at the temple was far more abundant than usual, and the mountain path was filled with citizens coming and going, exchanging laughter and blessings. Though both Shen Yan and Xu Jin were clad in simple garments, their extraordinary demeanor, combined with the presence of Xiao Xing and Feng Mian trailing behind, made their procession along the mountain road quite conspicuous. Feeling the weight of curious gazes upon her, Xiao Xing felt a shiver and turned her attention toward Shen Yan. She observed as Shen Yan and Xu Jin strolled leisurely, engaging in light-hearted conversation, seemingly oblivious to the throng around them. Listening to Shen Yan's feigned mirth and words, Xiao Xing finally came to believe that the princess truly intended to entice the city lord. The thought made her feel that this mountain path was unbearably long. What on earth had prompted the princess to suddenly change her affections toward Xu Jin? Not to mention, he was already a man with concubines. Feng Mian, following behind, sensed an air of disquiet between the two. Their conversation twisted and turned like a cunning fox and a venomous serpent, with neither gaining advantage nor harboring good intentions. "Young Master Su, I had not previously considered such an interpretation of that verse," Shen Yan remarked with a gentle smile, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Xu Jin, harboring a cold smile within, maintained a calm facade and replied, "To utter the sharpness of the sword comes from its grinding, and the fragrance of the plum blossom arises from the bitter cold. It is the young lady who is truly gifted. This poem is not mine. I merely spoke it in passing," Shen Yan responded with composure, gazing at Xu Jin with his almond-shaped eyes. As they climbed the steps, they arrived at the temple, where the hall was bustling with people. The crowd made it unfeasible to pray, so they retreated to a nearby elevated pavilion. "I think I may grasp the meaning behind the young lady gifting me the sword," Xu Jin remarked casually, adjusting her sleeve, her tone seemingly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan looked up at her, but she turned her gaze toward the scenic view beyond the mountain. "The plum blossom cake from the young master is quite delightful as well," Shen Yan said with a smile, showing no signs of retreat. Only then did Xu Jin turn to face him, her eyes bright and resolute, as if they concealed boundless hope and beauty. She exchanged a glance with Feng Mian, who then attempted to escort Xiao Xing away. Young lady, Xiao Xing called out anxiously. Shen Yan cast a cold glance at Feng Mian, saying, "She is a lady in waiting. Do you intend to drag her away so rudely?" Feng Mian awkwardly released his grip on Xiao Xing. "You may wait for me below," Shen Yan said to Xiao Xing coolly. Seeing the certainty in Shen Yan's eyes, Xiao Xing relinquished her struggle and departed the pavilion with Feng Mian. Only the two individuals, whose intentions were shrouded in mystery, remained seated across from each other. The princess possesses a heart as intricate as the 7 orifices. Pray tell, what is the purpose of summoning me? Xu Jin leaned against the stone pillar of the pavilion, calmly addressing Shen Yan. The depths of her gaze were piercing and intense, sending a shiver through her heart. "Why has the Lord come to Chang'an? To present exquisite curiosities? I fear there is more to it than that. His Majesty has summoned you and Taoist Xianwei on numerous occasions. Lately, the spotlight of Chang'an has been on the Xu family. Am I to believe you are truly unaware of my purpose for seeking you? Shen Yan chuckled lightly, her gaze enchanting, casually continuing her discourse. The two exchanged subtle barbs, each knowing when to refrain. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Xu Jin realized that this imperial princess had likely surmised that her matrimonial affairs had indeed been settled within the Xu household. The emperor's decree bestows both rewards and penalties as gifts. We as subjects can only comply. In truth, I have summoned you today for another matter. Xu Jin calmly regarded her, awaiting her further words. After my elevation in rank, I shall establish my residence in Chang'an. At that time, whether you choose to remain in the princess's palace or return to Jiangsheng is entirely at your discretion. Likewise, you shall have no authority over my affairs. Shen Yan slightly raised her chin, her demeanor exuding pride. Chapter 77. The Melody of Charmed Voices, Part 1. Xu Jin squinted as he scrutinized her. The rumored sickly princess of the Kanghe dynasty, who had languished in the depths of the palace for over a decade, was not the frail beauty he had anticipated. Instead, she was a person of sharp intellect. She bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yan. Such a waste. Since the princess had made her intentions clear, what could Xu Jin possibly influence? A hint of scorn curled his thin lips as he spoke coldly. Naturally not. Shen Yan rose and stepped closer to Xu Jin, bending slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of provocation as she raised an eyebrow and whispered softly. Her delicate features, though challenging, were not aggressive. When Xu Jin noticed her suddenly close visage, his gaze instinctively darted away, only to unexpectedly catch sight of a familiar silhouette, eliciting a sly smile from the corners of his mouth. Seeing that familiar expression on Xu Jin's face, Shen Yan was taken aback, her heart sinking as she decided to leave. However, it was too late. Xu Jin was swift. He grasped Shen Yan's hand and pulled her to his side, standing up to walk towards the crowd below. The abrupt tug caused Shen Yan to lose her balance, her weight pressing against the hand that was clasped with Xu Jin's, and her chin inadvertently struck against him, nearly bringing her to tears from the pain. Once she regained her footing, she rubbed her chin and shot Xu Jin a fierce glare. Having been inactive for too long, her waist protested against the sudden movement. The two were in a compromising position, standing uncomfortably close. If one were to disregard Shen Yan's clenched teeth, they might easily mistake them for affectionate lovers. You scoundrel! Shen Yan squinted, grinding her teeth in frustration, struggling futilely to free her hand from Xu Jin's grip. Her gaze shifted to the platform below, her expression instantly turning icy. It seemed that Lord Xu was privy to many secrets. The winter wind was biting, and Shen Yan felt that her heavy cloak was insufficient against the chill. The danger of hidden arrows was indeed formidable. At that moment, Wang Huanji stood beneath the platform, flanked by the complexly expressioned Ling Quan. He observed the entwined hands of Shen Yan and Xu Jin with a frigid gaze. Under his scrutiny, Shen Yan felt a chill run down her spine, her senses sharpening as she desperately tried to escape Xu Jin's iron grip. His martial prowess was impressive. It was puzzling. How had he ended up in the water all those years ago, only to be rescued by her? Hearing Shen Yan's sarcastic remarks, Xu Jin cast a cold glance at Wang Huanji and leaned in to whisper in her ear with a detached tone. The princess's schemes are profound. I shall create some trouble for her. One must pay a price for fairness. Noticing Xu Jin leaning in to whisper, Wang Huanji's expression hardened, and he stepped forward to address Shen Yan. Your Majesty has summoned you urgently. Please return to the palace with me. Very well, Shen Yan replied with a faint smile. Turning to Xu Jin, Lord Xu, we shall reschedule our meeting for another day. Whenever the princess invites, I shall always be at your service. Xu Jin released Shen Yan's hand, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her with a knowing look. The atmosphere between the two was palpable, and even the bystanders could sense the tension. Wang Huanji, with a faint smile, feigned indifference as he remarked to Xu Jin. Did you come to the temple today, seeking a child, Lord Xu? I have heard that lady of your esteemed family has yet to bear any offspring. His tone deliberately emphasized the words madam and descendants. The implication was unmistakable. The crowd fell silent, striving to diminish their presence. When celestial beings clash, the mortals suffer. Xiao Xing glanced at Shen Yan, feeling anxious. She truly could not comprehend why her master continued to smile. Could she not discern the Duke's evident dissatisfaction? The Qin Wang's keen interest in my familial matters, even being aware of the affairs within the inner quarters, left me feeling somewhat unnerved. Xu Jin let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Those who understand will naturally grasp the situation." Over the years, Wang Huan had embedded numerous spies within Jiangsheng and the city lord's mansion. Even Madame was one of his operatives. As the two engaged in a verbal duel, an oppressive aura surged between them, suffocating all present. "Could you refrain from speaking so much?" Shen Yan rubbed her temples and shot a cold glare at them, causing the crowd to fall silent, staring at her in bewilderment. She calmly adjusted her sleeves, gathered her hands, and descended the mountain without a backward glance. As Shen Yan departed, Xiao Xing hurriedly followed. Wang Huan, wearing an enigmatic smile, turned to leave, leaving Xu Jin and Feng Mian behind, watching the group gradually disappear along the mountain path. The winter wind was fierce, yet did not rush the confrontation between the two. Feng Mian pressed down on the sword in his hand and murmured, "The Qin Wang has repeatedly sent assassins to eliminate the city lord and seize the designs for the mechanism pavilion and the black gold. His arrival in Chang'an poses greater danger for us." "Let it be," Xu Jin replied, turning to gaze at the temple with a calm demeanor. "The Qin Wang possesses soldiers. While we have black gold and hidden armor, our odds are evenly matched, and he would not dare to act recklessly." The sound of the Sanqing bell rang out, and Xu Jin's deep gaze grew solemn. Lowering his voice, he instructed Feng Mian, "Immediately contact Qingsheng and have him investigate all information regarding the Princess Kanghe, as well as the connections between Madame and the Qin Wang." "Understood." Feng Mian received the command without further inquiry and promptly descended the mountain. Birds occasionally flitted through the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Xu Jin opened his palm, recalling the moment he had grasped the princess's hand. Her fingers were mostly slender and delicate, undeniably soft. Yet, the palm of the princess bore a circle of calluses, a pampered princess, free from labor. How could her palm have such calluses? Moreover, there was wear on her thumb and fine lines on her finger joints, as if they had been constrained by something. Princess Kanghe is indeed a mystery. Sitting in the carriage, Shen Yan observed the icy expression of Wang Huan across from her, lazily leaning against the seat while toying with a thread. "What brings you here today? Did Xiao Xing send word so swiftly?" "Xu Jin is aware of your identity now," Wang Huan interrupted her, asking directly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan let out a cold laugh and replied, "You need not worry, for a grave crime like impersonating a princess. If you fear not death, should I be concerned?" Hearing Shen Yan's deliberate provocation, Wang Huan felt a headache coming on. It seemed as if the thorns surrounding him had reemerged overnight. "A few days ago, I instructed Xiao Xing to deliver a message to you," Wang Huan said, closing his eyes and speaking slowly. The carriage glided slowly along the road, the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones resonating in her ears. Suddenly, Shen Yan recalled her earlier, somewhat absurd fantasies about Wang Huanji. With a delicate smile, she touched her face with her fingers and remarked, "I believe seeking out Xu Jin is of far greater importance, and thus, I have forgotten you." Her words acted like sparks, igniting the suppressed anger that Wang Huanji had harbored for so long. "Anping, to Chang'an Pavilion," Wang Huanji declared, his fists clenched, calling out to the man outside the carriage. Upon receiving the command, Anping cracked the whip, and the carriage surged forward with great speed. Shen Yan felt the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Huanji, shrinking into a corner of the carriage, reluctant to speak or engage in conflict. They remained in silence. Soon, the carriage came to a halt before the Chang'an Pavilion. Wang Huanji produced a veil from seemingly nowhere and draped it over Shen Yan's head, the hanging fabric concealing her face entirely. Anping waited outside, while Wang Huanji guided Shen Yan into a private room on the second floor of the pavilion. Once the attendant had arranged the tea and snacks, Shen Yan finally removed the veil. Chapter 78. The Melody of Chang'an. The Chang'an Pavilion is one of the most esteemed establishments in the city of Chang'an, renowned for its exquisite performances. The spacious second-floor private rooms encircle a central area, allowing patrons to enjoy the performances below. The decor is splendid, adorned with several paintings and calligraphies that showcase exceptional artistry. The refreshments served by the attendants are equally refined. It is no wonder that the scions of noble families frequent this place for its melodious tunes and pleasant ambience. Yet, I find it perplexing that you have gone to such lengths to bring me to the Changyin Pavilion, as it surely cannot be merely for the music, can it? Shen Yan pondered, unable to comprehend the intentions of Wang Huanji. While the Changyin Pavilion is indeed a favored venue for the elite to enjoy music, she was unaware that Wang Huanji also held a fondness for it, nor could she fathom his reasons for bringing her here. To listen to music, Wang Huanji replied coldly, setting 2 cups of tea upon the table without uttering another word. Observing his demeanor, Shen Yan felt a sense of leisure. Sitting comfortably as she cracked sunflower seeds and leaned over the railing to gaze at the performance below. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman clad in azure took the stage. With her striking features and elegant posture, she cradled a phoenix neck pipa and bowed gracefully to the audience before settling down to play. As her delicate fingers danced upon the strings, enchanting melodies flowed forth. The initial notes were subtle and refined, gradually rising in intensity, while her nimble movements evoked the sound of jade beads cascading onto a platter, truly exquisite. Following her performance, the audience erupted into fervent applause after a brief moment of silence. The young woman, composed and self-assured, exhibited a confidence born of experience. It was then that Shen Yan grasped Wang Huanji's purpose in bringing her to this musical haven. Is it merely to listen to Yin Pachu, a piece composed by Minister Cui in response to the war? You brought me here solely for this? She mused. This young lady's artistry is remarkable. Her fluidity surpasses even that of the palace musicians. She must be the renowned Qin Yan. With her chin resting on her delicate hand, Shen Yan's gaze lingered on Qin Yun, and she remarked softly, Wang Huanji, Yin Pachu is indeed a masterful piece, crafted by Cui Min, whose exceptional talent distinguishes him from ordinary noble descendants. Indeed, he hails from a distinguished lineage and has an elder sister who is the virtuous Empress. Shen Yan continued with a light smile. Wang Huanji regarded her with a steady gaze. Her features remained unchanged, yet the warmth and affection she once held for him had seemingly dissipated. He spoke softly. Cui Min's composition reveals his ambition. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats on the battlefield. And what of it? Shen Yan found herself increasingly bewildered by Wang Huanji, realizing that her previous affections had clouded her judgment. In hindsight, she felt rather foolish. Once Qin Yun exited the stage, another performer appeared, presenting a melancholic and poignant piece that left Shen Yan with a headache. Xiaoxing has informed me that His Majesty has summoned Xu Jin and Xian Wei in recent days. If I am not mistaken, His Majesty intends to marry you off to Xu Jin, Wang Huanji remarked calmly, swirling the cup in his hand. You speak with some truth, Shen Yan replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiling softly as she rested her chin upon her hand and looked into his eyes earnestly. Didn't you say once that you held no feelings for Xu Jin? Wang Huanji felt a surge of frustration at Shen Yan's indifferent gaze and inquired in a low voice, what sense does that question make? Yes, she answered simply. At that moment, I could assert with utmost certainty that I harbored no feelings for Xu Jin. Conversely, you could confidently declare your affection for Kanghe. However, I was foolish enough to forget that statement, which led to my fleeting infatuation with you. Fortunately, it was but a momentary whim. Shen Yan feigned nonchalance, though she alone comprehended the depth of her anguish. Yet, no matter how much she suffered, she would never reveal it. She had no desire to be the pitiable one abandoned and forsaken. If given the choice, she would rather embody the heartless individual. Before Wang Huanji could relinquish her, she would cast him aside first. This was her twisted pride. Wang Huanji appeared taken aback by her words, gazing deeply into her eyes before averting his gaze and murmuring, Shen Yan. It was Shen Yan, not Kanghe. Upon hearing Wang Huanji's rare utterance of her name, Shen Yan chuckled lightly, responding, It's quite all right. I actually envy Kanghe. You have remembered her all these years and orchestrated such a grand affair solely to uncover the truth of past events. Did you bring me here to listen to Yun, Po Chu for Chui Min? Shen Yan inquired with a bright smile, as if their previous conversation had merely revolved around the weather or the delightful pastries. Her gaze had lost its former innocence. He had personally thrust an ordinary person into the treacherous depths of the court, and Kanghe had been scorched by those flames. Now, in pursuit of bygone affairs, was his endeavor worthwhile? Indeed, Chui Min had deliberately misjudged the Chancellor's case to evade your matrimonial arrangements. He is a promising talent and should not lose the Emperor's favor due to this incident, Wang Huanji remarked blandly. Shen Yan responded with a simple stating, I will plead on behalf of Chui Min to His Majesty. As for other matters, I cannot and do not wish to meddle. You once interrogated me regarding why Chui Min transitioned from a Minister of Justice to an Undersecretary of the Criminal Department. My response back then was to vex the head of the Criminal Department and to court the Chui family. Once the words left her lips, Wang Huanji's fingers curled slightly atop the table. Shen Yan noted his subtle expression, and with a light chuckle, she casually claimed, I now possess a different answer. At that time, you must have bet on the notion that Chui Min, destined to become the Undersecretary, would eventually become the Prince Consort. Yet, who could have foreseen that Chui Min would sever his political path, with Xu Jin intervening? I merely wish to provide you with a secure conclusion. Wang Huanji turned his head slightly, his tone subdued, thus acknowledging Shen Yan's assertion. Shen Yan, receiving this anticipated affirmation, reacted with little more than a couple of soft laughs, bowing her head in contemplation for a brief moment. Suddenly, she slammed her hands onto the table and leaned in closely towards Wang Huanji, the distance between them reduced to a mere hand's breadth, and she could even catch a faint whiff of iris on his skin. Time seemed to freeze. Amidst their intertwined breaths, the sound of their heartbeats resonated profoundly, thumping as if they yearned to escape. Shen Yan observed the fleeting astonishment and tenderness in Wang Huanji's eyes, a bittersweet pang gripping her heart as she reached out to caress his face, whispering, What a pity, you have miscalculated your own heart. As her words faded, Wang Huanji's gaze instantly darkened. He fixed his stare upon Shen Yan, his hands clenched tightly on the table. Yet, Shen Yan remained oblivious to the impending danger, her fingers gently brushing his face as she smiled and remarked, You truly love Kanghe, though you exploit me without a shred of hesitation. The visage I bear evokes a sense of discomfort within you whenever you witness my presence alongside another. Today, as you observe me in the company of Xu Jin, do you not feel that the imperial consort Kanghe has betrayed you? At times, the sight of my face engenders confusion and turmoil within you, rendering it impossible to calmly cast me into the depths of intrigue. Yet, in my absence, your schemes unfold without hesitation. Wang Huanji raised his hand, gripping Shen Yan's wrist with fervor. Her palm lingered on his face for a moment, revealing the profound and boundless sorrow in his gaze. Shen Yan realized her intuition was correct. Suddenly, she felt a pang of pity for Wang Huanji. In the long, desolate night, he clung to his guilt and affection for Kanghe, left alone in a world that had forsaken him, tasting the bitter pangs of sorrow. Encountering oneself may indeed be a mistake. This led him to occasionally fantasize that the charming little imperial consort, who once graced the palace with her radiant smile, did not perish in solitude within the desolate halls, but instead thrived, enveloped in endless adoration, cherished throughout her life. Chapter 79, An Unforeseen Calamity, Part 1, Very well. I shall uncover the truth behind Kanghe's demise, not for your sake, but for my own. I hope in the days to come that you shall hold yourself in greater esteem, Your Highness. Shen Yan withdrew her hand, resumed her seat, and spoke with an air of indifference. Wang Huanji chuckled lightly, shaking his head, his gentle gaze directed towards the woman below. Her delicate fingers danced over the strings, producing melodies that resonated deeply within the hearts of those who listened. After finishing her tea, Shen Yan donned her hooded cloak and departed from Chang'an Pavilion without a glance back. Outside, Xiao Xing awaited her eagerly, rushing forward as soon as she emerged. Miss, are you well? Quite well, Shen Yan replied, playfully pinching Xiao Xing's nose. She bore no ill will towards her for the earlier disclosure. After all, Xiaoxing was originally in Wang Huangji's service, and it would have been peculiar for her not to reach out to him. Shen Yan had suspected as much from the start. His Highness is still inside. You should remain here, Xiaoxing, and I will take a stroll before returning. There is no need to send anyone to follow us, Shen Yan instructed in Ping. And with that, she took Xiaoxing by the hand and set off. Beneath the bright sun, Shen Yan felt liberated, for the world was vast and should never be constrained. Since her arrival in Chang, and she had mostly resided in a secluded villa, rarely venturing out. Her subsequent entry into the palace had only further limited her freedom, but now, as she strolled through the bustling streets, the lively calls of merchants lifted her spirits considerably. The layout of Chang was defined by its wide and narrow streets, with merchants each occupying their designated domains. Xiaoxing expertly guided Shen Yan through the alleys, where shops were abundant. What is that elevated platform over there? Shen Yan inquired, her curiosity piqued by a crimson structure ahead. The platform was built high, surrounded by bamboo poles woven into walls, adorned with strings of red lanterns that bestowed a festive air. Miss, you may not be aware, but besides Chang'an Pavilion, Chang'an boasts many dance halls. During festive seasons, the dance halls perform in the evenings, accompanied by street performers and riddles, making for a delightful spectacle, Xiaoxing explained, her face alight with eager anticipation. Being young and playful, she found the stringent rules of palace life stifling, despite the comfort it provided. Shall we remain outside today, enjoy the dances and the performances? Shen Yan suggested. Xiaoxing clapped her hands in excitement, but suddenly a thought struck her. With a downcast expression, she tugged at Shen Yan's hand, lamenting, "No, miss, our family rules are quite strict. The Daming Palace has a curfew. Returning late could lead to trouble, and not returning would lead to even greater issues." Shen Yan understood her concern. "Very well, we shall return today. However, I assure you, in the future, you shall have the freedom to come and go as you please, attend dances or watch performances without the burden of so many rules." Her words held promise, and Xiaoxing nodded with a smile. The two meandered, sampling various snacks and acquiring trinkets from the street vendors. With their bellies full and their arms laden with purchases, they slowly made their way back to the palace as dusk fell. Upon returning to the Qingxi Hall, Feng Xia, with tearful eyes, hurriedly knelt down and cried out, "Your Highness, I implore you to take charge." The commotion immediately startled Shen Yan. An alarming incident had occurred. Realizing this, Shen Yan's expression darkened. Without further ado, she cast her belongings to the ground and rushed forward to assist Feng Xia, speaking in a grave tone. "What has transpired?" The Empress suddenly lost a precious item, and after a thorough search of the palace, it was ultimately found in Sister Feng Jing's chamber. But why would Sister Feng steal from the Empress? If she sought to pilfer for profit, would it not be easier to target someone unsuspecting like your Highness? Feng Xia lamented, her sorrow intensifying with each word. After absorbing this information, Shen Yan's mind raced, and she turned to Xiaoxing, instructing, "Gather all the maidservants and palace attendants from the Qingxi Hall. I have inquiries to make." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaoxing promptly set off to fulfill the task. "Rest assured, as long as Feng Jing is innocent, I shall ensure no harm befalls her." Feng Xia nodded, suppressing her tears. Once Shen Yan consoled Feng Xia, she contemplated the matter further. Feng Jing appeared to be her maidservant in name, but was secretly aligned with Su Yu. Was she aware of this situation? When everyone had congregated, Shen Yan began her inquiries. Miss Feng Shui came to search the palace, and all the maidservants' quarters were thoroughly inspected, with the precious item ultimately discovered within the small box on Sister Feng Jing's vanity. What exactly did the Empress lose? Shen Yan inquired, her brow furrowed. The group exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to speak, until Feng Xia softly revealed, "Is a jade carving of the goddess of fertility sent by the Empress's maternal family." The Empress, residing in the central palace, had long been childless, and this jade carving held profound significance. No wonder she had conducted a palace-wide search for the item. "Please withdraw for now." Shen Yan gestured for them to leave. She swiftly took Feng Xia to the Yilao, while Xiaoxing was tasked with seeking out concubine Shen in the Fei Ling Hall. Thus, they split their efforts as night fell. The grand Ming Palace illuminated with palace lanterns, its imposing edifices appearing even more foreboding under the deepening night, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. It seemed to fixate on everything within the palace, as if it would open its maw and devour all at a moment's notice. Inside the Yilao, a place designated for detaining palace offenders, all matters in the world possess their dualities and intermediaries. This Yilao represented that intermediary space. Those who entered might emerge vindicated, thus deemed just, while others, failing to exonerate themselves, would be regarded as unjust. Standing before the Yilao, Shen Yan looked up to see the characters Yilao inscribed in a perfectly straight and orderly manner. The warden, upon spotting Shen Yan's arrival, hurriedly paid his respects. "I have seen the esteemed princess. Where is my maidservant?" "Lead the way at once," Shen Yan commanded, raising her hand gracefully. The warden, having witnessed numerous maidservants and attendants being brought into the Yilao, found it unprecedented for a master to visit. He immediately turned, holding a candle to guide the way. The layout of the Yilao was designed to prevent the escape of prisoners, with a winding interior that amplified the sense of dread within the darkness. Suddenly, a familiar metallic scent of blood assaulted the senses. The oppressive atmosphere of the dim and confined space weighed heavily on one's spirit. Shen Yan was already anxious about the situation regarding Feng Jing, and now, upon entering the grim confines of the prison and encountering such a dire environment, the scent of blood intensified her distress. The overwhelming stench surged to her head as she closed her eyes. The incessant beeping of the emergency room monitor echoed in her ears. It felt as if a colossal hand was gripping her heart, suffocating her. "Your Highness, we have arrived. This is the place where the criminal Feng Jing is held." At the sound of the jailer's voice, Shen Yan abruptly opened her eyes and took several deep breaths. Regaining her composure, the jailer, with a sycophantic tone, spoke sweetly, and Shen Yan exchanged a glance with Feng Xia, who promptly handed a pouch to the jailer. Having received the bribe, the jailer declared, "I shall remain outside. Should your Highness require anything, you may summon me." At that moment, Feng Jing had already endured torture, with several visible lash marks marring her skin. Hearing Shen Yan's voice from outside, she weakly lifted her head, and upon seeing Shen Yan, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 80, A Sudden Misfortune, Part 2. Do not weep. As long as you are innocent, I shall ensure your safety, Shen Yan urged, hastening to kneel before her. Clasping Feng Jing's hand with unwavering resolve, Feng Jing offered a faint nod, yet the motion inadvertently reopened her back wound, causing blood to seep forth as she stifled a gasp of pain. Concerned for Feng Jing's well-being, Shen Yan had procured the finest healing ointment prior to her visit to the prison. Now, with tears brimming in her eyes, she meticulously sprinkled the medicinal powder upon the injury. "Feng Jing, what truly transpired? Why was the queen's belongings discovered in your residence? I cannot fathom that you would commit such an act of theft. The motives and objectives seem utterly implausible. If it were for monetary gain, it would have been far simpler to pilfer from Qingxi Palace rather than pursue a distant target." Her thoughts swirled in confusion, compelling her to seek clarity. As Xiao Xing tended to her wounds, Shen Yan, crouched on the ground, inquired, "I have faith in you, Feng Jing." Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, tears cascaded down Feng Jing's cheeks. Weakly, she clutched Shen Yan's hand and murmured, "Your Highness, it was I who angered Sister Feng Xue, leading to all these unfortunate events. Please, do not confront Her Majesty on my behalf. You are soon to be elevated to the rank of Grand Princess, a position of great honor that should not be tarnished by such matters." Her voice dwindled with each word, and she suddenly released Shen Yan's hand, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Feng Xue? Is she involved in this?" Shen Yan pondered, her heart heavy with doubt as she noted Feng Jing's tightly shut eyelids. "Immediately summon the imperial physician. Fetch someone at once, or I shall hold you accountable for this." The guards, alarmed by Shen Yan's command and witnessing Feng Jing's unconscious state, swiftly departed. Shen Yan reached out to touch Feng Jing's forehead, which felt alarmingly warm. "I fear the wound has become infected. Such a severe whipping would overwhelm even a robust man, let alone delicate Feng Jing." The investigation had not yet yielded clarity, and yet they resorted to corporal punishment. Truly a case of coercion to extract a confession. Her gaze darkened, brimming with a tempestuous resolve. The queen, indeed, was a formidable adversary. She bore the facade of a sage while harboring a heart of venom. Feng Jing, a member of her court, had been apprehended and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Was this not an attempt to assert dominance over Qingxi Palace? Upon hearing the summons from the princess, the imperial physician arrived promptly at the prison. After tending to Feng Jing's wounds, he respectfully addressed Shen Yan. Your Highness, this maidservant's injuries are grave, and the damp, dark confines of the prison are ill-suited for her recovery. We must return her to Qingxi Palace. Shen Yan's cold response left the guards in a quandary. They exchanged glances, apprehensive. Your Highness, this is a prisoner sent by Her Majesty. It would be inappropriate to release her. I command you to release her. I shall bear any repercussions. Shen Yan interjected sharply, her demeanor as frigid as ice. The guards, momentarily taken aback by her fierce countenance, hesitated before bowing in compliance. In the dim candlelight of the prison, Shen Yan's profile appeared soft yet chilling. Feng Xia gazed at her, her heart swelling with gratitude. She had known all along that the princess would not abandon her in her hour of need. The commotion surrounding the yellow prison was indeed substantial, impossible to conceal. Soon, it was known throughout the palace. As the night deepened, the Daming Palace was illuminated with flickering candlelight. In the Chengxian Hall, the Empress, seated in her elevated position, set down her teacup and regarded Shen Yan, who stood before her with a calm demeanor. The imperial princess certainly possesses great influence. The evidence against that maidservant for theft is irrefutable, yet you choose to shelter her, even causing a disturbance at Yella to take away the accused. Feng Jing was originally a servant in your palace, later transferred to the Qingxi Hall. By all accounts, the Empress is also Feng Jing's superior. How could you bear to witness her suffering? To speak of sheltering her is an exaggeration. Kanghe simply detests wrongful accusations. Shen Yan smiled faintly, raising her chin to meet the Empress's gaze directly. The Empress, resplendent and dignified, embodied maternal grace, yet she was a sovereign enamored with power. What benefit could there be in tormenting Feng Jing? What advantage in framing her? Wrongful accusations? The items in question were discovered in her quarters. How can this be deemed a wrongful accusation? Where does the injustice arise? I have chosen not to hold you accountable due to your recent illness, but it is now late. After causing a ruckus at Yella, do you intend to continue your disturbance in Chengxian Hall? The Empress slammed her teacup down with a resounding thud, her voice heavy with authority. The attendants and courtiers in the hall, startled by the Empress's fury, hastily lowered their heads, for many had never witnessed her wrath before. Firstly, Feng Jing is a maid of Qingxi Hall. Why would she steal from me rather than pilfer from her own quarters? Secondly, your palace is replete with treasures. Why would she choose to steal a mere jade carving? Thirdly, the stolen item evidently belongs to your inner chambers. How could someone not of this palace access the inner sanctum of Chengxian Hall? Shen Yan's voice rang clear and assertive, presenting the logical inconsistencies of the case. Her expression was grave, devoid of any deference to the Empress. The Empress gripped the edge of the table tightly, her gaze icy. At that moment, she began to believe the words of Feng Shui. This Kanghe princess no longer showed her the respect due. Such audacity from a mere princess. Are you suggesting that I orchestrated this charade to slander a maidservant? The Empress sneered. Yet, Shen Yan shook her head, directing her gaze toward Feng Shui. Kanghe cannot ascertain whether the Empress is aware of this, but it is certain that a traitor lurks within Chengxian Hall. Or perhaps, someone harbors resentment and seeks to frame Feng Jing. Upon her declaration, the Empress followed her line of sight to Feng Shui. Feeling the weight of the Empress's scrutiny, Feng Shui hurriedly approached and knelt before her, whispering, Your Majesty, I have devoted myself to your service and have never committed such an act. With her words, Shen Yan found herself intrigued by the story behind the truth. Feng Shui had always been cautious. If not driven by deep-seated enmity, why would she risk her years of loyalty? Kanghe, if you wish to accuse Feng Shui, you must present evidence. I will not allow baseless accusations that could disrupt the palace's order. At this juncture, The Empress was no longer concerned with right or wrong. She merely sought to maintain her authority in the face of Shen Yan. In a fit of rage, she swept the tea set from the table, sending it crashing to the ground, and forcefully slammed her hands on the table, shouting vehemently. The sound of shattered teaware pierced the air, sending a jolt through the gathered crowd, who instinctively lowered their heads in silence. Within the stillness of the palace, Shen Yan cast a resolute gaze toward the Empress, unwavering in her stance. "I possess evidence." Just as the two women faced off, concubine Chen's voice resonated from outside the hall. A faint smile graced Shen Yan's lips, indeed. This woman had an escape plan. Turning to look, she beheld concubine Chen, adorned in a deep purple palace robe, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she approached gracefully. The maid Feng Jing from the princess's quarters had caught Shen Yan's eye previously, prompting her to gift the girl some of her meticulously crafted lingling fragrant oil. This exquisite scent was subtle yet enduring, difficult to disperse. If Feng Jing had truly pilfered the Empress's jade carving, it would undoubtedly bear the lingering fragrance of lingling oil. With a languid gesture, concubine Chen spoke lightly, her gaze playfully lingering on Feng Jing. Chapter 81. The Fog of Destiny, Part 1. Feng Shui's head, which had been bowed low, suddenly shot up at the words of Chun Fei, her eyes widening in disbelief. A single oversight can unravel an intricate plan. This fragrance was concocted by Chun Fei, and it was nearly impossible for others to replicate. If Feng Jing were indeed the thief, the residue of the lingling fragrance would undoubtedly linger on the jade carving. If it did not, it could only indicate that she had been framed. The truth awaited the final examination. Shen Yan interjected, and amidst the confrontation, the dialogue between the two had begun to reveal the underlying truth. No one could have anticipated that Chun Fei would gift such a unique balm to a mere maidservant. Nor could they foresee that this very balm would become the most crucial piece of evidence, the greatest loophole. Feng Shui fixed her gaze on the floor, and at last, resigned, she closed her eyes and sank to the ground, silenced. The Empress, observing Feng Shui's demeanor, surmised that Shen Yan and Chun Fei's accusations were not unfounded. Indeed, Feng Shui had deliberately orchestrated the deceit. She stared intently at Feng Shui, at a loss for words. As the Empress, to be deceived by a lady-in-waiting was a notion too ludicrous to utter. Not even the imperial princess or Chun Fei would believe it. "I hope your majesty can present the jade carving for all to discern whether it bears the scent of lingling fragrance. Both I and the imperial princess value evidence." Chun Fei remarked with a smile that dripped with mockery. She regarded the Empress with the poise of a victor, igniting the fury that had her teetering on the brink of collapse. "Chun Fei, your audacity knows no bounds," the Empress retorted, rising abruptly and striding forward to chastise her with fervor. Shen Yan, witnessing the Empress in such a frenzied state, felt a cold smirk emerge within her. This entire affair was orchestrated by Feng Shui, yet the Empress, as her sovereign, could not possibly disentangle herself from the implications. She could not fathom that Feng Shui possessed such cunning, contriving to frame Feng Jing, launching an extensive search of the palace, and bribing those in the dungeons to resort to torture. "Has the Empress only now realized my audacity after all this time?" Chun Fei remarked, her beautiful eyes narrowing, lifting her chin disdainfully towards the Empress. Today, having established her righteousness, she harbored no intention of showing mercy. "Convey my decree. Chun Fei dares to defy the central palace." The Empress's finger jabbed at Chun Fei, her gaze fierce enough to rend her to pieces. At that moment, an imperial physician suddenly sought an audience. Upon entering, he immediately knelt, stating, "Your Highness, that young lady has passed away." A thunderous shockwave reverberated through Shen Yan's mind. She could scarcely believe it, her thoughts frozen for an instant before she blinked, regaining her voice. With reddened eyes, she advanced a few steps and seized the physician by the collar, demanding, "Did I not instruct you to care for her properly? She was just fine moments ago. How could you be gone now?" "Your Highness, that young lady endured severe interrogation. Her body is covered in wounds, and she was even poisoned. It is truly beyond salvation," he replied, each word striking mercilessly against Shen Yan's nerves. Slowly, she released her grip on the physician's collar, shaking her head in disbelief as she retreated. She could not comprehend it. Just this morning, everything had been fine. Before leaving the palace, Feng Jing had even styled her hair and shared laughter with her. How could everything have changed so suddenly? Severe interrogation, a body marred with injuries, poison? What had they done to Feng Jing? A torrent of anger and questions tightly bound Shen Yan's thoughts, as if she had entered an expansive cage, vast enough that no escape could be found. Upon hearing the news of Feng Jing's demise, the Empress's gaze also fell somber. The palace had seen its fair share of servants falling victim to fatal punishments each year, yet this incident, entangled with the imperial princess and herself, rendered the situation precarious. With a disdainful huff, Chun Fei remarked, intense interrogation. The Empress wields considerable authority in the harem. Should anything displease her, she permits subordinates to employ torture without thorough investigation, even resorting to poison to silence witnesses. Poor Feng Jing, who perished before I could advocate for her. Chun Fei's words were typically sharp, and her icy tone now left the Empress silent. The fragrant oil of Lingling Xiang was personally concocted by Chun Fei in the entire harem. Only she and Chun Fei possessed it. Should she indeed be guilty of wrongdoing, I implore you, Your Majesty, to present the jade sculpture tainted with Lingling Xiang as evidence. If none exists, then I shall demand the life of the true culprit. The jade sculpture that Your Majesty lost is an item of personal significance, aside from Feng Shui. Who else could have the audacity to steal it? Suppressing the fury within, Shen Yan hastened towards Feng Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, and forcefully toppled her over. Leaning down, she gripped Feng Shui's neck with a fierce hold, coldly addressing the Empress. Though lacking martial skills, her years of medical study taught her the lethal importance of the soft cartilaginous areas of the neck. Feng Shui's face flushed crimson, terror evident in her eyes as she struggled to utter a word. She appeared incredulous that a sheltered imperial princess could resort to murder, let alone do so before an audience. The Empress, witnessing Shen Yan's seething rage, felt a twinge of panic, yet maintained a facade of hypocritical solemnity, softly rebuking, Kanghe, "You're being outrageous." In the depths of the palace, where schemes and deceptions abound, bloodless killings are the norm. Never had anyone witnessed Shen Yan's brazen approach. Her reprimand evidently failed to intimidate Shen Yan, instead revealing the Empress's own insecurity. If Your Majesty's power compelled the death of my kin, then I shall take the life of the one who caused it. An eye for an eye, is it not a wondrous exchange? A hint of a seductive smirk graced Shen Yan's lips as she tightened her grip on Feng Shui's neck. Feng Shui's eyes rolled back, her previously struggling hands suddenly dropping lifeless to the ground. The Empress, seasoned in the intrigues of the harem, had never encountered such a confrontation. Her fingers trembled as they pointed at Shen Yan, her breath quickening, her complexion flushed, until she eventually fainted. "Your Majesty!" The courtiers in the Changqian Hall gasped in alarm at the Empress's collapse, hurriedly dragging the physician hiding nearby to her aid. Chun Fei stood to the side, observing the unfolding scene with a cold, detached gaze. Shen Yan merely intended to impart a taste of pain and fear to the Empress. She had no true intention of committing murder. The universe possesses its own laws. Even if Feng Shui desert her fate, there are legal repercussions to address her actions. To truly take a life would render her no different from a criminal. Coughing, Shen Yan released Feng Shui, stepping back a few paces to avoid soiling her garments. Feng Shui, on the brink of death, gasped for breath while lying weakly on the ground, her hair disheveled, her gaze unfocused, utterly devoid of her usual composure. Shen Yan lifted her eyes to meet Chun Fei's, exchanging a glance of solace. In a fit of rage, Shen Yan felt as though the very heavens and earth were spinning around her. The voices of the palace maids and inner officials calling for the Empress echoed in her ears, interspersed with the faint, weary coughs of the wintry storm. Listening to it all only filled her with annoyance and revulsion. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance today. I shall take my leave now." With that, Shen Yan turned and hurried away before Chun Fei could utter a word. She yearned to return and behold the scenery. To see the little maid who had silently stood by her side all along. Although Feng Jing was not entirely devoted, she had nonetheless shown great dedication. Human affection is indeed a luxury, and Feng Jing's earnest efforts were more than enough to satisfy her. Xiaoxing followed closely behind Shen Yan, her expression grave. Upon their return to Qingxi Hall, they found a throng gathered outside the door. A maid's death could not be permitted to linger within the palace, and the coroner was approaching to remove Feng Jing's lifeless body. Wait. Chapter 82. The Misty Conclusion, Part 2. Outside the crowd, Shen Yan called out loudly, prompting everyone to bow in respect, in part to create a pathway for her. Standing at the entrance, she took several deep breaths, suppressing the wave of indignation within her. She did not wish to confront the final scene with Feng Jing in such a manner. I must enter to take a look. You all stay outside, she instructed matter-of-factly. The coroner, taken aback, quickly exclaimed, Your Highness, it is unseemly for you to enter such a sordid place. How could you risk your precious life? Enough said. As her words fell, she stepped into the room. The coroner, distressed, stamped his foot, while Xiaoxing moved to stand guard at the door, saying, Your Highness values loyalty and affection. Naturally, we must see Miss Feng Jing off. Our duty is simply to wait. She was one of Shen Yan's attendants, and the others could only acquiesce and wait outside. The long winter night enveloped the world in darkness, yet some would still brave the night with a flickering candle. Upon entering the room, Shen Yan beheld Feng Jing lying quietly on the bed, her face pale from blood loss, with remnants of crimson staining her lips. The incident had just occurred, and the body had yet to be tended to. Having frequently faced death in her role in emergency care and signed numerous death certificates, Shen Yan had thought herself numb to matters of life and death. However, upon seeing Feng Jing's ashen face, she could not suppress her sobs. How could this happen when she had been well just before leaving the palace? As a mere maidservant of the Qingxi Hall, how had she provoked such a fate? Standing at the bedside, Shen Yan silently contemplated many things. The wick sputtered with a low pop, casting her solitary silhouette against the flickering candlelight. Feng Jing, do not worry. I shall uncover the identity of your murderer, she murmured softly, seeming to have reached a conclusion. She crouched beside the bed, gently placing her hand over Feng Jing's. As she did, her eyelids fluttered, and she suddenly noticed something. Feng Jing's tightly clenched hand was turned over, gripping something fiercely, with a piece of white fabric barely visible at the knuckles. Shen Yan was taken aback, abruptly realizing something, and hastily pried open Feng Jing's still stiffening hand to retrieve the fabric she had clutched. This fabric was the cloud-soft gauze gifted by the Suzhou weavers, a common offering from the emperor to the various consorts and her. However, it was a material forbidden for maids and attendants to wear. The item Feng Jing held so tightly in her final moments was undoubtedly more than a mere clue. Beyond the case lay not just the snowstorm. Shen Yan felt as though the depths of the imperial palace had finally opened wide, its gaping maw looming ominously over her. Once the beloved princess of the Kanghe emperor, she now found herself a target. Upon seeing Shen Yan finally exit the room, the coroner felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurried inside to remove Feng Jing's body, fearful that the princess might utter something further. With a white cloth draped over the body, it signified the transition to another life. I will provide you with silver. After the autopsy, choose a suitable burial site with good feng shui to lay Feng Jing to rest properly. So much had transpired in a single day, and Shen Yan felt profoundly weary. Receiving the payment, the coroner respectfully replied, I shall ensure the autopsy results are delivered promptly, and then select an auspicious location to honor Miss Feng Jing's final resting place. As the night deepened and the coroner departed, Xiaoxing began sending everyone off to bed. A tragic incident has occurred within the depths of the palace, involving one of the sisters by her side. With such unsettling news, none could find solace in sleep. They retreated to their chambers, cocooned in their blankets, whispering anxiously, their fears escalating until dawn broke. Xiaoxing, summon concubine Chun to me, Shen Yan instructed after finishing her breakfast, her expression as composed as if nothing had transpired the day before. This was concubine Shen's first visit to the newly renovated Qingxi Hall. Upon entering, She surveyed her surroundings with evident approval, remarking, "The arrangement of this hall is indeed exquisite. It seems His Majesty holds you in high regard." Shen Yan exchanged a glance with Xiaoxing, who promptly closed the door behind them. The fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the room, instilling a sense of tranquility. "What's troubling you?" Concubine Chan inquired, gracefully taking a seat beside Shen Yan, who bore a serious demeanor. "Such a pity for the landscape," Shen Yan replied. Her gaze lowered as she sat calmly on the mat. Concubine Chen gently patted her hand in a show of comfort, saying, "You are still too young and unaware of the treacherous schemes that permeate the harem. Had you not sent Xiaoxing to seek me yesterday, you might have suffered greatly. I truly appreciate your help. In truth, I was merely feigning a snowstorm. I have no intention of creating that so-called lingling scented bomb." Concubine Chun confessed in a low voice, observing Shen Yan's unruffled reaction with surprise. "Surely, you must have anticipated this. The landscape, she styled my hair yesterday morning, and there was no lingering scent of lingling left behind. Nevertheless, deception is a crucial tactic. Your strategy was commendable." As she recalled the events of the previous day, Shen Yan felt an unsettling weight in her chest, her lips curling into a faint smile. It was as if the sudden calm of her life had been irrevocably shattered. "This is merely the beginning." She sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. "Your reaction is quite swift," Concubine Chen remarked with admiration, surprised that Shen Yan had uncovered the ruse so early and managed to play along until the scheme was revealed, disturbing the Empress. "I have pondered yesterday's events repeatedly, yet I still find them perplexing," Shen Yan continued. "Feng Shui serves the Empress and holds a unique position. If she wished to see the landscape suffer or perish, she could easily employ another's hand. Why then would she involve the Empress, knowing full well the potential repercussions should the plot be uncovered? The price of such an act is exorbitant." With a sigh, she delved into the matter at hand, which had troubled her throughout the night. Humans are creatures driven by self-interest. They weigh their actions carefully, particularly someone like Feng Shui, who is deeply entrenched in palace affairs. There would be no reason for her to engage in a strategy that harms herself as much as her opponent. Concubine Chun, however, held a different perspective. In the depths of the palace, the occasional death of a maidservant is not uncommon. Once a maid is dragged to the prison, few think to intervene. Only you, yesterday, risked defending the Empress to protect the landscape. Regrettably, it still ended in her poisoning. Thus, Feng Shui likely never anticipated you would defend a mere maidservant. She is, without a doubt, the culprit. Do not let other doubts cloud your judgment. Shen Yan considered this assertion thoughtfully. The snowstorm indeed ensnares the scenery within a hidden prison. Yet ultimately, it is not the storm that poisons her. Shen Yan spoke with a tone of certainty. Chen Fei's gaze flickered as she regarded Shen Yan's profile. It is said that when the Princess of Kanghe dons a stern expression, she bears some resemblance to the late emperor. At this moment, with her brow slightly furrowed and her eyes devoid of warmth, she exuded an air of ruthless authority befitting her elevated status. "Do you possess any clues?" "None," Shen Yan replied, shaking her head. Observing her indifferent countenance, Chen Fei subtly raised her delicate hand to swiftly conceal the inquiry and turmoil in her eyes. The emperor had bestowed the tribute of cloud-soft silk upon the various palaces in the harem, a clue that pointed directly towards a certain high-ranking consort. Chen Fei Suyu also had her own connections. Shen Yan, wary of taking risks, chose to keep this piece of information buried deep within her heart. Chapter 83. The Marriage, Part 1. As the two sat in silence, Xiaoxing entered to announce the arrival of Yu Exine. Following closely behind Xiaoxing, he entered the hall, smiling as he bowed to both individuals, clasping his hands and declaring, "His Majesty has issued a decree." Shen Yan exchanged a glance with Chen Fei before rising to kneel in reverence. Yu Exine unfurled the edict in his hands and read aloud, "The esteemed Princess Kanghe, blessed by the Emperor's grace, is intelligent and graceful. She is bestowed the title of Princess of Gua, with a new residence to be selected in Chang'an for her princely abode. Xu Jin of the esteemed Xu family from Huizhou possesses noble character. Thus, a fortunate union is granted. Why would the Emperor issue a marriage decree so early in the day?" Princess, receive the decree, Uxin said with a narrowed smile. Only then did Shen Yan lower her head and raise her hands high to accept the imperial edict from him. When she rose, Shen Yan inquired, "Does Lord you have anything further to convey?" Although the emperor refrained from intervening in the affairs of the harem, the events of the previous day would undoubtedly reach his ears. The princess is astute. His Majesty has commanded this old servant to speak with you. The emperor is already aware of yesterday's events. Be it Feng Shui or the Empress, this matter must end here. The deceased are beyond reach. The princess should remain in the Qingxi Palace and await marriage. In the meantime, officials from the Ministry of Rites will prepare the grand wedding ceremonies for you. Shen Yan blinked, choosing to remain silent. Shaoxing handed over a pouch filled with silver coins to Uxin, escorting him out of Qingxi Palace. Once Uxin had departed, Chun Fei approached Shen Yan, waving her hand and asking, "What occupies your thoughts?" "I am at a loss for words." Shen Yan replied with a soft laugh, her gaze calm and tranquil, betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. Yesterday's tumult had culminated in this outcome. Could even the exalted Empress, along with Feng Shui, escape unscathed? You were imposing yesterday, nearly choking Feng Shui before the Empress, who fainted in shock. These matters must be suppressed. Should they resurface, those censors will not concern themselves with the context, and you may find yourself accused of disrespecting the Empress and your brother-in-law. You might as well weep then. Chun Fei considered the Emperor's decisions to be quite judicious and offered her comfort. Shen Yan was well aware of these implications. Yet the urgency of the situation had clouded her judgment. "I understand." Noticing her slightly downcast expression, Chun Fei playfully pointed at the edict and teased, "However, this decree from His Majesty is rather splendid. You are to marry Xu Jin, making him my brother-in-law." Upon hearing Chun Fei's playful banter, Shen Yan couldn't help but smile, her gaze resting on the edict in her hands as she softly replied, "Indeed. Once I am wed and establish my residence, you shall have to call me sister-in-law. Yet considering my years of marriage to His Majesty, I suppose I already qualify as your sister-in-law." After pondering for a moment, Chun Fei took the matter seriously. Ultimately, she casually patted Shen Yan on the shoulder and remarked, "Let us not dwell on this. You are you, and I am I. Our identities will not change due to whom we marry. By the way, Xu Jin resides in Jiangsheng and has a concubine. You must address this matter thoroughly." "Thank you for the advice, Your Highness." "Not all. I did not flatter you. Qingsheng has been monitoring the clandestine web of information surrounding Jiangsheng since the mysterious disappearance of Shen Yan. Upon receiving instructions from Xu Jin, he immediately gathered the materials on the Kanghe imperial princess overnight and delivered them to the study at dawn. There were 2 entire volumes. "City Lord, this is the information regarding the Kanghe imperial princess. During the previous dynasty, the late emperor was exceedingly fond of this princess. It is said that the Qingxi Palace, where she resided, was the most splendid place in the Ming Palace aside from the Zicheng Hall, resplendent in gold and jade, with even the floor tiles made of white jade. The late emperor even brought the princess to receive foreign envoys and to observe the court's deliberations. She was so well known that the court often spoke of her, overshadowing the crown prince." Listening to his eloquent narration, Xu Jin calmly perused the documents in hand, her gaze swiftly scanning each line. Indeed, as Qingsheng indicated, these matters from the previous dynasty were hardly secrets. Due to the late emperor's excessive indulgence toward the princess, there were murmurs of discontent among the officials, yet these were swiftly suppressed. Some even remarked that she was merely a princess, and what could her favor accomplish? Could she inherit the throne? This statement, however, ignited some undercurrents. Regrettably, the princess fell gravely ill at the tender age of 10, and thereafter remained hidden in the deep palace, never to be seen again. Although the late emperor sought renowned physicians from across the realm for her, no cure was found. Ultimately, the late emperor also succumbed to illness that same year. How tragic! Qingsheng wielded his brush, speaking with a countenance of sorrow. Xu Jin's gaze lingered on that line of text, visibly moved. That year witnessed many events: the late emperor's demise and the ascension of a new emperor. The borderlands were beset by marauding bandits, seizing the opportunity presented by the transition of power, while Jiangxing itself was fraught with turmoil teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her father managed to avert disaster, safeguarding the lives of the city's populace. Qing Sheng animatedly recounted these events, gesturing with fervor, almost as if he were poised to usurp the storyteller's place in a tea house. The princess's illness endured for 18 years. It was only during this year's festival, when the city tower distributed joyous coins on behalf of the emperor, that she finally made a reappearance. Xu Jin nodded slightly, saying, "I was present that day as well." It is said that the princess, resplendent and graceful, is favored by the heavens, a remarkable person. However, I heard Feng Mian mention that the princess bears a striking resemblance to Yin Yang. Qing Chang crossed his arms, reminiscing about Feng Mian's conflicted expression, and teased. "You know, Xu Jin stood behind the Kanghe imperial princess that day. He could only glimpse her profile, petite and exquisite, shrouded in a hint of mystery beneath the night sky. Indeed, she was enigmatic. She bore an almost identical visage to Shen Yan, yet her gaze lacked Shen Yan's cunning vivacity. I am aware of all that you have mentioned. Is there anything else?" Xu Jin inquired, not lifting her eyes from the booklet. Only then did Qing Sheng lower his voice, adopting a serious tone. "Our informants within the palace communicate directly with the city lord. Thus, I am unable to compile palace affairs for you. However, one peculiarity remains. Last autumn, the princess was seen at the Qin Wangfu." Xu Jin paused her reading, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Last autumn?" "Indeed. At that time, the Qin Wang was gravely ill, and the Golden Guards had surrounded the Qin Wangfu with great vigilance. The emperor's presence graced the Qin Wangfu, and intriguingly, the imperial princess was also in attendance." Xu Jin closed the tome in his hands, feeling enveloped by a veil of uncertainty. According to the intelligence provided by his informants within the palace, the imperial princess had re-emerged before the court last autumn. Upon her return, she promptly dismissed 5 female officials from the Bureau of Palace Ladies, having spent over a decade in seclusion within the inner palace. She had endured numerous hardships. Perhaps the calluses on her palms were remnants of labor, yet the full extent of her circumstances remained ambiguous, particularly the marks at her knuckles and the indentations on her fingers. Certain matters could only be elucidated by the princess herself. "Ah, indeed, my lord. In my investigation of the princess, I also uncovered some information regarding Lady An." Upon noticing Xu Jin closing the tome, Qing Cheng handed him the letters she had been holding. "Our inquiries have traced back to 5 years ago. Lady An made a sudden appearance in Chang'an 5 years prior, before eventually making her way to Jiang City." Xu Jin unfurled the letter, his fingers gently tapping the table as he fell into deep contemplation. 5 years ago. Such timing is indeed remarkable. Chapter 84. The Marriage, Part 2. In that year, the King of Qin transformed his previously indifferent approach to court affairs, adopting a decisive and vigorous demeanor. He gradually consolidated his power by winning over several officials,